lot of my painting is about movement. I really gravitated to the circle, and from the circle came the atom. It's like the center of everything, the universe, our biology, all of it. The atom is constantly in motion. We're introducing active wear. It's the best way I can represent with Uniqlo.
Hi everyone, this is Jake. Starting from 16th of August, you can download the virtual interactive performance of my song 再度起航 Take Flight on the official website of Gardens by the Bay. Explore the virtual Gardens by the Bay and sing with my virtual avatar. You can also stand a chance to win amazing prizes. So, act now!
start 15 morning, I start to work on everything. It's hot, we cannot say anything, but I try my best to do my job.
会啦，累一定会的嘛，要看东西啊，一定满身大汗咯。哦，一天一天都是要这样做吗？你做小贩是这样的。
I mean, for me to go inside the hawker store, it's hot, it's dry, so I think as a hawker, you would make sure that you dress something which you feel comfortable.
I just love wearing the mask. It's a super lightweight material, breathable. It's also a UV protective.
What I like about these airism products is like it's very comfortable. Like you need to turn around here and all that. It's stretchable. It's breathable. Even though I sweat, I dry very fast again. Another thing is like the mask. Actually, it's very easy to breathe. Even you walk fast, also you can breathe. Sometimes I don't even feel like I'm wearing a mask. Thank you, Hawker Heroes and Uniqlo.
In this white pen shot, I have my casters here with me, Reiko as well as Twilight. We'll be bringing you the matches for today. And before we go into the grand finals, which will be happening later on in the day, let's take a look at our third and fourth placing. Of course, it's going to be NP versus SMU. And boys, since you're here, since we're in this white pen shot, I want to ask your thoughts. How do you think this one is going to go?
Well, I think SMU will definitely have the upper hand.
Okay.
Because both teams have played each other once during the group stages. And SMU did win the game itself, so I think SMU is slightly favoured in this game.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I mean likewise as well. From what I saw through the brackets previously, I believe SMU here currently has the upper hand against MP.
Right.
But MP, I believe they will put up a pretty good fair fight as well.
Yeah, I think for the most part, MP seems like a team that's not going to go down without some sort of challenge at least. And our players right now are loading into the lobby. Again, what's at stake here, ladies and gentlemen? Again, it's the cash prize of $600 for the third place, the podium finishers. Hopefully at least get that bronze medal now that we are in the Olympic season. And not to mention some sponsorships in the form of scholarships coming in from our academic partners, Murdoch Kaplan as well. If you guys are interested in furthering your education, if you guys are interested in finding out more, Murdoch Kaplan will be having their open house on the 16th to 20th of August, and it's going to be online, of course, so do head on over to their website to check it out. I believe they're offering a variety of diplomas as well as degrees, so you guys can definitely further your education. And a lot of people talk about supporting esports, but not everyone actually puts money where their mouth is and provide prizes for people when they play these tournaments. So again, we're very thankful for Murdoch Kaplan for making all this happen. Thank you guys so much. In addition to that as well, Uniqlo, our liveware partner right now, we're all dressed very nicely.
Yeah. My first time wearing this on set actually.
Really? Okay, because
I've always been wearing the
normally
sportswear.
we're in the sports utility wear, right? But how do you guys feel? Comfortable, ready to go? I mean,
Yep, very comfortable.
Very comfortable.
This is my second time wearing this. And the first time, actually people were kind of complimenting how I look.
Okay.
They think I look quite good considering that I always look very
sloppy.
messy. Right? So I think this is like the perfect setup for me for now.
All right,
I'm good to
awesome.
go.
Thank you so much again to Uniqlo for making all this happen. We saw the video of them donating the airism mask to people as well. Really nice of them to do so. I mean, hawkers need all the help they can get. And if you guys are, want to support Uniqlo or support Campus Legends, do look at the bottom of your screen right now. We do have that kind of QR code up for you. I think it should be. Oh, they shifted it again. It's that way now. It's that way now. Yep. Scan that with your phone or any QR code scanner and download the Uniqlo app today to get $5 off your first purchase and stand a chance to win an airism mask. You saw how useful it was. You saw how good the people Uniqlo were when they were giving that out to the hawkers. So very awesome stuff. Once again, thank you so much to our liveware partner Uniqlo for making Campus Legends a reality again in this time of COVID. Everyone's wearing masks. Why not use an airism mask? I mean,
I'm using airism mask right now. So
Very, very good sponsorship. There we go. There we go.
Truly a Uniqlo ambassador.
Yeah, truly a Uniqlo ambassador, right? So all that aside, we also want to mention that today we will be giving away a KM300 keyboard and mouse bundle, courtesy of Lenovo, another one of our sponsors. In fact, one of our PC partners. You can see the Lenovo Legion laptop over there, and I'm using one right now.
And this is the bundle itself, the KM300 bundle. However, for this week, we won't be doing the hashtag Legion.
Yeah,
but
that's too easy, man.
Yeah, that's too easy. I think everyone wants to see the real winner of whoever can obtain this KM300 bundle. So this week, we'll be doing it slightly different. We'll be having a Mentimeter questionnaire right before the grand finals. So do stick around for the third and fourth placing.
You want to give them a hint? You want to give the viewers a slight hint?
I mean, it's a long weekend because of a public holiday, some sort of, I think, national day, right? So maybe the quiz might be geared towards these sort of questions. It might benefit you to learn a bit more about Singapore and hopefully participate and stand a chance to walk away with one of these KM300 bundles. This is the last week, of course, it's the grand finals, but right now we're taking a look at the third and fourth placed matches. I'm wondering if the players are loading in. I mean, I asked you guys, both of you felt SMU were kind of like coming out ahead, right? This is specifically directed to you, Reiko. As someone that has competed in Campus Legends and, you know, kind of analyzed the enemies, what's your take on SMU and NP here?
I mean, sadly, last week, NUS lost to SMU 2-0.
One tier.
So, I do think SMU are a very strong team, although they lost 2-0 to Nanyang Polytechnic last week itself. But I want to say I do support Ngee Ann Poly more because the enemies you make last week, I don't really remember the phrase.
No, it's the enemy of my enemy is my friend, right?
Yes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So
so what, they whacked you last week, so therefore what? You got to support?
Therefore, I have to support my other enemy, which is Ngee Ann Polytechnic. So this time, I'll be more support. I'll think, although Ngee Ann Polytechnic are the underdogs, I will support them because I do think they want to have the revenge against SMU, considering that they lost in the group stages.
Right.
So I think Ngee Ann Polytechnic will have something up prepared for this week because both teams is their first time in the top four finish itself, and this is both teams' first time competing for the third placing itself. So both teams are, I think they have something to fight for, and for Ngee Ann Polytechnic, they have even more to fight for, considering that their pride is on stake because they lost once, they don't want to lose again.
So that's a very good point actually that you bring up. You know, neither Ngee Ann Poly nor SMU have really kind of made it this far in the tournament so far. It's always been like NYP, Nanyang Poly or Temasek Poly that made it all the way through. We do have the brackets. Maybe we can pull that up for you guys to take a look, and hopefully we get a better idea of, you know, how things have kind of ended up this way. So I see your team there, Remy. You know, NUS unfortunately in the grey, getting smacked by SMU in the lower half of the bracket.
Let's not remind me of last week. I had to go for like a emo break for like 1 day because I was damn sad. But other than that loss, I do think I was quite proud of NUS, but let's focus on SMU and Ngee Ann Polytechnic for today because right now they are trying to fight for the $600 cash prize and the scholarships provided by Kaplan and Murdoch. So I think SMU are favoured, but for this game itself, I'll support my enemy of enemies, Ngee Ann Polytechnic.
All right, so Chris, give me your thoughts here, right? Because we kind of like bagged on Remy about how NUS got smacked. You look at this top half of the bracket about how NP made it in. Correct me if I'm wrong, were you from NP?
No, I'm from NYP.
Oh, okay.
I mean the winning team.
Okay, right. Your team is in the grand finals. You're golden. You're completely fine. But just looking through the brackets, they've had a tough journey, right? Because they had to play SIM last week, and SIM is definitely one of the favorites in this tournament. You have 5 members on that roster who are all ex-pros. Some of them, you know, very good friends of mine. Of course, just kind of now in the finals. So maybe after playing against a team like SIM, you learn a bit more from them and you come into this third and fourth match a bit stronger. Maybe you have a bit more of like insight into strategy. What is your take on this?
No, I think it's very scary to go against SIM, as you mentioned. All the ex-pros are there. But then again, NYP, the players in that team, right, they're still competent players. They know what they're up against. And if they do win this, they're going to be the winners for third time in a row for Campus Legends.
This is Nanyang Poly, of course.
This is Nanyang Poly, my poly.
So, Nanyang Poly, past 2-year champions. I mean, players might shift in and out, but the legacy is there for the school. They're looking for that 3-peat, 3 years in a row. That would be a statement for sure. I'm sure Chris is definitely looking forward to that.
I hope so. Because I remember last time previously also ITCC players are very strong previously. And then usually they would move to NYP next because the schools are like right next to each other. So it's like ideal, right? So you get very strong players coming in to NYP like every rotation.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head if ITCC was the team with Baby Life, because I believe he is
Yes.
So it was Baby Life, and now his name changed to Hwang Yeji. He's playing on NYP. He's been playing, you know, for so many years now in Campus Legends. Very solid player. Overall, very, very dependable as well. I believe the players are in lobby right now. Let's take a look at the draft as we jump in to game one of our best of 5 in our 3rd and 4th place match. Is going to be NP Neon Poly going up against SMU. Unfortunately, no SMU alumni on our desk at all, so we don't really have anyone, you know, kind of citing them. Oh, are you SMU alumni?
I have a few friends at SMU.
Okay.
Some of the players I've known them also for a while because I've been in the league scene for quite a while.
Okay.
But sorry for SMU. I'm a Neon Poly fan today.
Okay, so there's no one on this desk that's supporting SMU. Are they like the natural underdogs here?
I figured the NP would be the underdogs here, right? But I know some people from MP, but not SMU. So yeah, sorry SMU.
We might have a bias casting desk here, ladies and gentlemen. So as we wait for our players to move into draft, you can see on your screen now SMU and NP. Overall, because this is a best of 5, there's going to be a lot of window for adaptation. But right now, I'm going to hop off screen. I'm going to let you guys do your thing, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Reiko as well as Twilight's taking you through this best of 5.
Thank you very much, Shangrikas, for that wonderful and beautiful intro. But if you look on the screen earlier just now, right? MP was like missing 2 members. What gives? What gives?
I think maybe they're really practicing very hard at home. Maybe trying to come up with those strats. I think like the photo itself was taken like maybe 2 months ago. So maybe back then they're already preparing their secret strategy in case they have to face off at the top 4. But now let's jump straight into the pick and bans. We see that Ngee Polytechnic, they have banned the Gwen and the Riven, and SMU decides to ban out Silas and Sin Tao.
Okay, very important key bans here because the champions that they have all banned so far are pure menace in like the game flow, and it really interrupts your late game as well, mid game as well. Because especially when you hit that power spike, right? These champions go off the board and then they just destroy you, especially when they are left unchecked.
Yeah, so a lot of those very what they call OP champions are banned out in phase 1, and Ngee Polytechnic look to lock in the Lee Sin. Lee Sin, I mean, we kind of discussed this before, that Lee Sin has been usually played in the lane, but lately there is a rise of Lee Sin back in the jungle because of the nerfs to his E. So I do expect this Lee Sin to be going to the jungle, and now you see SMU lock in the Varus and actually change it to the Viego.
Viego, alright, okay. I mean, Viego is still another popular pick as well. His the way how versatile he is, especially in like the various lanes that he can go to. Kind of made a various pun there, but he is just so versatile that he can really make like the best out of the worst, you know. And you may see him going to the jungle maybe this time.
Yeah, because I do think Viego will probably be in the jungle because of the nerfs to his kit as a laner, because the healing reduction in the Q that has been nerfed. So I do think Viego will probably go into the jungle. Varus now locked in the AD carry, so I do expect Ngee Polytechnic to maybe counter it with probably either the Ziggs, because Ziggs is still open, or maybe look to go for the all-in AD carries in case they can punish the Varus relatively well. In my opinion, Varus is one of the strongest AD carry in the current meta, so I do expect Ngee Polytechnic to have an answer, and there we go, we see the Kai'Sa locked in.
Alright, so what do you think about this this matchup of Varus versus Kai'Sa now?
I do think it's favored to Varus because, in my opinion, Varus just controls the zone of fighting very well with his kit. But if Kai'Sa gets a hit, then it'll be very difficult for the Varus to actually stabilize the early to mid game because his spike comes in the later mid game. But if the Kai'Sa doesn't get a hit, that is just easy game for Varus.
Yeah, I mean, especially for like Varus, especially in the late game, his piercing shots do so much damage.
That's the issue. And now they see Ngee Polytechnic, their bottom lane is already locked in. We do see the Kai'Sa and the Leona, the full all-in comp. So I do like what Ngee Polytechnic is doing, because the counter to Varus, in my opinion, as of now, is either using the Ziggs or the all-in comp of Kai'Sa and the Leona. But now SMU, they locked in the Kench.
Kench, especially after the rework. I'm interested in this. I want to see how this goes.
Yeah, but where do you think the Tahm Kench will go though? I do think it will probably be the top lane Tahm Kench, but we do see it in the past that Tahm Kench is usually paired with the Varus in the bottom lane allow the Varus to play very aggressively and save it when it's gone. But because of the rework, because of the changes to the Devar, I do think that Tahm Kench will not be in the spot lane, but it might be at the top and mid. Maybe even the jungle if they want to, you know.
Ooh, jungle, okay. I mean, then where would Viego go after the nerf, though?
Actually true, right? So, but I do think Viego can be flexed, so there's still options for SMU to really flex around. But the problem with SMU, I feel, is we don't know where each player will be. Because last week when I played with them, we do see the jungler is, I believe, the Chinese letters. I can't really read Chinese, so I can't really pronounce the name. But he was the jungler. But the week before, he was the mid laner. And the week before, he was the top laner. So
kind of like flexing, right?
Yeah, he's multiple roles. So I think that's something SMU have in terms of their strength. But right now, we don't really know who is playing what until the final locking phase. So that's something that I feel NP will be at a disadvantage because not knowing who is the player itself playing that role will be a very big problem to face against SMU.
Yeah, but at the same time, they ban Action. If Action is Action actually allowed for this tournament? Because he is a new champion, so
yeah, it's allowed because this already passed the 2 weeks window.
Has it?
So,
man,
Tahm Kench was allowed and it was played last week itself. So there were bans that were targeted towards Tahm Kench because I believe Tahm Kench is more of like a stat check champion. If you are good in your lane, you will not lose to Tahm Kench. But if you don't understand the lane phase very well, then Tahm Kench will just eat you alive because he literally eat you alive because he's just there with his ulti, just gonna devour you out. Now we do see the SMU locked in Akali after the second ban phase. We do see a lot of mid lane target bans coming in. The Orianna, Syndra, and in NP they banned the Karma as well as I believe the Akshan.
Man, I really can't believe it's already been 2 weeks. It felt like he just got released like last week. But then again, I've been watching a lot of Akshan video because it's actually really entertaining to watch him like just grapple around and just use his ulti. A lot of good EXE videos on Akshan. Like, check it out.
Yeah, so talking about Action, we do see lately Tyler 1 himself has been playing a lot of Action in the mid lane. I think he just recently went to Masters and then just get demoted back. So no, it feels bad, but I mean he is playing very well in the NA Masters, right? Because he has been swapping role. He was once an AD carry, then go to the jungle, then go to the top, then jump back down into the mid lane. So maybe he can get a challenger role, but let's look back in this game. NP and SMU, both teams have finished up the draft. We do expect the Lee Sin to be in the jungle as we mentioned earlier on in the draft. And for SMU side, we see the Kayn in the jungle, so Tahm Kench will be the support. I don't like this draft from SMU, but I do think that in the late game, SMU looks way more scary than what NP has drafted.
I think I have to go with NP's draft in this game because NP's draft feels more secure, more stable compared to SMU here. Because you got playing a bit more risky. You only have I believe like one tanker. But on the side of MP, you have this like 3 tanks in the support. I mean, like Luna is like both tank and support. So I kind of favor MP here for this draft. What about you? MP as well?
I would favor NP until maybe the 30-minute mark. If anything goes beyond that, I would favor SMU more.
That's true.
So
yeah,
because
more burst damage.
of the late game potential within SMU's draft, I do want to give the benefit of the doubt that I think SMU can actually hold out to the late game, and then the comp of SMU will flourish. So looking at how SMU wants to play, I do think it's going to be a more bottom side focus because of how strong their bottom lane is. We see the Varus and the Tahm Kench in the bottom lane, and Kayn, if there is a 3v3 bottom side, it will be a fiesta and Kayn will get the stacks, and that's how they want to scale the early to mid game to allow the Tahm Kench and the Varus to actually get the lead from the bottom lane. However, I think NP has a lot more playmaking potential in the top side, so I do expect Lee Sin, Cappuccino with the Lee Sin, to really play towards the top side more, especially the LeBlanc against the Akali. It's so LeBlanc favored early game. Mundo against the Viego, I think it's a Mundo favored early game. Once Viego gets to level 6, then it'll be slightly more difficult for the Mundo, but I think it's still early game favored to the Mundo.
Yeah, self-sustain is the name of the game in the early stages, right? You don't want to just lose out your experience, you want to lose out your CS as well so soon. Against your top lane, right, against Viego. And I think you can do a lot of dish out a lot of harassment with his like giant machete chopper. So.
Yes, but I do want to see what skin does the Mundo go, because
I hope it's the business Mundo. We all hope it's corporate Mundo,
the corporate
right?
Mundo, that's my favorite skin, and I think nothing else really beats that Mundo skin, right? We do see the pool party Mundo where he throws the ukulele on the enemy champions.
Then
sometimes we do even see I think the Richborn Mundo where he throws the very giant axe, but nothing beats throwing the suitcase of all your documents of your work, your project. Maybe you're frustrated with your professors, or even maybe like supervisors, your boss, your managers, you see all those papers, and, oh, I'm so angry, I'm just gonna throw all my papers away. So I really like the corporate Mundo skin.
I kind of like the gym junkie Mundo a bit also as well.
Oh, that is that.
I mean, it kind of hits a 70s, 80s vibe with me, you know. It's really nice also.
I think that skin it's not bad. Definitely not bad.
After the rework is better.
I really like the reworked Mundo skins because I used to play Mundo a lot, and I think that the Mundo skins were too, a bit boring.
Bland, right? Very boring.
Yeah, very boring. I wanted something more exciting, and seeing changes to the corporate Mundo is what made me really want to play Mundo back.
I mean, after the rework, I used to play a fair bit of Mundo like way back then. This is like season 4-3 nonsense.
Yeah, dude,
but
Mundo was so fun.
But now after the rework, I think it's even more fun now, especially his E.
Yeah, I love the fact now that the E is able to pass through minions if you kill it. So that's something we really need to look at how D-Dog will be able to use the Mundo skills to really punish the Viego early game. But I don't expect the Viego to really lose super hard on the Mundo because both champions have their own healing abilities in their own kit. Just that Viego's kit has been nerfed slightly, but it's still good.
Still viable.
So I just want to see how SMU plays the early game because, for Kayn, it's all about getting the stacks to transform. And whether we'll go to the red Kayn or the blue Kayn, we're not very sure. But I do think he'll go for the blue Kayn this game, considering that there is a lot of squishes on the enemy side.
More assassin, right?
Yeah, more assassin-like. So now we're going to jump to Summoners Free soon. Now the game is loading. So thoughts on this game, SMU or NP?
Based on draft MP, but since no one has favored quote unquote the underdogs here, right? I'll go with like SMU here. I'm sure you're gonna go MP because the enemy of my enemy is my friend, right?
Yeah. So I think I like NP's draft way better than SMU, but
hands down, right? Hands down.
So I have to give it to NP, and I hope that NP can close it out early game within the 30-minute marks, hopefully, and not extend it beyond. Even if they extend it beyond, if they do have the Soul Dragons in their advantage, then I do think NP will be able to close out the game. However, if it goes beyond the 30 minutes mark, then it's more to SMU. But my vote still goes to NP because enemy of my enemy.
Enemy. I mean, overall, SMU's draft also as well, more playmaking potential as we mentioned earlier. So, I kind of want to see what the mid lane here will be able to dish out for us, right? Like because he's gonna be the one be roaming after a short moment. This Akali, Akali is just so scary in this burst potential. Like you leave LeBlanc unchecked. That's where you just kind of go a slippery slope down as well.
Yeah, so I want to see how this LeBlanc actually punishes the Akali pick because picking Akali into LeBlanc means that you just gotta sack the lane for I believe the first 6 levels, and after that, that's when Akali really have a potential to really go for fights against the LeBlanc and maybe even win the 2v2s because LeBlanc is just an oppressive laner. So and not having the right kits against the LeBlanc, especially with the jungle being a Kayn who wants to really just power farm, clears, and get stacks, depending on which character you want to go against, will be a big issue for the Akali in the lane. But who knows, maybe SMU really planned this draft against NP knowing that they'll go against the LeBlanc, and this is what they've prepared for.
It looks like the game has now started. So yeah, as I was mentioning about like Akali, you know what? I think Akali early game will still have some problems against LeBlanc, as you mentioned, right? Like more favored towards LeBlanc. So I think this game will be quite interesting.
Yeah, I do think it will be a bit interesting. However, I mean SMU, they do beat NUS, so if they do win this game, I won't be surprised because I did plan very well that it will be a NP favorite early game, but I like SMU's late game itself. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are now into the Summoners Rift, Ngee Polytechnic versus SMU, game 1 of 3rd and 4th placement.
Oh man, this best of 5 series, who do you think will come out on top here?
I think game one tells the story, right? Because usually when you look at, we have a pause. But again, game 1 tells a story because when you look at many best of 5s within any competitive region, we do talk about, let's say, the Worlds, we talk about LEC, LPL, LCK. Game 1 is where teams try out tactics because
like test the waters, right?
They test the water. So let's say if your game 1 works with this tactic, then the enemy teams, they have to prepare something else because the one that lost knows that this tactic will work against them no matter what. Hence, they have to find something to ban it out.
That's true.
And that's something very interesting about best of 5 series because the series is so long. There's so many things that you can change and adapt according to the series. So I do think game 1 results don't really tell a tale, but it definitely gives you the momentum going to the next game.
For sure, because I play a variety of games, right? I see a lot of best of fives. Usually, a lot of first games they like dish out like the weirdest strategy ever, and then the enemy team just don't expect it, right? And then they just lose that round. But then they can't. And then the second round, the enemy team will be like, "Hey, they're gonna play this strat again, probably, right?" Then they try to work and counter and think about it, but ends up they play another strat, and then they mess up. So it's really entertaining to see the first game. Maybe that's what SMU is going for here, right?
Yeah, maybe this SMU's way of telling themselves that they know they can win this team late game. So throughout the series, so first game, let's just test the water, see whether Ngee Ann Polytechnic they have something prepared against SMU. And it's gonna be a leashless jungle start for both jungles. Both jungles are actually starting from the top side, so they'll be puffing down, and it looks like it's gonna be a 3v3 at the bottom side.
Yeah, 3v3 at the bottom side. Or do you think it's possible for them to just rotate up or to the mid lane afterwards? Their blue buff and red buff room.
Yeah, I think they probably get contest for the Skull Crab. That's where I think the action begins. That's when both teams really will look to fight for objectives. And I think mid lane definitely favored to LeBlanc early game. You see now that he already have to chunk his pot early on the lane, whereas LeBlanc is still full health. So that's just something the LeBlanc lane is against the Akali. Bottom lane is favored towards SMU, so I do expect the SMU bottom lane to get the priority in the bottom lane.
And you see just the harassment being dished out by LeBlanc here. Doing a really good job, especially preventing Canes from getting those early levels as we've seen. And I think the potential here really favors in the LeBlanc's side here now.
Yeah, but the LeBlanc is not really pushing the lane too hard, so he's actually just setting up good crasher so that he can actually look to help his jungle just in time for the... and looks like it's going to be a solo kill.
Could be a flash. He flashes in, goes for the kill. The Ignite might get off, and there we go. First blood of the game in the favor of MP. Have a beautiful flash into the Ignite, and that's where the burst potential is scary, as I mentioned before, and that gives him his level 3.
So the LeBlanc takes the Ignite, gets the solo kill onto the Akali. Now Akali has to teleport back, and LeBlanc now with the first blood as well as getting the wave in, he's able to recall for maybe the Dark Seal as well as the Amplifying Tome. So I think this provides the option for SMU to just take away the bottom Skull Crab, knowing that LeBlanc will recall. So overall, I do think Ngee Ann Polytechnic get the victory because Akali lost the lane relatively early, but SMU managed to get the bottom scuttle. So this will be probably a double scuttle from the side of SMU.
This is a very good momentum coming in from LeBlanc as well. Like after that first blood, I think she's really fat in terms of like the 3-minute mark, right? So. I assume that she may just go to the lane again, perhaps go for a level 6 and perhaps look gang other lanes.
Yeah, so the LeBlanc is right now a bit ahead of the tempo because he got the first blood, he managed to get Dark Seal and the Amplifying Tome. Usually you will just see either you recall for either the Amplifying Tome or the Dark Seal, but only because of the first blood he got extra gold. I do think that NP will probably play towards the mid lane more, but hold up, it looks like there's gotta be a gang at the top side.
Alright, Cappuccino coming in from the side of the Lee Sin. May be able to let his Q very shortly. There we go. An easy gang for MP there. And that is the second Q leading into MP's favor now. I think the Viego kind of pushed up way too far as well, too aggressively, especially against the dog Mundo. Where he has to self-sustain. Even if they do go for a dive, he may be able to survive a little bit longer. But Cappuccino comes in at the perfect timing to have that beautiful gang, get the Viego down to still level 4, but level 5 soon.
I think the Viego thought that he could kill the Mundo probably by that wave and then recall after he crashed the wave. But that was good. A bait there coming in from D-Dog on the top lane, his Mundo. You don't really see D-Dog playing the tanks lately, right? Especially, hold up here.
Hang on, Kenji diving in pretty deep onto the Kaisa now. They are looking for that piercing arrow, does not connect. But that was a pretty good skirmish, leaving Squirrels on very low health now. As you were mentioning earlier?
Yeah, I think that talking about the bottom lane first before we go back to the top lane, we did mention in the Champions League that SMU's bottom lane is actually favored towards them because Varus is just an impressive laner against the Kaisa. So that's probably SMU's only win clincher right now because mid lane kind of fall behind a little bit, and in top lane, Viego gave the kill over to the Lee Sin and the Mundo, so it's actually more favored to the top side in favor of NP. However, Ngee Polytechnic is just sneaking the dragon.
That's a very early dragon coming from Cappuccino, and he will be able to solo this as long as there's no interruptions. There is no vision and no information, but at the same time in the middle lane, Hart goes for the root onto Canes, but the Invis will be able to allow Canes to escape just a little bit. Kane also as well, close to the mid lane. gonna be very scary very shortly. And as well, Lee Sin at the same time gets the beautiful Red Dragon. Alright, almost catches the Kane as well. Now it looks like we are going to have a 2v2 at the mid lane.
Wait, bottom lane.
Having their own fun as well. As you mentioned, the various lineup, and along with the Thumb Catch, will be able to shut down the the bot lane. But now going towards back the mid, they're just having their skirmish of their own. Level 5, both junglers, and level 6 mid laners already.
Yeah, so there was a lot of fighting going on, but bottom lane managed to get the kill onto the Kai'Sa. However, it did go onto the Tahm Kench. So not really where you want the kill to be, considering that the earlier the Varus spikes, the harder it is will be for Nyan Polytechnic to play, because if the Varus gets too far ahead, then it will be just difficult to just contest the Varus in the lane as well as for objectives. But the mid lane and top lane for NP, however, they are performing very well. And I was talking about how D-Dog, usually you see him on carry champions because he is more of the carry in team as well as for Heart. So see, him going on the Mundo means that he don't have as much potential to play carries, but I do think that he is able to impact the game with Mundo slightly better in this game, considering that they are looking to end the game early.
Yeah. I mean, after all, his tankiness kind of does scale off with his AD, so he still has that small carry potential, but not as large, right, as you mentioned, as a main role here.
Yeah, and now when you look at the game, First Dragon did go over to the side of Nyan Polytechnic. I'm not sure how that happened because SMU was actually having all the prio in the bottom lane. However, now Herald will be spawning in 30 seconds. I do want to see how Nyan Polytechnic actually set up for Herald, because with the prio from mid as well as top lane, I do think Lee Sin should be able to get the Herald free and uncontested. But if SMU decides to bring the whole army to the top side to contest for the Herald, then that will be a different story.
I'm just gonna make my predictions, and they're probably not gonna find out that MP is taking the Herald, right? Because I think they're more busy concentrating on their lanes, and right now the bot lane for SMU as well, they're doing very well, and they want to keep that momentum going. They don't want to stop that momentum just because of a Herald, right? Maybe perhaps send the mid and the top and the jungler, but I feel like MP side, the top and mid and jungler is stronger here in this case.
Yeah, and look at mid lane, he is at least 10 CS down, considering that he did lose the first blood, so I do expect Heart to actually go a bit more aggressive on him. Both mid laners have the flash up, so maybe you can see another flash play coming from the LeBlanc. However, Lee Sin now hovering the bomb. It looks like it's gonna be a gang.
Good timing as well, as the Thumb Kench goes in with his only mobility moves, and looks like he'll be the first one to go down. Now Varus may be able to get his own kill with a piercing arrow here, but now Kane coming in from the start line from the river, flashes in, perhaps getting a kill on the Fudge Nugget instead, and then going for the back off now. Varus trying to help his jungle survive a little bit longer. Piercing arrow almost connects on the Cappuccino, surviving just with a sliver of health now, being able to just back up to safety. But now the LeBlanc is very close to the bot lane. It's going to be very scary, but there is a vision ward there to deter that.
And the LeBlanc was spotted, so he won't be able to get the kill on the kid who is chunked out very low. I do think SMU did win that because the kill did go over to the side of the Kin and he gets some stacks. But again, the bottom lane, the Varus did not get any kills. It's just an assist, so it's just delaying his spike a little bit. But both bottom lane summoners for the side of NP are up in terms of Kai'Sa. And top lane, Mundo looks like he's gonna kill the Viego.
As well as the Thumb Catch being very close to expose the ball again, but at the same time, mid lane, the huge burst damage coming from Cappuccino and LeBlanc. Huge. And now comes Thumb Catch to the top lane. The dog does have his ulti up. He's going to be able to self-sustain, perhaps get him back a bit more. Wait for the backup to arrive. That is Cappuccino. Lands a huge ukulele on the top of Fox's head now. Perhaps a second. No, misses the skill shot. And this is going to go for the recall. The dog playing very aggressive, trying to find for the vehicle. Perhaps just barely spotting him out. No, he's going to let him recall now. But he's going to push his tower, but at the same time, Akali going to straight back to mid now. And he doesn't want to lose his lane as much, even though the lane is kind of already lost at this point, right?
Yeah, the lane is definitely lost. Although, but I do commend Akali for still staying within CS distance of the LeBlanc. However, the LeBlanc did get the 2 kills on the Akali, so that would definitely snowball the LeBlanc into more lethal potential. But at the top side, you kind of say that this will be early game Mundo favorite. I think really just Mundo does what he pleases, right? Because he's just running it down the Viego, even getting the Tahm Kench to come top lane to support the Viego, but the Mundo to just make the Tahm Kench and the Viego just run away.
Yeah, especially when he just ults, there's no point like diving him at all unless you really have that burst potential going on for you.
And now Bombin, however, it is still favored towards SMU. That's a lot of HP
damage.
chunks.
Man, Diorama on the thumb catch, getting those stacks up on Squirrels, that's the best bet, right? Tries to go in from the creeps, perhaps land a few skill shots there, but at the same time Cappuccino is coming in from the gang as well. Huge stun coming from Leona, dives right in, takes down the thumb catch, and now the poor Varus is left alive, but however Kane comes in from the sideline yet again, diving in through the wall. Cappuccino brought down to reload health. They're perhaps going to go for a dive. No, they're going to disengage instead now. And back up a bit, reconsolidate their movement, their action plans now. At the same time, Hart in the mid lane against this Akali is not doing too well. Cappuccino kind of caught off in a weird angle. Perhaps could be saying, oh, hang on! The turnaround coming from Cappuccino kicks him against the wall. Fudge Nugget comes to assist as well. Oh, that's a really sick play coming in from Cappuccino there.
Tom Kench seems to be running down the river. I think he might want to contest with Dragon, but chooses not to. So SMU just giving 2 kills away to the side of NP, and NP takes the second Dragon. And it seems like it's going to be Mountain Soul for this game.
Alright, okay, the Mountain is going to rise up very short in, I bet, the next couple of minutes. And we're going to just see MP take it again.
Yeah, and for NP, you are really happy with the Mountain Soul, right? Because looking at the enemy team, they have a lot of burst damage. So getting, oh no, please no.
Oh, one more tower shot.
Oh,
it does.
Unfortunate for Hart. He was really just testing his, testing the water, testing his limit, you know, going for the soul kill on the Akali under her turret.
Yeah, the bonus goal kind of goes in the favor of Akali here, but it's just 1 kill, right? But perhaps that will be enough to let her have her spike of her own.
I think that if he did use his ignite, he probably would have killed Akali and live. But I guess he just wanted to see whether he has enough damage, you know, to do on the Akali without having to use the ignite. But hold on, Mundo goes where he pleases.
Alright, Mundo kind of wants to take this up close and personal, leaving Fox out a bit of flashes in to dive under the turret, hits his skill shot, the huge ukulele. What was that hitbox? Yeah. But at the same time, bottom lane, Leona missing her stun. Cappuccino won't be able to dive on top of the Varus, close to another tower, takes him down. At the same time, you see Leona just 1v1ing, 1v2 actually. Thumbcage being able to take down the Kaisa, and now just gonna be a sacrificial lamb now. Just gonna leave Cappuccino for the kill. That was the Thumbcage doing that 1v2 was kind of sick.
Yeah, Thumbcage definitely a little bit broken. I kind of said that he is a stat check champion, so meaning that if you don't know how to play the lane against Thumbcage, he's just gonna eat you alive. And he did eat Squirrel alive because he vomited the dead body of the Kaisa out into the open, and he became the sacrificial frog.
He literally became like what's it called? Compost, right?
Yeah.
Like just decomposing on the ground there.
Yeah, I think he makes a very good frog soup, right? Have you tried eating? Oh, hold on.
I've never, but hang on. As in, like Kane's getting ganked again. Gets dragon kicked to the sideline, but still alive. Still, look at the amount of health that Kane still has. And now the tables will be turned around for MP. They're going to heavy dive onto Fudge Nuggets now.
Oh, Leona!
Oh, goes so deep in. Now Cappuccino one more standing in the mid lane now, and he's gonna fall very shortly under this tower. Look at Thumbcage taking the full tower damage now, and they will get the 3rd kill off of MP. That's a huge swing coming in on the side of SMU.
I can feel NP's heart breaking right there. They just got betrayed by Leona and then by LeBlanc, and then Lee Sin just falling down as well. Shutdowns going over for the side of SMU, and that is the comeback SMU needed. However, in the top lane, we see D-Dog on the Mundo just getting turret itself. So I do think NP managed to get something out of that fight. But 3 kills going over for the side of SMU, that's not what NP wanted.
At all. This kind of just lowered their chances of winning this game, right? When earlier NP was like, I believe, like 80% chance of winning, but now it's like kind of lowered now, like 60, I would say.
I still think it's 60%, right? Because 60% is still a good amount for Nyan Protect, especially because they have the 2 dragons. And going to the next dragon, if SMU get this, if SMU does not get this dragon, then it will be Soul Point, and the next dragon will be the Mountain Soul itself. And Mountain Soul is so useful for NP if they want to play the brawl heavy style. But if they want to not play the brawl heavy style, then I think SMU will be content with giving away the Mountain Soul because they don't have to fight them.
That's true, and do I smell a gang coming? There is a ward there to prevent any aggression coming in from SMU. They have to back up. They're gonna disengage there. At the same time, the jungle did not gonna catch out this lonely Kane. Wow, what was that chunk of damage?
It looks like they're going to dive them under the turret, and they're not spotted.
It's gonna be a 4v2 here. LeBlanc dives in onto the Varus, gets eaten, trying to save his poor ADC, however not good enough. The burst damage comes in strong from MP, takes down the Thumb Kenja as well. Akali TP's a bit too late now. Now she's gonna be alone under the tower, and now the 4 members of MP is gonna dive right in on top of her. And there we go, the Lee Sin comes in with a huge kick, and as well the dog with the assist ukulele coming to the side.
Yeah, I think you can hear the music of the victory screen coming to him by throwing the ukulele. Hear the defeat sound for SMU, but Nyam Polytechnic gets 3 kills. Akali's teleporting lane just get deleted. And now Kane might get chunked out just before Mountain Dragon. And Mundo just does what he pleases, right? This game, he's just getting turret without being contested.
And whatever damage he just took, he's just gonna regenerate right back up. Perhaps gonna chunk more of that turret health down, right? But Squirrels alone against an assassin like Kane. Whoa, misses the skill shot, however. Kane now gonna be in the body of Squirrels, now gonna wait a little bit longer, comes out. But there we go, Varus getting that last hit, beautiful shutdown. The extra bonus go for him, and now Thumb Kench as well, and Leona at the side, at the top, the tri-brush, just gonna duke it out a bit. But that was a good kill coming in from Varus now, being able to allow his damage to spike up much more earlier now compared to being delayed. But there we go, hard the LeBlanc burst, instant kill onto the Varus now for IC. And they're gonna try their best to contest this with just 2 men on the mountain.
I don't think SMU can do anything here.
Yeah,
Third Dragon does go over to the side of Nyam Polytechnic. So Mountain Soul, next Dragon, very important for Nyam Polytechnic, and for SMU, very important to make sure that the game goes into the late game. I do think that the catch by SMU onto the AD carry of Nyam Polytechnic was good. However, I don't believe that SMU should not have went for the Dragon, because Viego was not posturing for the Dragon, and because Viego was not around, it is not in favor of SMU at that point of time, because Viego is one of the stronger damage dealer right now. So I think that SMU weren't on the same page, so that Dragon did go over to the side of Nyam Polytechnic. And now Kane, 18 minutes, still no form.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see, right? At this point of time, you still don't have your form, and the enemy is just getting harder and harder to kill. As we saw earlier, that burst damage coming in from Kane was not strong enough. There was not enough like fast damage coming in. So Kane kind of lost out there, needed support his team, and the Reef Herald will fall on the side of, into the hands of MP actually.
Yes, MP getting the Herald, and MP actually now has close to 2,500 gold lead, and most of it actually is on the jungle of the Nyam Polytechnic Cappuccino. No, wait, hold up. It's actually not on Cappuccino, it's actually on D-Dog as well as Heart. Kane, although he is behind in terms of kills and assists, he is actually 3 camps, no, actually there's like 8 camps ahead of the Lee Sin, so he is still even in goal. However, the LeBlanc and the Mundo just taking over the game from the goal, from their own laning phase as well. Kaisa herself is also ahead in the goal.
I mean, they do have the assist and kill coming alongside for them, so I kind of think it's more MP favorite because you're assisting your teammates rather than just your own solo goal, right?
Yes, and we finally see Kane. I think he is on his blue form now. So it's gonna be the blue Kane for this game. I mean, we kind of expected it because it was the Dark Harvest, and now in Nyam Polytechnic they are pushing for the mid lane.
Oh man, it's gonna be a 4-man at the mid side now. The dog in the enemy top jungle now.
Oh,
what was that damage? I see, chucked down to low. I don't think he wants to stay any longer because as I mentioned, that kind of jinxed it for him. But now Squirrels will be the other ADC getting chucked down by the side of SMU, and the engage comes in huge. A stun goes on from the side of Leona, but it will not be able to self-sustain for NP. And there we go, the Lee Sin falls as well, and now the dog has to run for his life.
Can the Mundo get away?
I believe so. Right. I mean, unless they cut him off right now, right? Or he's just gonna juke around and get 1 kill. Escape, perhaps? No, but yeah, you're not gonna survive 4-man, I guess. But he does burst his flash. Will he be able to make full use of that flash? No, he will not.
Shutdown goes over to the Kane, and that is SMU fighting their way back into the game. Although IC4Y did fall down early on, but it doesn't matter because the team of SMU right now just consists of the 4 key players right now, because that is the Viego, the Kane, the Akali, and the Thumb Kench. And it was just unfortunate that Skrill get caught, and that was what caused the fight to occur. But LeBlanc before that managed to get a good pick onto IC4Y, so NP actually have a way to still play the game. You just have to burst one champion at a time. But if NP does not respect SMU's all-in potential, then that's where SMU just comes back from this game. So now you see the goal lead is lower than 2,000 goal in favor of Ngyan Polytechnic still, but this is not where you want to be right now as for the side of Ngyan Polytechnic, because they are the early game to mid-game team. Although the late game there is LeBlanc to do the one-shot potential, but SMU's all-in in the late game is way stronger.
For sure. In terms of like their how they can like dish out their damage as fast as possible on top of one target, and they're not all very tanky targets. Even the Lee Sin isn't that tanky, as you can see right now. He's going for more of a bursty kind of play style here with the Sterox and the boots there. I think.
Oh, here comes Mundo. He's gonna run it down on the Viego. Will Viego dodge him?
I think he's gonna have. I think he's gonna get out of this scot-free, right?
Oh, he actually dodges it.
All right. He dodges skill shot. He dodges the second skill shot from Lee Sin as well. Yeah, he will get away scot-free. He does use up his ult, so he will be off commission for a short while.
Can you imagine if Mundo owns a music shop and he sells ukuleles for a living? How many ukuleles would he have destroyed by the end of a game?
If you count, I think average kills thrown per game for Mundos is about like 300, right?
So you think about so imagine that if there's a ukulele shop that actually supplies Mundo with all the ukuleles.
More than that actually.
That's 300 ukuleles down, and that's like a lot of money wasted there for a side of Mundo. So I do hope that Mundo will use his Q more cautiously, because that is money spent. But again,
you need a 3-story shop house just to carry out that amount of ukuleles, I swear. Unless it's all like
even 3 stories wouldn't be enough, right? Because who knows how much he actually threw. 300 was like an average number. Or hold on, however. SMU now, they are posturing for this Mountain Dragon. This is an important dragon where I do believe it will change the game if NP gets the Mountain Soul. But NP says, just take the Mountain Dragon. We're gonna go open your mid lane.
Yeah, I mean the objective game here that is towers. MP is leading very favorably here, and there will be the mid tower, third one down for SMU now, and they're gonna come in close. It's gonna see a 4v4. The LeBlanc is lagging a bit far behind. Akali is catching up close here. They're trying to buy as much time as for both sides to come in. Tamkench goes in with the deep, kind of misses there. They're gonna just try and kite this out as long as possible, and they try to go and play the smart game. They don't want to engage because they know they will lose this 5v5 here, so they're just going for the objective instead.
So, but that is a big win for Ngyan Polytechnic because they delayed the fight so long, and Mountain Dragon has not yet been taken. SMU still have to take the Mountain Dragon. Hold on.
Who will win this battle? The burst.
Oh,
and
my goodness.
There we go, hard, getting the shutdown on the Kane. So this will still be a 4v4. Hart is decommissioned for a short while. He has to go back and regenerate. Mundo is coming back kind of slowly, but the TP comes in from him, so maybe it won't be too bad with this 4v4. You can see how Kane's dives in super deep, gets the kill on the Kaisa, and now Fudge Nugget will be taking the brunt of the damage, trying his best, but will fall down as well shortly. And now Foxicle is going to pick up the Leona, try to use his ability as much as he can. The second one is going to fall will be the Tamkench on the side of SMU. The Mountain Drake has been aggroed as well at the same time. Kane's going for the burst, gets Cappuccino. I see on the 1v1 with the Mundo. Mundo gets the kill. And now Kane, the dog, Foxicle, Hart, both team 2v2 now. Who will come on top? Both all really low health. Hart is going to try to go for the burst play on the top of Kane, but now the dog turns the table now with the ultimate. Now will be able to chunk more of Kane's health. Going to be able to 1v1 Foxicle as well. No issues as well against the Viego. The shutdown comes down. Lands his kill on the Kanes as well. He's going to have to retreat. And Mundo is back to full health. Now Kane will be close to the jungle as well. To the dragon. He's going to try and juke around the dog. But I think the dog can win this 1v1 quite easily. So he's going to be very scared. And Kane will just run for the kills now.
Yes, but Mountain Dragon is still not taken, so there will probably be another fight coming in, and this is where I believe SMU and NP, they are just really going all in for this Mountain Dragon. However, Kane does not have the access into the dragon, so I think SMU will have to concede this dragon away. Viego has no teleport, so this is definitely Mountain Soul over to the side of Ngee Ann Polytechnic.
Look at the dog, he's doing such a good job at preventing the enemy from coming in, or he may even steal the blue buff for all we know, right?
Yeah, he might, but I guess Kane smites it away, so there is no one. But let's just talk about the fight briefly, because that was just clean execution from Ngee Ann Polytechnic and a bit of miscoordination from the side of SMU, because if Viego does not go onto the LeBlanc, I do believe that he gets to kill the Mundo, and that would have been game over, fight 1 for the side of SMU. But because he changed target into the LeBlanc last minute, I think it went to the side of NP, because the Mundo managed to kill the backline without Viego being there, and that was what that allowed Mundo to regain back his health from his ultimate, and that was what changed the fight into NP's favor.
Oh, I know that the fight kind of prolonged longer than it should, but it was a very intense fight though at the end of it.
Yeah, I think Mundo did not play that very well. Hart is also played relatively well, because he was the one that was actually baiting the Viego away from his team, and Viego took the bait, and that was what caused SMU to actually get the big lead in the fight.
Yeah.
NP to get the lead in the fight.
Yeah, I mean SMU has to play together as one. They can't separate, because once they separate, NP, the LeBlanc, the Lee Sin, mostly these two, right? It's gonna burst you down instantly, more or less.
So we kind of identified that how SMU wants to play this game is through their team fighting, how they actually focus one target by one target, allow the Viego to reset, and from each reset, that is when he is actually able to really punish NP's team comp. But if you choose to target multiple different enemies at the same time, then that's not how you want to play with the Viego. So I guess that was what caused SMU to lose the previous fight. But now NP with the Mountain Soul, they are posturing for this Mountain Dragon. I do believe that NP can play the Baron dance with the side of SMU.
I don't think they have an issue at all, especially with Kane, right? So it shouldn't be much of a hassle. Mundo is still at the top lane now. You can see as well the bottom lane. We have the Akali and the LeBlanc. They were kind of just pushing the lane. Akali is far away, so this will be a 4v4 for a short while until they can come back up. Perhaps try to make SMU think that they're gonna get the Baron for short, just to like confuse them a bit, like bait them towards the area. But while MP can perhaps get the bottom tower, get the objective.
Yeah, see Cappuccino, he is hovering over the LeBlanc. They might look for a dive against Akali, and Q
there we
lands.
go. Is he gonna go in? He's waiting for the... Oh, it's a good bait, good bait.
Oh, there's a good bait there from the Lee Sin, and they managed to chunk the turret a little bit low. So now Kane has come all the way here, and there's no action. Oh, hold on, they're actually starting the Baron.
Alright, but how about Diorama? Tamkench is still prepped up and ready nearby. Perhaps they try to distract and get as much information, go for the steal, but they're gonna back off because they know they kind of alerted SMU to it. They wanna arrive the Hornets, disturb the Hornets' nest, right? But Hart alone now, skills on cooldown. Perhaps playing as a LeBlanc, you know, it's kind of easy to get away. Decides to W back. Pretty smart move because you know that you can just juke it out. But Akali is going to TP to the top. Going to go for the Baron. Now it's going to be a 1v1 at the bottom lane as well as the 4v4 on the top side now. The Baron is getting chunked out. The dog doing an amazing job at holding this, delaying the enemy from attempting to go anywhere near the Baron pit. The information is there. Cappuccino is there for the smite. The Baron should go in the favor of MP. Unless Red Team steals it, SMU steals the Baron! But however, will they be able to survive long enough to make full use of it? The dog going to be able to solo out at least 3 members on the top side, but it seems like Kaisa and Baron Pit doing their own duty as well. The Blanc almost catching out the Viego, super low on health. The bomb tower is, I believe, almost down. So this is still in NP's hand. They're going for the mid inhib, and they could go possibly for the GG push here.
I think NP will push GG for the end of game 1, and that was a good Baron still coming from Kane, but hold on, it seems like gonna be an end game push. Can Ngee Ann Polytechnic end this game here?
2 members left on the side of SMU against 5. But they still have the Akali, still have the burst potential, but the first tower of the inhib, the Nexus will go down. 3 members up now for SMU. They're going to go in, dive in deep. There we go, Cappuccino gets burst down now. Kane's goes for the Zonya, going to be able to delay a little bit longer. The 4th member of SMU is going to pop out now. The Varus going to come in very deep now. They have to disengage, they can't fight this any longer, but the Nexus is now exposed. And now Foxco on the other side of the wall could be very dangerous now, but they're going to go in a bit more of a dive now. The dog going to take the full damage from SMU, tanking it up. And there we go, the disengage comes fully. I think it's pretty clean. They lose only 1 member.
Yeah, I do think that SMU did put up a good fight.
Oh, okay,
hold on.
but there will be the and now Hart gets the kill onto Kane. Now that's not what you want to see. Now the things are gonna get very hairy for SMU, especially once the Thumb Kench falls. Now the TP comes in for Makali yet again. The dog caught right in the middle, but he is Mundo. He goes where he feels, but he will fall down, but gets 1 Q at the end. Now Foxy gonna take up the Mundo, so now they're gonna try their best to take down this mid tower. MP now 2 members left. Lands onto Squirrels, won't be able to dive in deeper now. So Fudge tries to take out as much, but Capriccio the Lisa is here to be able to deter as much damage as possible now. But he falls down to at least a quarter of the health. Tower will go down very shortly in the mid lane for the side of MP. And there we go. They're still gonna carry on the push. 3 members now mid lane for MP, low health, as well as SMU at least above half. Should be able to take this mid tower, but Hart coming from the backlines. He does have the blue buff. It's gonna be very scary. Try to bait out small creature. Huge W distortion lands onto 2, bring IC down to low and gets the kill. And now Foxio has to run for his life. Kings as well. They have to do this maneuver and just split away. They don't want to group up, especially against NP. Oh, that was a very huge back and forth fight coming in from both teams, and the Elder Dragon is up as well.
Yes, now with Varus actually still being dead, I think NP can actually move to the Elder Dragon pit first, set up the division, or maybe just even start the Elder Dragon strip, because right now SMU have not yet recalled, and this could be where the last fight is for this game. And I think so far from what we've seen, NP are playing the fights relatively better than SMU, because although SMU's comm is much easier to execute, the LeBlanc has been getting a lot of good picks before every fight, and that's what is changing the tides in favor of NP for most of this fight.
I mean, after picking up the Rabadon, you know, it's kind of, that's it, right? People say GG.com, but I'm going to say that's it.com, because I've heard the lines from someone. It's pretty funny to me. Oh man, but SMU 4 members, or 5 members actually, very close to the Elder Dragon. They don't want to lose this Elder Soul, because if they lose this Elder Soul, they lose the game right here, right now. Unless they can get a beautiful engage on top of it. The Baron in the Dragon Pit.
LeBlanc is now spotted behind them.
Coming in the back. Oh, okay, kind of a beautiful bait coming in from Hart. Wants to scare, scare tactics coming in from MP against SMU. Now 5 members are both in the piercing arrow, dealing so little damage against the dog.
Oh, but hold on, you see in the mid lane.
Oh, he's going for the rat! He's going for the rat. Alright, he's gonna go for it. Perhaps, but there will be a person to recall, but Akali will be able to recall. And now at the bottom lane, they're having a dish out of their own. Now 2 will recall back. Hart has done the damage, has made the 2 recall happen, and that's the bait that NP kind of needed now. But Fox got last one standing. Instead of Hart is still in the enemy's base. It will be a 1v3 here. He's gonna distract the enemy team. Go for a Nexus instead. Bringing the Nexus down to half health. Is he gonna expect it? Is he gonna expect it? He dodged a shot. He does a distortion. He goes for the last kill. There we go, NP.
Game 1.
Ending game number 1 with a show. What a heck of a game that was.
That was just... He actually stood still at the last moment to actually channel his recall, and then use his W back to his actual position, and then lands the final auto attack. And that's how much confidence he has to end the game there. I think NP really just outdrafted SMU in the early game, although they did show the game a bit back and forth, but SMU lost it a little bit when they actually committed for a fight and didn't play together as a team, and NP actually took advantage of it. From there gets the Dragon, and although the Baron was stolen, they managed to push SMU out of the base and get away the 2 extra turrets, and then they fought a little bit more, and after the fight, SMU just seems a little bit lost in terms of how they want to coordinate, and that LeBlanc was just beautiful to watch from Hart.
Yeah, it was a reminder of X-Packet on the Castadian, right? It kind of reminds me of that moment.
In LeBlanc and Castadian, they both have the dashes, so it's kind of similar to how they can actually get distance away and get the auto attacks in. But it was just beautiful to see how Hart, with the LeBlanc, managed to actually dominate his lane and translate the lane pressure he had against Akali towards the other lane, which was the bottom lane, which is actually the only losing lane they had throughout the game for NP. So I do want to see how SMU adapt to this, because what I believe they need to do is actually change the draft, because they need to have another winning lane other than the bottom lane.
Yeah, all I can say was that when SMU went for the recalls, right? And MP kind of stopped it, and that's basically it. That's where we saw the GG come out. But the backdoor push coming in from what I saw from Hart. Sorry, I'm just kind of distracted on that play that
Yes,
just
the
happened.
back door there from Hart was beautiful. So game 1 ends off with a fiesta of a game, but it went over to the side of NP1, SMU 0. But right now, we'll be going for a short break, so stick around.
See it.
Hi everyone, this is Jake. Starting from 16th of August, you can download the virtual interactive performance of my song 再度起航 Take Flight on the official website of Gardens by the Bay. Explore the virtual Gardens by the Bay and sing with my virtual avatar. You can also stand a chance to win amazing prizes. So, act now!
Start 15 morning, I start to work on everything. It's hot, you cannot say anything, but I try my best to do my job.
会啦，累一定会的嘛，要扛东西啊，一定满身大汗咯。哦，一天一天都是要这样做吗？你做小贩是这样的。
I mean, for me to go inside the hawker store, it's hot, it's dry, so I think as a hawker, you would make sure that you dress something which you feel comfortable.
I just love wearing the mask. It's a super lightweight material, breathable. It's also a UV protective.
What I like about these airism products is like it's very comfortable. Like, you know, you need to turn around here and all that. It's stretchable. It's breathable. Even though I sweat, I dry very fast again. Another thing is like the mask. Actually, it's very easy to breathe. Even you walk fast also, you can breathe. Sometimes I don't even feel like I'm wearing a mask. Thank you, Hawker Heroes and Uniqlo.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back for game 2 between SMU and Ngee Ann Polytechnic. I'm Raiko, and with me I have Twilights. What a banger it was of a game 1 it was.
I'm still catching my breath from what I just saw in the last moments of the game just now.
Yes, man. It was one of the most exciting games because of how close it was and how intense each fight was, because every fight seems like it's going to be favored to another team, but no. Other team managed to turn it around and they get back the lead. And we kind of discussed about how NP was favored early game, and it was favored NP early game. And then mid game it went slightly into SMU's favor because Ngee Ann Polytechnic kind of threw a bit of the lead away. But SMU threw it back to them and NP took the lead. And there was a stunning backdoor coming in from Hart. And if I would give an MVP vote for him, that would be for game 1, Hart is the MVP.
In my heart, your MVP, Hart.
My heart too.
Okay, so I mean that was like a literal game of badminton, just going like the shuttlecock is going back and forth.
Yeah,
but at the one moments like you just like spike it down, coming in from Hart.
So this is like a badminton finals, and now we are going to game 2. I do want to see how SMU changed the draft a little bit because, like I mentioned earlier on, they played a little bit too scaling and they don't have the prior they wanted to play the game. Although bottom lane had the prior, they didn't manage to secure the dragons, which was a big issue that I felt SMU needed to solve. And looking into game 2, I do want to see how they actually solve this problem. So before we go into game 2, just a quick shout out to Uniqlo for anyone who has not yet downloaded the app. Please do download the app. The QR code will appear maybe, I believe,
right here. At the bottom
right there.
Right here.
Yeah.
Oh,
no.
They
Now
changed
it's
it.
center.
It's right here
okay,
now.
right
Okay.
here now. All right. So do download the QR code if you have not, because there's a $5 voucher if you get to download the QR code using this QR code when you want to purchase from Uniqlo. So with that all said, let's jump straight into game 2, the pick and bans.
All right. Do you think SMU will finally wake up their idea and perhaps go for a better draft this time, or will they lose the draft? You can see the Lee Sin already getting banned from the South SMU. Yeah. You don't want to face that again. And SMP going for their Diana ban like previously. So far, things pretty standard.
Wake up your idea sounds like a very army term that you'll use.
I am still. So
I mean, I'm pretty sure the SMU people have went through the national service, and knowing that they have already woken up the idea. They are banning out the two champions. That was the biggest threat to them in game 1, the LeBlanc and the Lee Sin. So I like how SMU is changing up the draft a little bit, and especially because you're on the blue side, have the first pick, you don't have to ban all the meta champions. And now NP forced to ban the Gwen, forced to ban the Diana. I like what I'm saying so far from SMU.
I mean, like I mentioned, they woke up the idea, right? So they are finally realizing what was their mistake. Oh look, they're even banning the Leona. What's going on? They're literally banning the entire lineup of MP.
Okay, I don't like the Leona ban because I felt that Leona wasn't the issue in the game.
It wasn't the issue, but
I think SMU says that we're just gonna ban whatever you played the previous game because that's how you think you only can play. And NP just says we're just gonna stick with the same bans that we had the previous game.
Yeah, this is still the same bans. I guess they know what they're not good against, right? So you want to take those champions out of the pool as soon as possible. Right? You don't want to deal with it.
Yes, and you see the Viego locked in again. This was a priority pick for SMU in the first game, and they're gonna repeat this prior on Viego again. So I want to see what NP has in store because we did see the Mundo. The Mundo was indeed doing what he wants against this Viego in the top lane.
I'm surprised they didn't ban the Mundo first. Like they banned the Leona instead of the Mundo.
I think that Mundo was actually a better bet because the Mundo was actually a big issue for the Viego in the lane because the Mundo actually managed to get the lead on the Viego, and that was a big issue because you expected that a Viego wants to play against a lane that he's able to win. So taking the losing lane wasn't what you want as the Viego. But now look at Ngam Polytechnic, how they changed the draft. The first pick on the Varus, one of the best AD carry right now in the meta. And now Trundle maybe going to jungle, but can be in the support role as well, even the top lane if he wants to.
The dog, he was playing the Mundo earlier. Now he's on the ADC role now. Like as well, like I'm pretty sure they kind of want to ban the Mundo, or is it the Ziggs? Is the Diorama kind of hovering over the Ziggs? But yeah, so the Mundo earlier did so much damage, like preventing SMU from entering the Dragon Pit, from the Baron Pit, and even their like any engagements in general. Mundo has always been that middleman there. So I hope to see the Mundo ban come out for SMU, but they kind of know MP may not choose it after all because the dog may go for the Varus in the end. Who knows? He may go for the top again. But now we do see SMU pick up the Ezreal as well as the Sliders. Not too shabby.
Yeah, I don't like what SMU is doing here because picking the Ezreal into the Varus just is like asking yourself to get shot by the piercing arrow of the Varus because Ezreal's Q does not reach the same range as the Varus Q, so it'll be very difficult, especially into the mid to late game, to actually poke out this Varus. And being the Ezreal, although you can arcane shift out, the Q of the Ezreal will not be able to touch the Varus, and that's a very big issue, especially for SMU's team comp. So I would have wanted them to actually pick the Ziggs because it was a much favorable pick against the Varus. It provides the range, it provides the AoE, it provides the zone control with all the slows as well as the W. And the W is so important because early game as a Ziggs, you are able to just demolish turrets with 1.5 plates left, and that was what made Ziggs a strong pick against the Varus. So looking at SMU draft, although I like the Viego and the Sylas pick, I think the Ezreal does not fit into the comp. Now looking at NP, however, they have a better team comp, the Varus, the Karma, and the Trundle. And look at the bans, we see the Darius, Yuumi from the Ngam Polytechnic, and SMU bans out the Mundo.
There we go.
Yeah, I think SMU does not like the fact that Mundo is doing whatever he pleases, so he chose to walk it. They chose to bench him instead because he is not allowed to run around the Rift again.
I mean, that's a good idea. And okay, this time they're banning the Tamkench. This is from their side.
Yeah, I think Tamkench is actually a good ban because again, it is a stat check champion, and you saw how he just ate the Kaisa alive in lane twice.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah,
even as a support. Like a support Tamkench is still something you don't want to mess with, right?
Yeah, and NP looks to just lock in the Oriana, so I do think it's gonna be a mid lane Ori versus the mid lane of Sylas and the mid lane for SMU. I don't know what SMU will pick here. They might want to pick the support and then probably blind the top laner because I do think the Viego should go into the jungle, and yes, they do lock in the support here. I would have preferred Nautilus, but I guess maybe they want to take the trash. Oh, Braum even. Okay, fine, Braum.
Braum is fine. So I'm going to try and read that Chinese words there, even though my Chinese is horrible. Xiao Xingyu or Xiao Yu something.
Okay,
just, yeah. Okay, no, never mind.
Long story short, his name was formerly called Vendetta. Okay, so that's just
Vendetta? Okay, okay, let's call him Vendetta.
Let's just call him Vendetta instead. So Vendetta actually, he was a jungler in the previous game, but he's most known for his position in the mid lane. So, okay, I guess there's a technical difficulty. I think one of the players disconnected.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what is the process like here for now. But looking from what SMU and Nyang Polytechnic have been showing so far, I like Nyang Polytechnic's draft way more. It's much easier to play. There's less room for errors. SMU, however, again going for the all-in.
Very interesting picks overall.
Yeah, although SMU they have the prior pick on the Viego, they did pick Silas, which are two very strong picks at this point of time. They just kind of messed up the bottom lane draft a little bit. I don't like the Ezreal. It just doesn't fit into the comp. They should probably go in for a more all-in AD carry, maybe like a Kai'Sa. Probably look at the Jhin even better.
Jhin, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Or even just go for the Ziggs, because Ziggs against Varus just spells disaster for the Varus, and Varus does not play the game well. Every time you charge a Q, it just opens up a damage burst from the ulti. So I would have much preferred the Ziggs. But then again, I mean, NP, I'm not really sure how well they can play this draft that they have drafted. But SMU, can they actually play the Ziggs? That's something we haven't really seen them themselves. So we're not sure what to do. But SMU did play Ziggs against NUS. So I'm not. I wanted to see Ziggs again because I know they can play the Ziggs.
It worked, right?
Yeah, exactly. It works, but they're not showing it, so I'm not.
Who knows? Maybe they kind of like DC by accident, and then like let's hear what the analyst has to say. Oh, they say pick Ziggs. Let's go pick Ziggs.
Yeah, oh shit! Oh wait,
hey, what guys? Why do you forget? You guys forgot the Ziggs, guys?
I don't have Ziggs. I'm so sorry, but they did have the Ziggs. So, yeah. So it seems that there was a technical difficulty. One of the players got disconnected by the server by accident. So the draft right now, they are doing it all the way up to where Brom was picked. So similar draft is just all the way to that point.
It's just the last guy. This last guy is gonna be chosen now. So they know what they're gonna choose. They're gonna ban what they're gonna ban. That's what they're doing right now. In the meantime, I still favor MP's lineup here.
Yeah, I think MP draft again. They are playing more efficiently because it's a much easier draft to execute. Although we won't see Hart on his LeBlanc game because it was banned out, I think Hart has shown that he knows how to play the lane very well. And looking from how he plays the lane, I expect to see again a mid lane dominant performance from Hart against the mid lane of SMU. Which, as of now, again we talked about how SMU can lane swap, so we don't know which player is playing where.
There is still opportunity for anything that can happen here. And Astro, every time I look at Astro, it just feels so off looking in that lineup. Maybe because it's the current meta, right? That you always see this set champions, and out of nowhere you see an off-meta champion. I mean, it's not really off-meta entirely, but you don't see it as often, you know.
Yeah, so I think SMU right now, they need to finalize the last pick because they picked the Brom, they have the Ezreal as the bottom lane, then they have Silas and they have Viego. So I do think they are going to pick the top lane. It might be a set if the Viego goes to the jungle, or it might even be something else that SMU have in store for us. We're not really sure is it, but NP right now, I do think the Trundle will most likely go into the jungle against the Viego jungle.
Most likely, yeah. I agree.
Oh, okay.
Oh, is that Irelia? Alright.
It is.
Not too bad.
Irelia right now, I think, although she was nerfed, still broken.
Still broken. I mean, classic, right? I mean, like since the earlier seasons in the game, in the game of League, nothing has really changed, right? I mean, like, they tried their best to nerf her. She was nerfed for a short while, but she kind of still just came out, right?
I think that Irelia right now is in a position of the game where she can just take over the games without even landing a single shot, because that's just how easy it is to get 4 attacks. However, NP looks to lock in the Akali, so D-Dog will take the Akali to the top lane. Hart will take the Orianna to the mid lane, probably. I don't think the Varus will go to the mid lane. So, very standard stuff from NP, and this is what I like. Simple to execute team comp with a style of play that has a way to play. Whereas SMU just feels like they just want to go all in, and looking at the players themselves who are in the game, it seems that
SMU kind of had a change in lineup, right?
It's not change of lineup, but it's change of positions.
Position, sorry.
Yeah, so now you see Foxgirl will still stay in the top side, and Irelia will Vendetta, who was the jungler, the king in the previous game, he will be going into the mid lane.
Okay, yeah, like you see, I see previously the ADC, the Varus.
Now goes back to the support.
Kind of getting demoted there, but he was doing his job. I mean, it wasn't that bad.
And Akali now goes into the AD carry, and the support jumps into the jungle. So there's a switch up in terms of role. And this is what I talked about with regards to SMU, because their players are so versatile in all roles. They can just lane swap anyone at any point of time. And that is something that I don't think many teams can do. And because SMU is able to do this, it makes drafting against them very difficult, because you don't know, is this guy going to play mid lane? Is this guy playing the top lane? Which lane is he playing?
It kind of confuses the enemy team that is MP. But then, and again, you kind of being at this level, you kind of are prepared to go against, like, example, if Viego goes like top or mid or jungle, you're kind of ready for that already. You just like playing 2, 3 steps ahead rather than playing 2 steps behind, you know.
Yeah, and knowing how NP probably have prepared something, considering that they probably have thought about what are the possible lane options that each player can play for SMU, and they probably draft something in preparation for this. I do think NP's draft still favored to them. SMU, again, a more all-in team comp, and if they don't get the all-ins that they want, that it will be very difficult for SMU to play the game. So I'm looking at this draft favored to NP, but again, we talk about the time window. However, there's no time window this game. Because last game they had the 30-minute time window for SMU's comp skills, but in this game, NP also have the scaling. So it's very difficult to come back for SMU unless they get a big snowball early game.
I'm just looking at which team will be able to snowball better, and I'm kind of leaning towards NP, which is like this side of the screen. So
yeah, I think NP have the better can snowball effectively, but I think SMU can make opportunities better. Because their comp have so much CC, it's much easier to execute in terms of fighting. But it's just whether NP will walk them to fight. So, if they don't fight, then I think NP wins. If NP and SMU fights, SMU will win, and then just snowballs off, and then the game is over.
Would that ever happen though? Why are your bets of chances of that happening?
I think SMU will fight. Definitely will fight, because they have shown that they are willing to take any fights in the previous game, so why not just fight more this game, right? NP and friends, NP and the players itself, they are willing to fight also, but I think they need to know when to fight for this game, because right now, if they choose to fight early game, then it'll just spell disaster for them to the mid late game, and that's not what the team of NP want, because NP, I believe, they have winning lanes in the bomb lane again. The jungle is slightly favored into, I believe, Trundle early game. Akali doesn't really win super hard on Silas early game as well. But mid lane, I think it will be very difficult to tell whether Orianna takes the lead, because although Ori have the range advantage, the Irelia right now, the reworked Irelia just packs a different punch.
Can you mention again what's the rework for Irelia again? I kind of forgot about it.
So Irelia right now, the changes to her is that first, the passive, right? You don't need 5 stacks to reach your maximum stacks. You just need 4. So it's much easier to get into the threshold of the 4 stacks and then activate the passive effect of the Irelia. Then also you have the Q, which scales with level. You have the W, which now doesn't just negate the physical damage, it also negates magic damage, but to a lesser degree. So I think with regards to the changes, it is more favorable for Irelia to be played now. It's just I'm curious to see how Vendetta will be able to play the Irelia and adapt his build path to see how the team is playing.
In the mid lane against an Ori.
Yes, and I think Ori is one of the most safe champions to play, especially when you're mid laner, because the kit she provides, even if you fall far behind, you don't lose entirely, because there's always option to come back, especially if you land a big 5-man shot wave. There's always a fight to turn around. So I want to see what Hart can do on this Orianna, because if he can perform as well as LeBlanc, then this should be a good game to watch.
I mean, Orianna as well can kite. You have your mobility. You have your your slow, your CC.
Maybe you'll see a second vector, but this time by Orianna. How do you feel about it?
Quivering. I mean, I think you still can kind of backdoor with Oriana, right? You still have your movement speed, you can have your slow. If you have a shockwave, you have it. But other than that, you can just like keep making rounds. But then if you're up against perhaps the Viego maybe or the Ezreal, a bit harder because you have that range. You know, when you go across the Nexus, Viego should be able to catch up relatively fast.
Yeah. So what I have right now here, this is my book of predictions, right?
Yeah.
So this book of prediction is predicting to me again, NP will take this game 2-0. So this book has actually failed me a lot because this is my book I used to also predict my games against NUS, and most of the games I predicted using this book, fails me. And I predicted myself to be 2-0 against SMU. I got the 2-0 instead. So that is this book of prediction that I brought here. Predicts NP will win, but maybe
who knows? Maybe
SMU
is gonna get 1
gonna
point,
take
right?
this game away. So now we're inside Summoner's Rift, game 2. SMU now on the blue side, NP on the red side.
In this best of 5 series, this is gonna be the second game. Second game, there's still even after one more game, still one more game. So
there's still a comeback potential, right?
Yeah,
if
comeback potential.
NP wins this, there's always a chance for the reverse sweep, and I think SMU knows that they can bring the reverse sweep.
Or will NP be able to 3-0 SMU? That's the other question, right?
Yeah, I think.
I really like that Trundle skin though. That Trundle skin is really nice.
I think Viego forgot to ward when he was recalling and didn't manage to capture where Trundle was recalling or placing his ward. So I think was a slight mistake by SMU, or maybe he just didn't want to ward, and I think he's just going around later to clear the wards. So Trundle did put the ward there to look out for in case Viego goes for a late invade or something like that. But it seems like both junglers again starting on the same side and will be pathing to the top side. So it seems like it's going to be a top focus game this year.
Okay, you can see a very hard leash coming in from the side of MP this time round. And it will be the blue buff.
Oh no, hold on.
It's going to be a 2v2, early 2v2 in the start of the game. And there we go, the early big burst damage coming on top of Flash. The Ignite and the Flash will get burnt. Back and forth, Skrills and attack back and forth. Another Flash being burnt off. Oh, I see, going for the Flash Q play, but unfortunately misses. So there goes all the summoner spells at the bottom lane.
Again, the level 1 just very aggressive coming from the side of SMU. I think Skrills there should have just backed off, knowing that the Braum is really too low enough to be unable to fight. But now he got chunked out as well. Oh, that's just nasty. And this is why we talk about the Karma Virus lane. It is not playable for a Braum. And top lane, however, Akali getting traded on by the Silas, managed to survive the trade. And I just noticed that Akali actually takes Ignite.
Okay, Ignite TP. Not the worst I can say, but will he be able to survive Foxico here? Perhaps, maybe. Okay, Foxico didn't go in for the dive. I'm not too sure why. Maybe he was a bit wary of maybe perhaps an enemy jungler nearby. But Foxico looks to play a bit more aggressive, going in a little bit more close to the tower. But Trundle will be there to cover if he decides to go to the top lane. Summoner spells are still up for Ezreal, so there is still the heal and flash for him. It's going to be trades coming from bottom lane. Skrills being brought down to low.
I think that Ezreal should have just went all in because Varus had no summoners, but he didn't go all in, and that is NP just taking away the trade. Now Karma is actually full health, so that's actually good for Karma. And here top lane.
Alright, trying to bait up for Cappuccino to come close, but the first blood! Quick and easy for Foxico.
And that is just unfortunate because D-Dog just teleported back to the top lane and dies still, so that is just unfortunate. The wave is now crashing the turret. I think Cappuccino is trying to prevent the wave from crashing, so EXP still goes over to the Akali, and that's actually good play from the Trundle. I like what I see from the Trundle so far.
Alright, managed to wall off Foxico, really low health. He has to burn his flash as well.
Yeah, I think Foxico there should have recalled and just look to TP bait. He is still staying, so that's again just I think a big mistake. But if
hang on.
No!
Ramadaviga catches Cappuccino off guard. It's gonna fall as well now. It's gonna be 2 in the favor of SMU. That's a good timing from Dorama to go to the top lane and catch up that poor Trundle.
Yeah, so we did mention about how NP just must not fight early game because it is SMU favorite, but 2 kills now to the side of SMU. It might be a threat if the Viego commits, but Viego chose not to, and he's just going to run down to the bottom side to get the second scuttle as well.
Hard was at full health. He just brought Hart to at least 3/4 health, so I think that's kind of worth it, you know.
Yeah,
Just,
and
that's kind of roaming down, dishing out some harassment damage for Hart, and then just returning back to your business, right?
yeah, so looking at the early game so far, I actually favor. Oh, hold on here, now
getting
it's more
caught.
fighting.
Oh no, they don't go get Rooter. There we go now. The final kill for Squirrels the Varus now. Going to increase his power spike sooner, the better.
And I think that was a little bit over-aggressive from Diego because his team just recalled, so he had no rights to be going after the Scuttle because his team won't be there to support him. But I think I get his intention because he knows that Trundle is dead. He can go for the Scuttle if he wants to, but this is unfortunate because his team just recalled.
Yeah, in the top lane, the dog and Foxo being brought down to so low health now. Foxigo can't dive, and the dog is trying to prep himself for the dive from the mid lane area, doing what Irelia does. Perhaps getting caught, maybe not yet. Fudgenug is going to try to go for the root in the bot side.
This bottom lane will be very difficult for SMU, especially now since the Varus has the double buff, so a lot of pokes, a lot of Qs, a lot of poke, and a lot of AA damage from the burn will be coming through. Trundle might die though, but Karma is there.
The smite. Is the smite off yet? Cooldown? Yeah, it is off cooldown. And there we go. I believe Trundle is now level 5.
I think they're going to go for a gank onto the Varus. It might be.
There will be the Vision Ward and the River Bush. So, yeah, but they're still going to go dive in.
Oh! They didn't land onto the...
Going off on the Kama, but of course Kama has that huge healing potential there. Perhaps going to go for the root onto the poor Brom.
Oh, and the top lane, no. Foxgirl gets a kill on the Akali. We did not manage to get to see that, but this is just disaster for the top side. Silas getting the big lead.
Yeah, like you mentioned, like Silas against Akali, Silas is going to have the upper hand here.
Yeah, it's Silas' favorite early, but I think towards the mid game, if the Akali match gets item, it is slightly Akali favorite more. But Akali, even with the Ignite, didn't manage to get a big enough advantage against the Silas, and this is just disaster for the South NP because if the Silas this far hit early on, it'll be difficult, and he hold on, I think
that was such an aggressive Essence shift to dive on top of Skrills. That was a bit scary, and Brom will have to recall here. Okay, but how about the jungler nearby? Maybe able to dive on top of this Varus, trying to, maybe Kane's trying to bait it out perhaps?
Yeah, I think
channeling. Okay, what was that channel? But what was the dash? But
I think they're trying to bait him out. And looking at here, I think yes, they are getting baited. So one, he will be dead.
Oh, but yeah, I see it's just too low on health. Would he be able to get second? No, Varus falls instead, and now they're playing as the Varus. Go for the kill, but Fudge go.
He snipes the Karma.
Arrow, that skill shot, beautiful. And now Diorama is gonna try and chase this Trundle, but of course the burst flower is just gonna allow it to escape.
Yeah, and that is a 2-for-2, but it actually favors SMU more because Viego just gets way ahead of the curve. And okay, on the top side, Foxgirl dying to Didok, and Didok with the Ignite just so kills the Silas. Okay, this is what we want to see. Why take the Ignite?
Oh, Shockwave misses on top of Vendetta. So close, but yeah, I realize we keep missing out these top fights.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate that the fights are happening when we're not looking at it. Because
there are two fights happening at the same time, so
yeah, top lane is a very skilled fight because it's two assassins, two very OP assassins with a lot of dashes. Let's see how they try to outplay each other. But you know, it's unfortunate we weren't able to see the fights because of the other fights happening on the other side of the map. But now SMU and MP, they are relatively even, just a 400 gold lead from the 1 kill lead that SMU have. Capcom seems to just go for the dragon, and SMU won't contest for this dragon. Throughout the series so far, we've seen SMU does not seem to prioritize the neutral objectives.
Yeah, they always have to go for the kills and the team play, which isn't too bad in the end. But I mean, they go for maybe more of like the solo lane. They just want to stay in lane as long as possible to farm up. But other than that, they're still getting favored a bit more here in terms of win percentages here so far, I would say.
Yeah, and all lanes except for bottom lane are in favor of SMU. So Viego right now, I think he's trying to path to the top side. Maybe trying to gang their Kali on the turret, because right now Foxgirl is just stacking a big wave, trying to crash together and maybe time together with the Irelia. So maybe Irelia goes over to the mid lane and then looks for a roam to the top side, and then probably there's a dive potential. But a bit slippery to gang the Akali because of the shot.
Yeah, Strut is gonna be allow her to go invis and just survive as long as possible on the tower. Foxico is really good. Trying to push his lane closer. The Vigo is, like you mentioned, making his way top side now. Let's go for that huge crash against the tower. Tower plating, perhaps get maybe more tower plating go as well at the same time.
Yeah, so yep, you do see Vigo now in the top side. It seems like it's gonna be a top gang. Irelia now pathing to the top side, so we kind of talked about it. It seems like they want to gang this Akali.
They want to shut down this Akali. They bring 3 men for this dive.
Yeah, but will Akali take the bait? That's the question.
Okay, Foxico is the only one showing. Goes in for the airborne, and there we go. Like the dive is initiated. She hides in the shot as you mentioned, very deadly. Gonna be a hiding in there as long as possible. However, I really with the out, but the dog managing to escape it. But maybe go for a trade. Yeah, there we go.
Akali
The
gets
trade.
the trade kill, and that is actually in favor of NP because now Hart is just solo farming the mid lane. Hart probably gonna get the mid lane turret plate as well. It's one of it, and with Dragon spawning as well soon, it will be a big win for NP considering that SMU invested 3 people into the top side.
And getting a trade out of that, not even a free kill, that's not worth it. And right under the tower, IC is rooted. Gonna be perhaps a small dive coming in very shortly, but the lane is not pushed, so maybe just try to
there's
fix it
a
there.
lot of HP chunked out from the Ezreal, and I think Hart will get a second turret plate and then manage to help the Trundle for the Dragon. And I think NP just have a better game plan than what SMU wants, because SMU just seems to go for the fights. They fight everywhere they want, but NP is just taking objective by objective. Dragon, Herald, Dragon, Herald, Dragon,
Yeah.
Baron,
They're playing very textbook league, right? So far what we can see.
Wait!
Oh, what was that,
What was that?
Dirama? You tried to go in for the steal, but now you're gonna just gonna lose your life, man.
I got a jump scare there because I was like, what just happened? I just
What
saw
was that dive?
Vigo flash over the wall for a Dragon, which he didn't manage to get the Dragon from the Trundle, so that's unfortunate.
Yeah,
you know.
can't even escape. Just threw the game there, man.
I guess it's not really a throw, but you know, it could have been better. And now it seems that NP are gonna snowball the lead. Trundle, the bomb side, probably gonna summon the Herald here as well. So the tier 1 of the bomb side will fall down. Then we'll see NP rotate to the other side of the map to give Akali the free lane at the bottom side. So this is something I like to see from NP. They have a very clear objective of what they want to do each game. And oh my goodness!
What is
Vidor!
the dog doing under the tower as well? That's scary.
Ooh, that was so sick. Did you not see how he actually
like the
aimed his E, where Silas will E2, and from that, he just slow kills him.
I really love the mobility coming in from the dog here. Like he just 2 steps ahead, just predicting where Silas is gonna land, where he's gonna go, and get that beautiful solo kill. And I'm very happy that we caught that.
Now this game has so many solo kills, right? You see Silas solo kill Akali once, and then he killed him again, and then Akali killed him back again. So top lane is a lot of fighting back and forth. And although I favored it to SMU, it seems that Akali now is in the favorable position to take the 1v1s.
Yeah, like you mentioned, early game, Silas kind of comes out stronger on top, but now Akali is winning the mid to late game. I mean, it's not even mid game yet per se, but we're going into it very shortly.
Yes, and we see the Irelia here, she is actually even in CS with the Orianna. So we actually kind of praised Irelia as the broken champ, but it does not seem as broken as it was because the mid lane is not fighting. And that's what I wanted to see from Hart, because as long as you don't fight the Irelia won't get the big lead, and you will still be relevant with reference to the Irelia.
Yeah, I can see that they're always waiting for ganks for the mid lane. They don't want to engage on one another because they can't get the kills on one another. They can't get the solo kills, so they have to wait for ganks. So no choice, you know.
Yeah. I do like this rotation from NP because Shockwave missed
Again. Yeah, you realize like I really like to dive in close to Orianna and then just like dashes back out.
Oh, I think.
Engagement will be able to perhaps catch one, misses the skill shots, but the Karma speed, Braum misses out. The flash gets burned by Squirrels as well.
Trundle might get caught.
Oh no, he's gonna get caught at the back. He's all alone in the Baron pit, but he will flash in the end.
Yeah,
like,
Trundle flash. Everyone burned their flashes, and even mid lane flash. I think Ariel was gonna engage onto the Orianna in the mid lane, so the flash of Orianna also burned as well. But SMU didn't get anything, and that's a big victory for NP. And when you look at Akali now, she's just perma farming for free at the bottom lane, and now she has a 20 CS lead on the Silas.
Yeah, like look, even the bottom tower is like brought down to half health now. And no one is contesting this Akali. They were trying to contest, but the contest kind of failed. So.
Yeah, I feel that SMU right now, they are a bit lost in the direction that they want to take this game. But I still think that they are stronger in the full 5v5. But
Foxy will
Hold on,
get
Fox
caught
Girl.
up.
Don't stop. Don't step
He
up.
sees that. Oh my!
Oh,
You should
oh,
be able to
that-
escape. Oh, that almost. That Trundle pillar almost got him killed by the top side. Squirrels get caught by 3. Fudge Nuggets could do nothing at all.
I felt the pain from Dudok when Chandler threw the pillar because the pillar saved the Silas' life, and that was just very heartbreaking to watch.
That's why like Trundle is kind of like a double-edged sword, you know. Like
Yeah.
sometimes things just don't go in your favor.
Yeah, so there was once I had a scrim with my team, and I was playing Chandler. Okay, I was a top laner, and my team, my jungle was I feel the Diana. I was gonna separate. Oh wait, no, it's not a scrim. It was actually in my game, Nanyang Polytechnic versus NUS. I actually blocked my jungler with my pillar, and I caused him his death.
Why? But at the same time, Foxico, he's still staying under the tower. He will go down easily. Like, why would you continue staying under the tower against an Akali with the backup of a Trundle?
That's why I feel that Chandler is a double-edged sword. You can do so much, but you can sometimes just cost the team the game. And I mean, in my case, I cost my team the game, but in this game, definitely not the case.
They're doing quite well. I mean, Trundle isn't much of a disruption so far, as you can see, right?
Yeah, but yeah, definitely that was a mistake there by Foxco because knowing that he is 2 levels down the Akali, knowing that there is a Trundle in front of him, there's no way he stays under the turret, but he just stayed under the turret and Irelia just trying to find ways to fight. I think his soul kills him.
Perhaps.
Oh my
no
goodness.
shield from Karma. No root will come in, but the Varus as well. The piercing arrow misses just barely. There we go. Now they're gonna try going. Irelia going just choose some flashy moves here.
Oh
yes, rooted by the Varus, but haven't been able to flash away. But now Icy left all alone. Will get caught off. The Trundle pillar comes.
Oh, I think the Akali will be dead. No, Akali's dead.
Akali is gonna fall. No, Akali's still alive in the shroud. Still surviving. Just by the hair.
Oh, no,
gets shut
Viego
down by
got
the Viego. There we go. And now Viego will be the Akali now, summoning the Herald.
Yes, and from this kill in the mid lane, it seems that they will take away the Ocean Dragon. Now Orianna gonna TP into the mid lane. I think NP wants to contest for this because this is soul point for NP, and this if they get the soul point, it actually brings the game to Ocean Soul.
Can they possibly engage on top of this Ocean Dragon? Ocean Dragon is on 2k health now. Oh, huge shots coming in from Skrillz with the beautiful piercing shot now. 1.7k health now for the Ocean Dragon. Is SMU going to leave this behind or are they going to try for Smite? No, they will leave it for NP instead. Now
That
NP
was
has 3 souls now.
very clean from NP. They didn't look to finish the dragon. They were finding the jungle who was hiding at the dragon pit. So once the jungle had to flash out, that's when they finished up the dragon. So that was a very clean coordination there from NP. But SMU managed to get some kills back, and that was because of this beautiful champion by the name of Irelia.
Man, Irelia was really in there deep. But in the end, if you realize, SMU could even close off with 1 tower in the mid lane.
Yeah, because no one was actually hitting the turret, and the Herald was just there to provide the early, the punch. But no one's there to give off the finishing blow. And maybe if we had a Ziggs here, you know, maybe the Ziggs W would just have, you know, down the mid turret, and that would have been at least a victory there. Oh, but hold on.
Some foreshadowing, but oh, Kane gets caught by the Trundle pillar yet again.
Oh, the team is there.
IC4 comes as well. The TP comes in from Foxico as well. Stylus will be a backup his teammates, but now they're going to go for a clean disengage so far. They don't want to dive in too deep because they know that the members of MP are nearby. Akali at the bottom lane going for the back door as well again. And now Cappuccino may get caught by the Foxico, but Foxico's missing all his skill shots from the Stylus. Gets Trundled pillared yet again. And Tidok does not know that there's a Viego in the brush. Will may be able to get caught here. He's going to try and survive in the brush, in the shroud as long as possible. Wait for
Akali's dead.
Alone.
This might be a fight.
The backup isn't coming from MP. They have to disengage.
Oh, that pillar from the Trundle.
It saves and loses your games, right?
I think so far right now we see he ruined the game once because he denied the solo kill from the dog. Now he saved his team once, so I think a redemption. Redemption.
But the dog died there, so.
I think, yeah, true. I think that's not redemption, but I guess he did save his other 2 team from falling. Hold on, the flash from the Varus.
Okay, that will be the flash burn. So now it's going to be a 3v3 back on the mid lane. Maybe able to catch out IC. Just brought down to reload. We were playing very up close. As the Varus, not something you want to do, but trying to go land those skill shots. Lands a huge round on the Canes. 300 damage is no laughing matter on top of the ABC. So a bit scary.
Okay, so right now at 19 minutes into the game, Ningyan Polytechnic now has the soul point, so they just need one more dragon before it brings the Ocean Soul. And for the side of Ningyan Polytechnic, if they do get the Ocean Soul, that is actually a very big win, considering that a lot of their carries do a lot of poke, so it actually does a lot. It denies a lot from SMU, because if SMU gets the Ocean Dragon, they just heals up from the poke. And NP with the Ocean Soul as well as the Ocean Dragon is able to just sustain in the lane and not fall down from the all-in. And if SMU does an all-in and does not successfully get the all-in, then it just denies. Hold on.
Channeling will be able to. Well, he can. Okay. He's just holding. He's waiting for. He's low. He's gonna leave hard.
Yeah, I think that was a good decision there, because if he showed himself there and does not get the kill, then I think the Toronto will be able to move down his jungle and then start clearing the camps, and that will be a very big issue there for SMU, because they don't have the prio. But looking at the game itself, 20 minutes, hold on, instead.
Oh no, the poor Brom. Hey, the save and the flash as well. Okay, questionable flash. But I was thinking about the top side earlier as well. Viego is actually 2 levels behind Oriana, so
yeah, because he's like, I think it's relatively okay for the jungles to be 2 levels down the laner, right? Because Viego is actually same level with the Trundle, but the biggest difference right now is actually on the top side. Top lane is actually 1 level down. I believe he's going to be 2 levels down soon, because Akali should be reaching level 13 right now. Yep, he is 2 levels down. That is a very big gap in the top lane. And this is because Foxco has actually been roaming and fighting a lot instead of focusing on his lane. So this is why I say D-Lock is actually one of the better carry players in the tournament, because he is able to understand when to punish lane opponents using the lane itself. And now I think SMU here, they do get the mid tier 1, and this actually opens up the map, because I believe NP should have been the one securing the mid tier 1 instead.
But they were trying earlier to go for SMU's mid tier 1, but couldn't really get it because the defense are all there and can't really do too much.
Yeah, right now SMU, they are finding some picks. Viego positioning very aggressively in the enemy jungle. They're trying to get maybe a pick onto the Trundle. But looking at the items so far, Akali right now already completed the Riftmaker and probably going for the Void Staff second. Trundle completed his Anathema Chain. I wonder who he attached his chain to. Probably the Irelia, because Irelia does the most damage, right? So it probably is on the Irelia. Oriana going for his Archangel Staff, not completed yet. Varus completed his second item, going the Eclipse build, which is currently the traditional Varus build right now, not the Darth Vader build. And on the side of SMU, we do see the items here, and they are right now contesting for the 4th Dragon, Ocean Soul for the side of NP.
Oriana is still not there yet, so it will be a 4v5 for a short while. Oriana is trying to make her way back to the Dragon. They just started the Dragon, it hasn't really started fully, because they are aware the IC is going to get rooted, he's going to be able to land his ulti before he falls. Now, it's going to be a tough fight for SMU. Very close on top of it. Yeah, just kiting the Dragon back and forth. They're poking as much damage into SMU with the Varus, with all the skill shots, with the Karma as well. Just waiting away. The dog gonna dive in super deep so far in the backline. Gonna get caught off, but the Shockwave lands on the tree! There we go! Will the Shockwave be able to save the game? It seems so. The cleanup will happen from MP, and now Kane's the last one standing.
There.
Will run away. And the Ocean Dragon's gonna go in the favor of MP here.
Yeah, now NP gonna rush over straight to the Barret, and this will be a big swing in momentum to NP. And SMU, I felt they shouldn't have started the Dragon, because they just needed to hold and wait for everyone to be in position and fight the 5v5 together. And you saw that Heart, although the Shockwave landed beautifully, I really almost managed to solo kill the entire backline.
Almost, yeah.
Almost. So if only Braum was there with the ultimate in the same position, I felt that could have been a much favorable fight for SMU. And again, it just shows the discoordination of SMU in the team fight side, because while they do have some good fights, some of the other fights are just a little bit off.
There we go, Baron. And for MP, as you mentioned, I think the draft coming from SMU is kind of messing with him with the Ezreal, right?
Yeah, and although the Ezreal is kind of ahead of the Varus in terms of kills and the CS, he is not providing
the team fight
utility of the AD carry position, because Varus just stands far behind and just pokes you down. But Ezreal doesn't poke anyone, because the range of his doesn't touch the carries of NP. And
Foxico, he managed to flash away from the shockwave, but
no,
the
it's
Trundle
gonna be
is
a
gonna get
rundown.
pillared very shortly. It's gonna prevent any escape. He's gonna try to hide away at the bottom side, the corner, but he's gonna fall down eventually, and there we go.
Yeah, Foxtail there. Unfortunate that you shouldn't have been that far ahead, considering that the team wasn't there with you.
Ooh, okay, the Rama with the recall itself. Recall was got caught there.
Almost.
But
And-
now it's Viego. I mean,
Oh,
it's
he
very
landed.
landed, but now the flash will get burned. Kins and IC is going for the kill now. They smell blood in the water. There is Skrills, the Ezreal outlands, and there we go. Finish off the Brom's kill.
Yeah, but it's just unfortunate the kill went over to the Brom.
Yeah,
When
that's
the
unfortunate.
Ezreal still would have been would be better if it had went over to the Ezreal. But now NP just getting the bottom charge here.
And I mean, they have the Baron here, so the units, the creeps are amplified. So the
Yeah.
minions gonna do a lot of pain and damage. I swear, the top side, alright, top tier 2 going down. And at the same time, the minion Vendetta is gonna get caught by the shockwave and the Trundle, and down he goes. It's gonna not a very good looking game, but they may get the upper hand here if they manage to catch out hard. Because the Raptor
Ori has
pit.
no flash.
No flash. and
Oh
there
wait,
we go.
he Heartbreaker out of the Raptor pit. Missed the Ori. But now he started tipping the top side.
Alright, he has to defend this very dangerous push coming on the top side. They may lose the top tier 3 tower very soon if he allowed the Akali to continue on. And now they have to fight for their lives in the middle tier 2.
This is just unfortunate, right? Because you look at the picks of SMU. Hold on again, they are fighting it still.
Alright. Oh, what? Look at how tanky Cappuccino is. He just
Oh
very-
my goodness.
absorb all the damage, and now Viego is gonna die as well by the damage over time. And now Foxico with the Zonya gonna just
Akali with the flank.
and Akali, yeah, Akali with the flank. I think that's it. That's it for SMU.
Yes, Irelia spawned, so Irelia might want to look for the all-in. He is going for the all-in.
But will all in be enough against Akali and a Trundle?
It might be now.
Oh, they're going for the tower instead. They're playing it smart here. They're going
get
for the tower
shutdown.
trade.
Yeah, so Trundle does fall down, and the shutdown goes over to the Irelia. That is a big shutdown. 600 gold, sorry, 900 gold in favor of Irelia. That will be massive in terms of getting the items. And oh, he lands the kill. Will he go in?
Tempting, it's tempting, but can you 1v1 this Akali right now?
I think right now is not the best time to 1v1. Both teams are really just going for all the fights. SMU, although they shouldn't be fighting around because they are too far behind, they're just saying, come at me NP, we're just gonna run you down.
Oh, what do you think of that team fight overall, man? That was quite intense, man. And then they went for the objectives instead for some MP.
Right now, I feel that SMU, although they are behind, they still can win fights because their 5v5s are relatively way stronger, and because of Viego, the champion itself, it's much better just going for the fights. However, NP, they are too far ahead, and I don't think SMU can survive the all-in of NP if NP chooses to all-in, and especially because they have a Varus who can poke you down before they even go for the all-in. So that just makes life very difficult for the sub SMU.
Yeah, they really need to find a way to like get the
And
Varus out of the game as soon as possible.
Just look at the piercing arrow. He just like 1/4 of the Ezreal health. Now Ezreal healing everything back up, and this just repeats and repeats, and especially because this is a lethality Varus.
Oh, yeah, I mean like something you don't want to deal with at this point of time. So
Yeah, and because something unique about this Varus build right now, because instead of going for the traditional Dust Blade or sometimes the Prowler Claw, this build gives you armor penetration. So no matter how much armor you build, it doesn't really matter. And considering that SMU have no armor, so he's just doing true
extra damage, just like true damage.
He's just like doing true damage. So it's very difficult for SMU to build against this Varus, especially because of how much true damage it seems that NP is doing.
They're trying to contest for this Elder Dragon here, but the Elder Dragon is gonna spawn. It's gonna spawn in a while, but they're trying to maintain map control of the pit. They don't want to lose it out to MP so soon, so they're trying to hold off as long as possible. There we go. The Elder Dragon will spawn. Cappuccino go in with the Thunder Pillar as well. Going to be able to slow him down. That's a fair bit, but I see the Brom managing to negate as much damage as possible, just soak it up. And the dog, yet again, going to the top line. The top lane now, he's going to be able to go for the back door while they're going to go for this play. It's almost the same scenario, yet again, from the last game. And Fox Girl work. Zonya at the last moment, just barely surviving. And will he be able to escape in time? He will be able to do enough damage. The shockwave will come in from Oriana. Won't be able to immediately eliminate SMU from the face of the earth. Now Kane's last one standing now against the dog. I don't think he can survive this. Now he has to essentially pass the wall and under to his safety of the lane perhaps. Will be able to escape the Stranda. Is going to be 1v1.
Are gonna help him. Minions are helping him. Get a 1-8.
There we go. And that's the ace. And I think that's it. That's the GG right there.
Yes, SMU. Again, they try to force it all in, but none of the ultimates connect. And NP with the much easier team comp to play just outplays SMU. And this, although SMU did get the lead, remember we talked about how SMU were playing very well early game, they fought a little bit too much and not respecting the damage output of NP's champions, especially Fox Girl, right? Because he had the 2 kills lead on top and gave the shutdown away to Akali, and Akali managed to come back from the game.
Yeah, he just snowball all the way from there.
Yeah, so this game is all about the lane management, right? Because at one point in time, we see Akali level 16 and Fox Girl was still level 13 on Silas. So a lot of misplays coming in from side of SMU, especially forcing a little bit too much, right? And I believe something to really credit is Hart as on the mid lane. Although he was 0-1 and 0-2, he didn't die to the Arvela, and that was what made the game relatively even for the start of NP in the mid lane. And the bottom lane for SMU, just unfortunate because although they won the lane, in the team fights they weren't of much use, especially because Varus just outranged them. So again, I felt that drafting wise they have a game plan, but it's not the correct game plan to go against Neon Polytechnic side.
Not at this point of time, no.
Yeah, so right now the score here is 2-0 for the side of Neon Poly. SMU really needs to come up with a strategy to win this game because right now they are 2-0 down. They need to do the reverse sweep to come home.
Will they be able to? That's the thing.
Yes, will they be able to? What do they have?
Yeah,
right?
We'll find out very shortly.
So I'm gonna switch sides a bit. I'm gonna say I'm gonna support SMU now because I want a 5-game series. So can SMU bring it back to the reverse sweep? Or will NP take the 3-0 and get the 3rd place?
We'll find out right after this short break.
A lot of my painting is about movement. I really gravitated to the circle, and from the circle came the atom. It's like the center of everything, the universe, our biology, all of it. The atom is constantly in motion. We're introducing activewear. It's the best way I can represent with Uniqlo.
Hi everyone, this is Jake. Starting from 16th of August, you can download the virtual interactive performance of my song 再度起航 Take Flight on the official website of Gardens by the Bay. Explore the virtual Gardens by the Bay and sing with my virtual avatar. You can also stand a chance to win amazing prizes. So, act now!
Start 15 morning, I start to work on everything. It's hot, we cannot say anything, but I try my best to do my job.
会啦，累一定会的嘛，要扛东西啊，一定满身大汗咯。一天一天都是要这样做吗？你做小贩是这样的。
I mean, for me to go inside the hawker store, it's hot, it's dry, so I think as a hawker, you would make sure that you dress something which you feel comfortable.
I just love wearing the mask. It's a super lightweight material, breathable. It's also a UV protective.
What I like about these airism products is like it's very comfortable. Like you need to turn around here and all that. It's stretchable. It's breathable. Even though I sweat, I dry up very fast again. Another thing is like the mask. Actually, it's very easy to breathe. Even you walk fast, also you can breathe. Sometimes I don't even feel like I'm wearing a mask. Thank you, Hawker Heroes and Uniqlo.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are live for Game 3 between NP and SMU. Now, game point over to the side of NP. They are now 2-0. Can SMU bring it back?
A bit hard to say after what I saw. Okay, let's see your book of predictions here.
What's my book of predictions say? Oh no, it says question mark?
Question mark.
There's no answers in the book. So I think we have to make the guess by the draft. But before we actually even looked into like what SMU and NP bring out to the table, let's just give a quick shout out to one of our sponsors, Pan Pacific, right? Because if y'all can actually win a giveaway, a one-night staycation with Pan Pacific, and here's the steps.
Yeah, all you gotta do is follow SCOGA, follow Gardens by the Bay, and as well as Pan Pacific on Facebook. Don't forget to share it to all your friends, tag your friends in it as well, and say why you deserve to win that ticket.
A one-night stay at Pan Pacific.
And don't forget, you get to watch an amazing performance I believe WeWatch, performed by Jake.
Yeah. So the performance stuff is a separate thing, but just know that there will be performance by Jake himself at 9 p.m. On Monday during National Day itself at Gardens by the Bay. So you can actually catch it live on WeWatch. You don't have to go all the way to Gardens by the Bay. So know that the Gardens by the Bay, there's a separate event, and this Pan Pacific giveaway is a separate event. So if you want to win a giveaway, you want to go staycation, with your friend or with your, I said friend because it's only one, you can only go with one person because of COVID rules, right? Yeah. But maybe you want
unless you're vaccinated.
Unless you're vaccinated, right? Definitely. If you're vaccinated, fully vaccinated as 5, you can go on a 5 people staycation in Pan Pacific for one night. So I thought, why not go for it,
Yeah, go for it. Trust me, it'll be great. But make sure you're vaccinated. Sheesh. All right. So
yeah. So are you vaccinated, Chris?
Yes, of course I am. As a NSF, I have to be fully vaccinated.
Yeah. So
are you?
Of course I'm vaccinated. I am future pharmacists. So
Right.
I was vaccinated very early on, but okay, talking about vaccination, please do get your vaccination if you've not. If not, you won't be able to get those good privileges, like you go for dining as a group of 5. But I mean, you can still dine in a group of 2, right? If you have a couple, if you're with your girlfriend, if you're with your boyfriend, if you're with your family, one of them want to go out and eat, you still can. There's no wrong, but the vaccination definitely would help you prevent yourself from getting the COVID virus. But instead of just talking about the vaccine, let's now focus on the more important thing, Game 3 of of NP and SMU.
That's right. So now, currently, MP is leading by 2 points. 2 whole points. And so far, from what we saw in the past 2 games, it has not been very exact. It's not exactly one-sided, you know. It's still equally balanced, but however, you can see the MP has the better game plan here against SMU, the better drafts. But now, with SMU, yet again, wake up the idea and try to, you know, bring it back, do the reverse sweep here. What are the chances of that? We'll find out in the draft.
I think right now for SMU, they've already woken up. They've woken up. They actually did get the lead,
But they lost it, right?
But I think they woke up too much that they were too excited, and then they start to
Start to
jump
bend their
around,
entire lineup.
and then they just do whatever they want, and then think that they're definitely stronger than enemy. So they just need to calm it down. I think that SMU can bring it back home. So right now, my predictions for today, I'll change it. I thought it was gonna be a 3-2 to 3-1 to NP. That was my prediction early on, but I switched it over. I'm gonna say it's 3-2 SMU. I believe in the reverse sweep.
So you're gonna do the Custer Curse thing and, you know, like, prevent him from winning?
No, but from an honest point of view, don't you want the reverse sweep?
Yes, of course I do.
mean,
Everyone wants the reverse sweep, right?
Exactly, especially after we see such exciting game 1, a banger of a game 2. Okay, maybe I think game 1 was even more banger than game 2. But if we can get such series, do you want it to extend? Definitely, right? So I want to be watching more of this game and casting this game as well. So right now we're going straight into the pick and bans between SMU and NP. Now SMU, they will be on the red side.
Alright, SMU on the red side, we are doing the swap yet again, so not too bad. And so far you can see MP going for the standard bans, going for the Gwen ban yet again. They don't want to deal with it. Will they be going for the same bans? Perhaps SMU bans is going to be another thing that's going to be interesting. And they went for the no ban.
Oh, I think SMU maybe missed the ban there, but despite the no ban, I think the SMU wants to ban out the champions from game 1. I do think the Lee Sin and the LeBlanc will still be a big issue for SMU.
Oh,
but I think there's a technical difficulty again. I think maybe one of the players who's supposed to ban probably
didn't get the ban, yeah.
Yeah, didn't get the ban, right? So interesting. But we just saw that Ngee Polytechnic, they banned again the Gwen. I mean, why ban the Gwen? Because Vendetta can play the Gwen in the jungle, in the mid lane, in the top lane. He plays it everywhere. So that's just something that maybe people don't know why they're banning the Gwen. Then that's why the Gwen is permanently banned against SP. But still, since the game has not started, let's just look at something else. If for new viewers here who just came in to watch this best of 5 third, fourth place match between SMU and Ngee Polytechnic, do stay around for after the game, and right before the grand finals, we'll be having a Mentimeter questionnaire, right?
MCQ.
So it's MCQ. I mean, you can try your luck. If you don't know what it's all about, we won't. We're going to give you a small hint. It's about a very important day somewhere next week. If you don't know what's happening next week, then I think you just need to open up your social studies book, or maybe
social studies book.
Yeah, it's somewhere in the social studies book. If you've learned it before, so it's just a short questionnaire of the day itself, a special day. I mean, we should know, right? Okay, so do come around because you stand a chance to win this amazing KEM 300 RGB bundle.
Yeah, and like bring it to the camera.
Yeah, because I think
let me just go closer.
Go closer.
To yes. So you guys gotta win this, right? It's
Yeah.
a keyboard and mouse set.
Right.
RGB by Legion. Okay.
All right. Okay. So I think we've been quite generous the past 8 weeks. Nine.
We've been giving them away like pancakes.
Yeah, we've been giving it away just by #Legion. Who you think will win? But today we're gonna test your knowledge, your skills, what you have to take to bring home this amazing bundle. So do stick around if you want to win this amazing keyboard. If not, I mean, you can just off the screen if you want to, but I mean, why not try your luck on this beauty here?
If you want, you can just support them and just go to the shop and buy them.
No, I mean, that's definitely something, right? If you're feeling rich, you have nothing to spend on, maybe you want to upgrade your setup a bit, why not just buy yourself a Lenovo keyboard or a Lenovo mouse, or maybe even the PC itself if they have the setup that you want to get something new. I personally myself, I'm looking for something new to get for my own setup because my setup is pretty old. It's like, I think 6 years.
Wow.
Yeah. So I'm still using a very old processor and I need to find something new. That's why I'm still looking out. Maybe I'll get myself something from Lenovo itself. Yeah, because they've been very nice to Campus Legends also by sponsoring us. And not just Lenovo, all right? We have other sponsors that we haven't talked about. So one of them, again, is Kaplan and Murdoch. They have been sponsoring us for the tournament. The cash prize itself for the tournament, if you didn't know, the third place team gets $600 cash as scholarship. So the partners who sponsored this are Kaplan and Murdoch themselves. So Kaplan will be having a e-open house on the 16th to 22nd of August. So if you're interested to find out more about what Kaplan has to offer us with regards to esports, or what maybe you have other interest in just other degrees itself, then do find out more about Kaplan's open house, which is happening on the 16th to 22nd of August, and find yourself maybe amazed by what Kaplan has to offer.
Just find out more about it, man. I can say I've checked a couple of them. I went to the e-open house. It's something to behold. For sure. Just check it out. Trust me.
Especially because of COVID, you can't go to
you
the
can't,
actual open house, right?
Go.
Yeah, so right now, I think the players are back, ready to go to cricket ban again. I believe what happened just now was an internet issue, so the player who was banning it couldn't ban the champion. So right now, we see the bans. All 6 bans are done. So we see on the blue side, we have Gwen, Riven, and Diana. On the red side, we have Lee Sin, LeBlanc, and Akali.
Okay. I can see what SMU is trying to do here. They're trying to go for the bans. They find the previous ban phase, right? The previous game, they banned the champions that they were playing, but now they're banning the champions of both games now, game 1 and game 2 now. So we're gonna see the combination there, the problem causes of those games. They're gonna be banned here. But so far, MP, being the wise Neon Poly here, gonna be picking up the virus yet again. Probably gonna go on to Squirrels yet again as well.
Yes, Squirrel did play the virus very, very well. I was actually impressed. SMU on the hand, they are prioritizing the Vigo once again. It just spells to me they really want to go all in, and they locked in the Ezreal once again.
They want to spite you. They want to go against you now. They want to just rub it in your face if they win this reverse sweep.
I can feel my book of predictions shaking now. It's shaking. It's telling me.
It's failing you.
No Ezreal, please. Alright, but NP, they are drafting a similar comp to game 2. The Chandler Karma locked in here, so they're not showing anything about them solo lanes as of now. I really like what NP is doing, but SMU, with the Viego, with the Ezreal, I like what they did with the Viego previous game. They bring it over to jungle because the game before that they did it to the top lane. But now SMU also just not showing the solo lane, blinding the Nautilus. No, sorry, not blinding, picking the Nautilus, and then looking to ban out maybe the mid lane and then pick a blind mid laner.
Okay, I mean, I think they heard you. They heard you speak about the Nautilus. They decided to go with it now, and they're gonna ban the Silas alongside with it. So
I mean, I wish they went with the other thing I mentioned, which is the Ziggs. Yeah, the Ziggs. Better pick against the Varus compared to the
you mean Zed?
Maybe you can play Zed because final game, right? Why not bring out the best of you?
Just show us something flashy, right? At this point.
Yeah, the flashiest play is the best play. But now the bans coming in, Silas, Darius. I think it's gonna be a more top focused ban instead of the mid lane. Silas can be played by mid lane, Hard himself. So many bans targeted towards Hard and Zillock for this phase. Mundo banned out. I think NP might want to look at Tam Kench because if Tam Kench is not banned, SMU might take it blind, and Tam Kench can go into the mid and the top lane, and it's a relatively very safe pick.
Oh, there we go. They listen. They banned the Tam Kench. There we go.
I feel like NPs, me and Nian Polytechnic today, we're having a very good telepathic connection, right? They are listening to what I want them to play,
and SMU is going against you.
like there's devil on the other side that's not listening to Rumble, and he's instead of I mean
he took Rumble. I mean, Rumble is fine.
It's fine, right? It's not too bad.
So I do think that Rumble might be a mid lane Rumble. It can even be the jungle Rumble, depending on how you want to play.
Rumble
but now
in the
Set
jungle.
now being Harvard, I like the Set because Set actually again another safe pick. So I like what MP is doing. They are playing this easy to play comp and no,
it's gonna be the Jace.
It's gonna be the dog on the Jace.
The dog on the Jace. I think it's gonna be a interesting top lane matchup.
Yeah.
I believe Viego would be going top here, perhaps, or maybe the Rumble. I mean, they may swap around. Depends. See who is going to be the one picking. And MP for the final pick is going to be hovering over the Orianna, and there we go, locks down the Orianna. Final pick coming in from SMU. Who would it be? Surprise!
I think SMU might want to go back for the Irelia, but this time play the Irelia to the Jace. If you know, Jace kind of stomps on Irelia, but if you can punish the Jace early, Irelia stomps on the Jace. So if the jungle can gank top early, Irelia will get the lead on the Jace, and then Jace is a non-factor in the game.
I mean, it's who stomps who first, right?
Yep, exactly. So yesterday I was actually watching a game between T1 and Genji. Okay, so Kana was on the Jace and Rascal was on the Irelia. Something happened was Kana was full items, Irelia was 3.5 items. Irelia missed all her skills. Still solo kills the Jace.
Okay, but what I'm curious right now, because I just saw the Syndra got locked in, so it's gonna be balls to the walls with these two champions right here, Orianna and Syndra.
This is
what do you think of this matchup?
This is like a flashback to season, or is it season 7 or season 6 or season 8? One of these seasons, where it's always the Orianna Syndra meta. If someone takes Ori, you take Syndra. If someone takes Syndra, you take Ori. This is like a throwback, right? Right now you don't really see a lot of these champions because of there are better picks to take. But Syndra Ori, a very standard matchup. I think it's early game favored to Syndra, but late game favored to Ori. So NP have a lot more scaling this time around, which is something I like. And SMU have a lot more early game tools that they have. So now SMU is on the timer, right? If SMU don't get the leads early, they'll just fall behind, and it'll be very difficult for them to come back, barring a throw from NP. But if NP can just play it slow, they don't fight, they don't get solo killed, this is gonna be a victory for the start of NP, and hence
Hey,
NP
don't tell them that. Why are you telling them that?
No, I mean NP knows what I want them to do, and they are actually playing. You know, like I believe right that this book has like a recorder somewhere, right? And then this recorder is telling them, "Oh NP, please just play properly, play slow, play it well." And then the book has not recorded for the side of SMU, and they're like, it's like whatever I'm saying, they just auto translate it into a different language. It's like, oh SMU, don't take the Ziggs, don't take the Ziggs. Okay. Yeah. So it's like not listening to me.
It's like Google Translate like back and forth, like 4 languages, and you bring it back to English, and you're like, you don't understand this jargon you're talking about.
Yeah. So I feel like right now from the draft, I actually kind of slightly favor it to SMU because again, SMU's team comp has a lot of trigger buttons. They have the Rumble Alt, they have the Nautilus, they have Viego to just reset. But in a more professional game, I would prefer a more NP favorite draft because it's much easier to play,
more stable,
and there's late game scaling all around. So it's much easier to execute in terms of level of play, in terms of the depth. But whether NP are leveled enough to play this comp again is something we have to see, because SMU, they will fight you with their bare fist, right? They just go in you hard, punch you here and punch you there. Can NP just avoid the punches and scale to a point where they're ready to take over the game? That's just something we have to look out for.
Like from my observations from SMU's team comp, right, it's a very like I want this now kind of comp, because like speaking like what I mean by that was like they can engage anytime they want. They have the Syndra balls, they have the Ezreal out if you do decide to go that. You have the Nautilus out as well, the Rumble out, the Viego just hopping in. It's like everyone can just jump right in. But on the side of MP, you only have your Shockwave, perhaps your Varus Root, and maybe your Jace, not even Jace, sorry, Trundle's Pillar, but that's about it, you know. Like it's not even like a full-on engage, but anyone on the side of SMU can just hop right into a battle and take it strong. So SMU, I think I'm favoring their team fight, team comp more against MP.
Alright, so as mentioned just now, I'm right now pro SMU. I want to see a 5-game series, 5 banger of a game series. So if this is gonna be a reverse sweep, it has to start now. I'm supporting SMU. I think SMU will take this game, but the draft tells me otherwise. However, there's a third party here. We have yet to ask the predictions. Oh, dear book. What do you say?
I thought you were going to ask Hungry Cuz sitting over there, but
I think he has his own opinions, right? Hungry Cuz, if you want to give us your opinions, please do. But my book of predictions tells me NP will take it 3-0. Okay, this is the final game. But
Caster Curse, please. Caster Curse.
my
please.
heart tells me
Jinx.
SMU will win this. I want my 5-game series.
I also want I want to see a 5-game series.
Yeah,
Because the games have been really close. I mean, it's just that SMU lost their step along the way. An error was made, and then they just tumbled down the stairs and they never got back up. But now maybe if they tumble down the stairs, there's still a chance for them to get back up.
How I see it is SMU took 2 games to warm up. So game 1 was when they messed up a bit with the draft. Game 2 they got the lead, but then I think they warmed up too much, and then they went too excited. They started to do jumping jacks in the middle of the game, and then just
5BX.
lost everything. Yeah, 5BX exercise in the middle of the game, and then they just start to lose everything from their play style. But now they are all fully warmed up. The perfect warm up. Okay, they did a perfect warm up. The SCF perfect warm up from the start to the bottom, just perfect, ready to fight. So I think this is the start of the 3-0 reverse sweep from 3-2 reverse sweep from SMU. This game 3 looks like the start of it.
SMU, we are counting on you, okay? We want you to win the 3rd game so we can see you guys win the 4th and then the last for this bronze match, okay?
Okay, maybe the last game we'll have to decide a bit differently because back then is when it's really close enough. We can finally decide, okay, who's gonna be the winner. But for the next 2 games, my heart, SMU, all for you. Like the Shing Song logo, all for you. Yeah.
Oh, I kind of forgot what song was that.
It's the Shing Song advertisement you see.
Okay.
When you're watching television, and then there's an advertisement, the Shing Song. Then they just tap their heart.
Yeah, that one.
They just point at you.
Sorry, you had me at all for you. So I was like, what?
All right, now we're gonna jump straight into game 3 between SMU and Ngee Ann Polytechnic. So, for those of you who didn't know what's happening, this is game 3. Ngee Ann Polytechnic is now leading 2-0. So this is like the final game, do or die for SMU. And if Ngee Ann Polytechnic wins this, they get 3rd place, get the $600 cash prize and the scholarship. So that is what both these teams are fighting for right now.
And they have both teams have never won like a podium placement before. So whoever's gonna get the bronze placing, they're gonna be very happy people.
Yeah, I mean, both teams have actually surpassed their track record in this competition, right? Because both teams have never ever made it into the semifinals. But now both teams in the semifinals and now in the 3rd and 4th placement because they lost in the semifinals, can they actually better their results and go for the 3rd spot? So now NP seems like they are on track to go for the 3rd place. But now SMU, can you get the 3rd place instead?
I mean, like a scholarship is no laughing matter, I mean, like hey, can you imagine the scholarship paying off your uni fees? Woo! Okay. But I think it'd be even better for MP, right? Because they're just coming off like Polytechnic, then they're going to go to the perhaps army most likely, then to uni. But see an early skirmish coming against Foxicle and Didog, and Didog is gonna come out on top of it with a bit more health than Foxicle, and it's gonna retreat. Now, of course, Rumble in the jungle is gonna get some of that leash, that juicy leash, before heading towards his other camps.
Yeah, so this is a bit unfortunate for the Rumble because he starts off without a full proper leash from the jungle, so from this top lane, I mean, so it will kind of slow down his movement speed and clear speed as well. Trundle, however, starts leashless as well, so he will be pathing to the top side. And I like how NP now is changing their adaptations from the first 2 games where they were actually pathing the same direction with the other jungle. Now, if you start from the bottom side away from the top lane,
hang on, wait a minute. That's what you mentioned earlier. The Nautilus pick coming in prime now, like that beautiful hook on top of Fudge Nuggets, right? Managing to bring him down to at least a quarter of the health. That is just scary. It's feisty,
Yeah,
got to play a bit more safe.
I mean, like IC4Y right now, he actually listens to me. Like I was telling, in the previous game, the Champions League, I was like, please pick Nautilus, and then he picked Brom, and then now he's picking the Nautilus. But just the AD carry just refused to take the Ziggs. Maybe he's not comfortable,
right?
Yeah, not comfortable.
Maybe it was just like what's it called? Like a once in a lifetime kind of Ziggs play,
Yeah, maybe he doesn't even play Ziggs, so I mean I can't fault him, right? Okay, so looking back in the game, Ngee Ann Polytechnic actually burned the flash of the Karma, burned their flash. The Karma had to flash out because if not, Karma would have
probably died.
Killed. Yep. And SMU, however, didn't burn both flashes. They just used the ignite. So SMU actually in a better spot in the bottom lane, because now with the Rumble actually pathing bottom, they can actually look to gang and get on the Karma, who is now flashless. However, on the top side, Trundle is actually pathing to get the Viego. With this big wave crashing in, I do expect them to actually look to utilize the Jace pressure on the Viego, and then dive the Viego on the turret, deny him all these resources, and then just give the Jace the lead.
I think I have a feeling Trundle may not go to the top lane. I think it's going to go to the middle lane very shortly.
Oh, I mean, middle lane
he's getting pushed out. There we go. The gang is just hiding by the corner. Just in the fog of war comes very close. There we go. With the pillar, yes, a huge pillar. Gonna be able to stop Syndra from coming too close. Gonna go with the jungle. What was that? That was questionable. Now he burns the flash, but maybe buying time for Diorama to come from the sidelines now. Flashing, being burned by Heart. There we go. First blood for the Orianna, but won't be able to survive. There we go. The double kill coming in for Heart with the backup of Cappuccino. There we go. Now that's a cup of coffee I could go for. Cappuccino right there.
You know, I wasn't a fan of Cappuccino until early this year. I think now Cappuccino makes me a bigger fan of Cappuccino. I'm probably gonna get a glass of Cappuccino after this.
That was a lot of cappuccinos in one sense. I go, whoa.
Yeah, too many Cappuccino. And
but right, speaking of Cappuccino, there you go. He coming from the side again. Almost, kind of surprising Foxicle here. He's a bit spooked now. The traffic cone, whoa, there's no screw around with him. If you realize he's playing on a different skin right now.
Yeah, I think it's good that you have a variety of skins, because it gives you the mental edge over the enemy, because I think previous game was playing the new Trundle skin. I can't remember the name of the Trundle skin. Now he's playing the police Trundle skin. So he's telling you, stop right there.
I'm not gonna let you get this win.
Yeah, I'm not gonna let you win. Hold your spot. Hands against the wall.
Sorry, I'm not from SPF, so I can't tell. I don't know what they say.
I'm from SPF, but
you're from SPF.
I'm not from SPF, so I was also from the army. But you see those police signs in like those shopping malls. That's
stop right there.
Yeah,
the handsome model guy.
That's really Trundle around here. Stop right there with the big pillar.
Yeah, I realize I got overhyped about it because it's just Trundle.
Yeah,
just Cappuccino, just because we're talking about him.
Fun fact: Trundle was my second most played champion in League of Legends.
Really?
I have all the Trundle skins.
All? Even the
including
latest?
his classic troll Trundle. That's how much I love Trundle. Okay, but hold on here. I think Obaran, they're looking for a gang.
I see going for the beautiful anchor hook there. But however, it'll be a 3v2 for a short while Valderrama makes his way from the river. There won't be enough time. This engage will be happening from the side of MP. Maybe a dive may come across.
Oh, and
the MP again lands on top of Cappuccino, being brought down super low. Diorama going balls deep now. Gets the kill, but however, it will be a trade. And then the TP will come in as well from the dog now. From the top brush, Ward as well as Foxicle. They're gonna just duke it out a little bit more. SMU has to find a way to disengage it, but they don't know that the dog is there around the corner, waiting for his mana to regenerate and perhaps go for the blast. Misses his skill shot, and I believe Foxicle is gonna go for a recall and hit back while the dog stays in lane to defend this tower.
Yeah, now Trundle is actually going for the dragon. So again, we talk about
okay, interesting flash gets the kill, but will it be a trade? Yes, it will be a trade.
He's gonna kill. Is he gonna land his EQ on the Karma?
Oh, will the combo happen? No, he's gonna cancel.
It was actually very smart because the Jace died with his melee form, and because of that, he couldn't change the range form, and that was actually very smart. I thought the Jace was gonna betray his teammate there with changing to the range form and then letting the Karma die there. But 1-for-1 from 2-for-2 from SMU, considering the earlier on fight that Trundle got. So, and NP still managing to hold on to the lead. The dragon did not go to the side of NP. Trundle did not take the dragon because of the pressure from the bottom side. So NP right now with a 1,000 gold lead, most of it on the Orianna. Syndra, although she is surviving, barely surviving in the million, is actually even in CS, but 2 kills down.
You can just see there's a little skirmish between the support and the jungler here from both sides. In the end, I think I kind of lost my train of thought there, but all I can say is that this is a game that is filled with action. That's what I wanted to say. Yeah, this game is filled with action. It's like non-stop.
Yeah, I mean, the entire series itself has been full of action, right? Game 1, I think there was like 40, 50 plus kills in like 30 minutes. And then game 2 was about as hectic as it was. 3 solo kills in the first 7 minutes.
Yeah, and now it's
7 minutes, 6 kills. I think the series has been living up to our expectations. Both teams are really going all out, but maybe not the correct way of all out.
the wrong all out.
Yeah, maybe just a
oh, gonna
hold
get
on!
pincer. Yeah, first nugget. Skrulls caught in the middle. There we go. First nugget goes down for the count as well as Skrulls. So that's like a free 2 kill for SMU.
Yeah, NP there misposition, the bottom of NP mispositioned themselves and gets caught out. The Thunder Pillar couldn't stop it.
Even I got caught by surprise.
Yeah, I was honestly caught by surprise too. I was wondering what were they doing there. Maybe. I think the Thunder needs to start to throw the pillar on his own teammate, right? Give the stop sign there.
Some saving grace, you know.
Yeah. But as of now, the goal lead has closed. So now NP and SMU both are equal in goal. SMU slightly ahead with 100 goal. I think it's going to be covered by the wave. So equal in goal. NP right now, they are losing the lead. But remember, NP has the...
Oh no, Diorama gets caught. The dog from the top side. Entering from the enemy jungle side. So... oh, poor Rumble.
Yeah, poor Rumble. And I was just saying that NP has the scaling, so SMU needs to get the lead now. But SMU gave back the lead over to Ngee Polytechnic. And now Ngee Polytechnic is with the kill lead, but the goal is still relatively even because of the CS leads from the bottom as well as the jungle.
Yeah, Diorama had the flash as well. He could have flashed out.
I think he probably knows
maybe
that
he just
dead.
went off cooldown.
Maybe. But looking at the mid lane, the Oriana is now 3-0.
3-0. Oh man, like you mentioned, Syndra, he was good in the early game.
Yeah,
but now Oriana is coming out stronger.
Yeah, Oriana is the late game monster because the shield she has just negates a lot of Syndra's damage. And going to the late game, if Syndra cannot burst the Oriana one shot, then the Syndra just becomes like food there, you know, like sausage.
She's only good there for like what, one stun?
Yeah.
One area effect stun.
But what if Syndra can't even land the stun?
that's it.com, right?
Yeah, that's it.com. Both teams now, even in goal, Dragon did go over to the side of NP. Herald also went over to the side of NP. So NP again, I think throughout the series, NP has all Dragon control except for one with Herald control. So there are 8 Dragons compared to 0 from SMU. There are I think 2 Heralds.
Oh, hang on. Shockwave lands onto Syndra, but the backup from IC4Y manages to clean up the Oriana, and the shutdown goal will go in the favor of Rumble.
Yeah, I think that was actually not the best goal distribution back to the Rumble because you wanted to go on the Syndra.
Yeah.
But it's either the Rumble or the Nautilus because the Nautilus actually uses ultimate. So now Nautilus has no ultimate. I think the bottom lane of NP can look to play a bit more aggressive, knowing that there's no way the hook ultimate comes from the Nautilus.
Yeah, they have to play a little bit more safe, but right now the lane is being pushed towards SMU, so no point playing aggression here, especially when maybe, you know, IC, even though he doesn't have his ulti, he's still a danger, still a threat with the hook. You don't want to play too aggressive against Nautilus here.
Yeah, and looking at both sides of the team right now, we do see a big lead coming in from the top lane for NP. Jace is now going to be 20 CS up against the Viego, and however on the bottom side, the lead is on the bottom lane. So I do like what I'm seeing from NP to play through the Jace now instead of playing to the bottom side, and SMU's Rumble just hovering around the bottom side because they know that this is my strong lane. I should be playing to the strong lane. So Cappuccino now pathing to the top side, possibly trying to drop the Herald and then down the start.
But at the same time, Rumble is making his way up as well at the same time, but there will be a 3-man at the top side for NP. But at the same time, Diorama may be able to come in time. Foxco being brought down to super low. Maybe the Rumble outlands huge onto the dog now. Now Foxy being the Jace himself as the Rages may be able to get the kill, but no, the tables has been turned around. Sweep for MP this time around.
And hold on here, IC4Y going onto the Varus. Can he land? Oh,
burns the flash. Burns the flash. That's something.
Yeah, and this top lane turret will not see another minute in this game.
Syndra
falling down, shared between 3 goals. I don't think Karma should have stayed here, by the way. She just
probably went back, right?
Yeah, she just went back, give the goal over to the Ori and the Chandra. But again, NP, that was good map movement there. We just mentioned about how NP wants to play to the strong side. That's what they did. They even brought the support to the top side.
Yeah, and they managed to turn that game around, but good thing they brought the support out.
Hey!
They steal my red buff now. I'm gonna give it back to my Rumble.
Yeah, I think the most annoying thing about Syndra for any junglers, right, is whenever you want to take the buff enemy camp, or whenever you want to take your own buff, you can just walk over,
just grieve you
grab the buff itself and throw it away, and you have to spend 10 seconds waiting for the buff to come back.
And then he has already reset to like full health as well.
Exactly, right? I saw this clip of some YouTube where this Syndra took the buff at the last moment of level 1 and denied the enemy jungle of getting the buff.
That's just awful. But Syndra, overall, solid hero. And while we were talking about that, it was a free dragon for MP. There's nothing much to talk about it because...
Yeah, so
free
dragon,
dragon, yeah.
the dragon score of MP now, 10 out of 10. Perfect dragon control from NP this series.
Actually, I think SMU won one dragon. Just one. I think.
No, actually, I was... Because last series they had 4 out of 4.
Yeah,
then
correct.
The previous series they had 4 out of 4. They had all mountain dragons, right? They had the mountain so early on, right? So NP very clean control of the dragons. Not perfect control of the hero because previous game
he lost one.
Yeah, SMU got 1 dragon, but again, I like what I'm seeing from SMU.
Oh, hang
on!
That's a huge root on the ADC now. Kane's essence shifts away, managing to back up just into safety, but the TP will come in from the side of Viego as well. That will be a 4v4. Now perhaps another TP coming in, but wait a minute, Nonsense gets shut down immediately. The TP coming from Syndra as well. Gets Shockwave back in her line. The duel of the balls now, but she has to back off because she's super low. Anything can just blow her away. So now still 4v4 at the bottom lane. Jace pushing at the top lane at the same time, you know, just going for the split push. Perfect optimal timing. They still have some time to push the top tower before the respawn comes in and the recall. They just recalled and now they're trying to make their way to top lane as well. So it's the best time for the dog to back out now.
Yeah, but again, when you look at what happened in the previous fight, NP got a very big win because D-Dog didn't teleport to the bottom lane because he actually teleported earlier to the top side to prevent Viego from getting the turret. And SMU burned both teleports to try and get something back. And then only...
But they lost one.
Yeah, they lost 1 member, but NP didn't lose any members. So it's actually one kill to the side of NP, but 2 teleports burned from SMU. So a very big win from NP.
Yeah, they just have this all in the bag right now. They're trying their best to have the map control, but it's not going in their favor at all.
Yes, and I'm not sure how SMU will try to cut their losses a little bit because if they keep going for the all-in plays and don't get anything, the enemy's just gonna skill even harder. And when you look at like the score right now of every members of NP, they are relatively ahead in all lanes except for the bottom lane, who right now I think SMU's bottom lane is just kind of styling on the Varus. But what does Varus do best is actually what he brings in the team fight, the zone control.
Like you want to stay out of range of that piercing arrow as well as ulti. Once you get rooted, it's basically
look at Hart just solo kills a Syndra.
The Rama just standing there at the side like, I'm not gonna have any part of that. I'm gonna back out now.
Yeah. Okay, so I actually thought about this. If only everyone from let's say in Campus Legends, if everyone is hold on.
Hang on. Yeah. Let's look at this. Like, how hard they're gonna survive this, right? Does she even have a shockwave? No, she doesn't even have a shockwave. But she's doing a lot of damage, though. Look at the Rumble, so low.
Rumble's gonna die.
Will it be a no? Maybe perhaps Rumble is really far back now. Hart is gonna be one of super low.
Hart flashed out. He might live.
For Rasmishas. The Cappuccino is here for the aid. And looks like both sides is going to survive. Now they're going to re-engage again. And what is that burst damage onto Nautilus there? And now the Rama second to go. But at the same time, it was a trade for their ADC and their APC.
Yeah, but 2-4-1 in favor of NP. And it was all from Hart just surviving the initial engage from SMU at the bottom lane. And okay, we consider it 3-4-1, 1-4-3 because Syndra did fall down earlier from a solo kill. So Hart is just exerting so much pressure this game. And comparing this game to his previous game where he was against the Irelia, this matchup allows more freedom for the arena because you don't have to just take the back seat of the matchup. And you saw how Hart can carry. So looking at his game 1 performance, this is a similar level of performance for him.
Right,
and Jace has to flash out.
It's possible to get to perhaps escape because he does have the movement speed to evade this. He's gonna kite a bit here and there. So far doing so well, and he will have a pretty decent clean engage. And I was thinking like if Hart had Shockwave there, it would have Shockwave would have quite easily 1v3 there.
Yeah, I mean if that was Hart, right? But that was Dudok on the Jace and the top side, so he's just alone playing. Dudok's like playing a different game, He's like playing PvE, just farming enemy jungle, farming top lane, and then Foxgirl is like playing PvP with his team at bottom side. He's like always joining all the fights, but he's not getting anything. So it's like
it's not very worth it for him.
Yeah, I think maybe Foxhill wants to join back the PvE server a bit and plays a bit of PvE with Didok at the top side.
Grind up a bit, farm up before you go into PvP.
Yeah, I think especially because SMU are stronger as a group of 5, but if you let Didok and friends, NP skill, then it's just gonna be very difficult. And now you're looking at items.
Okay, Cappuccino and Hart is in the prime position. Looks like Ice C4Y gonna get caught out just a slight bit for a moment. Shockwave lands on top, and there we go. Force of Squirrels as well. Will get traded out at the same time from Rumble. And now they're trying to hold off in the middle ground here. They don't want to engage fully. That was a huge burst damage coming in from the dog now. Diving in now with the hammer. Giving the hammer of justice on all of the member SMU. And now Foxicle being brought down to Superloom will be able to evade with the Heartbreaker, I believe. Will be able to survive just a little bit longer now. Disengages for the time being. Recuperate a bit before engaging the next fight. But Diorama is still close to the action. They are trying to go for the dragon in the end. Yeah. So have to play a bit more safe, play a bit more methodical, more safe. Textbook leak here will do big for them. The dog may get a solo kill here. Good SR shift coming for Case and gets baited, falls down to the Rumble, and there we go. This is gonna be a pretty long engagement from what I can see, and there we go. This is the sign for SMU to go for the dragon. Foxicle going to TP to mid as well. Hart doesn't have the mana to engage, I believe, but he's gonna be here to show some presence. Misses the ult from Skrills as well, and there we go.
Oh, look at Cappuccino.
Barely steals. I believe that was a flash. He just. No,
I think he used the blast cone to. Oh, that was a good dodge there. Oh, hold on.
The engagement is still going on. The Rumble out being landed as well. They're still diving in this. They're going into the jungle all super low on the side. And SMU is bloodthirsty. They are hungry. They almost catch Cappuccino. The Syndra will get a trade of her own. And now going in deeper now. May will be able to catch out the Trundle by a hair. And there we go. Now Skrills will get killed.
Dive hard. Dive hard.
Hart doesn't have mana. He's going to run away from the safety of the tower. I don't think he survived this.
You have no mana, says Frick from North America, as now Hart just falls down, shut down over to Foxgirl in the top lane with the Viego. He might even go kill Didok here with the Oriana because Oriana right now is just so strong. But SMU, big comeback. They were 2k down, now even in goal. They managed to deny soul point from Ocean, and that is very huge for SMU. So now, right now, NP, they are still even in goal, although they were hit, but they still have the scaling factor. So I still favor NP this game. Just SMU now have a better shot.
I thought you said you were with SMU. I thought you were pro SMU. What happened?
Hear me out. I still think SMU have a better shot to get me my 5-game series, right? Although NP has a better scaling comp. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, I guess so. Makes sense. Makes sense.
Mr. Raiko here with his 100% love for SMU. He wants to show his support, his enthusiasm for SMU, and I do believe SMU will take this.
It is kind of favoring SMU a slight bit. Okay, no, it's actually favoring NP more. But in terms of, like you mentioned, team comp, SMU, team fight, scary. Yeah. You don't want to do that, right?
When you look at so let's just take a small pause in the fighting and look at the items itself. So when you look at items, in the mid lane, Ori is 2.5 items done. Syndra has yet to complete her her second item. So in terms of power disparity, there's a very big disparity in the mid lane. But now you look at the bottom lane, Ezreal is 6-0 and 4. He's completed 3 items, and Varus has yet to complete his second item. So it's really big disparity in terms of power for mid lane in the side of SMU. But on the other hand, NP's bottom lane is just far behind the Ezreal.
Yeah, like so far the Ezreal versus Varus lineup, I mean, I believe Ezreal can do better against Varus, but in terms of the teamfight as mentioned, Varus will do better. But just because of the kill potential of Ezreal so far, we can see it's kind of leading the favor of SMU now.
Yeah, this is I don't think it's a good Baron start coming from the side of NP, especially because the Varus poke doesn't do a lot of Baron damage, but they're still gonna try to finish it. I don't think this is smart.
Oh, that's a good engage coming from the side of SMU. True Shot Barrage and the Rumble out will be able to connect on top of MP. The Shockwave comes out, hits onto 2. Good Zonia coming in from the side of SMU there, but they will be able to stop the Baron from getting taken by MP and as well getting 1 kill.
SMU there preventing the Baron from being taken. But again, that was just a bad call coming from NP because they don't have the Baron killers. They don't have like Aphelios to just shred through the Baron. They don't have an AD carry with the Kraken Slayer to shred through the Baron. They have a poke Varus who is not yet completed his second item. So why start the Baron there instead of just baiting the enemy to come into the Baron pit instead? That's what I felt the NP should have done, but they did not do that, and hence they lose Cappuccino there.
Okay, the dog. Okay, now just scaring Foxy a bit. But the huge banana coming from Ezreal, managing to prevent NP from further engaging. But the shockwave from Hart almost did the job, but not good enough.
Yeah. So if I were to like summarize Game 3 for you right now, it's literally Hart and friends versus. If I can pronounce the name correctly, Canis, Venetiki and friends.
Venetiki.
Venetici. Alright, let's call it Canis and friends.
Italian word, maybe?
Canis and friends, alright? So Hart and friends, Canis and friends. Who can lead your friends to victory?
I'm gonna go with Canis this time.
Yeah, I think for now I favor Canis because he's deathless still. So yeah, one of those few games where you have one deathless player in the game. Although it was very fight heavy, the guy is still deathless.
Yeah. And the dog is not doing too well in this game. He's 1-3 right now at the moment at the top lane. Although he is winning in terms of the CS, but I think teamfight potential Viego is the one dishing out more damage there.
Yeah, maybe but it does depend on whether NP can get the poke before the fight happens, right? So now looking at how NP's positioning, Dragon is gonna spawn soon. The wards are all over the bottom side river, so NP have perfect vision control on the bottom side. SMU, however, they don't have the wards in the river. They're just trying to clear the wards now, and now NP is running it down onto Nautilus.
NP trying to go with the common engage, and IC has to force the flash. That was a very good Trundle Pillar there.
That was the perfect description of hands on the wall, but now looking at the Dragon fight.
Oh, Shockwave comes in! Manages to shut down the Rumble now. They are missing their jungler. I don't think they can try to look to engage in this Dragon fight now, and they have to back up here. That was a huge burst potential coming in from the side of NP. That's a good Shockwave especially coming in from Hart.
Yeah, the Shockwave just denies the Rumble and the rest of the team of SMU to enter the river, and this opens up the opportunity actually for NP to start the Baron because with the jungle down, they have no smite, and it doesn't matter how strong the enemy carry is because if they don't have the smite, it's very difficult to contest.
They have 7 seconds left for the Rumble to come. Will he be able to arrive in time? Will they be able to buy enough time? The TP will come in from Foxico now, and they will be able to delay yet again the Baron. That's pretty good. Diorama will be spawned now, and they have to find other means of taking this Baron another time.
Yeah, they did manage to get the TP from the Viego, so that is still a win for NP. Right now, with 3 dragons in their hands, they are on track to get the Ocean Soul for in the next dragon fight. However, if SMU were to get a chance to fight back, that will be the next dragon because we need all 5 members around before SMU team comes to work because one Viego reset leads to the next reset, and that's how you get OD.
The dog's gonna get gets caught off by the Rumble, and Foxico is just gonna dash right in and perhaps get the kill with the help of the Rama. The TP comes in from Hart at the same time. Is this a prime time for Hart to go in? The backup is here. He does have the Shockwave. They are looking to find this fight very patiently. They can't engage just yet. Hart waiting for the perfect timing, perhaps using Cappuccino as some kind of leverage. The pillar catches only one of the Shockwave in the end, but Ice falls down for the count. Dorama with the Zonya yet again. Will be in the surface just a little bit longer, but the pillar prevents him from escaping.
Big
engagement. Oh, gets the Varus in the end. And now Fudge Nugget at the backlines as well as Cappuccino will fall down by the side of SMU. SMU getting favored up here. Hart is still alive on the top lane and healthy, and they're gonna start the Baron by themselves. Hart is still alive, so this is gonna be very dangerous. He doesn't have the Shockwave. Shockwave will like at least 30 more seconds till off cooldown, but I don't think she can engage this. The TP will come in from the dog. They have to disengage from the Baron yet again. So it's a back and forth fight. So far, what was that snipe? Coming in for the dog. That damage. I did not see that coming.
I did not expect D-Dog to land that Shockwave. But
that was blind. That's a blind shot. That's a blind shot plus, yeah.
Yeah, like that was so clutch there from D-Dog. But again, we talk about what this game means for both teams. This is the do-or-die match for SMU. If they don't win this game, they are out of the 3rd and 4th placement. They don't get the cash prize. They don't get the all-out 3rd place. But hold on here, Hart. You are overstaying.
The wall from Rumble will be able to deny her from escaping. What was that? Burst that! Coming in! The shockwave lands onto Kane, but no, Orianna will not be able to survive that. That was intense burst damage coming in from the shockwave there. Rumble stood no chance at all from that.
Stood no chance indeed. He just evaporated into thin air as Orianna took him down before just falling into the hands of Ezreal. But Ezreal almost fall down as well. That's just how strong this Orianna is right now. 3 items completed. The Rabadon, the most important item, completed as well.
Can we take a second to look at how fat this Orianna is right now?
Yeah, so looking at items, he is slightly ahead in terms of gold than Ezreal, but Ezreal has already completed his 4th item. So for the next dragon fight, which I believe will be in about a minute or two, this is the do or die match, because do or die fight. Because if SMU manage to win the fight, they can get the Baron out of it, and they're just starting Baron.
Okay, SMU is confident in this. Squirrel is a bit close to the front, may get caught out by the Syndra, almost did, but the piercing arrow poking her down to super low health. The Baron will fall inside of SMU finally, and now the engagement will come on top of Cappuccino. What? Cappuccino just...
look at her! Look at her! Can he land the shockwave?
He lands... No, he doesn't land the shockwave in the end. He knew it was not an opportune time. He's going to save the shockwave for a bit longer, but he did do the damage, and they're going to go on for the chase. Kane's 1v1 solo kills the chase, and there we go. You can see the Orianna being able to shut down the vehicle. Kane is still alive there. He can make the magic happen here. They have the Baron buff. He spots out the Cappuccino with the blind Mystic Shot into the brush.
Denies a recall from the Trundle, so it prevents NP from going to the Baron, to the Dragon first. But what a series of event we just witnessed. SMU taking the Baron, knowing that the jungle as well as the top laner of NP are at the bottom side of the map, so they just rush the Baron. They managed to get the Baron, and although they lose 2 members, which is the Viego and the Syndra, both members
I think the
will be
immortal
up on
members
time.
are alive.
Yes, both members will be up on time for this Dragon, because Syndra is now up. He can make his way down. Viego has teleport, so it is important. And oh no!
Ezreal gets a huge kill on the Karma now. They do not have the engage from the Karma now. That instant burst on Karma was just reset. A beautiful true shot by Raj as well.
But look here, I think the Nautilus will fall down as well. Support for support.
Man, okay, but the TP at the same time coming in from Foxical now. They should be able to secure this Dragon with ease, but Cappuccino is still alive, hovering back and forth there. The Dragon managed to reset a bit of health there. Being set out to 3k health, the smite is up for both junglers. Just waiting for the opportune time to hop on in. The piercing arrow comes, lands on top of Syndra, massive damage. The Rumble shots very low, but there we go. MP will steal the Ocean Soul. Now the Shockwave will come out as well, lands on the Rumble. Now Foxy left all alone in the Dragon Pit will fall down by the team members of MP. Now Syndra and Ezreal has to make a mad dash of it. May be able to get one more kill from Kings, but no, not barely. Well, he maybe will get the kill, but Hart is there to deny that. With that beautiful shield, goes for the true shot barrage. Hits hard, just barely, but gets a solo kill on the Tron. There we go. And now Kane has to carry this game. Oh god, his Q does so much damage. So
he misses E. Can they punish him?
Oh, he hits Mystic. Oh, he misses Flash! Oh no, he gets rooted by the Baron.
Oh, he's still alive!
He's gonna. Oh, he's so close. He has to dodge his Q shot. He has to dodge it. He misses. He gets shut down. His first death of the game, and now MP is making their way towards the mid lane perhaps, and there we go. The tier 3 mid tower goes down, and now
the action doesn't stop.
Yeah, it doesn't stop. It's going back and forth. Now the dog is going to be the next one to fall in this next line of action. Just toying with him, but okay, there we go. Now the ball tier 2 as well is going to fall down very shortly, crumble to pieces. There we go.
Yeah, that was a lot of things that's happening there. So we break it down slowly.
Let's break it down.
Ocean Dragon falls down to NP, so NP gets the Ocean Soul. Then SMU commits for a fight which they couldn't commit, and only Syndra and Syndra and Ezreal was left. Ezreal almost just turned the fight around. He killed the Trundle, but he missed his E over the wall. He missed his flash over the wall, and then gets caught by the Varus ultimate, and then dies for the first time in the game. But the game right now, very, very close from both sides. But NP now, with the Ocean Soul, it will be a very, very big obstacle for SMU to overcome.
SMU, they still have their chances of winning. Still some chance of winning. I really do hope that they manage to win this third game.
Yeah.
So we can lead into our fourth game here.
Yes.
And
So right now, what SMU needs to do?
I'm just looking at Kane right now. Look at how fast he spams his Mystic Shot.
Yeah,
He's cute.
because right now he is, I believe, at close to 45% CDR. I think he's a lot of the case, so that is why he's able to spam his Q so much. But right now, what SMU needs to do is to look for that one pick, and from that one pick, allow this Viego reset to happen and play with the Ezreal, and that's how you win the game, because Ezreal right now is the one doing so much of the damage. If you don't play through the Ezreal and use the Viego reset effectively, then you're not playing the game properly with this comp.
They may be able to catch up one, but Hart is still around the top lane. There's only 2 members at the top side and 5 for SMU. If they catch out Hart here, this is gonna be huge.
Yeah, so looking at items as well. Hart has already completed 5 items. He has a Magi, 22 stacks on that book. And Ezreal also has completed his items. Oh, Hart thought...
Oh! But okay, I mean Shockwave is on pretty low cooldown right now,
Yeah.
at level 18, so it shouldn't be too bad. It's not really a huge waste, but if the fight happens in the next 40 or 30 seconds, it's not going to be too good. And there we go, the first engage lands on the Squirrels. He will get knocked down there. They're trying their best to survive, but Foxtail comes in from the flank, gets the Varus, there we go. And now the engage will happen now on the full-on team fight. The dog falls next. Hart doesn't have his Shockwave now. Shockwave can come in clutch, but they still don't have that to hold a bit longer. It is a 5v3 at this point of time. And P only has 3 members. They do spot out where the rest of MPR from SMU. SMU has to find the perfect engagement now. 2 members are still down on the side of MP. They can perhaps look to push mid lane, but NP will be pushing the top lane, so it will be a split push
I
coming
think
up.
this might be a base trade here. If NP doesn't respond to this push by SMU, then...
Okay, they're responding, they're recalling now.
Yeah.
They have to recall now. Because the 2 dead members are going to come on just on time as well to perhaps save this inhib, but from the looks of things, inhib is going to fall very fast. I see going to get caught by the Trundle Tower. Hard, the burst damage will be able to take out their support. Now left in a 3v4 that Syndra has recalled back to base, but they do have the kiting Ezreal here.
Oh, hold on. D-Dog is teleporting at the back.
Oh, the flank from D-Dogs will be... No, he gets melted! Whoa! Oh no! D-Dogs TP'd to his death, and that's another 40 seconds on his timer now. He's just rolling in his grave right now. That is what SMU needs right now. They're going for the push right now. They are 100% confident of pushing it closer and deeper now. But the piercing squirrel shots there from Squirrels, that's massive. But they have to push in deeper. But at the same time, Baron is up. They're going to go for the smarter decision here. Screw the base race. They're going for the Baron. But MP, will they be able to contest? They don't have Heart, but they do have the Trundle.
Yes. Can the policeman says stop,
Can
and
he steal
denies the Baron pit.
He does again! And now he trades his life as well very shortly, but another kill coming from the Astro. There's instant burst damage coming from the one and true hero of this game right now from SMU, Kane's Venacity.
Kane's Venacity.
I butchered it, but there we go.
Oh, Kane is carrying his friends past this finishing line because he knows he wants the $600 as well as a scholarship. Right?
You want to fight to the death for the scholarship, man.
I think it's just telling NP, right? You know, y'all still haven't go NS yet. Y'all can get scholarship from the army.
Next year,
sign on the army maybe. Shout out to the SCF. You know, give them some scholarships. The NP wants some scholarships. You know, we can offer them. But as SMU right now with the Baron buff, looking to get this Elder Dragon, and with Trundle not up, I think this is a free Elder Dragon for the start of SMU.
Oh, but they do want to look to contest. Shock Blast comes in. That's nil. No damage at all. True Shot Barrage gets blasted off by
Oh
Astro.
my goodness.
Oh,
Foxtail gets a solo kill onto Fudge Nugget on the side, and that is big because now with the Karma down.
Oh, Shockwave comes, lands on the IC4Y. But it's a traits of the supports, so there's still a chance for SMU to come out. But the CC, the Nautilus out, is up, so they kind of lose out on that.
Yeah, I think that was fine because it prevents them from going all in, and this also denies them from using the Elder Dragon buff efficiently for SMU. So NP did very good catch onto the Nautilus, but with but SMU managed to get the mid lane inhibitor down, and now they are chasing after Foxtail with the rest of SMU just going to the top side to get the top side turret.
Foxgirl has to make a mad dash out of here. He doesn't want to get caught. He
Oh,
can 1v1 the dog, but he can't 1v3.
But remember that Foxgirl actually has the Elder Dragon buff, so the dog does not want to push it close, but he missed.
Oh, look at that shield! The shield coming in from Hut! And the burst yet again coming in from Hut. But will he be able to burst in time?
No, he does
the
not.
Shutdown will happen. But they are trading it out for the top T1 tower and going for the T2 tower now.
Yes, tier 2 turret might fall down here, and that's probably when SMU says we're gonna go back home. But again, SMU, although they get the Baron buff, although they won the previous fight and they got the Elder Dragon, NP is just picking them off one by one and denying the use of the Elder Dragon buff.
Alright. Karma's gonna just mantra up that Q, prevent the lane from pushing even more. Yeah, I believe they've done enough damage to the top lane, and they are gonna have to back up. The dog preventing the recall, but Kane may be able to trade out here for that recall. But good disengage coming from SMU. I mean from an NP, actually from both sides, I believe.
Yeah, I think that D-Dog a bit overzealous there. He shouldn't be walking up there because
he's very squishy.
Yeah, he's very squishy, and they still had the Elder Dragon, so he would have got himself killed if not for his flash. So NP there again, they are treading by a very fine line of well played or just eating. Okay, eating.
This is a nail-biting game. It's 39 minutes into the game. SMU is leading in terms of goal lead and kills, just a slight bit. And any mistake from either team can cost them the game here.
Okay, you look at the items so far as well. Syndra has completed his 4th item, going for the last item, I believe, a Zongya. Ezreal sold a Boots for the Revenant's Hydra, so he's going for the extra damage. Viego completed the Guardian Angel as well. Gaze completed 4 items. Trundle and Rumble relatively max power spike already, so now we just need to see whether can Squirrel reach his power spike as well, because right now he is at 4 items, but he's not packing the same punch as the Ezreal is right now.
Yeah, the Ezreal is 13-1, so
yeah.
I believe he is full build right now, right?
Yeah, he is full build, and Ori is also, Heart is also 13-5, so this is really the battle of who can carry the friends over the line, and can Heart really push himself and end this series 3-0, or can Kins carry SMU to the finish line and bring it for a reverse sweep?
Oh man, this cut it very close. Both teams are aware of their positions. They have the vision. Oh no, the Roma is gonna get rooted. Heart comes in, he's gonna get a huge shock with ready for him.
He missed his flash!
Damage, the flash gets wasted. One down for the side SMU, but Ezreal will be able to perhaps do some damage to stop them from re-engaging on top of the remaining 4 members. There is still time for the Rumble to come online yet again. Viego was split pushing at the bottom side, so there's no time for MP to continue pushing any lanes at this point of time.
So Rumble now without a flash. Baron spawning, I believe.
1v1, perhaps? No?
Yeah, I think Foxgirl knows that.
Oh, but no. Backup assistance is coming in. They want to get
no,
hard. They want to get hard. Oh no, Hart is gonna get pincered. Hart is too deep, but is there any TP gonna come in for Hart though? Oh, there we go, the Nollas out, there we go, the TP is gonna come in.
No!
But is it there? No, there we go, Hart goes down! The shutdown comes out, the Tito, he's gonna be the next to fall in line. True shot brush, connect!
Oh, no!
The Zero health, there we go. Syndra cleans up the kill, bomb tower is gonna fall down very shortly now. But at the same time, do I smell a base race coming along? No, they have the recall, they're gonna come back from the mid lane.
They're going to come back in the mid lane, and I think this is the game end push from SMU.
They're gonna tank this tower.
Yeah, they're just gonna end the game because with no Oriana, no Jace, the wave here from NP is too small, too limited, and because of this, SMU they're just gonna push for the end. They might bring the teleport from Viego to deny the minions from dying, but this is definitely game over.
Oh no, there we go. Roots coming all across the board. Oh, Icy Force! Ooh, the piercing arrow comes on. Icy Force takes him down in the end. And now Foxgirl being brought down to low. They don't want to overcommit this, but Kane's doing massive damage along with Syndra. Crucial Barrage connects onto Karma. Goes down for the count. Scroll super low health. Cappuccino last tank remaining to defend the 2 towers. They have to back up here. They can't continue this onslaught. They do realize that the Baron is up now. They have to quietly but surely make their exit out of their base.
Yes,
okay, now he's toned down. Let's calm
down.
Calm
down. But D-Dog says no.
Wait, what is Hart doing?
Hart says no. Hart says let's just rush the Baron now. And
Whew, this is such a this is
Oh, they spawned a hard. They know where hard is.
yeah, but this game is so much fighting between the two teams. We thought the early game was Fiesta enough. No, this is the Fiesta. So right now SMU stays. We're gonna trade view Elder Dragon for Baron.
Will this be a wise choice though? Oh, a true shot barrage. No, this is too late. Okay, there we go. But yeah, the mid in here is up. Yeah, they are gonna trade out, as you mentioned, the dragon for the Baron. Dragon Baron.
Yep, so NP with the Baron buff, SMU now has the Elder Dragon. I would favor SMU because right now NP and SMU, they're just fighting each other non-stop. So if you're gonna fight, you would prefer the fighting buff over the macro buff, which is the Baron buff. So I prefer SMU's position at this point of time. But look at Hart here.
They need to play smart.
He is trying to.
Oh! Him with that shockwave! That may have just cost him the game!
Yes, right now SMU know that there's no more shockwave. They are pushing in. Equalizer miss.
They do have the buff on the minion, but it's going to fall inside. Whoa! Triple piercing arrow on top of Squirrels here, missing the traffic cone. This is going to be very close. There's still 5v5 down in the mid lane. Things are brewing up a storm right now.
No, but without the skills, without the equalizer,
Shockwave is going to come back online very shortly.
So actually NP managed to deny the endgame push, but SMU might force the bottom lane push because now they have super minions from the bottom side, but now Shockwave is up, equalizer is also up. Will this be the final fight?
Oh, he's going to cut it very close. There's 4-member Viego trying to split push through the middle. Oh, IC4 may get caught out here by the traffic cone. Viego coming in from the flank as well. They're trying their best to delay for the in-hit. Alright, they try to bait out as much Q shots as possible. Hart is aware of this. He doesn't want to waste that shockwave like earlier just now. He was trying to do some fancy play, but it didn't work out in his favor.
Right, so right now, I believe the Elder Dragon is gonna expire in about a minute, and this is actually a victory for the side of Ngee Poly because without the Elder Dragon, the Baron buff lasts, I think, 30 seconds or 1 minute longer. So they have time to regroup and push out the lanes to get themselves the lead. But we're 45 minutes in and both teams have yet to surrender because both teams are still fighting because one team wants to end it 3-0 clean, one team is fighting for their survival in this competition. So this game really is just hanging by a small thread for both teams right here.
Yeah, this is $600 along with a scholarship for their team. So this is something that you really want to fight for.
Yes, and when we look at how the game started at the start of game 3, we kind of expected NP to win because they were actually ahead. Then SMU managed to claw their way back a little bit. And then NP started to get a very big lead. And SMU got the lead back. And then now we're stuck at this point in time where we don't know which team will win because both teams are brawling non-stop and getting their own ways of victory. And this is just a very, very messy game for both sides. Yeah. But messy doesn't mean fun.
Yeah.
No, messy does not mean it's not fun. Right.
So, you know, because in the earlier brackets, MP kind of lost to SMU. This is like kind of that revenge story here, right?
Yeah.
But SMU, they are warmed up. They are 46 minutes into the game. They are ready for, I think, anything that MP can dish out. Maybe if MP can, stop wasting their skills, their ultimates, they have a better chance of winning this. But SMU is just taking full advantage of their mistakes and just punishing them instantly.
Yes, and when you look at the items of everyone inside the game
I'm pretty sure everyone's all full build right now, right?
Yeah, you see everyone's already full build, maybe except for the junglers. They are short of their last item. Supports, I mean, their supports are technically full build, right? Because they just need one slot for the control wards and the rest are just all their important stuff. And like, look at Trundle here. He is walking up. Oh, he is tanky now. And equalizer miss!
Oh. But it will come out very shortly.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a good thing. That's a good thing.
Cooldowns doesn't really matter, right? Because this
it matters if it's within 30 seconds.
Yeah. This late in the game with no objectives up, I think SMU can just look to hold back, maybe wait a little bit more for the main objectives to come up. But now, both teams.
Bot in hit is up as well. Mid in hit is going to come up very shortly. Do you think they still can manage to take this? Because Viego is now trying to split push the top lane.
Yeah, so I think Viego's right now trying to create a pressure, which I think is very smart from the Viego because with all this fighting, there's no macro involvement actually, right? Because what each team wants to do is just create a point in the game, a point in the map where they can look to deny vision and then just 5-man bush, or they call it the fanatic bush, and then hide there and then look to catch somebody. But if everyone's gonna play that same style, then just ask someone to split push. And if you split push, you get something done on the other side of the map. So right now you see NP, they are forced to send all the members into the top side to push back the wave. And now SMU is doing the same thing now to the bottom side, where they send all the members down to push the wave into the side of NP. And this is just gonna be rinse and repeat until the next major objective, which is right now the Elder Dragon and the Baron.
Yeah, they're really trying to have the wards all over the place to secure. And if you look at the vision from MP, I don't think they will have any vision on the Dragon Pit as well as the Baron Pit. Yeah. Oh, they are in the dark here.
Yeah, again, they're setting up another Fnatic bush. Equalizer on the mid lane just to shaft the lane. I don't know what's going on.
Doesn't matter. I believe it's only like a 30-second cooldown.
Yeah, 100% it won't matter, but looking at the team, I think both teams are gonna do another trade. But again, what is the better trade for which team? Because when you look at the side of NP, they need the Elder Dragon more than the Baron. But SMU, they need the Baron more than the Elder Dragon because of how easy it is for...
hold on! I see Mega Corvia managed to hook himself to a slight bit safety, a little bit more time, but there we go, he goes down for the count. What doesn't have his ulti? Equalizer is still not up yet! Now this is the regret, is coming inside, he does manage to get it off cooldown, lands it down onto Han. There we go, Han over the count. Viego is gonna make this work, he's going from the back line, gonna be able to get the second kill on the reset. Will he be able to get scrolls? Yes, he will! There you go, the third kill. Now he's gonna make his way up to Cappuccino. Kane's got a solo kill of himself off the Kama, and this could be the GG coming in. Syndra TP's down to the bot lane. They're gonna make it work, they're gonna make the dream. And now Cappuccino is trying to evade his way, trying to escape this Voxicle, but I believe he has enough movement speed. But Syndra, does she have enough DPS to take down this inhib fast enough? 40 seconds across the board for the side of MP. Alright, there we go, then TP.
TP coming in from the Viego. This is game over, and SMU managed to extend this series by 1 game, and this means that SMU still has a chance to beat Neon Titanic for the third spot and the $600 cash prize. But what a game this was! So back
50
and forth.
minutes into the game, gosh dang!
Yeah, so back and forth this game. There's just so many things going on, and you start to wonder.
They kind of messed up both our hair.
Yeah, I mean my hair is like jumping in
the
excitement.
entire time he was doing this, like, oh, what's going on?
My head's hurting. What's going on? But what's going on doesn't matter because SMU just got game 3. So it means that there will be another game that both these teams will be playing, and because there's been one more game, we'll be going for a short break for game 4. So stick around, because will NP just end off the game, end of the series 3-1, or can SMU extend this reverse sweep to go for game 5 and take the title away from take the 3rd place away from NP?
I think SMU is ready for this, so see you guys shortly.
I'm sure SMU is so. My heart is with SMU.
Hi everyone, this is Jake. Starting from 16th of August, you can download the virtual interactive performance of my song 再度起航 Take Flight on the official website of Gardens by the Bay. Explore the virtual Gardens by the Bay and sing with my virtual avatar. You can also stand a chance to win amazing prizes. So, act now!
Start 15 morning, I start to work on everything. It's hot, we cannot say anything, but I try my best to do my job.
会啦，累一定会的嘛，要扛东西啊，一定满身大汗咯。哦，一天一天都是要这样做吗？你做小贩是这样的。
I mean, for me to go inside the hawker store, it's hot, it's dry, so I think as a hawker, you would make sure that you dress something which you feel comfortable.
I just love wearing the mask. It's a super lightweight material, breathable. It's also a UV protective.
What I like about these airism products is like it's very comfortable. Like you need to turn around here and all that. It's stretchable. It's breathable. Even though I sweat, I dry very fast again. Another thing is like the mask. Actually, it's very easy to breathe. Even you walk fast, also you can breathe. Sometimes I don't even feel like I'm wearing a mask. Thank you, Hawker Heroes and Uniqlo.
Welcome back, everybody, to Campus Legends Season 3. Now, just now, what we observed and we have seen was a very intense matchup from both SMU and MP.
Yes, and sad to say, my book of predictions is wrong for Game 3, but let's hope it's wrong also for Game 4 because I think it's going to say NP again, but my heart stays SMU. Let's go for a 5-game banger of a series. And Game 3 was nothing short but banger.
That's not what you said. That's not what you said behind the camera.
hey. Let's not expose our behind the scenes. Let's stick to our character, our facade. Okay, but let's just look back to Game 3. That was a very back and forth game from both teams. NP got the lead, decides to give the lead back to SMU. SMU says, no, take it back. And then NP says, no, you take it. And then SMU says, okay, we take it and we end the game for you. Alright, but let's look into Game 4. I do like what I see from SMU because they did put more urgency into the draft. However, I don't like how they play the draft because they relied so much on enemy throwing, but which I feel that it's not something you get every game. But just thankfully, Game 3 happened. So going to Game 4, I do expect something similar from the side of SMU. But I just want to see how NP is able to just play something simpler and less focused onto the scaling because it seems that NP always have a better early game. So just stick with the better early game.
Actually, the previous game, who do you think that was actually coming on top? Was it SMU or NP in terms of the the laning stages?
I think laning phase it was NP favor, right? Because you saw Hart in the mid lane, he is ahead. The dog in the lane, he's also ahead. The bottom lane was behind because Keynes was actually just hard carrying the bottom lane 3-0 and 1, I believe, at 12 minutes. So if you look at how the lane setup was done, it was 2 lanes winning for South NP and 1 lane was winning for SMU. So definitely I do think NP had the upper hand in the early game, although the champions there were more of a scaling champion. So I want to see Nyan Poly bring in a more early game oriented team comp because I believe they are able to pilot it, and knowing that SMU likes to fight early on as well, if they get a very strong early snowball comp, they can actually transit much much easier into the mid game and end off cleaner. But if they don't want to, just go ahead, because why not? We get a 5-game series, right?
I feel like we deserve a 5-game series. I feel like this season of Campus Legends for the bronze match deserves a 5-game series.
Yeah, I think the third, fourth match the teams are very close. So while we wait, before we jump into pick and bans for game 4, you just want to shout out to our sponsor Uniqlo. For those of you again who have not yet downloaded the app, please do so, because there is a $5 voucher and the app is right around here. So do take the time to scan the QR code and download the app, because why not get yourself a $5 voucher on your purchase using the Uniqlo app. And also that, if you didn't know, Uniqlo has been going around to give some masks, especially to those in need in the hawker centers, because those are the more prone to infection, especially because those are the more heavily accessed area. So you definitely want to give some support to Uniqlo as well. So do take the time to scan the QR code and then get yourself some Uniqlo goodies.
Shout outs to Kaplan and Murdoch as well, as our main sponsor for today.
Yeah,
I think I named my koala Murray. No, that was Johan's one. I think I named mine Steven. Yeah, I named my koala
I don't even remember what my koala was, because it ran away from me, I think, the last time I came here. but there's many koalas here. So Murdoch and Kaplan, thank you again. If y'all missed out what I mentioned before the previous game, if you're interested to find out more about what Kaplan offers, Kaplan is hosting an open house 16th to 22nd of August. So if you're free and you want to know more about what Kaplan offers, do come down and support and visit the open house as well. So with that all said, let's jump straight into pick and bans.
All right. Right off the bat, we're gonna see the Lee Sin being banned out by SMU. And the MP is gonna be banning out Gwen, as usual. And this time, in retaliation, is the Trundle ban. Interesting.
So SMU changing a little bit of the ban. I do expect the third ban to be a LeBlanc, because that seems to be a very big issue with the mid laner of SMU. But with Vendetta being back in the mid lane, I don't think SMU needs to bother about LeBlanc, because Vendetta himself is a very good player. He played in the pro scene before. He plays very professionally in his mid lane role, which is his favorite role. But instead, they still chose to ban LeBlanc. I think it's fine, because LeBlanc for Heart, which is one of the best champions, is very scary. And finally, NP says goodbye Viego. It takes them 3 games to ban the Viego.
Yeah, Viego was the game changer in that last moments when the flank happened. Oh, that was such a beautiful flank. I can still remember it in my head. The one, then the reset to the second, then to the third, and chasing down Cappuccino in the top lane. I still remember it all.
Yes, Viego, the best champion, finally banned. And now we see SMU. Not sure what to pick. They gotta pick the Varus away from NP, who took the Varus from them for the past 2 games.
Alright, interesting. Gonna be the one playing the Varus. They're gonna be the one playing the poker this time.
Yeah, and I do hope NP did not fall to the same trap, which they did, which SMU did for the past 2 games. Did not pick the Ezreal, but I mean Ezreal did popped off previous game, so I kind of have to slap myself in the face and tell myself.
They want to spite you.
I think they just want to show me that Ezreal can beat it. But now you see Xin Zhao locked in for Cappuccino because his Trundle was banned.
Would you rather fight a Trundle or would you rather fight a Xin Zhao? I'd rather fight a Trundle.
I mean, I'd rather fight a troll, because I like to dance with the troll. Honestly, I think Xin Zhao is much scarier in the early game, right? But Trundle just provides so much late game utility with the pillar, with the ulti of the Trundle. So I like what NP is going. They're going more for an early game comp. Like I told you, man, NP has me somewhere recorded,
like synced up with you right now.
Yeah, in sync with me, because I told them I want to see them play early game, and they just locked in Xin Zhao, they locked in Kaisa, very snowball heavy champions, and if they do get the snowball, it just spells disaster.
You can see the trash being picked up. It's been a while since I've seen the trash. I mean, trash hasn't been picked up for the bronze match so far at all, so we'll be seeing a new change of pace.
Yep, so based on my book of prediction, the trash here is actually, I believe, SMU's first time playing this tournament. I might be wrong, okay, but yeah, SMU's trash here, very good pick with the Varus, because it allows the Varus to play very aggressively, and not get punished because the Lantern can always save him out of position. So I like what SMU is drafting so far. The Kazakhs seems a little bit odd because
Don't usually see a Kazakhs.
yeah, you don't see Kazakhs in a lot of coordinated play because Kazakhs just revolves on the idea of snowballing hard. And looking at SMU comp, I don't think their comp is more for a snowball comp. Their comp favors a more
Mid to late game.
play slow, play it safe, and get to the point of being able to carry.
I believe I believe that Kazakh was picked because he has insane burst potential. That's one. Which we have seen going. I keep mentioning burst because this is the only word I know for it. And if you manage to isolate someone, like catching the enemy jungler perhaps all alone, or their support ADC or mid laner even, that spells GG. It's an instant melt, especially at level 11 when you get your leap, you get your fangs, your W, your Q to the evolve form. That's when it may be a bit late, but it still shows that he can dish out a lot of damage, you know. And so far we can see the Cassidy and the Raven being banned. Alright.
Yeah, indeed. So NP banning champions that
Good to know.
SMU are known for the Irelia as well as the Riven. Riven's Vendetta popped off on one of the group stages game, I believe was against ITE College Central for the third and fourth seeding of the group. So just respect bans for SMU banning Riven 4 games in a row. So NP now looking to pick the Mundo blind, and I think with Tamkench open, SMU might actually look to take the Tamkench away instead to counter the Mundo.
Ooh,
you know, you can't run away from Mundo can't do what he pleases if he gets eaten alive.
Wait, it's hovering over Darius. I mean, it's still a hover.
Yeah, I like Darius because going
He's a lane bully, man.
Because the idea why Darius actually works well against Mundo is because being a tank means that you don't get burst down very easily, so it allows you to get the stacks relatively fast. And if you get your stacks fast, you can just flash into the back line, leave your Q, and then start dunking everyone with your ulti. And then whose fault? Mundo's fault.
Mundo's fault. I just love Darius in general. I mean, he was one of the first, next to Garen, I guess, like one of the first champions that I main. I always spam like Darius top because I'm scum apparently.
Yeah,
and
so
bullying people out lane.
Actually, I used to play Darius a lot, but I just find Fiora more fun after that. Then I realized that actually Darius is actually just a lame stat check champion. But I mean, it's not lame, and some players do main it. I just don't like the kit he has. And especially when this season started, right? The Strikebreaker change was what made Darius very obnoxious, and I find that this should not be allowed. So now looking at the last two picks, we see Silas being picked for SMU. Is probably gonna be piloted by Vendetta. Foxgirl will be taking the Darius. I think IC4Y might be going into the jungle.
This is gonna be interesting.
Oh, okay, no,
okay.
He swapped out.
Yeah,
So I'm still trying to figure out who is playing what role in SMU because they are always swapping around. NP, however, Kiana will be in the mid lane. I don't like NP's comp this game because they don't have any AP damage except for Mundo, but Mundo doesn't deal a lot of magic damage. So this comp really relies on going hard early. If they don't win the early game as hard as they want to, throughout the late game when SMU starts to build the armor, it'll be very, very difficult for NP.
You don't want to let the Kazakhs stack up as well. That's another thing you don't want to face late game Kazakhs as well. But Darius as well. Once he gets his like second or third item, he's practically unstoppable. I feel.
Yeah, I think. But something I'll give credit to NP is they are gonna play early game because when you look at Kiana, you look at Zinta, you look at Kaiser Kama. You're just gonna hard smash you in lane, right? Because these are champions that generally do well in the laning phase. Probably I'm not sure how the Kiana and Silas matchup goes. I think it's slightly favored to the Kiana early, and then Silas starts to take over the game after that. Darius against Mundo, I think this is like a no-brainer, right? Darius will just eat you alive, bleed you to death, and dunk you with that big X, right? Because I'm thinking what the skills he has, he might take you. If you use his dunk master, Darius, he's gotta dunk you with a big ball of big basketball he brought around, right?
Yeah. What was the thing called? The backboard.
The hoop. Yeah. He's gotta dunk your face down the hoop, and then he's gotta strike down. You know, get a little bit of those extra effect. But looking at how both teams want to play, it seems like NP just wants to fight now. and SMU also just wants to fight. So both teams are going to fight.
It's gonna be an all-out brawl.
Feel a banger coming.
You say that you favor SMU's draft this time around, right?
I actually favors SMU draft this time. Yeah. Maybe the Celtics was the only odd pick, I feel, because
Yeah, it is
the
kinda
Celtics doesn't bring anything to the team. Maybe just, catch potential, burst potential, maybe. But I prefer SMU's draft way more than NP because of just the fact that they don't have something to provide the magic damage. Maybe, who knows? Maybe in the late game, Mundo just
builds AP.
builds AP and does what he pleases. Just throws one X, and the person just loses like maybe 30% of himself. Who knows?
But we are seeing the dog this time on Mundo yet again, so it's going to be very interesting. The dog has proven to be a very strong Mundo player so far.
Yeah, I think his game 1 performance on Mundo was very, very solid. He did manage to punish the Viego very hard early on and then take advantage of how Viego just loves to roam around the map. And because the Viego loves to roam around the map, he managed to get the lead for himself in the top lane and snowball the game out of control. Just something probably for Foxhill with this game because now he's going to Darius, he's probably not going to roam as much. So I want to see how D-Dog is able to play against this Darius because you've seen him play the style of roaming and fighting too much. But if the Darius roams too much, he's not going to have the same lane pressure that he's supposed to be putting out as a Darius. So this game to me feels like I want to see how Darius versus Mundo. Can D-Dog play against the Darius and can Foxhill pilot Darius hard enough to beat the Mundo lane?
What I'm kind of expecting also is the early game ganks coming from Kazik, right? I mean, even though he won't have his evolution up ready in time, but at least by 6 as well, he'll be able to gank more lanes efficiently. And that should be able to swing more into the favor of SMU. But if the ganks don't work out, then of course they're just going to lose the game and lose the momentum in general, your lead,
Yeah, but this game also, again, it's not a do-or-die game for SMU. If they lose this game, there's no more lifeline for them, right? This is the final game for them if they lose the game because at NP right now, they are 2-1. If the NP wins the game, they take the 3rd place, they take the $600 cash, and then they have the scholarship that comes along with the rewards. So both teams are still fighting for the 3rd place, the first time both teams will ever finish in the podium. So SMU definitely don't want to miss out on this opportunity because who knows, next year the teams that are coming will be stronger. It will be very difficult for SMU to ever get that position again. So I'm really excited to see what SMU can bring to the table because I do like their draft. But can they play their draft? Is another question. NP, however, I like that they are bringing the early game to them. The only thing I would have preferred if the mid laner was actually someone who is actually a magic damage dealer, and they will have they'll bring much more stability into the draft because if everything relies on all physical damage, it'll be very difficult to play.
I mean, Kiana is still very scary from, I believe, mid to a late game. So they could perhaps bank on that instead.
Yeah, I mean, if Kiana snowballs, then definitely, man. If you want to look at how she can use the vision, Fog of War, set up a nice terrain ultimate to get one stunned under the terrain. But that is an if, right? But if you are stuck under the lane and you don't really get to do as much around the map, and then the Silas gets ahead of you, and enemy Darius starts to build armor, the trash starts to build armor as well. It's very difficult as the Kiana to look for the one shot because everyone's just building armor. And it's just, although you might have all the armor penetration and lethality, it's not as effective as it used to be if, let's say, someone else in your team is really playing the magic damage.
But then in this Silas versus Kiana matchup, do you think Silas will have the upper hand here?
I think early game it might favor Kiana more because of how ridiculous the burst is early on. But if it goes to maybe the mid game when Silas starts getting the CR and the item and the skill level up in the W, it will definitely favor Silas a bit more.
That's definitely something that I would love to see from the Silas, because I don't want him to just be losing out in terms of the early game. I want him to win the late game because Silas is just broken in general.
Yeah, I mean I love playing Silas, but I hate playing against Silas. So
yeah, everyone loves to play the champion that they hate to go against, right?
I think it's just more Silas feels fun because of how I think Silas has one of the best skill expression champions because when you E in, when to E in, when to W in, when to use your Q, which ultimate to take, when to take the ultimate. it's all a lot of wins, and it's only when you really understand the champion's potential when you can utilize it well. So now when you look in this game between SMU and NP, standard summoners from both sides. SMU, Darius going for the flash ghost. It's a standard solo cube kind of build. Even in competitive, when you see Darius, sometimes you still see the Darius take the ghost because of just what the ghost helps you do in lane as well as in a team fight. NP, however, the Kiana takes the ignite, looking for the solo kills. Didok with the Mundo flash teleport, and you look at the summoners as well. The mastery runes, the runes of all these players, is all about standard. So I just want to see how each team will play the early game.
It's nothing too flashy, right? Just who can play the better early game at this point of time, right?
Indeed.
Who can play textbook style?
I don't think this is textbook because in competitive you don't really see the champions, but it's who can play their solo queue and bring it to the game.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. So now mid lane in Vendetta getting the level 2 ahead of the Kiana means that he can deny the minions from the Kiana. Big, okay, it's not really big, but slight win for
he's lost
Silas. Yeah, that's again.
Sorry.
And he only got 7 CS if he gets this CS, right? So he's actually like lost 5 minions really. So that's actually big in favor of the Kiana.
That's true.
But Kiana has actually managed to hold up in terms of the EXP itself. So now the ward was spotted out by NP. NP is pink. The ward plays by Silas. So they know that and NP side know that he's not able to gank the Silas from the top side. So they're probably looking for the bottom side play. All lanes, however, they are relatively even. Varus against Kaisa. You expect this lane? Oh!
Whoa, hang on. What just happened in the middle? That's the flash burn by Hart now. That was a very aggressive push coming in from Silas.
Yeah, so I did not expect Kiana to lose this Hart because of Kiana taking the ignite as well. But it seems that Vendetta really knows how to play this matchup well, and he's just punishing Hart on this Kiana pick.
Yeah, so you choose to play unorthodox, and this is what you're gonna get. And as I mentioned, the early ganks
Oh, I
coming
don't
from
think
Kha'Zix.
the ward spotted the Kha'Zix, and now Didok.
Oh, the dog's gonna get caught off guard. He may have to burn a flash here. Corsical does have the amount of DPS. There we go, first blood by Diorama. That's what I was talking about.
Oh,
like,
look.
early ganks. Oh, Jing Zhao, okay, I mean the lantern is there to save Canes in the end. But now the follow-up from Skrills and Flash gets hooked. Skrills would get the arrow rain all over him. The pierce damage, the piercing arrow almost gets a Skrill, but they will manage to pick up the trash instead. That was very close. They almost managed to get one kill, but the barrier being there to save the poor Kaisa.
Yeah, Kaisa survived a sliver of health, and I feel that if Varus actually flashed over the wall to just kill off the Kaisa, it would have been a fair trade because the Varus wouldn't have died. But look here, I think Sinzan wants to go for the gang. Can they kill the Silas?
No, but Diorama is nearby as well. The Kha'Zix could be a counter gang, but Cappuccino deciding against it. Gonna hit towards the bottom lane. Maybe try counter jungle, but doesn't spot out the Stone Golem set.
Yes, and this means that Sinzan can take away Kha'Zix can take away the enemy Raptor, and this is big for the start of SMU. SMU now just looking to really punish Sinzan for trying to force ganks instead of clearing his jungle, I mean.
Because Cappuccino needs to look for some early gank to at least get his team back on track. But so far, I think SMU didn't lose out too much because they lost their support rather than a top laner, right?
Yes,
looks like they seem to be pinging down on the bottom lane. Some like danger symbols going on right about there. I guess it's just trash letting the Varus know that he's making his way down.
Yeah, so now right now when you look at both teams, we see that for the start of SMU, the starters managed to recall and then recall earlier than the Kiana because the Silas is actually controlling the wave state. So this is actually very big, especially because Silas is the one with the teleport, so he shouldn't be the one with the lane priority. But because he played the lane so well early on, the Kiana is unable to take control of the lane. Hold on!
Aggressive hook, lands on the scroll, a lot of damage being dished out onto both the
I
support
think
and
Trash is
Skrills.
dead. Oh no!
Oh, the piercing arrow takes out Skrill, but now the Lantern comes to save Canes. The TP will be in vain.
Yeah, that TP is wasted from Mundo, and I think Darius might look to just shove top side. He might actually freeze it, but I think he's trying to shove the top lane and probably go for the third plate at the top side. So this is again a big win for the side of SMU. It feels like NP has fallen for SMU's playstyle because they are just fighting whenever they want for no reason.
Yeah, like you shouldn't really have TP'd bottom when you know that the fight was kind of lost. So yeah, free third plating for the Darius.
Yeah, and then free third play and Mundo loses, I feel like 3 waves of EXP, and that's very big in terms of momentum. But MP however, they're gonna just take the dragon away from SMU. So again, NP has one of the best dragon controls in this game. However, the previous game they lost 2 Elder Dragons. Right, 2 Elder Dragons.
They lost the late game.
Yeah, so I think so far the series there's at least oh, hold on. Okay.
Oh, cannot miss out.
Yeah. So in this series there's at least 14 dragons so far. SMU has controlled 3 dragons, and NP has controlled 11 of the 14 dragons. So again, NP has one of the best dragon controls I've seen so far in the tournament. And it's just what can they bring out? What can they do with the dragon control, right?
Maybe it's just SMU not caring, right? For all we know. You see, just a little skirmish, a little bruising from between the dog and Dorama.
Yeah, I think looking at Didok's playstyle now, he is forced to just sit under his lane because he cannot ever go aggressive on the Darius, because Darius with the ghost will just run you down, and that's something really to consider, because when you look at how NP wants to play, they wanted to play aggressive early, but with the lead now that SMU has accumulated in the bottom side, it is very difficult for NP to play very aggressive.
Yeah, because the moment MP plays aggressive, they won't suspect a gank coming on Kha'Zix sometimes, you know. Like you don't really know where he is, but once you have the information, perhaps you can dive in a little bit further in rather than playing super safe.
Yeah, I think the issue right now is where is the Kha'Zix, and if NP does not find where Kha'Zix is, it's very difficult for NP to make a play, and because the team requires them to be one engaging. It's a hex.
Oh, it's a hex flash, right?
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah, so because the team requires NP to make plays in their own lane, if NP cannot force the early game, this comp does not work out. And when you look at other lanes, look at mid lane for example, Salas is already 20 CS up of the Kiana, so I'm not sure why would you last pick a Kiana against the Salas.
Maybe he thought that he had something up his sleeve, you know, like maybe Hart could do something with this Kiana, but in the end I don't think so.
Yeah, I think Hart misread the matchup in the mid lane very badly, because Kiana with the Ignite is a very solo queue-ish kind of play. When you look at more coordinated play, it's much simpler to actually look against the Kiana, because especially in the Silas, you can take over matchups if you know how to play the matchup. And I think Vendetta is one of the best mid laners in the tournament, so he has been showing very good performance on all champions he's played so far. In the jungle, in the top lane, in the mid lane. That's why I do think it's a very risky move to go for those solo queue champions, especially knowing that enemy can play the matchup against you.
And especially when you're not ready, you're not expecting it, and that's where it all falls apart. And Cappuccino just kind of sat in the brush a little bit longer than he liked, kind of losing out on his jungle, because the Kha'Zix just got the Rift Herald and now he's making his way top side.
Yeah, so with that Rift Herald taken away from
do you think he spotted out? Do you think the dogs saw again? No, he definitely spotted.
They don't have to spot him out because they're just gonna down the turret, and this is gonna be a big swing of goal into the favor of SMU, but however they chose not to.
Alright, you see Stylus as well making his way top lane, as well as the things are gonna be look for 3v3 perhaps very shortly, but no, they're gonna go and recall instead. Kha'Zix, yeah, he's gonna back off fully. Stylus being spotted out by the Sing Top. No, nothing too much gonna happen at this point of time.
Yeah, both teams right now just taking it slow. SMU, however, have already got himself a 2,000 gold lead in 10 minutes. So this is actually a big win for SMU, considering the past 3 games they have been playing they have been playing too aggressively that by the 10-minute mark they start to fall behind.
What if SMU was throwing the first 2 games and we were all baited into thinking that MP was better?
Like I said to you just now, right, that takes them 2 games, right? 2 games for them to warm up. The first game was them playing a little bit cold. Second game was them playing a bit hyper. So it's for them to find the perfect balance, right, between what is too passive and too aggressive.
And there we go, like Kane getting caught out by the root by the Karma, but however the Lantern is there to save the day.
Yeah, I was thinking whether Kaisa would want to go all in with his ultimate, but chose not to. I respect the decision, but it seems like SMU is going to make a play in the bottom side.
Yeah, you can see Teroma is waiting in the bush. There we go. The hook kind of misses, but however, the burst damage coming in from Kha'Zix will bring Fudge to low, and there we go. He takes down Fudge Nugget, the Karma down, and that is good enough for the bot lane to just chill a bit no longer with the Varus being super low on health. Capriccio coming coming to the mid lane alongside with Foxical. There will be a counter gang coming alongside though. Miss a whiff coming in from Heart. And Foxical goes in for the pull and hook, but no, catches no one. Apprehend doesn't catch anyone. That's really sad. Yeah. And he's gonna return back to his lane.
NP is now experiencing what SMU has been experiencing for the first two games, which is trying to play all-in comp, but not getting the all-ins.
They're missing out their all-ins, and that's the worst part about it. Yes. But as you mentioned, NP, the master of the dragons, perfect control.
Yeah, it just somehow gets the dragons, and I don't know whether it's just because SMU says just take the dragons, we don't need dragons to win the game, or is it because their bottom lane just, no matter, even if they're in a losing matchup, just somehow gets them the prior to get the dragon. And I think this is a bit worrying, because if your bottom lane has a prior, you should be the one with the dragon, but just somehow NP that justifies the logic.
Who knows, maybe Elder Dragon is like the go-to dragon rather than the other small dragons. But the TP comes in alongside with Durama, catching the poor Cappuccino alone. He may be able to flash. No, he goes for the engage. He says, gets taken down. Hard can't do anything. Has no range. He tries to hop over the wall, perhaps allowing the Mundo to come alongside. And they maybe let's do this rip off, but no, they're gonna look to dive the dog under the tower.
Mundo, this is not where you wanna be.
He has the max stacks. Okay, the max stack just got cleared off. Once another max stack is appeared, once another max stack is gonna happen, or the dog is probably going for the dunk. But it looks like everyone's gonna play safe and then return back to the lanes. SMU is leading this; they don't want to lose the lead, and Silas returns back to his lane.
Yeah, so right now SMU they are getting themselves big leads over again. However, hold on there as NP gets themselves a kill in the bottom side. IC4 punished.
That will be finally a kill going in the favor of MP. I mean, you do lose out the support a second time. Not too bad, but the most important part is that your main carries do their job at the end of the day.
And I think it's a bit sad that right now the soul that will be playing on this important game is actually the Cloud Soul, you know, because the Cloud Soul doesn't really bring much to the side of NP because of the champion that uses the ulti. Mundo, I think, uses the ultimate relatively well, but Kaisa, you see Karma, you see Kaisa and Karma don't really use the ultimates that well. So I don't think Cloud Soul is the best soul that you want for themselves, but it's just unfortunate.
It's gonna be a 4v4 down in the bot lane. A beautiful.
Oh my goodness, that's big.
Coming in from Kiana, and there we go. The huge. Following up from the huge ulti, MP will be able to clean up 2 kills for themselves, and then they have to probably just back up now and return back to the lanes. Darius was trying to make his way down, but was not fast enough to affect any gameplay at all.
Yeah, that was big coming from the side of NP, because why would you ever fight Kiana in the jungle?
That's the worst spot. That's just the worst spot to fight one, right?
Yes, that's the worst position to fight. And now look here, top side. Seems like Foxkill is gonna get caught by Foxkill is gonna catch the dog running away, but Mundo is gonna run away with the ultimate, and there is no chase potential coming in from SMU.
Man, that stun negation with his passive is just so broken. Like I don't think he can get apprehended by Darius, you know.
Yeah, but which is why I feel that if Darius wants to go all in on the Mundo, right, he needs you cannot ever rely on the apprehend.
Yeah, you must cripple him first, right? Then go for the apprehend.
Yes, exactly. So it's very difficult to kill the Mundo unless it's a gang. But hold on.
IC4 goes in with the hook and dash right in, and sends him right back to his ADC for the kill. It's a quick and fast, easy kill at the bot lane. So things all evening up. Okay, not really evening up. SMU is still leading this pretty far in terms of goals. So
yeah, I think that Fudge Nugget there a bit over aggressive there. He should not be posturing himself so far ahead, especially against the trash. You need to know where the trash is before you can walk up. And again, SMU, although they are finding all these small picks, and it is good for them, and as you mentioned just now, to see the apprehend denying another engage from Darius, it's just a very horrible matchup for the Darius, because you can never ever use apprehend aggressively unless someone CCs him for you, and then you can use, you know that the passive of the Mundo is down.
You need someone to engage for you on the Mundo. That's why the Kha'Zix is there, I guess. But Kha'Zix doesn't really have any other, maybe than his W for some slow. Okay, he manages to get the Rift Arrow in time.
Hold on here in mid lane, however, I think Hart will
get
get a soul kill.
Ooh, flashes. Surviving.
Yeah, I think Hart there a bit unable to kill them Silas because Silas managed to flash out of the W of the Xin Zhao as well. But now when you look at the other lanes, bottom turret has already fallen down. Top lane turret is gonna fall down soon. They have the Herald, so they can drop it top side. I think they're gonna save this dragon for they're gonna save the Herald for the next dragon fight, which is happening in about a minute time as well because dragon is spawning. But this is a Cloud Soul, so I'm not very sure that SMU wants to contest with this.
Like knowing that the Cloud Soul wouldn't do too much for MP, maybe you can just like let them have it.
Yeah, but I mean Cloud Soul doesn't really do as much for SMU, right? Because you do ultimate, you see Kha'Zix, you see
What's this 1v1 happening on the top side?
Alright, I love this top the tank brawling, right?
Oh no! Kha'Zix got caught by Kiana and Xing Zhao.
Yeah, he just gets one shot. No reaction time coming from Kha'Zix because there's no reaction for you at all. And now you see the Mundo just out dueling the Darius, and this is a big problem because when you look at what Darius is supposed to offer against the Mundo, it's just Darius is supposed to beat you down. But if the Darius can't win you in lane, then how do you beat down the Mundo?
I think this Mundo may actually just work out because I mean this is the reworked Mundo. If it was the old Mundo, he'd be dead. But the new Mundo kind of brings a lot on the table for us, allowing the Darius. I mean, like not allowing the Darius actually to engage on anyone at all. Like because once you steal away that the passive, that's it. I mean like you can just run away whenever you want.
So now Herald is summoning in the mid. Herald is being summoned in the mid lane. He's probably gonna probably down tier 1 turret of mid lane, and it's the second charge. Okay, never mind. I guess SMU says you can just take the free Herald, and NP denies the charge from the Herald. This is big because the mid lane turret was going to fall down. So if the Herald managed to get a charge, tier 1 fall down, and that was a big win in terms of macro positioning for SMU. But since the turret did not fall down, NP lives to survive, lives to protect the turret.
I guess the Reef Herald was kind of running out, right? So you kind of had to put it down.
I think it wasn't because when you look at the timer that Kha'Zix finished Herald, it was I believe at 15:30. So there's actually still 1.5 more minutes that can be used. But I just think that he was a bit too greedy to use Herald, and I don't blame him for that because he believes that maybe just the Herald position there could have spawned, could have killed off the tier 1, or maybe he just wants to use the sweeper, and that's something that as a jungler sometimes you prioritize using the sweeper over the Herald position.
Yeah. I mean maybe he wasn't expecting to have like 3 men at mid, right? And Hart
be
in a horrible position, barely missing his hook, but then again, gets flayed backwards. But however, her ulti will not connect, but it will flash in the end. So that's one flash and one outburn. Kama mantras up her Q.
Yeah, but that was very big from Vendetta in the mid lane. Oh my goodness.
No, there we go. The apprehend lands onto the Skrill. The ADC is gonna fall down for the count. There we go. The dunk happens. Skrill falls down for the count. However, at the top lane, Xing Zhao and Mundo is making their way down. They managed to take the tier 1 tower. Kha'Zix gonna go in the invis. Oh, barely dodging the skill shot. There we go. Lands on top of the dog. Trying their best to slow him down, but he's the passive. He is on cooldown right now. And then IC4Y flashes in for the hook, but Mizabah apprehend through the dragon wall. I mean the Baron pit. That was super close, but Vashnak is gonna have to flash out from that.
Was that blind, or did the ward spot him out? Because if that
was blind.
If that was blind, that was very, very sick coming in from Foxcall. But
yeah, it was blind.
I think they just clicked control ward there, so I'm not sure that it was really fully blind. But again, that was just a very good apprehend from SMU. And at this moment of time, again, we said we favored SMU's draft, and at 20 minutes of the game, definitely I still favor SMU's draft. The lead that SMU has so far has been relatively stable. I think NP managed to caught up in terms of gold. And when you look at items as well, there's no really big item spikes for anyone else, anyone in the game, maybe except for Varus, who now has completed the 2 items spike. You don't see the Eclipse build anymore. You don't see the Eclipse build coming from Kins. He's going for the Dust Blade. I mean, this is also a relatively good build, but lately we've seen the Eclipse build because of the fact that there's a Mundo, and because you want the armor shred to work.
Yeah, I mean, Mundo kind of just tanks up not only on like health, right? He tanks up on armor, so you want to shred as much armor as possible. And it is technically their only main tank on the side of MP, so once you get him down, he is a huge nuisance at the same time. So getting him down ASAP is like better. And pretty good skill shot coming in from Keynes. Landing on the scroll. Deciding to swap lanes now. Mid going to bottom and bottom going to mid. So
yeah, so this will probably happen.
Silas although he doesn't know that Xing Zhao is there in the brush.
Oh no, the ulti taken away from Silas kills him.
At the same time, Fox is going to be 1v1ing this hard. Goes for the dunk, the bleed out. There we go. Passive coming from Darius, doing his job. Perfect execution.
Again, the battle of the two solo queue champions, the Darius and the Kiana, and Darius just gets the upper hand by a sliver of health actually. He survived one dot, one more auto attack from the Kiana. And again, Keynes missed his ulti. It's unfortunate, legit.
Yeah, if Keynes landed that, that's an easy free kill right there. Because IC4Y and Diorama was nearby. Are they really going to start Baron? Wow.
Yeah, I think SMU are confident enough to start the Baron. So this will be a big win if SMU manage to get this Baron. And I think NP are not willing to trade this, so they are moving members over.
Sliler's going to get a solo kill perhaps on the ADC, but however, Fudge Nugget is there to distract. At the same time, in the backline, Cappuccino's doing his job. Gets hooked, however, in the end. Go for a shot. Keynes almost getting eliminated by Cappuccino, but now the dog, now the main tank is in the front line. Maybe able to take out the Trash. There we go. Trash goes down. The dog now left all alone from the other side. Barely so low on health. Slice will be able to clean it out. Slice turns it around. Lands his skill shot onto Skrills and goes in for the double. The instant reset on the triple. And now Hart is left all alone. Can Hart be able to 1v1 this? Perhaps. And there we go. That's the quadra kill coming in for Vendetta.
SMU have come to play. The warm-up is over. Games are over. This is SMU showing them why they are better than NP this game, in this series.
And that's going to be a free Cloud Dragon for SMU.
Yeah, so when you just look back at what happened, it just felt that SMU was trying to bait NP over, and because NP were at a relatively weaker point of the game, they weren't able to fight back with SMU. I felt, however, that Xin Zhao a bit too aggressive. He has no need to go all in onto the Varus.
And he was all alone.
Yeah, he went in alone. So the fact that he went in alone was what caused his death, and his team wasn't able to follow up, and that was what led to the overextension from his team.
Foxgirl may get caught off here. The root, yes, connects in. But however, super tanky apprehends the poor Karma. He's bleeding away. Has to back up. The TP is coming in, of course, from the Sliders. He had to back up the teammate. So it will be a 4v5 as of now. Kazik is still far away back in base. They're gonna have to make it work.
Yeah, so now Silas just teleported onto the ward there, and he managed to get himself a Magi Soul Stealer. That's the most important thing, because now if he gets any more kills, he's just gonna exponentially increase his power, and that is just obnoxious to deal with as anyone playing into Silas.
And he's just 6-0-1. He's like, after that quadra kill, he's just rolling in fat stacks right now.
Yes, I think right now he's about 40% CDR, looking at items. So he's able to just continue dishing out damage after damage and just balance his cooldown with it. And look here, Styler just catches it. Cappuccino.
All alone. Squirrels is trying to come in for the support now. Alongside with Fudge Nuggets. However, they're gonna get airborne, they're gonna get hooked, they're gonna get stunned. All the CCs are happening on top of them. Cappuccino trying his best to survive, but however, he can't face the wrath of the 5 members of SMU. Now, they perhaps are looking to go for the Baron after the engagement. They will face some disturbance, however, from MP.
Yes, SMU now going for the Baron. They'll probably get it because the jungle of NP is down, but again, SMU, where were you the first 2 games? Warm up probably. But SMU just showing up the past 2 games, they are really playing very good League of Legends, especially this game.
There's a huge Kiana out potential. It's gonna happen very shortly. But no! Hang on, wait a minute! Vendetta, what are you doing? You're hopping against the wall, allowing your team to secure the Baron, and now you're just gonna go and solo kill alongside, get a kill on the Kiana. Now Fudge Nugget is all alone, and that will be the 2nd kill for SMU.
Yes, and kill goes over to the Silas. Now with 22 stacks, I think this is definitely game over. So we are going 100% for a game 5 unless NP decides to throw this game. SMU decides to throw this game. I don't see any way back for NP to come. Any way back for NP this game.
Oh man, so I guess the reverse sweep is true.
Yeah, like I told you, pro SMU my love for SMU was here. Definitely want something for SMU.
I mean, like you mentioned, the warm-up games are very important for them. Now they're all warmed up and they're all ready for the game. And this is SMU at 100% potential. They want to get this third place. They want to get that scholarship.
Yes.
They want that $600.
And so when you talk about, like we mentioned before, that game 1 result doesn't tell anything. It might give you some momentum going to game 2, but game 1 is really for testing of the water and hold on.
Oh, Cappuccino gets hooked in the air, now knocked up in the air. Now the damage coming in from SMU proves much of a danger to him, and then we go Foxiger coming in with the dunk on top of the Karma. Skrill's super low on health, they have to back up, they can't do too much. The dog's the one carrying the team right now, like as the main tank, and he's trying his best.
But when you are the only one doing damage as a tank, and your team is unable to follow up and help you do damage to the enemy team, that is a
That
big
says a
issue.
lot. Oh, the hook who almost connects. Alright, I hear the hook. Trash doing a pretty good job. Okay, the dog doesn't get slow. So right now it's the 3v5 down the mid, and the in-hit will go down, and that's what they wanted. That's all they needed, and now they're gonna back up.
Yes, SMU playing very clean League of Legends this game. Something that I did not expect them to play, because you see the first 3 games, they're playing very messy, very
sloppy, right?
Very sloppy, but they have a style of play which was very aggressive and very on-in-your-face kind of team play style of League of Legends. But now they're just playing very clean. They're just going for the small wins, look to translate the small wins to something bigger, and then just snowball off that, which is something I really like coming from SMU.
I mean, they definitely got their hit leveled out, but now Foxiger could face some trouble now. Whoa, that looks like he will be in a 1v4, but how okay, wait, 2v4 Kazik is there, TP is coming from Silas, and things are just about to turn around. Fox Nuggets going in a big burst of flame right now from Diorama, as well as Cappuccino. Oh, that was a really good bait actually.
Yeah,
he even baited me.
With this, it is game over, because I think SMU just have to run to the bottom of mid lane and just push the minions into the turret and end the game.
Oh, the dogs gets flayed backwards. The box of death will come on as well, and the dog stands no chance at all. No chance.
No chance indeed, as now Silas with the 25 stacks on his Magi just says bye bye NP, we'll see you in game 5.
This is definitely game 5 right here. There's no way in heck that it's gonna happen. And there we go. First flashes in for the beautiful out, connects, and will take the poor ADC down.
Yeah, I don't think NP probably had expected this, because they were 2-0 up, and from 2-0 up to see yourself in 2-2, that's just very heartbreaking and mentally
that's very daunting for sure, 100%.
Exactly. So with backs against the wall, I think NP right now, they need to find something.
Oh, hang on, Singtao is trying to make something happen, and that is his death. So never mind, as you were saying.
Yeah, so as I think that this game is over, and it's something that we didn't expect coming from SMU. SMU just looking to pad their KDA a bit. 24-6 is the scoreline. This is a very one-sided game from SMU.
The final kill.
Yeah, so
final kill from Darius as well.
Yeah, so 25-6 is the scoreline. This is a very one-sided game. SMU favorite start to finish. And this is going to be a difficult task for NTU because, NP, because if NP were to come back in this game, on this series, which is the game 5, which is the final series, they need to reset the mental, because right now they won 2 games, and now they are on a losing streak for 2 games. And usually, if you are the one in a reverse sweep, if you to be on the losing side, it's very difficult for you to come back unless you know that you know what you want to do for game 5. So it's important for NP to really just reset the mental, come back into the last game, final game, and be prepared to give you all.
They must be so demoralized. But in the meantime, we're gonna reset our mental state as well.
Yes, because for SMU, before we go for the break, just to highlight, the score now is 2-2. So we're going for a game 5. SMU's NP, this series really lived way past my expectations.
One heck of a bronze match.
I expected it to be a very 3-0, 3-1 kind of game, but it's going all the way to game 5. So stick around for game 5. Ooh.
A lot of my painting is about movement. I really gravitated to the circle, and from the circle came the atom. It's like the center of everything, the universe, our biology, all of it. The atom is constantly in motion. We're introducing activewear. It's the best way I can represent with Uniqlo.
Hi everyone, this is Jake. Starting from 16th of August, you can download the virtual interactive performance of my song 再度起航 Take Flight on the official website of Gardens by the Bay. Explore the virtual Gardens by the Bay and sing with my virtual avatar. You can also stand a chance to win amazing prizes. So, act now!
Start 15 morning, I start to work on everything. It's hot, we cannot say anything, but I try my best to do my job.
会啦，累一定会的嘛，要扛东西啊，一定满身大汗咯。哦，一天一天都是要这样做吗？你做小贩是这样的。
I mean, for me to go inside the hawker store, it's hot, it's dry, so I think as a hawker, you would make sure that you dress something which you feel comfortable.
I just love wearing the mask. It's a super lightweight material, breathable. It's also a UV protective.
What I like about these airism products is like it's very comfortable. Like, you know, you need to turn around here and all that. It's stretchable. It's breathable. Even though I sweat, I dry very fast again. Another thing is like the mask. Actually, it's very easy to breathe. Even you walk fast also, you can breathe. Sometimes I don't even feel like I'm wearing a mask. Thank you, Hawker Heroes and Uniqlo.
It's ready! Are you guys ready for this best of 5 fifth match? SMU against MP. And thank you so much, Uniqlo, for this comfortable clothes to Naruto run in and roll in because it's.
Yeah, dude, I saw you roll. I felt the enthusiasm coming in from you. So now,
so
we're all
let's
excited.
go.
Are you excited?
I'm excited.
Yes, that's it. We're all excited for Game 5 between SMU and NP. So, looking back at this series itself, it's really just amazing, okay? 5 games. I told myself after Game 2 that please let SMU win 2 games. And they did win 2 games. So now we're back to Game 5. This is the final game of the series. If SMU wins this, SMU wins the $600, wins the 3rd place, wins the prize rewards as well. And if NP wins this, they win the same thing as well. So whoever wins this final game are the winners of the 3rd and 4th placing. So, SMU and NP, all the best. Final game. I do think that SMU might take the victory because they are now
there was a storm just now. I just saw.
Yes,
it's
like a 2-game winning streak, right? And they stomped NP in the previous game, so they are favorites to win tournament. Sorry, not tournament. I mean the 3rd and 4th game, 3rd and 4th placement. But I think NP, if they did reset, they had the mental reset. They found the big brain strategy that they need to come up with. I think NP can take it back.
For sure. MP, if they can reset at this point of time, that was just devastating. I swear that was like blitzkrieg tactics there, man, from SMU. SMU is 100% ahead of the game now. They were just, maybe from looks of things, it looks like they were just fooling around. Like from what we saw in the last game, it's like they weren't even serious anymore. And then now it's just like, okay, let's put on our game face, guys. Let's just trash MP. Let's just take it all the way home now. And I guess it's also good for us, for Campus Legends as well, because it puts on a good show for all of us, and that's what we want to see in the first place. You don't want to cast some boring game. You don't want to cast a game that farm CS up to like 20 minutes and then you get your first blood. You want to see action. You want to see non-stop fighting.
Yeah, so I hope that SMU and NP can bring up the best of Game 5 because right now both teams are ready. But before we talk about the game itself, let's just quickly mention that for those of you who have yet to win this beautiful KM300 RGB bundle, okay, maybe your past 8 weeks, you just missed out the lucky draw, don't worry, you still have a chance, okay, to win this bundle. And how do you do so? Is stick around for after this game because just before the grand finals, we'll be having a questionnaire, right? And if you are the champion, the best knowledgeable person in the questionnaire, this is yours. Okay, this is yours. Okay, we won't be taking it.
I'm taking
it's
it
all
right
yours.
now. What are you talking
Yes,
about? It's
alright,
right now.
it's all yours. Don't worry about him. Okay. So right now, let's jump into the game when if they're ready. Let's jump into the pick and bans because both teams seems to be
They're ready.
in
They're in the
position.
lobby.
Yep.
Yeah.
So SMU, Ngee Polytechnic, Game 5. Let's get it.
I'm wondering how Twitch chat is reacting towards this right now, seeing the trolls coming in from MP earlier on and SMU like back and forth non-stop. Oh man.
Okay, maybe.
I'm still looking at Oriana. I'm still looking at Hard Oriana right now in that second game. I don't know what happened there. I mean the third game, sorry. I don't know what happened there,
Maybe, right?
Sorry, second game. Yeah, second game.
Maybe they just think that they can just win it in Game 5. So just you have to give away. You have to give some, lose some, right?
You give and take, right?
Maybe they just want to extend the series to play as many games as they can because this is probably the last time they play together as a team, maybe. But yeah. So now looking at the games, the pick and ban so far, we see similar bans from NP, similar bans from SMU. However, they decide to take away the Silas because the Silas in the previous game was a
scary.
monster.
Quadra. Oh man,
Yeah.
it's a smart choice to ban the Silas now.
So SMU decides to do the same bans. NP, however, they chose to not ban Diana and take the Diana themselves. So this is a very smart adaptation coming from NP. So I want to see what SMU can bring in the table because with Varus open, I do think SMU wants to take Varus because Varus has been so prominent in the series. For all 4 games, it is picked, it's never banned.
Yeah.
Right. So we do probably see the Trash Varus come in for SMU, and for NP, I want to see something different because the Kaisa and the Kaisa Karma didn't work out against the Trash Varus.
Like, if you realize MP, like, if I'm wrong, they keep choosing Kaisa, right?
No, they actually picked Varus twice, right? Because Game 2 and Game 3 they did pick
yeah,
Varus.
it was alternate,
but Game 1 and Game 4 they did pick the Kaisa. And okay, never mind. SMU choose to lock in the Aphelios. So what do you do against this comp? You're picking the Varus. NP, show me the Varus.
Show me Varus. Right here, yeah. Varus.
Hold on. I'm looking at the book of predictions right now. It says that NP will pick Varus.
Come on, Kachino. You know you want to do it. Come on.
Oh no.
Okay. 2. 1. Samira! Alright, we have a game ready for us for sure.
I think the book isn't working today. Can someone help me check what's wrong with my book today? But in the meantime, Samira doesn't seem like Samira doesn't seem like the best answer to this because Aphelios wants people to run into them.
And Samira is supposed to run into them.
Exactly. So this is like you're counterintuitive to what Aphelios. So you're actually just you counter picking yourself. But I guess NP really just wants to go with the team of all in because they have the Diana, they have the Leona. So why not bring in the Samira as well, right? So NP right now the draft seems very there's a style of play that they want to go. But I don't like what they are doing to their comp because of how easy it is for SMU to counter it with the Aphelios and the Trash. Now SMU looks to lock in the Ola. I think this is a decent option against the Diana because Olaf just wins Diana early on.
Yeah, I was also thinking, I mean Samira is supposed to run into the enemy and she does so much damage up close, right? So it's just a matter of who can dish out more damage, who's more fed.
You are right to feel my
in the mid game when all the team fights start happening because the team fight potential for MP right now is very solid from what I can see so far in this draft.
Yes, and with again both mid laners and both solo laners have not been picked, so SMU will have to go blind on either the mid lane or the top lane. And I do prefer it if SMU just look to pick the top lane first, because SMU's mid laner definitely can take any counter matchup and play it to perfection. And for the side of NP, however, I would have preferred if they ban out the Sen and the I believe the Darius, because these two are what Voxel plays blind. So leaving it open means that Voxel can just go blind again, and that's not something you want, because you 100% want to punish this player, because he's not the best player, but he has a decent pool that you can punish.
Like, once you punish a player, you're technically 5v4, right? Unless they can still come out on top, like somehow they get fed like, through the mid game, or maybe they reach an epiphany and they realize that, hey, actually I'm really good at this champion.
Yes, indeed. So SMU, what will they pick here? Aurelia and Renekton being banned out by Nyan Polytechnic, and for the side of SMU, they banned out the Kiana and the Kassadin. Kiana surprisingly being banned because since NP took out the Silas, I don't think SMU have the answer to Kiana. So I just mentioned that I was hoping that NP would ban out the set and Darius. So SMU just blinds the set, and this is something Foxgirl is very comfortable in. So again, I feel that NP a little bit sloppy with the draft here, because I feel that maybe they're affected by the game 3 and game 4. So I just want to see what NP have in store against this team of SMU, because to me it seems that NP are falling into the trap of SMU, which is, we can lose game 1 and game 2, but then they think they win already lah. So we just
confident, confident
already lah. So just go game 3, game 5. We show them a proper game. They cannot win anymore. That's what the mindset is, I think, right now going for SMU. And NP are just falling into the holes of SMU. But the Wukong pick here, I don't really like the Wukong pick here. Just because you're against a set, you're against Olaf. If you do ulti someone, the set just gonna knock you off. You don't knock out the Olaf. There's also the Trash Lantern to hook out anyone within the Wukong ultimate. So there's so many disengage options for SMU that I think NP cannot look to utilize. However, pairing the Wukong with the Orianna ultimate, as well as the ult-in potential of NP with the Leona, with the Diana, with Samira, provides so much all-in potential of NP. And the only issue I have with NP's team comp is, what if the all-in doesn't work?
You lose the game.
Yes, so they will probably not. They'll probably.
I think they just lost the game.
Yeah, because look at this last pick, Rise. I really like the last pick, because the Rise just provides a lot of macro plays for you. And looking at how SMU actually played the previous game, right? I think that SMU can really just take away options away from NP. And if NP is ever forced to make a wrong decision, it will affect the overall flow of the game. And because I believe when I look at SMU and NP, I'll give the edge over to SMU because of how much skilling they have. They have the Rise, one of the best damage dealers in the late game. They have the Aphelios, one of the best AD carries in the late game. I mean, Samira is probably around the same tier as well, but Aphelios is much more scary. And because he has the trash, he can play very aggressively if he wants. So I do favor SMU's team comp more. However, NP, their comp is much, much easier to execute.
That's true, yeah.
So it's about the ease of execution versus the scaling option. And so far from what we've seen the entire series, the ease of execution wins scaling.
Most of the time, yeah.
Yeah. So I like SMU's comp more, but I always like the wrong team. So I do believe my vote here will go to SMU, but I think NP will win this game.
Probably not. I mean, maybe I'm just biased because I see a Rise, because I watched a couple of Rise videos recently. There's a lot to do with his ultimate and plays with his ultimate. So I kind of want to see that happen in the actual game, like live in front of me. So
I mean, maybe he does, bring this. And what if? Okay, this is like the most 200 IQ strategy that I can come up with. What if Rise used the ultimate to bring his entire team to the middle of the entire NP team, and NP don't even have to do anything. They just stand there, or your ultimate, Leona ultimate, Diana ultimate, and then game over.
What a scenario that would be, though. Oh, I mean, I'm sure Rise isn't that dumb enough to do that, right?
Yeah, maybe because Vendetta, he's on the rise, right? He's been the standout performer for SMU against NP in the previous game at least. In game 3, we were looking at Keynes as the hard carry. In game 1, it was hard for NP. In game 2, it was, I believe, if I were to give a vote, it would have been Cappuccino in the jungle. So I want to see who's willing to stand up. In game 5, and get the win
I'm
for the side.
willing to stand up.
Hey, standing up. I mean, we kind of ran here and we kind of crawled down here. We rolled over. We went through all the games, and now we're finally in the last game of the first series of the day. So, gotta keep ourselves hyped up because after this game, there's also grand finals between SIM and NP. Another banger of it's gonna be another banger of a series, definitely. But let's get the results for this game first, because SMU and NP. I mentioned that at the start of the series, I predicted 3-1, 3-1 to NP. Then halfway through, I said, I think I want a 5-game series, right? So let's support SMU, and now SMU brought it to 5 games. So
we got what you asked for. We got what you wished for.
It's called, I think there's this term we call it cast the curse, right? So whatever we say we won't happen, will happen, and that's the most sad thing to say to hear, because deep in my heart, I'm just gonna say it out loud in the screen, and I hope I don't get criticized. I just wanted it to be a 3-0. Fast game, right? Fast game. But I mean, I thought like, you know what? I don't think SMU can make it 3-2. And just somehow they brought it to game 5, and I'm here just to bite my words, because why did I curse them, right? Why did I jinx it?
Cast the curse, man.
Yeah.
It always works in every single game, man. Wherever you go, it'll always be there following you. Oh, but
yeah, and then we have my book of predictions, which have been predicting false results the entire game. I don't understand why.
Like the false prophet book,
Yeah, but it predicted the first 2 games well, right? It predicted NP, and then it predicted NP again, and then it falls to SMU. It predicted NP last game, it falls over to SMU. Really, this is just the NP book.
I blame your book for this.
Yeah, again. So, but as we're loading into the screen, so just just a reminder: if you're interested to win this amazing, beautiful bundle, KM300 RJB bundle, it's a keyboard and a mouse. Do stay tuned until the start, just before the grand finals, because we'll be having a questionnaire, right? We'll be having a questionnaire with regards to something that's happening next week.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, on Monday more specifically, but the team revolves around something that's happening next week. So we won't say what it is yet, but it definitely revolves some knowledge that you have about Singapore.
Something you learned in primary school.
Yeah, so maybe you want to open up your primary school textbook, maybe your secondary school textbook. You want to look at some important information that you think will help you get this beautiful bundle. Do search it up, and maybe stand a chance to win this. And if you are unlucky enough, there's always another time to try. Or maybe you can just go to the store and buy it.
Thank you so much, Legion Nevono, for sponsoring that amazing keyboard and mouse.
Yeah, thank you, Legion, for definitely sponsoring the keyboard and the mouse. Just unfortunate for those of you who think that you can just come in today and do the hashtag Legion. Whichever school team you're winning, why you're winning. Today's different. Today's gonna be a bit more intense, because this is the grand finals, and right now we are jumping into the game 5 between SMU and NP.
Man, game number 5 in this bronze match. That's not something you kind of expect, You just got put out of nowhere. And now we're gonna see some exciting matchup. You can see the set. Something funky is gonna happen. I smell something funky so far. Could happen. They have no vision about it. Fudge Nugget is not aware of this.
Hold on, this
is the fat shot! Can he land the hook? The hook is all that matters, and now the hook will be landed. And there we go. First blood in the favor of SMU. That's the way to start off the game for your 5th and final matchup.
SMU just turning the heat up on this 3rd, 4th game.
Are they going for a second though? They want to go for a second one. Look at Rice dishing out so much damage. Yeah. Oh man.
I think Trash actually wanted to flash and then hook the Rice, but just unfortunate that it didn't turn out like that. But 1 kill go over to the affiliates. He's right now with 2 long swords and 3 pots. So that's the best start possible for the affiliates. And when you look at the entire team of SMU, only the Rise didn't get assists, but everyone else managed to get 1 assist, so they'll be big. And here again, another late invade from SMU.
Oh man, SMU wants to come out and play. It is a 2v3 though, but can you go up against this Olaf and Trash combo that's going to be disrupting your lane? Oh, affiliates comes in. Now it's going to be a 3v3. Look at Cappuccino, so low on health. Dorama does get stunned here, but he goes in deep and dive, but he does get healed up in the end.
Oh,
Gets caught off as well, flashes to his death, and now Kane's running for the heals now. Should be able to escape without any issues. And Samira, you saw Samira, she had to like devil trigger ready.
Yeah, and that is just a bit of a greediness coming from SMU, right? Because Apelios wasn't in position to actually join the invade, so it was just a 2-person invade against the 3 of them, and it was very smart for NP not to continue the red buff and just hold it there and focus their attention onto the Olaf. And because they managed to get the Olaf down to low health, that's when Olaf lost everything. And
look at this lane bully. What is this? What's going on here? Taking a tower shot.
Oh no! And
he's going to go for a trade. He knows he's dead, so he's just gonna go under the tower.
Okay, SMU, you are really just going very aggressive this game. I like what I'm saying so far. The aggression from SMU and NP just matching the aggression as well. This is something very exciting, and I thought NP would be the one on the back foot because they have been on a losing streak, 2 games losing streak, but they are actually showing up in game 5, and this is exciting to watch.
Yeah, look, right back into it. Haymaker lands true damage onto the dog as well. You both just got back in lane, and look at your health. Look at the disparity in health. But now Cappuccino is gonna come in for the gank from the side. River, I don't think Foxica is aware of this. He is super confident. In fact, look, he's just gonna fight this. Is he gonna fight this? He has the full Haymaker, flashes, dodges the Haymaker, but look, this 1v2. Oh, so close. Foxica could have came out on top, but Cappuccino having to burn that flash. If she didn't burn that flash, Cappuccino is dead.
Yeah, if Cappuccino didn't flash out of the W, he would have died, and then Wukong would probably have died as well, or maybe had to burn his flash, and that would have been very difficult at the top side. But because Cappuccino managed to flash out, get the kill onto the set, he's now way ahead of the Olaf in terms of clear speed, in terms of EXP, and this is a just different performance coming in from the start of NP compared to game 4.
Yeah, I mean, NP because SMU is just playing too cocky at this point, right? They're just going like all the way in. They're not really caring too much. They just wanna, be flashy,
Yeah, and I felt that before that fight even happened, Seth had the chance to ward the river, but he chose not to ward it, and that's what caused his death. And if he actually did ward it, he would definitely have been exerting a lot of pressure onto the set, and that would have been a good pivot point for SMU to play through. However, that didn't happen, and because of that, SMU was punished, and now Wukong is actually back in favor against the set, which shouldn't have been the case if the set actually had played more cautiously and more respectfully of his enemy jungler.
And now you can see the Diana hopping down over to the bottom lane. The ward doesn't spot out the Diana yet, but she can dive in at any time. But she doesn't have the flash. Diana decides to retreat because no point to that. Okay, that was a close hook coming from IC. And okay, you can see Olaf gonna hide away at the bottom brush. Perhaps go for this juicy gang. Now they're just gonna let MP push back the lane, perhaps.
Yeah, so the lane gang coming in from the Olaf. I like what I'm seeing so far from the Olaf. Just unfortunate because now the NP's bottom lane are stuck under the turret. But you see Diana now roaming to the bottom side. They might get collapsed on by the Diana, and Olaf is there to respond.
Oh, do they spot each other out? I think Cappuccino saw that, yeah. Oh, there's a good hook onto the ADC. Goes in place, but then is fortunate enough to escape. Oh man, the ignite as well. Almost catching off that poor Samira.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing so far from SW's bottom lane. SW's bottom lane has been the pivot point of the games, for all the games so far. They have been the one performing very well, and although they don't get like super good result except maybe for kids.
What a shot! But it's in the top lane. Foxicle gets a solo kill to Wukong. I was looking at the top lane. I was looking at Foxicle's health. It was not going down. I saw the dog's health. It was half, but I didn't say anything because I thought they were just like skirmishing or something.
And
but I was wrong.
SMU takes the early dragon. This is exciting thing because
the turnaround. This time they're the first one getting a dragon.
Yeah, and throughout the series, right, we always praise NP for being the one first to the dragon, getting all the neutral objectives. But in game 4, we managed to see that SMU managed to try to be more active and try to get one of the dragons. But this game, SMU managed to take the first dragon. So big win here for SMU. Set with the solo kill onto the Wukong is just gonna favor the set more in the matchup at the top side.
Maybe SMU heard you like praising so much, about NP's beautiful like dragon streak. Now no, I'm gonna spite you, gonna shut you up a bit. I'm gonna take the first dragon this time.
Yeah, I guess SMU now is on the same what do you call telepathic page with me, right? Because I was criticizing them, saying, oh, why are you not thinking like how you should be playing the game? But instead, they are now thinking in the same page. They're actually banning out the champions that's supposed to be banned. They're picking champions that are better than what they usually pick. So I like what I've seen so far from SMU, and this game 5, it is no different.
As see, the bottom lane is gonna have a skirmish at the top lane, gonna have a gank, but
Olaf
let's
is
focus on the
here.
bottom lane. Yes, right, the Lantern bringing Olaf all the way in. The TP will be coming in. Well, looks like IC will get stunned under the burning mass that is NP, and looks like they will be able to trade a 1-for-2. So Orianna getting a upper hand now, leading a hit 2 kills with raise 0.
Oh no,
Kane
kids.
still wants to stay in the fight. I don't think that's a good idea, but the TP will come in. But there we go. Skrills being able to solo kill along. Okay, maybe so a dual kill along with Hart. But now Raze all alone here. Will he be able to get the kill onto Skrill? Yes, he will. But now it's a 1v1 between Hart and the Raze. Why do you bother the tower? Oh, the minions!
Oh my goodness, this is so intense. We see overall it was a 3-for-4 in favor of NP, and NP just punishing SMU's overaggression again. But the goal lead still remains relatively even, just that it slightly moved over to the side of NP, and this is what intense League of Legends is all about.
Then it's just a game that is back and forth, and SMU is still not that far behind yet. So this game is still favoring SMU just a slight bit. Maybe in terms of
that
will be different.
PM dance from Fudge Nugget in front of IC4Y. That is just classic PM. Trying to get a mental edge in game 5, especially because this is the last game. But now SMU, they seem to be slowed down the pace a bit. They are looking for the Rift Herald in top side, and there's no true objectives at the bottom side. So again, SMU trying to get the mental edge over the NP players.
Oh, the dog is gonna try and 1v1 this Foxical again. There we go. Back into under the tower range. Man, the showstopper is nothing to laugh about, man. But he has to burn the flash, and now the Rift Herald is gonna fall.
Yeah, and this is big because with Wukong being that low, and especially since Olaf just took the Rift Herald, it means that if he recalls now, there is the potential that the turret plates do fall down to the side of SMU. So he has to really stay on, and with that low amount of health, I don't think he provides much value to the 2v2 in the top side. So NP cannot play to the top side as of now.
As of now, yes, for sure. You can see Set trying to push the lane just a bit more. Rise perhaps making some rotations here and there, but there'll be an engagement in the bottom lane. A huge stun lands on top of IC, and you can see IC dying quite a fair bit in this game.
Yeah, I think IC4 just getting
okay.
Oh no, that was so close. I thought that was a kill on Squirrels, but he lived with a sliver of health. But NP's bottom lane duo managing to get the lead against SMU. But hold on.
Shockwave is up. Manages to stun him a little bit, but Diana is gonna come in. The flash sucks him right back in and shuts him down.
Yeah, it's big there for NP to get onto the rise. The lead now swinging to 1,000 gold in favor.
Kane walked right into that root. It was so low, but will this be the clutch? But no, that's out coming from Samira will burst him down. That's what I was talking about. Both champions, it's just a matter of who bursts each other down faster at close range, right?
Yes, and this game really just is going insane because oh no, look at top lane.
Fox. It's not taking the tower shots so close.
Can you do it, Fox? Go get the last hit. Use your E. Oh no, he says it's okay.
But I see the bottom lane yet again. Samira bringing out the storm that is her. Will get a double kill, but at the same time, Olaf gets a double kill of her own.
Yes, this is really just back and forth and back and forth. Oh my god, I'm like on my feet now, just shaking my legs a bit. And look here, Set gets denial recall, and Wukong uses ultimate but didn't get onto the Set.
Yeah, that's not correct fully, but the showstopper shows up onto the dog. The second spin comes onto him, and there we go, solo kill.
Solo kill by Wukong. A bit greedy there by Set to recall right in front of the turret. So he got punished there by Wukong, and now Wukong is able to shove the wave, maybe look for a turret plate if he wants to, and recall, and that is probably the Thunderer, and that will allow the Wukong to play much more aggressively in the top lane. Zed, however, has already finished his God Drinker, so this might be what we call the God Drinker Zed build, the one where you deal like 2,000 true damage.
Oh, is it that one? The perfectly...
Yeah, the
mathematically perfect set or something?
Yes, that's the one you saw on YouTube called the mathematically perfect set. You go 0 resistance and you do 2.5k to 3k true damage. It's just insane, trust me.
But isn't it kind of like a trolly build a bit?
It's a bit troll, but it does the damage, right?
That's true. It gets the
and
job done.
if the enemy team comp is gonna run at you,
You're gonna die.
then why not just punch it back to them? So I like what I see here, but hold on, NP!
It's gonna be a 4v2 at the bottom tower. He's gonna go for the dive. Icy is gonna fall down, allowing King to survive. But Shockwave and the combo! Now that's the combo that you want to see from MP. The Diana diving in with the Orianna ball, Shockwave into the Bullet Storm there. Yeah, that's it, man. You can see
I'm gonna see Zed 1v1 the Wukong.
I think he should be able to win this 1v1, but now the TP is coming up from...
Oh, the shield!
The shield saves it!
The Orianna saves Zed! NP just get away with murder in the bottom and the top lane. And this is not looking good for SMU.
Okay, maybe SMU played to their heart's content already. Maybe they had their fun. Maybe not, they just want to throw the game, you know, and say like, hey, you know what, MP, you deserve the scholarship, not us. Maybe they're all like year 4, year 3 students. They're just finishing university, you know. Give it to someone else, you know.
Yeah, maybe they think that I mean NP deserves to get some credit for their university, you know. But looking at how SMU played this game, they actually played the game relatively well. Just maybe they got a bit overly. I think they went back into game 2's mode where they go a bit too, you know,
jumpy, right?
Yeah, too jumpy. But game 2 they also had the lead, right? But yeah, the game 2 they also had the lead, just that they threw the lead. So now similar, they had the lead, they threw the lead back.
Yeah, now they're throwing the lead. Yeah, all the tower plating goal though didn't go to anyone. So
yeah, it went to Olaf because the one that summons the herald
okay.
gets the goal,
I
right?
thought it was
so
be the one surrounding.
Yeah, so Olaf get the goal.
Not bad.
Unlucky that the Rise didn't get the goal, but when you look at the state of the game so far, NP right now are just way ahead in terms of tempo, in terms of goal. And when you look at the key members that have the goal, it is the Orianna, it is the Diana. Hard on the Orianna. Remember game 3, it was good, just that a bit of throws here and there.
Yeah, but especially now with the Diana Shockwave combo. Oh, there comes the Shockwave, but not good enough. Like Olaf was unstoppable, so you can't really do too much against that.
Oh, here comes
Diana. Perfect, but cleansed off. But will they be able to take down? Okay, there we go. You take down Aphelios as well as the trash, and that's the dangerous and scary part about Samira. Once she gets fed, it's just instant death all across the board.
Oh, here comes Wukong.
The dog all alone, but he can perhaps get his kill. No, wait, he flashes for it. He needs to save his teammate. Veneta, can you do it?
Wukong almost
barely.
Oh my god, that was so close. This game is really a battle of the mechanics because everyone is just playing so. Oh my god, that was so
back
close.
and forth. Foxico, you're alone. You're gonna enter the 1v3 very shortly, and the two members are very low health. They have to make a run for it. He has to solo this out. Oh no! Vendetta stays.
Oh, that was so close by
X.
Cappuccino. DLWLRMX. I don't know how to pronounce it.
I just call him Dorama.
Dorama, so close there by Dorama, and now Leona.
Oh, could be really close. All the members of SMU is very low on health, other than the Trash and the Olaf. They don't want to take this fight. They have to disengage. They want to go back to safety.
Yeah, and although the score you see is 19-10, SMU is just 2,000 gold behind.
Hard. He does have the shockwave, but they don't want to use it right there.
I think he has a glimpse of what happened on game 3 where he wasted his shockwave trying to catch a Syndra, and that was the downfall of his entire team because his team got caught in the mid lane trying to fight.
That's
so
true.
I think he learned his lesson. Only use the ultimate when required, not when you're trying to get cheesy soul kill, right?
Cheesy soul kill, yeah. Just like pure luck, right? But what are the chances?
Indeed. So now looking at the game so far, SMU, NP, 2,000 gold lead in favor of NP, 2 dragons however in favor of SMU, and this game it seems like it's going to be the Ocean Dragon. So Ocean Dragons for SMU is very, very good because if you can escape the first burst, you will heal it up and you can always fight back for the second time. So it's something SMU really wants.
And as you can see, okay, Vendetta is gonna try and perhaps solo kill this hard. He's going in, he's alone. Or perhaps just want to push this lane. At the same time, bottom lane, they're going to go for the Ocean Dragon, as you mentioned, the Dragon Ocean Soul. Going to help out SMU quite a fair bit. Kind of alerted the horde that is MP though.
Yeah, so now NP will just come over the Dragon as early as they want because SMU were a bit late with the reset.
Dragon's gonna get reset just a slight bit. Gonna buy enough time for SMU perhaps? No, not enough for SMU to get Dragon or contest.
I think it was wise there for SMU to not choose to fight for Dragon, especially because
there's a lot
they
of
have
on the mini map. Aphelios may get caught out here. Oh, managed to flash. Oh, not good enough, however. Cappuccino will be able to clean up the Aphelios.
And now on the top side, it seems like Heart is looking for solo kill on the rise.
Oh, I don't think he can. He's gonna out. Okay, he's gonna out away. I see. Yeah, he will.
Oh, he managed to out away. That was very clean there from the rise. Clean escape.
Using up the shockwave as well.
Yeah.
Okay, Wayfarer's gonna take the second tower in the mid lane.
Okay, here comes the battle of the
top laners.
Yeah, the Dung Bros.
The Dung Bros. Oh man, the dog is just too strong now. Oh wait, Haymaker managed to bring himself up.
Oh!
Gonna come in clutch. Oh, Foxico just with that one bar, that one dot of health. That was a back and forth fight, lifesteal against lifesteal, but the Haymaker comes out on top stronger.
Yeah, this is really just, like we mentioned, the battle of the mechanics, because everyone's just living by a sliver of health. It's just about how much do you know your champion's limit. So there again, Foxgirl showing that he knows his set output better than you know your Wukong output, so just get slaughtered in the bottom lane. Now Hart trying to chase after the set, unable to do so. SMU really just still bring the fight up, although they are now 3,000 gold down.
3,000 gold down. Even though they are losing a lot in terms of kill. Oh, okay, that's a good outcome from Olaf, being able to survive and not die there. Could have died, but that goes to Leona out, not on cooldown. But yeah, they're behind by 9 kills, but I don't think they're losing this game at all. So far.
So when you look at NP so far, we look at Cappuccino on his Diana. Diana was banned 4 times
for a reason
by NP.
Now you know why.
But NP could have been the one picking Diana, right? So why didn't NP just pick Diana in game 1, 2, 3, 4? Like why have they?
Maybe it's like a trump card, that you want to show SMU.
So like why don't you just use the trump card in game 3 since you're already 2-0 up, right? Yeah.
But that is the combo that they were going for. I mean, not that they have the Orianna, they have the Diana, they have the Samira, and the Leona to engage. So overall, it's just that nasty combo that they can do. Because once the Diana hops on in and brings everyone in, the shockwave happens, and then it just snap a finger everyone all just melts, and there we go. They go to Diana shockwave.
Oh,
misses! Good bait coming in from SMU. Now Zonya under the tower is gonna fall. There we go. Set getting the kill onto the Diana. Huge shutdown. Haymaker kills Leona.
Oh no! This is what look. Is it gonna be?
Oh, is it gonna be? What is gonna be? No. Hang on, Samira and Wukong is gonna turn the game around. And there we go, the burst damage from Samira, getting the quadra kill over Own. Diorama, the only one standing on the side of SMU. Now that's the combo I was talking about earlier. Skrills on the Samira, the bullet storm, man, I swear. Something you don't want to mess with.
You just remember that before Champion Select, before the game started, what did I say about the Rise? He will bring his entire team into the middle of the fight and then get the team destroyed.
That's very unfortunate, That's so sad. I thought he was going to go in by himself, but kind of went in Samira's favor.
Yeah. So again, I guess the Rise is also like a Trundle, right? It's a double-edged sword. So that threw the game away for SMU. Big win for NP, and now Skrills just gotta chase Olaf. Doesn't get to escape. Yeah, this is just mind blowing because I'm still trying to imagine myself saying the same words 21 minutes ago. I said, Rice will teleport. Rice uses the ultimate, brings his team to the middle of the enemy, and everyone just gets died and blown up in the combo.
I think SMU hurt you.
Yeah, man.
They're like, hey, I'm gonna do that.
I call it I think the Book of Prediction told me that. So maybe it's still working, right? Maybe it's still working, but nonetheless, NP now going for the Baron, jungle down. This seems like it's gonna be a free Baron.
Perhaps. For now, no, the dog is going to go from the flank instead. pushes the Aphelios away.
Oh, Rise.
Oh no, Rise gets caught by the Leona out. Oh man. And the Baron they're gonna get the Baron and 2 kills, so make that
Oh my
3.
goodness, D-Dog.
Oh no, but D-Dog is trying to make a run. They're gonna try and flash and get D-Dog instead, but there we go, he finally goes down. Wait, did Orianna whiffed her out! Wait, hang on, Orianna just whiffed her shockwave, but I think that may have just cost him the game. If this Olaf can kill this Diana, no, Diana is just too fat right now. Fosco, only one standing on the side of SMU. Oh, there you go, the bullet storm coming from Skrills, but the Haymaker just
I think he might can he get a kill? Oh, good
Just
close by
barely.
1 dot, and SMU, it seems like they almost came back, but the Rise just blew everything apart, and now NP 30-14, 22 minutes into the game, they are now 8,000 goals up.
Oh man, I kind of was hoping SMU to have the reversal sweep, but
I mean, cast the curse.
that's the curse, right?
Cast the curse, 100% cast the curse. Like, who would have imagined, right, that I predicted such a play that should never ever happen?
Cast the curse.
Cast the curse. It's 100% cast the curse, right? So now NP will take the dragon, and one more push probably from NP, and it's definitely game over.
No, I'm gonna cast the curse his back. I'm gonna say, hey, I want MP to win right now, you know.
Okay, I think NP can win this. 8,000 gold down, definitely possible.
I mean, not even possible, it's 100% possible.
Yeah.
I mean, this possible isn't even in the vocab right now. It's just 100% surefire win at this point of time, right?
Yeah, so maybe, okay, this is not a prediction. Maybe it happens, doesn't happen, we don't know. Diana, Wukong, and Orianna and Samira will chase the enemy and go into the fountain,
get baited,
and die, and then shut down overall to
That's
SMU.
so unlikely. That's so unlikely, right?
Oh, hold on here, Squirrel is
getting caught, but no, the play stop on the back and forth. No, there we go. But she finally falls down to the race. Diorama trying to buy enough time for his team to survive, perhaps. Now the Rise and the set.
Oh, that was so close by Vendetta there, managing to escape the Leona stun. If he got stunned there, the ulti would have been cancelled, he would have died, and the game would have ended. But I think nonetheless,
this is the game.
NP is pushing for the win.
They're going for the game-winning push, and at the same time, the dog going for the top lane to push it through. They still have the Baron buff still up.
Yeah, I think the dog is really just playing PvE, right? Because his team is pushing in the mid lane, he just happily pushing
Alright,
top
so
side.
far, but okay, Set is gonna go in with the
oh!
Whoa, huge Haymaker on top hub, but not enough. Diana is still there to deal the damage.
And then the dog is still happily in top lane, still pushing. I really think that he's in a different game, right? Because I think in game 3, game 1, he was also in a different game with his team. They're always playing 4v4 and he's just alone.
Wait, hang on, wait. IC is going for the flash play. Kind of works out for a short while. We'll get the kill onto Fudge, but the shockwave comes in from the sideline, manages to pick up the trash, and Olaf will be able to clean up that annoying Orianna down for the cover. But the dog, last one standing, gets shut down by the Aphelios. Oh, that was a massive damage coming from Aphelios. You realize Squirrels wasn't there for the fight, so he can't really win that all too well because the main damage dealer wasn't there, as well as Cappuccino.
Okay, I think my prediction was slightly off, right? I said that shutdown will go over to SMU, but it's not the fountain knife. It's just they were fighting for no reason. So I think let's continue cursing them, right? Because if we can continue cursing, we can predict the outcome. We can look at what is possibly gonna happen in the final. In this therefore. Then we can start to curse the finals as well. Say oh, maybe in the finals, NYP 3-0. Okay, let's do that. No, we're gonna curse it. Who knows?
I mean,
it might happen. It might not happen. So
I mean, I think SIM high chance they got. I mean, you got a high chance. I'm not too sure to be honest. It's gonna be a tough one to decide.
You can't say anything yet because based on this game, based on this series, nothing is certain. Right?
That's true.
Like
what can go wrong will go wrong.
Whatever, common sense is not common anymore.
Uncommon sense.
Yeah, it's uncommon sense, right? Because you think that why would a Rise bring the entire team in the middle of a Wukong and Orianna?
I don't think it was intentional. That's really, I'm pretty sure that was by accident.
All of them were dead. You can place your ultimate further behind. You can place it somewhere else, but you bring it in the middle of 3 of them. Bring your entire team there, and everyone just melted. So I don't. That's a bit of a common sense, right? You wouldn't. You've seen montages of people bringing the team to the middle of enemy and then just dying. So that is something you've seen before, but they did it somehow.
You can see the dog going again for the split push, but yeah, like I kind of, I don't know, man. I have no words. The hook almost learned to scroll. That's what I can say as of now. But man, I'm just really uptight about this right now. SMU can really make this work. Lands a showstopper onto the Cappuccino, doing very little damage. I see it's marked for death. We're gonna try to go under the tower. There we go. Will the Dino fall first? Yes, the Dino will fall first.
Oh, Shockwave missed!
Shockwave wins! Let's go back at the Haymaker! Lands on the tree! That's to hear the big deal, but Skrills is popping off at the side along with the dog. Fuxica and Durama has to make this work now. They have 2 members left on the side. SMU. Durama is gonna fall as well. The Zonya saves Skrills at the last moment. And there we go. There is the GG.
The GG indeed to Ngam Poly. They are the 3rd place team for Campus Legends, and what a series this was. It was gonna be a 2-0 to a 3-0 victory, but SMU managed to claw it back, pull us all the way to game 5, and then SMU just says, take it back.
Man, congratulations to MP for winning $600 and that beautiful scholarship.
Yeah, and also the title of being named 3rd place in Campus Legend. SMU, unfortunately, y'all did not make it to the podium finish, but nonetheless, that was a very valiant effort coming in from y'all. Y'all showed resilience to come back from a 2-0 deficit to bring it all the way to 2-2. It was just unfortunate that it did not turn out the way you wanted it to be. However, Ngam Polytechnic, congratulations, y'all definitely played very, very well. I'm nothing really much to say. I just feel very excited because the game was so back and forth, and there are so many things that's going on that it's very hard to catch my breath during the middle of the game. But wow, what a series was this. If I was to rate this series, it's a 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10. I mean, like, this is just a bronze match. We haven't gone to the grand finals yet.
Exactly. So, like, the bronze match is really a 10 out of 10. What will the finals be, right? So, we will just maybe give some time for players, to really have their celebratory moments while we here to talk about what a beautiful series this was.
Yeah.
So, Chris, your thoughts on the series?
So far in this best of 5 series, I was not expecting the reverse, and I was not expecting MP to win in the end. But I'm really surprised by what just happened. But so far, I actually kind of want to take the time to thank our sponsors for giving MP that $600 and that scholarship, and that is Kaplan and Murdoch.
Yes, and I'm very thankful to all the other sponsors as well for being part of this Campus Legends journey. But don't leave yet, because right after this, we're going for a break. But after the break, for those of you who have waited so long since the start of the game, this is finally the chance for you to win. Dang, 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 dang. The KM 300 RJB bundle through the questionnaire and questionnaire we'll be having right after this break. So we'll be going for a slightly longer break this time around, because after this will be the grand final. So we need to get all the players ready first. But before we go for the grand finals, do stick around. I think it'll be about maybe 15-20 minutes or so, maybe longer. But yeah, do stick around for a chance to get hands on this. So before we go for the break, I'm Raiko and this is Twilight. We'll see y'all later.
A lot of my painting is about movement. I really gravitated to the circle, and from the circle came the atom. It's like the center of everything, the universe, our biology, all of it. The atom is constantly in motion. We're introducing activewear. It's the best way I can represent Uniqlo.
Hi everyone, this is Jake. Starting from 16th of August, you can download the virtual interactive performance of my song 再度起航 Take Flight on the official website of Gardens by the Bay. Explore the virtual Gardens by the Bay and sing with my virtual avatar. You can also stand a chance to win amazing prizes. So, act now!
Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there. I was too busy on my Lenovo Legion laptop. But welcome back to Campus Legends, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Hungry Cast. Alongside me is Reiko and Twilight, and we'll be taking a short break from the matches. We'll be doing something a little bit more fun, and that is going to be in the vein of a questionnaire. So if you guys don't know what we're doing, but we're going to be doing a Mentimeter quiz. Since Monday is National Day after all, we'll be doing some questions related to our country, our beloved Singapore. So how do you guys, any confidence? Because I feel like I'm gonna fail this like flat out.
I think my knowledge on Singapore is like top par, right? So
okay.
How hard is it for me to mess things up, right?
Yeah.
But it's definitely also a battle of speed, so it's just whether I can tap the numbers fast enough.
Yeah. Chris?
Hey, I passed social studies. I'm happy with that.
Yeah, same.
Like your basic compulsory social studies.
SBQ,
yeah,
SBQ, it'd be fine.
Yeah. No,
so
easy job.
Venice,
If you guys are interested how you can take part, I believe there is a link in the chat if I'm not wrong, so you guys can head on over to join the Mentimeter quiz, and we'll be playing along as well, but unfortunately we can't win any of the prizes. So,
unfortunately.
We do know some of the answers, the rest we don't, of course.
We do?
Some of them, I guess. What is at stake, of course, is the Lenovo KM300 keyboard that
this baby right here.
Remy is going to be holding right here. So this is, of course, going to go towards the winner of this quiz. And if you finish first, we will reach out to you with details on how you can receive that. And that is all going to be happening here. So you can see on my screen right here, just off to the side, that the Mentimeter website is set up, so please enter your IG name. That is how we're going to reach out to you. And if you guys want to head on over to www.menti.com and use the code 37546088. That is 37546088. So we're waiting for people to join. And of course, once we have the room to a certain capacity, we'll start the quiz and then we'll go along. I don't think we have to play on our phones. We can just play on the screen. Can you guys see it?
I didn't know we were playing bingo for a moment there.
Bingo? Was it bingo? No,
No, you were singing like bingo numbers. 37, 54, 60, 88.
Maybe it's like a 4D number, you know.
4D
The 4D number.
You feel lucky enough
4D
there.
number is 3754.
Or you can try 6088.
Guys, it's 6:30. I think the pools are closed already.
Yeah,
You can buy
yeah.
it. Maybe you can buy for tomorrow. Tomorrow we can buy,
tomorrow.
right? I think Chris can buy 3754. Remy can buy 6080. If we win, we'll just quit casting. And then we strike first price, $10 each. We'll just quit casting, yeah?
Okay, steady.
Okay, steady.
Plan, yeah. So we'll probably try that out tomorrow, but hopefully everyone's joining in. I'm trying to get word from our production team whether this is all set up right now, if we have anyone in. We're just waiting a bit more. Any questions or areas you guys feel like y'all might have issues with so we can just stay off? Like, for me, I know history is okay-ish. I know roughly when Singapore was founded. I know like how old a country is, but you ask me anything about like, what is the oldest, estate in Singapore? I'm like, I have no idea, man.
I think
food, maybe food trivia topics,
Food is
national
okay.
symbols. You guys
food.
okay with national symbols?
What's the national symbol?
Like,
The flag.
how many, imagine what color is the flag? Like, it's a simple question, right?
Or
But
what color?
Okay.
So what color
Is there
the
really a
Singapore
question like
flag?
that?
I don't know, maybe it's easy enough. Yep. So you can see on the bottom of your screen the Mentimeter website. Just head on over and we should be able to set that one up soon. Of course, Remy, you keep holding onto the keyboard, no issues. Before we go in, I just want to ask you guys, how do you feel about the almost reverse sweep that we saw in the 3rd and 4th place match? Because you guys are pretty damn excited, right?
Yeah, I was very excited for SMU to win, to be honest.
Honest thoughts, I thought I was a god in predicting.
Okay.
And I predicted.
What, the Rice suicide bomb?
Yes, all the prediction, I thought it's gonna be. I predict it's gonna be SMU gonna bring it 2 games back, and they did bring it 2 games back, and then I predicted, SMU was gonna rise into the middle of everyone, and then just suicide, and they really did that. I think I'll off my predictions for grand finals and take it with less expectation. But it was a very interesting series.
I guess MP rise to the occasion.
Yeah, I think it rise to the occasion, definitely.
Well done.
At least I get a clap for the pun. Right?
Yeah.
Well done.
Clap.
My inner dad is proud of you. I mean, as far as 3rd and 4th place matches go, I'm surprised they went the full distance. Normally there tends to be a bit of a gap, so to speak, between these teams. You usually expect the grand finals to be a bit closer. This time we might see a grand finals that's a bit one-sided personally, because in my opinion, I think SIM is definitely a team to kind of take it all. NYP struggling a little bit maybe here and there, even though they do have their track record to them. We were talking about what's at stake. For NYP, if they win this, it's their 3rd championship in a row. Very, very insane. For SIM, this is probably going to be their first time, placing 1st or 2nd, and that's going to be a statement for them as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so but it's just something to really consider, because although we did know that we know that SIM is like the favorites, right? But all their wins so far has been through just stomping through the lanes, and just from the lane itself, they really just bring the victory home throughout the series itself. But when you look at how NYP play, they play similar style as well. So they win through the lanes and just stomp it out. So it's a very similar play style, and I don't think NYP is as easy as an opponent as compared to whatever SIM has been just bulldozing through from group stages to quarterfinals to semifinals.
Yeah.
So I think it boils down to whether SIM, if they'll play against a stronger opponent, can they repeat this performance?
Right.
If not, if they can, then I guess it's just gonna be a one-side storm. But if they can't, then I want to see what they can do as a team to just coordinate and take the lead away and get the win.
Yeah, I mean, we look at the SIM squad, some very familiar names, Arakelik, Kra, Mez as well playing. We have these players coming in that are very storied, very experienced, and bring a lot of kind of captainship level shot calling into the roster. Normally you have 1 or 2 players that are like, okay, ready to make the calls, but all 5 of them have ex-pro experience, so SIM seems to be the team that is going to rise above. But again, like you said, NP not gonna NYP rather, excuse me, not gonna lose without not gonna lose with all too easily. So our production team is telling us that we are ready to jump into the Mentimeter. So hopefully we can swap our screens. Maybe we can, you know, put our stream screen up onto the Mentimeter quiz, and maybe we can kind of take a look at that, because on the screens it's a bit off. So oh, right. Okay, so I've just been told you guys can see the questions anyway, so maybe we can just jump in. So if asked to input a nickname, use your IG name. I'm not going to put my IG name out there. I'm just going to say hypothetically it's the SCOGA one that we're going to use.
Okay, SCOGA?
Yeah, SCOGA seems like the good one. So anytime we're ready, I believe we have like 20-ish over people inside, if I'm not wrong.
20? Oh.
Yeah, I saw it at 20-ish maybe. Yeah.
What,
so
do we get to know what is the total number of people?
I have no idea. I have no idea, honestly.
Okay, all right.
Oh, we have 50 plus?
Oh,
okay, that's insane. That's actually insane. Okay, so should we start the countdown and just go right into it, I guess? I hope you guys are ready, because we're not wasting any time. We just want to get right into it and I guess make fools of ourselves.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, so which year did Singapore gain independence?
1945.
1945?
1945.
It's an MCQ, dude. Okay, so we have 1969, 1965, 1961, and 1964. You shouted 1945. None of them
confident.
But that was
Mentimeter is wrong.
Ended, right? So technically that's when Singapore got independence.
So you are also wrong. 1965, 29 of you got that correct. Well done. Both Chris and Remy are...
we should join the X over there.
Shameful display.
What if the answers are wrong, you know? There's a big brain there, right?
Maybe it's wrong, I don't think so. Question number 2, answer fast to get more points. I think you guys know how this works already. You tried fast, but you were not right.
Sunflower.
Singapore's national flower is the sunflower.
Orchid. See, there's an orchid there, right?
Okay, so our options are...
I mean, it's very obvious here.
Vanda Miss Joachim, hibiscus, rafflesia, and orchid, right? I feel like it's not rafflesia.
Definitely.
That's the smelly flower.
Yeah, that's a smelly flower, right? There's a bunch of you that put...
2 people put rafflesia. What's wrong with you guys? What? That's a troll.
Okay, Vanda Miss Joachim is, I'm not wrong, is a hybrid of an orchid, so I can get it why.
I get why people put the orchid, but
I get it.
unfortunate for y'all, it is the Vanda Miss Joachim.
It's a specific name.
Yeah, it's a specific. Right, it's a specific. Question number 3, and remember there are 10 questions, right? So. Question number 3, I'm sorry, let's put this down here. Who was Singapore's first president?
Madam Halimah Yacob.
Tony Tan.
Clearly wrong and clearly wrong. We have Benjamin Sheares, Devan Nair,
Benjamin Sheares? Oh, wait.
Lee Kuan Yew, and Yusof bin Ishak.
I think this is...
it's obviously Lee Kuan Yew.
Definitely not Lee Kuan Yew. He was never president, guys. Come on.
Yeah, it's a big guy in the middle of your big notes. Who is that?
29.
Okay, who put Lee Kuan Yew?
Oh my goodness.
Who put Lee Kuan Yew?
One guy actually put Lee Kuan Yew. Okay.
Who is this guy?
Guys, the goal is to win, not to troll. Remember.
Yeah, the goal is to win, right? Because I mean, unless you know that you can't win, then you want to have some fun.
Yeah, maybe. If you answer the first one wrong already, you're just like,
yeah, you know, all right.
President Halimah Yacob succeeded who to become the 8th president of Singapore?
Yeah, I think who was the last president of Singapore, guys?
We have S.R. Nathan, Wee Kim Wee, Tony Tan, and Tan Cheng Bock. Interesting.
I'm pretty sure it's S.R. Nathan, right?
I think it's Tony.
S.R. Nathan.
Mr. Doctor? President Tony
Tan.
Okay,
there's 5 of them that actually put S.R. Nathan. Sometimes things are...
Who's Wee Kim Wee again?
Definitely one before.
I think Wee Kim Wee is like some founder of NTU, right?
He has a hall or
NTU,
I only know the 4 Tans. That's what I remember.
The 4
Tans. All right.
What is Singapore's NDP theme song 2021?
Reach out for the stars.
Definitely not that, but I have no idea. The road forward, the road ahead, the road onward, our road ahead. Well, also same.
Yeah.
Okay, this is pretty smart.
Yeah, this is a difficult one.
Yeah. It's just the play on the original title.
Yeah, so
actually
who gets this? Oh, I think a lot of people.
The road ahead. Okay.
Our road ahead.
Have you guys heard the new NDP theme song, by the way?
Yeah, it's actually not that bad.
I think I saw your TikTok.
Nothing beats Home though, right?
Yeah,
Home is like the OG.
But nothing beats the OG, like the 2000 songs.
How about Stand Up for Singapore?
Reach out for the skies.
Stand Up for Singapore.
Stand Up for Singapore as well. Count on me.
Count on me.
Count on me.
Next question. What does the red in the Singapore flag mean?
Ang Pao, Liverpool. Wow.
I know a lot of people would be very angry at number 1.
Liverpool.
I mean, if the answer isn't obvious enough, guys.
It's clearly, okay.
Multiracial house society. That's the answer.
7 people got debated.
7 people got debated.
Yep.
It's always two off answers and then two similar answers. That's how MCQ always works.
If there was anyone that put Liverpool FC, you can DM me. We are Liverpool FC fans. You can go watch some soccer games together next time.
What does white in the Singapore flag mean? Tottenham Hotspurs.
What I put? Surrender.
I'm pretty sure surrender is a meaning of white, right?
It is a meaning of white, but probably not
is
the
it
best
not
thing to have
the
in
one?
your flag.
Your
right?
Yeah.
Unless
So-
you're French.
Oh no! Oh, all right. I think everyone managed to get.
We
answer.
had 2 unity and prosperity.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's kind of
Very
debatey,
close,
but
yeah. I mean, they were close. Yeah.
Question 8 out of 10. What is how many expressways are there in
oh, actually,
Singapore?
only the drivers.
This
know, right?
this is difficult, right?
5?
7?
I
don't
think-
know,
I
man.
think yes.
Okay, there's like the CTE,
There's SLE, PIE, CTE, VKE,
KPE.
TPE,
No, KPE is not expressway.
KJE. I can't remember. I think it's
Okay.
8 or 10. 8 or 10.
8, 10, 5 or 12?
Click not 5.
8 to 10.
Okay, not 5, right?
8 to 10.
Oh, it's 10.
10, okay.
Oh,
wow.
that's actually 10.
Can you imagine you Google this as well?
Oh,
No, but
wow.
it's based on timing also.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
so
You,
I
you
think-
can't Google
You can't
it.
Google,
That's
there's no
the point,
time.
right?
If you
Yeah.
Google means you don't know, so you can't Google it. But you at least get the score and you have a chance to fight. Right? So,
This is obvious.
this is obvious, man. Okay, let's get the flag. Then
No stars. There's no
just-
stars on the flag. Oh, I don't want to
I'm
be
just gonna hide this
Indonesia
for
now.
Before I feel like this is a giveaway because I've been waving it for a while.
yeah. So how many stars?
Maybe you waved it fast enough, you could look like 6 stars.
I hope everyone gets this right.
Oh,
You waved it too much,
come on,
man.
You guys.
come on.
Okay, in their defense, it's a very small flag. It's really hard to see. on
And
screen.
the moon looks like a star, right? I mean,
Perhaps.
Who put 6? Own up on the Twitch chat now.
What year did national
Oh,
service first started
I
in
actually
Singapore?
forgot.
Oh, this is
1970.
Is that 1945?
Okay.
1945.
It's not 1945, come on. Okay, but I believe the answer to this is 1967, if I remember correctly from my course.
1967?
Yeah, it's either 1945 because that's when the World War II ends and that's when they need the defense.
Okay,
Or is it
or-
1967?
I got so fast.
Okay.
Or is it 1970?
Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
see,
1967, the day all 3 of us got really sad about having to search.
I mean,
All right, but we still
alright.
do it. We
So you
do
do-
it. We do it. We serve with
you gotta do
pride.
your part.
And on the leaderboard, the winner is just by 20 points, barely.
Wow,
Brendan.
That is very,
This guy's
very
clutch, dude.
close.
This guy is
Okay.
clutch. Congratulations,
So, yeah.
Brendan.
Sorry, I thought it was like Grendel, because I saw Grendel, and then I saw Brendan, I mixed it together and I thought of Grendon.
Oh, there's also a few recognizable names there.
Yeah, there's a few recognizable names, right? I see a good
Brendel.
try, Mez.
Hey,
good
Gan!
try, man.
Hey, there's Gan Wei Lun! Hey, so
Good try, guys, good try.
Yeah, very good try.
Good try,
but
Will.
And again,
congratulations.
congratulations to Brendan.
You'll be winning yourself this beautiful KM300 RJB bundle. So we'll reach out to you after the Twitch stream itself
Yeah.
to see when you can collect this beautiful bundle.
Yep, our SCOGA team will reach out to you guys to collect that, and thank you guys so much for participating. Of course, we'll have the same thing tomorrow going on as well, and we'll be giving away a set of Uniqlo apparel, so if you guys are interested to win that, and if you thought this was fun, we'll probably do it again tomorrow, another 10 questions, another 10 chances for us to make a fool of ourselves again.
Yeah, definitely. And if you think you know very well about Singapore like me, then you can try it again.
You thought you were top par, right? Like
I got 0%,
1%, 200 IQ, nowhere close.
Prediction
Yeah.
there, it's somewhere there.
Spend all on the game, no longer on national
I think
trivia.
my brain is just into thinking about League of Legends.
Yeah.
So that's what we're gonna do later for the grand finals between SIM and Nanyang Polytechnic.
Yeah, actually, speaking of grand finals, it's going to be, like you said, SIM versus NYP. We do want to know, or at least find out if the players are ready right now, because if they aren't to lobby, we could just jump into the drafting and hand it to you guys, because I am so excited. I cannot wait for the grand finals. I know some of the players were participating in the Mentimeter. I don't think that was the right move. Maybe they should be warming up. If you see Mez miss all his combos, then you know.
Yeah,
But
he's probably angry that he didn't get the keyboard, so
He upgrade his set,
affected by not scoring the first in this Mentimeter quiz. But let's look into grand finals itself. Before we look into grand finals, let's just look at the bracket itself. So just now we just witnessed SMU losing to NP in a very close series, and NP managed to get the 3rd position in a 3-2 very intense game, very intense series, right? So now we see SIM versus Nanyang Polytechnic. The journey they took over here, no games dropped the entire tournament, right? No games dropped.
Yep.
So when you look at this game today, NYP and SIM, you can think of it as the battle to remain undefeated. The battle who who has the longest streak possible in the tournament itself, and whoever loses the first game kind of just break their own winning streak.
Let's take a look at the head-to-head actually, because I want to see the teams coming into this tournament. On your screen, you should be able to see there you go. On the left side, it's going to be SIM. On the right side, NYP, and some history not only between the players themselves, but also within the respective schools, right? Because NYP, we kind of talked about this. The mid laner for NYP used to play with ITCC and then kind of graduated at NYP, previously known as Baby Life, now changed his name Huang Yeji, which I think is a K-pop star if I'm not wrong.
Yes, I think so, star.
But yeah, ultimately the play is the same, supported by Cries as well, who is now changed his name to Harms. Both of these guys used to be on ITCC, right? So very solid kind of core components to this team. I'm excited to see how they play against this roster of veterans on the SIM side. And since the players are into lobby right now and we're almost ready to jump the draft, we don't have to think or wonder anymore. We can just take a look at that right now.
Like first-hand experience.
Yeah, so you are going to jump straight into the pick and bans of SIM versus Nanyang Polytechnic Grand Finals. The winner of it walks away with $1,100 cash and scholarships. And second place will walk away with $800 cash as well as some scholarships.
I think this will be very beneficial, especially for the poly students, because when you're uni, you're already there. You're gonna finish uni. You already can pay your uni fees, right? So why not give it to the poly students, right? They have another future ahead of themselves,
I mean, if you think of it that way, then yes, the scholarship will benefit the poly students more. However, if you think about it in another way, for those of them who are in poly, they can take the scholarships from somewhere else. Army.
That's true.
Movies. SCDF. Many others.
Man, but it is nice to see Baby Life again. I recognize him from way years ago. He was playing when he was 13 or younger. I'm even younger than that maybe. But I remember he was always on top. He was a very young and talented player. It's nice to see him now playing for NYP.
Yeah. So now looking at the screen, we see SIM versus Nanyang Polytechnic. The pick and bans for game number 1. SIM banning out the Trash and the Gwen. And on Nanyang Polytechnic side, we see the Varus as well as Dyna taken out.
Okay, so far pretty standard bans. Clearly they banned the Varus because you've been observing how many times Varus has been picked so far. And so I can see the Lee Sin as well alongside the Viego. Gonna get banned.
So Viego. So we see champions that comes in from the previous series being played in the series as well. The Viego, the Diana, the Lee Sin as well as the Varus, the Gwen itself. So we see a lot of similar champions that were banned in the previous series, banned in this game. It just shows that all these teams roughly they know how to play the most OP meta champions. And we see SIM locks in the Sin Tao, definitely going to go to the jungle. NYP locks in Jarvan and Ziggs.
Okay.
I guess NYP were watching the stream earlier on.
Hearing you scream Ziggs non-stop.
I have a big love for Ziggs in the bot lane.
But is he going to the bot lane? That's the thing.
Yeah, I mean, he can go to the mid lane, so it's a flex role, right? But Ziggs does generally well against poke AD carries. So Ezreal against Varus, he just do so well again. So I think SIM here a little bit off with the draft. They did pick the Ezreal and the Leona together. I think that they're trying to look for most likely mechanical outplay in the lane themselves. But in general, I prefer the Ziggs over the Ezreal in laning phase. So I like what NYP is drafting so far, a very simple comp. They probably want to look it out with a support pick before going into the next ban phase so that they are able to ban out the solo laners and then look to get a safe blind solo lane pick.
But right, you say that, is it a Rel? Oh right, they're gonna pick the Rel. Yeah, I rarely see a Rel usually, so this could be interesting to watch.
Yeah, so the Rel pick is good, especially against Leona, because it denies the Leona an all-in potential, especially if they engage, because Rel does so well in this engage, and even Rel is able to go all engage with the Jarvan itself. So
never pick a fight you can't win.
So I like what NYP is drafting, and now they look to thin out the top lane pool as well as the mid lane pool by looking for all those flex potentials. So we do see Set. I do expect Silas to be banned out as well. Maybe the Tahm Kench probably going to be looked at upon because Tahm Kench right now in this patch is very good.
Yeah, you don't want to mess with, you don't want to not ban the champions that are really a nuisance in this kind of meta. So you gotta play it smart, and you don't want the enemy to pick out. So you have to play with the time in your draft appropriately. If not, I mean, I wouldn't say the draft is like
Never
once you
look
draft
back.
out, you lose at the drafting phase, right? You still get there's still a chance to win. It's just who has the better draft, who has the better momentum that carries on forward. So as of now, you can see SIM kind of has a pretty traditional draft going on for them, whereas MYP they're more of like counter drafting this, counter picking this.
Yeah, so I like NYP's draft in general because it's much standard, and now you see Syndra as well. I don't like the Syndra because right now they are lacking the AP damage and AD damage, and they do lock in the Yone. So I like this coming from NYP. A bit risky, but I like what NYP is looking at. So SIM, I do want to see what they have in store to answer the Yone pick.
Maybe they pick
can
Yasuo.
look for probably the Silas. They can look for Tam Kench, who is just a menace against any mini champions. But knowing Greed, knowing Eric Kellic, will they actually look for the Tam Kench? Because will you succumb yourself to play the Tam Kench?
Yeah,
and yes,
there
they
we go.
do. They actually pick Tam Kench. You will probably go to Greed in the top lane. Or if I should just call him Mez. You'll probably go to Mez in the top lane.
Mess. I'll stick with Great. I mean, I would like to call Baby Life like Baby Life Steal, but you know, I'm gonna have a hard time pronouncing Huang Yeji, right?
You can just, I think
Huang.
if you pronounce it, you're just gonna call the K-pop star, right? So it's
K-pop star.
a bit off. Let's just call them like names we know, right? So
I'm gonna call him the Yone. Oh, okay. Azir gets picked.
yeah, Azir will be in the mid lane. I do not like the Azir against this team comp of NYP, especially because they have so many zone control. And Azir, you need to be able to launch auto attacks, and if to be able to consistently hit the auto attacks, you need to have the zone. With what NYP is drafting, there's so many zone control tools that NYP have, and it denies SIM from actually being able to utilize the pokes, the auto attacks. So I like the Ezreal in here overall, but I don't like Ezreal against Ziggs in general. So how I see this comp from SIM is that they just want to play the lane, win lane very hard, and through the lane prowess they have, they just look to snowball the game. However, for NYP, I think that their team comp actually have a lot more synergy, and they are going to look for more big group fights as compared to SIM, who just look to smash you from lane.
Yeah, I'm just taking a gander at how the team comps is gonna play out. So from what I see from MYP, I guess perhaps Cataclysm into Victor out, and then Yone is just gonna dash in and swipe anyone. Then Ziggs is just drop a bomb in. I mean, that's the team fight potential that we're going with, right?
Yeah, there's so many engage tools from the side of NYP. We have even Rel who can actually
Like,
engage
just hop
first,
right in.
and then Jarvan goes in with the Cataclysm, and then Ziggs ulti, Victor ultis, Yone ulti. There's so many combos
Oh,
that
the
can be done.
AoE, yeah.
There's so many AoE. So I really like what NYP has drafted. And SIM is more of like just winning lane, win through all the macro. So it's more calculative, more slow and more processed kind of playstyle that you usually see of professional teams. And this is expected, right? Because SIM, they are a group of former professionals. Some of them even still playing professionally right now, like, as for example, Smurf in the jungle right now. So I expect something that SIM drafted is because of their professional experience. They look that they can use this early lead they can have from laning phase and then transit into the mid game with their big lead and then just look to get end of the game through laning prowess itself.
But who will run the late game in your opinion?
I think late game it will definitely favor NYP. Why? Because it's much easier to execute, and in late game the margin of error that you have to make is very small. So if your comp is more complicated, there's a higher chance of you making an error. It's much easier to be punished. So I do want to favor NYP in the late game, but SIM definitely will have the early game advantage. And with Xin Zhao, with Tam Kench, with Leona, there's a lot of playmaking potential they can do early game. And Ezreal is such a safe pick in the bottom lane, so I do expect Leona to not be sitting at the bottom lane. He's just going to be roaming with the Xin Zhao and look for dive stop side and even mid lane.
Let's hope that prediction is true, because I want to see the support roam around and perhaps get a couple of gank kills, perhaps from the top or the mid lane. But I also like the Azir pick, because maybe I'm a little biased because I play Azir quite a fair bit. So I'm keen on seeing some interesting like Shurima shuffles happening. Just like all the playmaking abilities. Like I guess SIM has only like a couple of playmakers here, but then again. Overall, Tam Kench and Leona, it's still very scary. You can't rule them out just yet, because once that Leona lands on you, that's basically it.
Yeah, so similar to you, I really like Azir as a champion, right? One of my biggest regret of playing League of Legends, right, is not being able to master the Shurima Shuffle. I've tried it many, many times, and I've yet to actually done it once properly in a ranked game. So that's just...
It's the best feeling in the world, that's what I can say right now.
So I've never ever done it before, and that's why I've never ever touched Azir in the mid lane anymore, because I can never ever do it. No matter how many games I put into Azir, I just cannot do it. But in this game, I think there's a lot of chances for Azir to actually punish the Victor pick, because Victor is such an immobile champion. But I don't think Azir in the late game can do anything against this team comp of NYP. So I really want to see how SIM look to snowball. So I want to see how Smurf enables a Recalic to actually roam to the top side, or even will greet or mess from the top lane, just come over down to the mid lane and just punish this Victor for being picked, because Victor is such an immobile mid laner.
Yeah, he has no mobility at all. He needs to get those boots as well. Because in general, what are you gonna do? You're just gonna throw your trap, you're gonna throw your laser out, and perhaps your shield, and that's about it. You can only perhaps disable one person from approaching you, but that's about that. You can't really do anything else out of that range.
Yeah, so SIM and NYP, game 1 of the grand final. So who do you think will take it home for game 1?
In terms of draft, I'll go with NYP for this.
Okay, my heart sticks with SIM. I'm friends with some of them, so I definitely have to support SIM. I do, however, feel that this game will not be a stomp, because it favors so much on the draft, and the draft is won by NYP, in my opinion. So I don't think SIM will be able to get such a big lead from the draft. If SIM win drafts, usually it leads to big storms. So if they don't win drafts, it'll be much of a closer game. So I'm really excited to see what SIM can bring up to really just take home the victory.
Yeah, I mean, like, going up against X-Pros, but then again, you have to consider that NYP, some of them are also X-Pros, so it's more of like a clash of the titans here that we're going to see very shortly.
Clash of the titans, clash of the behemoths, clash of whatever
clash
big,
of clans.
big synonyms you can think of. Clash of generations, so maybe you can, because one is the old generation, the oldies versus the new oldies and newbies.
The Lao Jiaos versus the new birds.
The Lao Jiao versus the new birds, if you want to think of it that way. But yes, here we are, game 1, SIM NYP. Really, really excited to see what's going on here.
But of course, I don't think it's going to be any fanciful play like what we saw in SMU against MP at the start. It's more like a, a flashy play, right, more or less.
Yeah, I don't think they will play as Fiesta-ish as the previous series that we've just witnessed. But SIM definitely will be more controlled, because they have professional players who knows how to play the game from start to finish in a very clean, controlled manner. So that's what we want to see from SIM. NYP also, they have players who've done that before. So something similar we can look at from this side of NYP. But when we look at how both teams want to play, their play style is relatively similar. Play topside, because both Ezreal as well as Ziggs, they both took teleport. It means that it's just going to be a safe farming lane in the bottom side, so you expect the action to be in the mid top side river. You're going to see them contest for every possible objectives, and this is what we want to see from both SIM and NYP.
Yeah, I like the way they check out for wards and the brushes. You know, they don't want to face check it. I mean, at this level, you kind of expect that. So overall, they did a good job. I believe NYP actually cleared a ward, aggressive ward from SIM from the red buff jungle from their side. So overall, pretty solid start for them.
And
Tango as well, Tango.
The ward clear was very important, that Yone got the EXP, because now he can level up from the first wave. And this will actually prevent Tahm Kench from actually being very aggressive, because a level 2 Yone is kind of scary compared to a level 1 Tahm Kench.
Oh,
So
for sure. I mean,
he wants to definitely play more aggressive at the level 1 to deny the wave from being killed by the Yone, to get him the level 2 spike and just punish him early on.
yeah, because once you get your second skill up, you can definitely dish out more combos, more damage across the board. But it looks like both of them will get the level at the same time. So as you mentioned, it may not go so well. But however, in the bottom lane, some sick harassment coming in from SIM, leaving both of NYP's bot laner pretty low, at least half health. So, but they can regen, no problem at all, of course.
Yeah, because Ziggs right now, he has the biscuit, he has he has already used up one pot, but he still have another pot, and as well as the biscuit, so he won't be chunked out too low. I would have preferred the Ziggs to go for this, what they call the future market strat, right? We talk about this future market where you just buy the Sapphire Crystal, and you look for 5 waves, right? 5 waves, you recall, you get the Lost Chapter, and from then on, you don't really suffer in your lane, because you just are able to sustain so much mana from the Lost Chapter. But I guess going for the Doran Ring itself is fine, but going for the future market strat would have been better for Zig, especially the very passive mid.
That's true. After getting an item, I believe that Ziggs will be definitely more formidable foe in the bottom lane. That will take a while, right? At least closer to the mid game. So maybe as of now, he's already going down this path of the Doran's ring, so it's not as viable, I guess.
Yeah, so now bottom scale is being taken away by Smurf, so Javan knows that he is not able to contest for the bottom scale, now moves straight to the top side, but Greed is now at the river, places a ward on the river, and probably I think the jungle of NYP will spot the ward, clears the ward, now vision is denied.
Man, perfectly timed as well. Like they knew like, oh, there's gonna be a ward here. I'm gonna just come and like detect this ward and clear it off, get my scuttle, and perhaps maybe look towards mid to gang. Of course, Huang is relatively low on health right now. His highest half, so he has to play a bit more safe. He perhaps could get a gank from J4, but at this point of time, he has to play it slow.
Yeah, so Huang AG right now suffering a little bit in the mid lane. He is about 10 CS already down in the first 5 minutes. So Eric Clegg just showing the dominance in the mid lane, but hold on.
Okay, and a small little engagement. Oh, looks like the root will come in, but not enough damage being dished out. But Smurf is here for the gank, but it's not enough to get Harm's.
Within lethal range.
I was thinking about Harm's way, but then again,
the puns are, you know,
he just got
top class.
He just got cut halfway, but yeah, he's not out of harm's way. So
yeah, he's still within harm's way. So unfortunate. But I guess Xin Zhao could have killed the Rel if the W landed, but it was just a bit out of the range. And I thought Xin Zhao maybe could have went over for the dragon, but hold on.
Oh, okay, Azir is aware. It's gonna be a 1v1 with this jungle. It's going to be brought down to half, but of course Azir doesn't have the chase potential at this point of time. His level is still at 5, he doesn't have his ult, so he's going to have to let the Javan survive and go scot-free.
Yeah, so that was a good notice there from the start of SIM, knowing that Javan will be at the top side jungle, prevent him from taking the camp, deny him the resource, and give back the resource over to the Xin Zhao. So now you see that compared to previous series, with do see the support starts to roam. Yona is now seen in the mid lane. There won't be any action in the bottom lane. That's why you see now both supports are just gonna move away from bottom lane and just let the AD carries farm. It will be a battle of the objectives instead. So now you see Smurf positioning himself in the mid lane. I think they're gonna they're gonna start the dragon now.
Yeah, looking to go for this dragon. I think it's pretty good timing, especially when the enemy team is distracted for a short moment. You want to take full advantage of that, and you can just see, right now, just see the bottom lane, Ezreal and Ziggs just solo farming away. Not too much to show off, so they're gonna play it more safe. And they are pinging the dragon. They are trying to like set up. They're prepping for it. So at this point of time, not too much action.
Yeah, so
but it's gonna come soon if they're gonna contest this dragon. But they are not aware of it. So free dragon.
I think that they know that they're gonna start it, just that they can't do anything because everyone's not in the position to contest for the dragon. So as I am right now, they got the first dragon. Next dragon being the Ocean Dragon means that it will be either Infernal Soul or Mountain Soul. And for SIM, I do think that they want to get the Infernal Soul because that is probably the best way for them to snowball the lead and just win through the lane. But for NYP, they would definitely want the Mountain Soul more because if they get the Mountain Dragon and the Mountain Soul, you can just skill to late game, and that's when NYP's team can't really shine.
But this will really boil down to the RNG of the dragon. We gotta see which dragon pops up after the Ocean Dragon. So, which team do you think will benefit from the Ocean Soul more?
I think both teams will really benefit from the Ocean Soul, Ocean Dragon. I mean, especially since both teams are relatively playing very passive. Remember that in the previous series, in 7 minutes, right, we had 7, 8, 9 kills.
Yeah.
This game, 7 minutes, zero action. Maybe there's one gang at the bottom side, but that's the only action the entire game. So really just passive play from both teams. They know that what is at stake here is the cash prize, the title, as well as what rewards you can get from winning this competition. So they are playing relatively more slow paced. Whereas for the side of maybe the third, fourth placing, they are going for the all-in to make this place, to make a name for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, definitely they made a name for themselves there in the bronze match, and I love every moment of it.
So now we see SIM starting starting the Herald instantly, and you don't see the supports of both teams actually roaming to the top side. It means that it will be a 3v3 at the top side. Yone now making his way down onto the Herald.
He does put it out. Smurf goes for the Q, lands it on top of him. Does manage to ult, but now Thumbcatch will come in from the side as well. Oh, Broken's all alone, gets shuffled back to the line, and that will be first blood in the favor of SIM. Thumbcatch gets the kill as well, so I think it'll be alright, not too bad. No. But they decide to hop in, and there we go. Bisui with the huge Cataclysm manages to take out the Sings out. The engage is still here, still going on. Huang has to flash past the wall. The Heavy Power is really low on health, and Bisui will fall as well.
Oh!
Whoa, hang on, the laser coming in from Huang manages to clean up, so it will be a 2-for-2 trade, but the Rift Herald will go in the field of SIM.
Yes, that was a very important kill towards the NYP against Eric Kalik, because if Huang Energy didn't get that, that would have been unfortunate that it became a 2-for-1. But hold on, Leona gets chunked out, managed to survive without burning any summoners. But in the overall, still a big win for SIM. Broken was a bit too far in the river without his jungle being there. He should not have been checking the Herald, although he knew the Herald started, but he shouldn't be checking it alone, because Greed as well as Smurf, they were already in the river first. He had no prior to be in there.
Yeah, that was uncalled for from Broken, I guess, because they're kind of like the first blood was lost because of him, but that doesn't matter, because in the long run you are aware that yeah, they do have the Rift Herald now, and you want to play perhaps wherever the Rift Herald is leaning towards, you want to play there to prevent that giant tower chunk of damage, right? Okay, Ezra is just gonna toss out his True Shot Barrage there onto Ziggs. I see Harm's going in pretty ham. Bisui gonna be able to knock out Multi here.
Double TP.
Well, alright, the double TP pops in at the same time. Coming in from the flank will be the Thumbcatch. Drops in right in the middle of the battle. Will he be able to survive? Eats up the Yone. Oh, there we go. The Shurima Shuffle comes in, knocks back at least 2. And the root comes in from Modi the Leona. Yeah, again. Man, Azir is popping off here, getting himself 2 kills for this, but will fall down to the J4. And Thumbcatch picking up delicious food for himself.
Thumbcatch is at the back line, just going on to Victor. Victor falls down, and Ziggs also falls down. It's an ace for SIM.
Wow, so early in the game, and we are seeing an ace from SIM.
That was so messy, a team fight, but SIM managed to get the team fight victory, and the double teleport from Broken as well as Greed. Although Greed was a little bit too deep, he is Thumbcatch. He can survive the initial onslaught, but Broken, again, he's still too weak. He hasn't reached his item spot yet, and going for all these fights is not what NYP wants at this point of time.
It's too early for them.
Yeah, it's too early, because they are the late game skillers. They need time to skill. And look at Greed compared to the Broken's items right now. Greed has completed his Anatomy Chain. He is 1 item out of the Yasuo, who is just half an item.
Just by half item. Overall, like in terms of the goalie, like see SIM just like bring it forward for them, especially after that beautiful ace. Okay, Modi's gonna decide to flash over and go for the stun, double stun coming in now. However, the cage coming in from Huang would just a bit longer for the tower to take down the Leona. Harm's coming back along with Bisui, lands the Cataclysm on top of him, but beautiful wall of soldiers gonna push him away, but not good enough as Ziggs comes in for the shutdown.
And that was a bit over-forced by the side of SIM. They should just not look for the all-in, especially because all the teammates are still just went back to lane. No one is in position to roam into the river, and because Dragon is spawning as well, that was a bad time to fight. But NYP managed to punish it, and now they get themselves the Ocean Dragon. So this will be, hopefully, a Mountain Dragon for NYP, but if not, Inferno Dragon the SIM wants.
There we go, the spike goes off. And it will be the look at the Mountain Dragon.
Yeah, I guess Lady Luck is shining very brightly on NYP, and thinking, NYP, this is your chance for the third title in a row. Your 3-peat starts today, and
even
now,
after losing that ace.
I mean, the ace is the ace, but they got themselves back 2 kills from that, so it's still a winnable game. The goal lead right now, however, is 1,200 in favor of SIM. SIM still have the Herald, so they can look to maybe down the turret somewhere and just punish, extend the goal lead in favor of SIM.
Yeah, like, so you can't, just because it's an early ace doesn't mean you lost the game just yet. That will only matter if there's like, what, 20 minutes into the game?
Right, so Herald is summoned at bot side, so 3 plates will fall down for Quick, and Quick will pick up 480 gold from the turret. 2 plates still left. still remaining at the bottom side, but they don't really need that goal because right now they're just trying to get as much goal as possible before they start shifting into contest for the next hero. So now you see that most of the players of SIM and NYP, they're not playing to the bottom side, they're actually hovering more towards the mid lane because as we discussed, there won't be much action at the bottom side. It will just be more of fighting for the objectives, fighting through the mid lane, fighting through the top lane because bottom lane is just a safe lane.
Yeah, it's just, you don't, like, that's where the distractions all comes in for the ADC. Leona always kind of miss her out. Adira manages to burn off his flash, but overall, he managed to survive a death, so yeah, that's a plus for him.
There was a good engage there coming in from Morty Smith, formerly known as Kra. If not for the ultimate by the Leona, Adria would not have needed to flash, but that placement of the ultimate forced him to flash, and that actually saved Adria's life. But flash being burned in the bottom side means that they can look for a repeat angle on the Ziggs again, but with the cooldown of the ultimate down, it'll probably take about a minute so NYP probably wants to get some support down the bottom side to make sure that the Ziggs does not die in the next possible game.
Yeah, but you do not want to leave the Ziggs unchecked at this point of time. But Ezreal with the 4 assists actually, I think there's even though he's not getting the kills, but he's still getting that bonus assist goal, so it's not too bad overall. He is, I believe, an item ahead of Ziggs at this point of time.
Yeah, he is an item ahead, but let's just look at the items itself. Right, 15 minutes in the game, what item do you have? The Ezreal going for the Essence River. Right, Essence River is a very old build that was the Ezreal norm before the changes to Divine Sandra, which made Divine Sandra such a broken item. Right, okay, but before we just talk about items, it just seems that NYP says give the bottom turret, they're just gonna take the herald away from them. I like what NYP is doing. They know that they can't defend the bottom side, so hence they contest the top side. And with all the members of SIM at the bottom side, NYP just funnels all the players to the top side to take the herald, and Greed cannot do anything but just watch as the herald falls down.
They just really need to play for objectives here. If they're gonna lose out on kills, at least win for the objectives, right? So they are playing it very smart, very methodical. Greed, letting a kill. He's gonna go in from the Blizzard. Flashes away from the Leona out yet again. So that's another summoner spell burnt, but you know, the shot Leona's cooldown is shorter than Flash, so that's a plus side for SIM now.
SIM really taking the game slow and steady, but I like the progression from SIM because they know that they don't have to overforce anything, and they just have to take it slow, take the small wins, and then repeat small wins over and over again. But now look at mid lane, instantly the Herald is being summoned.
Alright, the Reef Herald in the mid lane now. Chunk down the turret. Big amount, there we go. Come on, that's what dash. Yeah, there we go. Full health. Almost down to a quarter health, at least at one. Okay, it is a quarter health. 1/5 in fact. Oh, that's a lot of turret damage.
Yeah.
So, at this point of time, they have done their job. They're just gonna back up now. Perhaps try to contest the dragon. That's probably gonna come up very shortly.
Oh, here comes
Breezy
Flash.
gonna get caught off at the bottom. Gonna flash past the wall. Now this, of course, some next level players, so they know what they're doing. Wait. Go ahead. Overdraw again. Okay, Smurf saving his kill for that as well.
Yeah, I really like what I've seen so far from SIM. The flash burn from Javan means he is not able to do his flash cataclysm. That's very big to get the flash of the Javan. But also Sintal had to burn his flash, and Leona also burned her flash. So in terms of summoners blown, definitely a win for NYP. But you have to look at what is more important for NYP in general, which is the Javan flash, because you want the Javan flash cataclysm. So I think that's a better. It's a small win for SIM, but if you look at it in a bigger picture, NYP did get 2 flashes out.
That's true, but you see them, the Yone broken. TP's to the top, so TP will be down temporarily for him. But there is still 2 TP up from the side of NYP. The Victor as well as the Ziggs still has it up, so overall, it will help them if they do get a gank coming along. And it looks like SIM will get a free Mountain Dragon.
Yes,
uncontested.
SIM gets the Mountain Dragon, and you think about it, SIM actually also wants the Mountain Dragon, right? Because with so many poke coming in from NYP, if so many all-in potential from NYP, getting the Mountain Soul is also not too bad because it provides you with the extra shield, provides you the extra resistance, so that you don't die from the burst or even the one-shot potential of the Javan, Yone, Ziggs, Victor, Rel combo. right?
the 5-man combo. Okay, Acrylic will be in the jungle spot, so the German may be able to steal this ground, but nope, there we go. Busy manages to clean it up for himself. Currently, what positions from SIM is superb right now. They have a lot of map control on the bottom side. NYP having their own map control on the top side instead. So it is a trade-off for both teams.
Yeah. Now, looking at SIM though, I was surprised that SIM chose not to play to the top side because with Tam Kench, diving top lane is actually very simple because he has the Grey Shield.
Yep.
And
right,
hold on, they are diving top lane.
But a counter again comes in, a TP as well. Will they be able to catch on to? Yes, he eats up the Smurf into him, getting himself caught in the Cataclysm. But now Broken being brought down, Supolo has to back up. The TP comes in, but there we go, 4-man knockback coming in from the Azir. However, Yone will come from the side, managing to pick himself up a kill. However, trades will come across the board now where SIM manages to get 2 for himself.
No,
Broken
was so
was
close.
ready, it was so close for him. But I don't think that would have killed him. Would have maybe like leave him like 10 HP probably.
I probably think it would have killed him though. But yeah, but moving on from that, SIM with a big team fight victory, 2-1 in their favor. Great start coming in there from Grid from actually starting, but it was a bit of a misposition there by Smurf to actually walk under the turret, and that was what allowed NYP to engage. But the teleport from Ericalic as well as Quick, and Ericalic with that 3-man, I think. Shurima shuffle there, or just flash shuffle, right?
Just flash shuffle.
Yeah, just flash shuffle. That was massive to actually turn the fights in their favor. Although he did fall down, but he managed to get 2 for the team. So that's a very big.
It's a good trade. It's a good trade.
Yeah.
Coming in for SIM. Oh, but I mean, Greed nearly griefed out Smurf there, but I just I mean, like, I guess you eat him, you know, you devour him. He's safe in your tummy, but you kind of brought him into the Cataclysm also. So it's like.
But I mean, if he didn't eat Greed, if Greed didn't eat Smurf, then Smurf would have just been killed one shot. So I think that although he is stuck inside the Cataclysm, he was denied the one-shot burst potential from the comm of NYP. So in the end, it still worked out in their favor. Right now, however, when you look at the game, it's 20 minutes in the game. SIM now has a 4k goal lead. So SIM is slowly increasing the goal lead, and it seems like NYP, although they are 4k down, they're actually able to contest SIM in all the objectives and all the small trades. So it just shows that NYP, their comm actually are okay with the deficit because they scale better the later the game goes.
Yeah, and alright, Smurf lands his Q onto Adrian, but he's gonna not go in for that, of course. It'd be too dangerous. There is the rail there for the knock-up, so smart move coming from Smurf. But that was a pretty good harassment coming from him, so from that he's gonna rotate up to the top lane, perhaps push it along or go straight to the jungle or the other. You know, Smurf does Smurf stuff.
Yeah. So just talking about a little bit about Smurf, so because when we look at how SIM play in general, right? SIM plays through the lane just naturally gets the lead, and through the lead they get in the lane, they just start to snowball the game. So we don't really see much of Smurf being the playmaker or being the one that enables the team to play, because they are enabled since the start of the game because that's just how strong the laners are. So
hang on, Smurf's trying to engage, but misses his Q shot onto the Victor at the top side of the jungle there. Close call. If that engage were to happen, I don't think it would look too well for NYP.
Yeah, so just talking again about Smurf, we want to see what he's able to bring into the table now that he is being forced to play with laners that don't fall down. But now SIM, they look to start the Baron, probably just turn away when NYP notices.
Okay, currently NYP is not aware of the Baron being taken because Morty is doing a pretty good job at deterring it. Yeah, it's gonna be a free Baron for SIM.
Yeah, SIM gets this for free and it's not contested, so very big victory here for SIM. That was a very good Baron sneak there.
Yeah, I mean, the info coming in from the support was crucial there. Because of that, NYP didn't really bother to check the Baron pit, but because of that, now they're kind of aware, you know, maybe if there's someone there, maybe they're taking Baron when the Baron is up next time, huh? So they may also go for the next Mountain Dragon very shortly.
Yeah, and this Mountain Dragon definitely belongs to SIM. NYP have no vision in the bottom river, so they aren't able to walk up. And there's so many control walks that SIM plays within the mid lane side, so there's no vision that NYP is able to put down onto the mid lane as well as even the river towards the bottom side. So SIM really is controlling the vision very well. NYP right now, it feels like they're getting suffocated by SIM's playstyle, and this is something you expected because SIM is just that strong.
I mean, as we mentioned earlier, before the game started, we did say that they are a team comprised of ex-pro or actually competitive players. They are still playing right now, and they're just playing for their school. So you can't really underestimate them all that much. Even against NYP, they may be the two-time champion in a row, but this may be their first time losing the Campus Legends.
Yeah. So there, Javan managed to get the Grom away from Smurf. I mean, it's just a Grom, but 100 goals secured for the Javan. It's still a small victory, but when you look at the state of the game right now, 3 members of SIM positioning themselves in the mid lane. That was a lot of damage coming from Quick. So,
misses the Shurima Shuffle coming in, and then he will get punished for it instantly. The Ziggs bomb as well coming in for the support. Now Broken has to run up while Greed and Smurf tries to duke it out by the bottom side. However, in the meantime, at the same time in the jungle, Smolly gonna get caught off very shortly, but Quick answers and supports his support and manages to turn things around, and he's down for the triple kill. Will he get the quadra? There we go, the quadra kill coming in down for Quick. And this is almost an ace as well for SIM.
And look at that, Greed, he's just dancing in front of those dead bodies, giving the laughing sound as he makes thumb catch. Thumb catch dance. Very, very beautiful mechanic of the thumb catch. Whenever you see a dead body, as the thumb catch, as a Mundo, you just have to dance.
You have to dance, you have to taunt your opponent, right?
So another cool thing about League, if you didn't know by the way, is that they have this wonderful emote. Okay, if all League players that really never seen this emote before, you can just find it in the store and buy this emote. This is the best emote you want, especially when you're winning the enemy. So the emote it's a stylus, right, with a thumbs down.
The BM.
Right. Yes, the BM emote, the #1 BM emote is the thumbs down. So every time someone ganks you and fails, just thumbs them down. And what happened? Their mental edge just dropped. They lose the mental because I keep feeling it just keeps booing me. No, this is not happening. And then
we're here to encourage sportsmanship. Okay, we're not here to encourage BMing.
Yeah, but I mean, in this game, you can definitely bring the emotes in, right? So I'm not trying to encourage bad behavior in games, but I mean, if you want to try and have fun a bit with the emotes, definitely one of the best emotes to use is the thumbs down silence emote, and that is 100% Raiko approved.
You can tell what Raiko does when enemy fails his gang.
That usually don't happen because the gangs, if I were to ever do the jungle, I'll be the one getting thumbs down instead. So yeah, it doesn't really happen that often, but that's why I don't play jungle, because the amount of thumbs down I see on my face is just too much.
Too much mental age, man.
Yeah, I drop my mental too easily. Yeah.
Okay. I think I'm spending a team fight coming up very shortly here. Azir brings his soldier forward as well. Alright, they have to fight under the tower here. True Shot Barrage lands onto the Victor, bringing him to super low as health. Javan will be able to disengage for his teammate, however, with a good scary flag. Spear on the ground.
Yep, SIM really just taking it slow with bottom lane pushing as well. They're just waiting for the next minion wave. From next wave, then they just crash this mid tier 2 and then possibly look for. Hold on!
There we go, the Leona out. He stuns onto Ziggs. Whoa, SK just buried, but the Javan Cataclysm will land onto 4, trapping them right in the middle. Will the cleanup happen? There we go, the Storms comes in from Victor, cleaning up the mess, but Azrael is still alive. The main carry, dishing out the damage, scaring them away, gets the double kill. And Acrylic also still alive. 2 of their carries still, mainly, most importantly, staying alive.
Yeah, I thought that was so fit in.
Almost lands in the rail as well.
That was so close to get by Azrael, but from the start of the fight, I thought SIM definitely got the fight in their favor, but just somehow Javan was a bit too big. Rel as well with the good engage as well, managed to delay all the output from SIM, and Huang Yeji and Ziggs, although they did, Huang Yeji and Javan, although they did fall down, managed to buy enough time for the Ziggs as well as the Victor to do enough damage. And right now, NYP, they are still holding on, although they are right now about 7,000 gold down.
Man, that goal difference is just the disparity in it is just scary. The deficit in it, yes, it's just too much. But at the same time, NYP still has the upper hand in terms of team fight here.
Yeah, although the disparity is big, remember that NYP scales better into the late game. So the later the game goes, as we saw from the previous fight, that although SIM was hit, NYP still managed to claw something back. So it doesn't matter how late the game goes, as long as the game is still playable, NYP will be happy with it. And hold on.
Oh, misses both skill shots as well. But however, the stun will come onto Harms. They'll be trying to contest for this Mountain Dragon. Yeah, Harms being brought down solo, but Azir, the stun gets landed on the rail. And there we go, rail falls down for the count. Acrylic now deep in, deciding to block off any entry from NYP. NYP can't enter from the other side. They won't be able to clean up the last two on the Dragon's pit side. Hong Yeji is going to make his run at the bottom side. He knows he can't survive now. And now looking back up to Adrian, will he be able to survive this Tam Kench, however?
Tam Kench chasing after the Ziggs. Oh, little Goblin run away. Oh, sorry, Yordle.
TP comes in, Quick comes in for the finisher and the ace. There we go. What has Quick been doing? Quick, the TP, beautiful. Now they're just going to dive right in. Perhaps, yeah, just go for the Nexus turrets now.
Yeah, this is going to be the end of game 1. SIM taking the victory over NYP in what I believe is a very clean and concise victory for SIM. I do want to praise NYP for drafting something very skilled, for drafting a skilled team comp. However, like we talked about this in the Champions League about how SIM, they win through the lanes. So I wanted to see NYP bring something that allows them to actually grab something from the laning phase itself. So this is something that I didn't really like coming in from NYP. But although the team comp has a way of playing, it's not something that I want to see from NYP going into this series. So I like what I see from the top lane, Yon into the Tam Kench, but Yon does not win Tam Kench early game. It wins in the late game when you get items. But the issue right now with what I'm seeing from teams going against SIM is, do you have the time to reach the item?
Can you reach that scalability that you are playing for?
Exactly. So can you actually reach the scalability of your champions? Like how long do you have to reach your item spike, and can you reach there before the game ends? So in this game, we saw that SIM cleanly closed the game out. NYP put up a fight in the early game, but just falls short in the end. So SIM 1, NYP 0. We will be back for game 2.
Alright, see you guys then.
A lot of my painting is about movement. I really gravitated to the circle, and from the circle came the atom. It's like the center of everything, the universe, our biology, all of it. The atom is constantly in motion. We're introducing activewear. It's the best way I can represent with Uniqlo.
Hi everyone, this is Jake. Starting from 16th of August, you can download the virtual interactive performance of my song 再度起航 Take Flight on the official website of Gardens by the Bay. Explore the virtual Gardens by the Bay and sing with my virtual avatar. You can also stand a chance to win amazing prizes. So, act now!
Start 15 morning, I start to work on everything. It's hot, you cannot say anything, but I try my best to do my job.
会啦，累一定会的嘛，要扛东西啊，一定满身大汗哦。哦，一天一天都是要这样做吗？你做小贩是这样。
I mean, for me to go inside the hawker store, it's hot, it's dry, so I think as a hawker, you would make sure that you dress something which you feel comfortable.
I just love wearing the mask. It's a super lightweight material, breathable. It's also a UV protective.
What I like about these airism products is like, it's very comfortable. Like, you know, you need to turn around here and all that, it's stretchable, it's breathable. Even though I sweat, I dry very fast again. Another thing is like the mask, actually it's very easy to breathe. Even you walk fast also you can breathe. Sometimes I don't even feel like I'm wearing a mask. Thank you, Hawker Heroes and Uniqlo.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are in our second game between NYP and SIM with the Game 1 victory. Very dominant performance, I would think, you know, from the overall favorites in this overall Campus Legends tournament.
Yeah, actually, Hungry, do you think that will NYP be able to take at least 1 point after seeing that game?
I think it was a lot closer than I expected, and I think SIM, you know, like Reiko said, is a team that likes to win via lane, they like to win via their solo leads, so if NYP can put up a fight in just the lanes alone and match them with team fighting mechanics, yeah, I could see them taking 1 point, maybe even, you know, taking 2 points. From then on out, whether they can take the third point might be a bit difficult, because I think SIM as a team has a lot of experience. They are very, very good at digging deep when they are behind. In fact, they feel like a team that play better when they're behind. We haven't seen them, you know, actually lose a single game so far.
So far, yeah, I haven't seen that.
So from what I know from these players, just watching them and casting them in the past, they are very good at, you know, playing with against adversity rather. So I'm excited to see how that one pans out. And of course, you know, in game 2, there was some in game 1 rather, there were some interesting things I want to point out too. The fact that Mez swapped over to the Tam Kench previously. You know, he was playing stuff like the Silas. It's a better look for him. I think it's a better look.
I think he did a really good job as Tam Kench.
Yeah, very, very good look. I think the first item he bought was Anathema Chains too, just to make sure that he got like control over whoever he wanted to lock down. So this is really smart from him. I think it's a high impact, low skill ceiling kind of champion, and I'm not saying that to like diss him or anything. It's just the fact that the champion is very simple and easy to utilize for someone who isn't, you know, a mainstay top laner. Is very obvious here.
Yeah. I guess like as Reiko said, Tam Kench is kind of like a stat checker, right? Like you just want to make sure you know how to play the game. If you don't know how to play the game that well, then you're gonna get punished like severely by Tam Kench.
Even though his lane opponent did go relatively even, the fact of the matter is he still just does a lot more in team fights, right? Just the overall kit and numbers, like Reiko said, like it's a stat check machine with the grey health and all that. He's a lot more efficient. He's a lot more forgiving too. So that's going to be, you know, probably on the ban list, I think, coming in for the next game for NYP. They might have to remove it. We should be going to picks and bans very soon. And ladies and gentlemen, to remind you guys what is at stake here, first prize is $1,100, as well as a bunch of, you know, other goodies being offered offered by our sponsors as well as the scholarships. Not to mention the fact that that you have the prestige and the honor of being the campus legends champion. Yeah.
Now I'm kind of afraid of NYP now. They may lose their their third running in the row for the grand champions for Campus Legends. So I hope they can bring something out from their pockets right now. Yeah. And just like throw sand in our eyes and surprise us.
Yeah, maybe some pocket sand, like hey, surprise. Yeah, pocket sand, and that might help. The Ezreal here was being shown a lot of priority is a respect ban against Quake. I think Quake was very, very
scary.
Good. Yeah, it was very, very good. He's one of those players that understands how to play on the edge of fights. So things like Varus, things like Vayne, things like Ezreal, up his wheelhouse. He knows how to fully utilize the ranges very well. So these are champions that you have to watch out for when you're playing against Quake. The Tahm Kench, again, like we said, is a ban here against Mez, who is Greed. Like, it's a stat check champion, it's not very hard to utilize. Press the buttons in the correct order, you should be able to kill someone, right?
Land your skill shots,
The Sin banned out here. This was what Mez was playing majority of the tournament in the top lane. Again, in the early portions of Campus Legends, it was a stat check champion as well. Lee Sin's numbers were ridiculously high in the lane during the first half of Campus Legends. Recently got nerfed, but still a very strong jungle pick as we see the Leona Ziggs come in. That should be the bot lane, but again, Arakalik should be able to flex the Ziggs into mid as well.
That'll be very interesting to see the flex into the mid lane Ziggs, right? Because like you're playing a very versatile AP champion. You can play in the bottom, can distract the enemy AD carry, or you can just go hop over the mid and just play your casual game, your normal game of Link, right?
What this also means is that it opens up Arakalik to play like a AD assassin, AD kind of bruiser mid if he wants, even a Lucian mid or like some sort of marksman too, if he wants to play a lane bully, right? Now that they review the Karthus, this should be a solo lane Lee Sin, assuming that it's not bot lane Karthus. Like, the reply here for Karthus is, if you're going to play an AP bot laner, I'm going to play one too, we're just going to farm out the lane, right? And then we'll see who scales harder. And in this case, the Karthus does scale a little better than the Ziggs because he has 2 lives. Like, once he dies, once in the team fight, he still has this second window to do damage. And I think that's the big threat here for MYP.
You do not want to like eliminate the Karthus in the middle of your team. Yep. That's the part where his team is going to pop in and then he's just going to like slow you with his wall, he's going to drop his Qs over you, and then his team is just gonna like fly over around you and just like try to trap you in that circle as well.
The idea is to fight around the dead Karthus. Like the fact that it's locked in, now they have area control in fights. Like anytime you walk into a choke, Karthus, Wall of Pain is there, Slayway's, Skittles will always be there. The flexibility here for NYP is you can still play jungle Karthus, you can play jungle Lee Sin, you can play solo lane Lee Sin. There are many ways they can kind of adjust their composition based on what their opponents are drafting. Right now, the Lucian being banned out signals to me that Arakalik might be worried about like the mid lane Lucian as a threat. If this is the case, Tristana might be the next ban coming out as well.
Alright, Tristana. But I see that they have just banned, I believe, Ophelia also there in the tiny box.
That was Dr. Mundo. Yeah.
Oh, that's Dr. Mundo. Oh man, I can't see.
Yeah, but there was a Dr. Mundo ban coming from NYP on the 4th location. They ban out the Irelia, which again, similar idea as like the mid lane Lucian, right? Very strong lane dominant champion that wants to have lane prio and like look to solo kill enemies. And I think this is something that Arakalik wants to remove out of the pool to possibly play a comfort matchup because he is on red side. He can get one of those great mid lane matchups. If he decides to play the Ziggs mid, these are also options that like deal with Ziggs mid lane.
That's true, yeah.
Never look back.
Like paving this path so that his mid lane could at least have like a more sustainable time, more like relaxing. You don't want to stress out your mid laner too much because in the late game they're gonna feel all the pressure come on top of them in the end. Yeah. So they kind of did a pretty good job with the bans.
Another stat check champion coming in for Greed or Mez, and I think this is something we're starting to discover about him. Like this is like his bracket, right? We'll just play these window of champions that are stat checkers, and there is this idea of a mathematically correct set where you just build health and AD. You don't build any resistances, and you do a sick amount of damage with Haymaker because your Grid scales with health and your Haymaker true damage scales with AD. So technically, stat check, right? So yeah, I
Just
literally
build
just
health and damage.
I just described the stat check. If health and AD more than opponents and it hits, you win, like you kill, right? So that's as simple as it gets. The Nocturne here again is an Flex pick. You could play it into the Baron lane. Excuse me, top lane. What am I saying? Used to casting too much Warrior. Yeah. We could play it into the top lane, but I think it should be a jungle Nocturne here and a solo lane Lee Sin. That makes more sense. And then we have the bot lane Carthers with Braum.
Right, and you see, I guess Kiana going to go to the mid lane. We have seen the Kiana earlier today in the bronze match. I'm more excited to see what this kind of level of Kiana can bring to us compared to what we saw earlier. So
it's like different placement matches, right? Third, fourth Kiana is like this, and then grand finals Kiana is like this.
my Kiana versus your Kiana.
Exact same thing. Renekton is going to be the final pick here, so a solo lane Renekton coming in for Aracelic in the mid lane, I believe, and then you have like Ziggs Leona bot, right? And what this tells me is that he's looking to dominate the Kiana in mid lane purely by just having the better matchup. Because they banned out the Aurelia, they banned out the Lucian, this Renekton is supposed to be able to dumpster the Kiana. They saved last pick on red side for this. They knew the matchup fully beforehand. They banned out a bunch of things that would have dealt with this. And I think as I am right now, in terms of lanes, we're expecting mid to be very dominant with the jungle synergy coming in from Smurf. Like Volibear and Renekton, very good at diving side lanes, right? So once you get mid ahead and you start moving to the side lanes and start diving turrets, that's when like the real threat of SIM comes. They can be very proactive this game.
Yeah, I mean, I like how they also been like counter picking one another, like back and forth. Like you mentioned, like the way Renekton is gonna be able to dumpster on top of the Kiana.
Yep.
Yeah, once you shut down the mid laner for NYP, Kiana is gonna have to find something to do.
Yeah, Kiana essentially here is it's one of those weird games where she needs to either take early like lead with the jungler, or hope to just snowball by roaming down the side lanes, right? Her ultimate, in conjunction with like the Nocturne, Lee Sin just coming down together, maybe 5-manning bot lane or you know, pressuring a side lane, is stronger than what, you know, the Renekton and Volibear can do. So the idea is to make full use of their roster, and they have this double global kind of lineup as well. Between Carthus and Nocturne, you're not very safe on the map if you overextend past a certain point. There's a lot of damage you have to like, okay, my health bar is this much, but I need to account for Nocturne, and then I need to account for Carthus. So like, I only have this. Honestly, my health bar is only like this, right? So you have to play with this like kind of proxy to not get one shot.
And you know, I just realized actually, Huang Yaji is the one of the Nocturne, the mid laner in the previous game.
Okay, so yeah, so it's gonna be a mid lane Nocturne instead, and a jungle Lee Sin, I believe. Yeah.
Okay, that doesn't sound so bad in the end actually. I guess when they saw the counter pick from the Renekton,
again, it's still very difficult to play into a solo lane like mid Renekton unless you have a somewhat range matchup or you're very mobile, right? The idea is to take like either win him all in trades or take short bursty trades and run away. And both Lucian and Aurelia in that ban situation are capable of taking all in trades and bursty trades. Lucian does so with press the attack and ignite. Aurelia does it because her passive stacks allow her to trade efficiently against Renekton. Nocturne is a weird situation because your fear allows you to get a short bursty trade off, but you never really want to all in the Renekton unless you can spell shield his Q. So it's like one of those weird timing things.
Oh man, I mean, if you do spell shield that his stun or whatever, right? Yep. You are gonna be like the top Nocturne player.
Yeah, it has to be very reflexive.
Very precise timing.
Yes, it has to be very, very precise because not only do you have to like spell shield either the Q or the W, you need to make sure that it's the empowered one, right? So there are some indicators like, oh, I should spell shield now, but at the same time, Nocturne can't really choose to over-aggress into Renekton. The way you play this matchup also is like at level 6, your ultimate is not a solo kill ultimate. It's a I want to go to the side lane and roam ultimate, right?
Yeah.
Whereas Renekton will pop Dominus and just man fight you. So you lose a bit of the lane priority, but again, NYP, game plan is not to win via lanes. It's just to pressure with Carthus and Nocturne and exert like map pressure, right? Don't fight 1v1, 2v2. Fight like 5v3 or like 4v2 because you have the numbers with your ultimates.
I mean, like, yeah, at any time of time, you will have the Nocturne and also as well as the Carter. So a 1v1 isn't really a 1v1. It's going to be a 3v1 like all the time. So that's something you have to look out for.
That's
the fear factor from MYP.
Yeah, and not to mention the side lanes as well. It's going to be very hard to play side lanes. Like if you are Nocturne solo lane in this game, and like, okay, imagine this situation. I'm going to paint you a picture. 20 minutes in, all the outer turrets are down, and you want to push, right? And you're like, can I really push up this far? Because I'm going to hear the paranoia, or I'm going to get hit by the Carthus out, and like, how am I going to
picturing it?
Yeah, it's you feel the fear, right?
Yeah.
The Nocturne ultimate does exactly what it states on the box.
Paranoia.
Which is you're worried about overpushing. And I think that is the key strength of the NYP composition, right? Making sure that you have to keep yourself in check and you can't play too aggressive. Otherwise, they will punish you with their composition.
Yeah, just punish any over-aggression coming from the side of SIM. So, I don't want to deal with Baby Lives Nocturne because he's a very strong player in general, but now he's on the Nocturne. So he's gonna dish out something that I'm not gonna expect probably.
I know that solo lane Nocturne was very big for a while because of the Strikebreaker, but right now with the current changes and everything, I could see him doing something like Gore Drinker just to be a bit more sustainable in team fights. Of course, Strikebreaker is still good, but there's no one you really want to get close on top of. Like even trying to jump the Ziggs is like a futile effort. It's a futile effort in itself. There's no real point to jumping the Ziggs.
Yeah, this is the like Blast Pack and let's go away. Hang on, Blast Pack is from.
See, I mean, it's still Blast Pack, right? And he has like so many people around him that even if you do jump on him, you won't kill him in time. They will peel the Nocturne off before anything, right? So that's the tough part. Okay, well, Huang Yeji is going to be playing Nocturne top. Broken Kiana mid. Again, Kiana into Renekton, Nocturne into Renekton. Both of them are kind of like bad matchups into Renekton, especially looking at the summoner spells from Arkelek. He has Conqueror and Ignite. So what he wants to do is like all in you at level 2 and level 3. If Broken is not careful, he will die solo at level 2 or level 3.
Let's see your prediction. I want to see your prediction come true at this point of time. Because it's so specific, so general.
Oh, I like this cheese. This is so good. If you hit the stun and then auto Q auto, it's insane.
Oh, there we go. There's a stun. But not much damage being dished out, but yeah, it's not much damage, but they're going to be able to get a stun on the multi instead.
Ooh.
And they're laying absolute waste on top of multi. Will it be the first blood, however? Flashes forward, missing his second lay waste. There we go. First blood will be in the favor of MYP. Yeah, like you mentioned, pretty cheesy. The stun did go off coming from side.
Yeah, the problem there was both the Leona and Ziggs weren't on the same page, right?
Yeah.
Leona overstayed. Ziggs was like, okay, I'm going to auto him and run away. And then Leona overstayed and she got caught by the winner's bite from Harms there. So that level 1 goes the way of the Carthus. He started with Doran's ring as well, so he's going to be picking up decent amount of mana and health in late. Again, Arkelek now bullying Broken out. You can see he's always taking the grass element because he wants to like stay invis as much as possible to be in EXP range.
Yeah, because if you're going to lose out in terms of CS, at least win out in level, right? However, in the top lane, okay, you can see Huang Heiji go and have a nice fear on top of Grid, doing massive damage on top of him, in fact. Being able to push him out of lane for now and just hide the tower, recover a couple of health and return back. And now Carter is going to return back with some juicy items. I see a tier.
Yep, that tier charges very quickly right now. The changes to tier in the past, I'm not sure if you know, but it used to be like you have to use a spell. Oh, hold on, mid lane.
Okay, mid lane having a little skirmish of their own. Of course, Acrylic want to overextend this as much as possible, even though he knows that he will be the stronger matchup here.
He doesn't know where the jungler is, right? Around 3 minutes, the jungler is always an unknown factor.
Oh,
turns out he's going to be bot lane.
Yeah, he's going to come in for the gank perhaps, yeah. But Quick with the blast pack will be able to escape just a little bit longer. Maybe we can bring some time for Morty to come in. No, Morty's going to leave him alone to die. What? Morty? Alright, I mean, it's a futile attempt, right? So might as well just help my jungler, get the scuttle crap.
That point there, Quick, is just overextended. Just nothing much you can do. This bot lane is kind of like, ugh, for SIM. Especially because of the level 1. You have to pray that your mid and top take over the game and control a bit more. The upside is when you have Ziggs on your team, your opponents can't really siege. Like, it's very hard for them to take turrets because the wave clear is insane from Ziggs.
Just throw a bomb.
Yeah, you just throw a bomb, right? Or like any amount of skills will help you clear the wave. And also NYP have like 4 melee champions, so they can't really walk up against Ziggs to siege. They need to win a team fight in order to take down structures.
That's very true. You see, Carter is just doing... he can clear waves pretty fast as well. But he's not getting his levels though, because he is in a dual ball lane now. Maybe getting his 6 a bit later than you'd like. But of course, Doctor will still be the one hovering around.
The trade-off of playing like dual lane carters versus like solo lane carters is yes, like you said, you get your ultimate a bit later, but because you have a support to babysit you, you pick up all this free farm, right? And with a support like Braum, where you're able to punish people jumping into you like we saw earlier, this lane is completely free for Adria here. Like he is in prime position to start scaling up, maybe pick up a Lost Chapter and move into, you know, his big core items. I feel like in this game, Liandry's Anguish might be a good buy to, or Liandry's Torment, just purely because they are like two tanky boys on SIM, the Volley Bear and the set.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm wrong, it does the damage over time, right?
Yeah, it's percentage damage over time. Yeah.
So it's gonna be even scarier for SIM if once that Carter speaks out, if he decides to pick it up. And how top laners engagement coming on. A fear will land, but however the Haymaker retaliates back onto Huang Heiji there. He doesn't want to push in anymore because the Haymaker is painful.
Not sure if you noticed what Mez did there, but the moment the fear went off, he channeled the animation for the Haymaker. So there's this like kind of
also, it doesn't like
it doesn't pull
back.
you back, right? Yeah.
Oh.
So there's a moment where you can counterplay that with the Haymaker to like not run, basically.
That's really something. Yeah. It is definitely like
because the animation, the animation is only cancelable. Not even cancelable. You can only reposition the animation with a flash. Anything else, you just don't get it done. So.
I mean, but can you stun him?
You could stun him, but the spell goes off no matter what. Oh, TP, big TP actually.
Or Broken and Bisbee's gonna call off the awkward position. They will get the dragon, but however, will they be able to trade it out? But you can see the Nocturne out coming in clutch here for his team, where he just goes in to die. So that's the main point of it. But Harm's last one standing, and that was just a clean sweep for SIM. That's a
you know what the problem was in that fight? They were all stuck inside the pit against Arkelic.
Yeah.
Arkelic and Greed arriving is just like, you guys will not beat these bruisers at this point in the game. They are so insanely efficient with their stats right now that just going like man-to-man or 5v5 versus them at this point is not what you want to do. And remember what I said about NYP, right? Their goal is not to fight 5-on-5, 2-on-2, is to fight like 4v2, 5v3, right? Make use of your ultimates. And right there, they decided to handshake an equal fight, which is not what their composition wants to do.
Yeah, at the same time, you can see Bisbee and Smurf gonna duke it out. The backup will be arriving for NYP, but not in time for him to survive. Bisbee will fall down for the count now. Broken gonna dive in for the Smurf at the back side there. Gets the kill. Now Acrylic gonna make a mad dash away with his ghost. I mean, with the help of the Scuttle, but he survives. Not too bad, but it will be a free double kill.
I think that was a 1-for-1 trade. Yeah, Smurf went down and so did Busi. So overall, you take that if you are SIM, just because that gives you control. And yes, of course, Arkeli was forced to flash away. But still, right now, Greed has no ultimate, so he doesn't really want to take this all in after Haymaker is down.
Could have gotten the kill though, very close. But of course, Huang Heiji does have the lifesteal from his passive to boost him up a bit, and his cooldowns are a little shorter. Yeah.
Natural regen from set is like insane. I think it's like 5 HP a second or something. So he's almost back to full, like half health. And he's gonna like handshake this fight as long as he can avoid the Q. Like the Q is the thing that makes it very hard to trade. Yeah, because it gives the Nocturne additional attack damage and movement speed towards whoever's tank.
Greed doesn't know that Kiana was right around the corner, ready for the gang as well.
Great movement coming in from Broken. He combos the EQ, guarantees the root, and he was not able to throw out the Haymaker in time. This frees up Arkelic to just get mid plates though, and because they committed their rotation up, Arkelic gets a lot more advantages by himself. This is what I was talking about like the mid-lane matchup with Kiana, Renekton, or like Nocturne, Renekton. You never want to fight one-on-one, so you just try your best to roam to the side lanes and help your solo laners or your bot lane.
That he did, and he did a pretty good job at it, in fact. You can see Volley, I think he's going to make his rounds to the bot lane. No, he's going to go and assist the mid lane. Meantime, Lee Sin and Nocturne be really close for this. So a 2v3 may happen anytime. Broken just trying to find for the right engagement. Another spot, there we go. The Paranoia pops in. But look at the amount of lifesteal coming in from the Renekton. But he can't survive that. Cutters out for sure. The Requiem shuts him down. A big juicy goal amount for the Lee Sin, it seems.
And that was, you know, ostensibly a 4v2, right? It was 3+1 if you want to be technical about it. 3 members ganked him, and they threw in the Requiem as well. That's how NYP needs to play out their comp. Abuse the numbers, abuse the global ultimates, and find these pickoffs so that you get strong enough in the mid game. SIM cannot walk up past the river, right? Right now, SIM, if you fight 5-on-5, you die. So you need to keep taking these like numbers advantage fights.
For sure, man. I mean, because but at this current point of time, I think SIM can kind of just walk out freely, right? Because the
it's still early enough.
Still only 1 point in Requiem. Nocturne, he isn't so much of an assassin at this point of time, so they better make full use of this time period to just roam around the map, get map control, you know, go for the objectives before it's too late.
The goal for SIM now is to take as many outer turrets as possible and get like environmental goal and EXP leads so that even if they 3v2 you, you can still make a 1-for-1 trade or a 2-for-2 trade, and it still feels good because they use their big ultimates and you still get an equal trade. And you have a man advantage afterwards. So SIM, they need to like basically collect as much goal as possible right now and then hope to make a stand every time NYP jumps them.
But as of now, NYP is still, I mean, it's a slight goal lead, just by like 600 goal, but overall, the game is kind of like equalizing out at this point of time. So
600 goal is not a lot, to be honest. It's like what Doran's blade and a half. It's like okay. The Mountain Dragon for NYP is nice. They deny it from SIM. We saw that earlier, and because they have like 2 big tanks in the form of the Volley Bear and the set, that Mountain Drake being taken away is very good.
Yeah, you don't want to let the Mountain Drake kind of scale into the late game, especially from what I remember from what Raiko has mentioned many times. Once you scale that Mountain Dragon into the late game, it is pretty much game over, especially when you get 3 or 2 stacks of it.
This is pretty bad here. Greed doesn't have TP. I think if NYP jump them, they can win this fight.
Quick. I mean, he's still at the other side, but SIM may be able to get a Dragon. Oh, there we go. NYP steals the Dragon, but however, they will be able to get a couple more kills from themselves. Now Nocturne comes in with the Paranoia, manages to clean up the Renekton, and there we go. The map opens up wider because of the upcoming Infernal Dragon as well.
You know why I love League of Legends? I only need to learn how to count to 5, right? Just count whether there are 5 members on the map for SIM. The answer is no, they only have 4. All 5 of NYP came down, they had their globals, they were able to push all the buttons at the same time, and they were able to punish SIM. So Quake is basically sacrificing himself. He wanted that plate, so he knows he's going to die here. He's going to do as much damage as possible to this tier 1, and hopefully buy space for his team. He gets another plate.
Okay, there we go.
Decent value if you get 2 plates there. Your goal bounty is 300, you get 320 in return, right? Decent value.
And you don't give any bonus to the enemy. I'm just sacrificing myself, trying to go. It's like a champion for a champion. And there we go. Greed coming in from the side brush here, getting feared instead. So yeah, Nocturne now has really low mana, so he can't really re-engage that fight. He doesn't want to look for that fight right now.
In the war of attrition, Mez is the one that actually comes out hit because of the very ridiculous base healing and regeneration on set, and also the fact that he has no resources, right? So he doesn't need to use mana to trade. He might die here if they decide to dive in. Okay, well, Broken's here.
Broken's here, yeah, it's fine. Let's mention like, Set doesn't need any like mana or energy to use it. He just keeps spamming his skills and just let himself like auto regen. You know, just go for damage, go for health, and then get mathematically correct Set. You know, nothing too much going to happen. But at the same time, blue buff's getting taken away by Smurf. That was a close. Okay, Smurf's gonna go for the engage. Jumps on the Zhonya's cutters there. Can't do too much there, but now the engage will come in from the side of NYP. Will be able to clean up the solo Renekton. I guess it was like kind of a sacrificial lamb there.
They take the numbers fight again. But all this is happening on the bottom side. The Ziggs is solo taking plate goal again, and like that's the point of what SI is supposed to do. Like you lose 1 or 2 because they're gonna bring the numbers. There was a TP in from Huang Yeji, right? And you're donating all this gold somewhere else on the map. They cannot afford to lose any more members though. If SIM die here, that is very bad news. It's okay to sack the mid-tier 1, just don't lose any more members. In fact, they might not even get mid-tier 1.
Just barely, perhaps. The root will come out onto the set, but the instant burst damage on top of the cutters. The cutters will be going to be laying waste. Bringing Smurf to super low health as well as Morty Smith now. Greed comes from the sideline. He's going to get melted, but however, Broken from the side as well, just cleaning up house. Quick last one standing. Critic decides to join the fight, turns the table, gets the kill of the Kiana, but however, will it be enough to allow a Critic to survive this. I mean, it's a solo bruiser against this Lee Sin and Brahma. Of course, he's not going to be able to come on.
If it was anyone else apart from the Lee Sin that just got a triple kill, 7-2 and 6, maybe you win that fight.
Perhaps.
But the Lee Sin is super fed, and throughout that, Huang Yeji was able to push out topside as well. So SIM are taking these very poor fights. Now the goal is 4K in favor of NYP. And a lot of this is just them like handshaking outnumbered fights, right? They fail to recognize that every time we bring 4 members somewhere or 5 members somewhere or even 3 members somewhere, NYP is ready to jump us. They have these global outs that they will use to punish you. So I think that was a big mistake. Like the past 2 fights or past 3 fights for SIM have been big mistakes. They've been taking very disadvantageous fights, and this is why they are so far behind in terms of goal.
Yeah, even their main carry right now, I mean like even Quake is at 0 kills right now. I mean he did get a turret in the end with like the full turret plating, but is it really worth it though?
I mean, Quake is your late game insurance here, right? In the sense that he's building the Leandries, he's going to be doing percentage damage, he's the one holding the base together because you can't siege into him like we said. 4 melee into Ziggs is like, I don't want to play this game anymore. So he's your late game insurance. It's good to funnel the gold into Quake. But there will come a point where they can just fly in and kill him with the press R composition that they have. Yeah. So it's like Nocturne flies in, Carter's press R, Quake will probably die if he doesn't have Zhonya's, which he's building towards right now, right? So he recognizes that lose condition. He's like, okay, I need to get Zhonya's so I don't instantly die, and I can carry my team.
Yeah, so, but this is the part where he also has to play a bit more further back in the team fights, which is like what you can see right now, just tossing his bombs across, and no issues there. And he does get a blue buff to spam more of his abilities.
Look at what SIM is doing on the map right now. If you notice on the top side, Greed is split pushing because they identified majority of NYP's bottom side, right? And the dragon is coming up. So they make a conscious decision. Oh, Arakelic might get caught out here. Here comes the Paranoia.
Okay, the TP as well coming in from the set. Right into 5 members. He does do the showstopper here, but it doesn't do enough damage for himself. He makes himself survive a little bit longer, but he will eventually fall back to the blues blue buff area. You can see Smurf going in hand with the volume, getting himself double kill, but he's brought down to low. Volt gets shut down, but now Kiana, huge, comes off the double kill now. And the support of the dead cutters, I think that was pretty solid coming from the side of NYP. That was a good ace.
The fight looked okay for a while for SIM there, but Broken was able to find this insane flank onto Quake, hitting him with the water element to stun him or root him in place, and then hitting him with the ultimate, like the supreme display of talent into the wall, connected with 3, right? So Quake, you can see his value. If he's alive, he's helping his team do damage. But the moment he dies, the fight is instantly over, right? So I think SIM need to be more cognizant of this. They need to be more aware of the fact that Quake is our ace in the hole. He is our last chip at this poker table, and if they all in Quake, we will probably lose that coin flip.
That's very true. I mean, they kind of now that they are aware of this, they are aware of this lose condition that they have. So they have to play a bit more safe, allow their Quake to be out of the line of sight of any members of NYP. Because once the moment line of sight is made, it's contacted.
Yeah, contacted is right.
Contacted.
This guy needs to prone and just crawl, man. Just leopard crawl as fast as possible away from the fight. Just don't even look back.
And the Paranoia just goes ahead, straight dives right into his face, and the color's just gonna out, and then he's gonna just get cleaned up from there onwards.
He's completed the Zhonya's, that's good news. So instead of proning, he can go golden for a while.
For a while.
We'll wonder if SIM can really peel for him in that kind of duration.
1.5 seconds?
That span of time might be enough for SIM to peel for him, but again, there's a lot of threats on NYP's side. I can make arguments for both cases about how Set is great at peeling, but at the same time, NYP has a lot of jumps that don't really care about Set, so it's about execution and finesse here for NYP. If Broken keeps finding these flank angles onto Quake, the game is probably over for SIM.
Oh, for sure. I mean, like, allowing her grass element to like go through walls, so that's another scary part, right? And he can come from anywhere.
Yeah, I think that's the big threat, right? Being able to jump through and use the invisibility from the grass element, and then use the root from the water element to keep him in place, full combo. It's very, very nasty.
Okay, she's making away top side. She's still holding away into the brush. Hums will be there to just support a bit, put some wards in the red buff jungle. Allowing Broken to play maybe a bit more aggressive here, because you can clearly see there's no member of SIM at the top jungle.
If you saw what happened earlier outside the top tier 2, Broken is allowed to play that far forward and trade because he knows, like, I'm presenting kill threat. I have possibly a Nocturne in the jungle waiting for you, and I have Requiem behind me, right? So he's playing that far up just in case Arcalic decides to handshake him. He's like, oh, you really want to fight me, bro? I might have 3 members behind me, you don't know, right? And this is the idea of their composition, right? You can't push up as SIM. Occasionally, you can sacrifice a member to push up that far, like Greed is doing right now. If he pushes up that far and the 5-man collapse on him, SIM can take Baron, right? So there are calculated plays you can make to push up on the map. But for the most part, SIM is just like, they have to take the L when it comes to map control.
But hey, at least they managed to regain control of their, their red buff jungle area. So not all is lost. All is not lost just yet. Adrian very awfully close to the mid lane. Yeah, that's right. You trigger Smurf to just dash forward. Whoa, actually pretty smart, baiting out the outcome from the Ziggs there. But however, will you be able to delay enough time for the Nocturne to come in, dish out enough damage? Very low health. The Requiem is popped now. There we go. As you mentioned, that wasn't a 2v3 or 3v3 there. That was like
there
a
was
full
like
man.
a four-man collapse, right? The only person that wasn't there was Broken, and that was because he was split pushing the side lane. So you have to remember too that Karthus, even after he dies, counts as 1. Right, so these fights, yes, you might kill Karthus and make it like a 3-on-3. It's still a 4-on-3,
yeah.
you know. They always have these numbers as long as you're engaging onto them. And the only way SIM like comes out ahead from these is if they take the 5-on-5 or if they kill Karthus earlier outside of the fight, right? If you kill Karthus and just walk away, maybe you win that. If you kill Karthus and disengage, that's what you want to do. But you can't sit in the AoE of his kind of Defile and Requiem and hope to survive.
He's just a nuisance, if you kill him in the middle of a team fight where you're going to be close to him at all times, He's just going to waste your time, waste your health, and in fact, maybe even kill you,
He will probably kill, like... I mean, he almost killed Leona there just now in the kind of dead zombie mode kind of thing, right? So the threat is there. They need to respect it. Dragon is going to be up in less than a minute, and this is pretty much soul for NYP, so SIM need to contest this Inferno Dragon, and Inferno Soul is insane for NYP because they have like 5 DPS or 4 DPS champions, right? Everyone on their team wants to do damage, and when you have that Soul, the explosive burst from Nocturne, Lee Sin, Kiana, and Karthus is like magnified by 2. They do like 1.5 times, 2 times damage. It's just absolutely insane with the Inferno Soul.
Yeah, I mean, of course, if they don't lose it to the SIM at this point of time. Okay, he can smell a fight because he great, being in a very awkward position. Kick back to his team, but let's show up the Haymaker and the Showstopper.
Oh my god!
What an out coming from Kiana. Managing to start at least 3 members on the side of SIM. At the point, I can see Greed getting taken down at the same time. The blue buff area. Double kill for the Lee Sin there.
Holy, Broken did a 4-man ultimate there along that whole like perimeter. I think the only person that wasn't stunned was Quake, and even then because he flashed out, right? So Broken is showing us like this Kiana needs to be banned, dude. This guy is actually cracked.
That's the next man.
Yeah, this guy actually cracked on the Kiana, and I think NYP, if you ask me to predict, like the win percentage has just gone up significantly because of the Inferno Soul being picked up. SIM here, their composition being full, like majority AD with only a Ziggs as their ace in a hole is not helping. You saw that in that previous fight, Quake was unable to do damage. He's not able to walk up, right?
More or less, he was just kind of caught out because he has to flash away. He has no choice, and then that just leaves his team in the water dead.
Without Quake's damage, it's just like SIM storming Normandy Beach. They're getting gunned down by machine guns, and it's like, he's not there to support with any like artillery fire. There's no cover from Quake at all, so it feels kind of awful for SIM to fight like that.
Overall, you can see like the Baron is up as well at this point of time, so they could look for the Baron after a team fight, perhaps. Perhaps I believe they will try to get some vision control around.
Well, Karthus does Baron very quickly, and together with Lee Sin, I think they might be able to 2-man it because he has a lot of sustain coming from Death Stance as well. So it's not an issue of like if they can take it, it's like when they decide to take it, right? They could, like you said, look for a team fight first and then clean Baron, or they could sneak it away, or just jump onto Smurf.
Whoa, hang on, BZ, chill, calm down for a moment. You have no information on where the entire team of SIM is at. Most of them are in the jungle right there. kind of dangerous, very ballsy move coming from him.
Yeah, the very little respect also because he is 11-3 and 11. He's above Arakelic in terms of levels, right? He's above Smurf by 2 levels. So he knows he's strong. This is why he's making these plays. This jungle Lee Sin feels like a solo lane Lee Sin right now.
Yeah, what happened like from jungle to just like solo lane power? But as you mentioned, there we go, the Carters and the Lee Sin combo chunking down the Baron self, but already had half HP. But can SIM find an engagement on top of this?
Volley could steal it.
From the side, yeah, Volley could. Oh, but he gets kicked away instead. There is still time for him to steal it. Carters is running out of mana. There we go. The Paranoia lands on top. Acrylic falls down instantly, and there goes the cannon out. Won't be able to stun However and get the Baron at the same time. Carter out won't be able to land. Hang on, wait just a moment.
I thought Green was gonna come in with like the big haymaker and turn the fight. Yeah, I was like, okay, that looks like a big haymaker with a big shield, but because Quake died very early in the fight, he was the 3rd person to die after Arakelic and the Leonas, or Kra in this case. So this is unfortunate, but SIM is going to drop this game purely because of like taking these bad fights, right? Again, the idea I talked to you about is never fight on uneven numbers, and I think NYP was able to really encapsulate that with their composition.
Yeah, and there we go. We can see them going. NYP going for the GG push here. Will they be able to sustain? I think they won.
I think we're gonna call that game. Yeah. I think the server is like, yeah, we had enough of this, and we probably just wanna like head out for a bit. You know, that's a bit too brutal for our viewers to watch. So that's gonna be NYP, I believe, ending game 2. Hopefully,
so
if we can get confirmation, from our league staff, I think that is NYP closing out their game.
Yeah. So far they had an amazing comeback, losing the first game quite badly, I would say, and now in the second game they are showing quite promising results. There, they are showing like, hey, we're not here to mess around. Like, you trash out in the first game. Hey, this is us now, okay?
Yep.
But yeah, like you mentioned, their team comp was beautiful. The draft was there to like play out the numbers game there, right? When you think it's not there, but they're there.
I really liked what they were able to do there. As we take a look at the post-game scoreboard, so it's confirmed. It's a victory for NYP. Thank you so much, production team. I was like, yeah, is there any way they can come back into that? I don't think so, right?
I mean, like the server ended there as well.
So for SIM, they need to kind of like take note of 2 things here. I think one is the Kiana pick. The Kiana is very deadly. The way Broken plays it in teamfights is just
broken.
Yeah, he makes it look broken, and it's so difficult to play out squishy compositions with that. The second thing too is the fact that when your opponents pick into globals, this is a very, very old comp, by the way. Like, people have been spamming Carters, Nocturne, Gangplank Carters, these kind of things for like the longest period of times, right? And the idea is because you always have map pressure, you can out macro your opponents without thinking too much. It's just like, oh, do we have equal numbers? Okay, let's fight. And then we press all outs, suddenly we have more numbers, right? So that's something that I think SIM has to respect. And going to game 3, they will need to figure this one out.
Yeah. But I think we'll find out after a short break, right?
Yep.
And I believe next we're going to be having our lovely Raiko taking over.
Yeah,
so
Raiko is going to be back on while Chris takes a chill pill for a while. And we'll be going for a short break. When we come back, it's going to be the continuation of this series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
A lot of my painting is about movement. I really gravitated to the circle, and from the circle came the atom. It's like the center of everything, the universe, our biology, all of it. The atom is constantly in motion. We're introducing activewear. It's the best way I can represent with Uniqlo.
Hi everyone, this is Jake. Starting from 16th of August, you can download the virtual interactive performance of my song 再度起航 Take Flight on the official website of Gardens by the Bay. Explore the virtual Gardens by the Bay and sing with my virtual avatar. You can also stand a chance to win amazing prizes. So, act now!
Start 15 morning, I start to work on everything. It's hot, we cannot say anything, but I try my best to do my job.
会啦，累一定会的嘛，要扛东西啊，一定满身大汗咯。哦，一天一天都是要这样做吗？你做小贩是这样的。
I mean, for me to go inside the hawker store, it's hot, it's dry, so I think as a hawker, you would make sure that you dress something which you feel comfortable.
I just love wearing the mask. It's a super lightweight material, breathable. It's also a UV protective.
What I like about these Airism products is like it's very comfortable. Like you need to turn around here and all that. It's stretchable. It's breathable. Even though I sweat, I dry up very fast again. Another thing is like the mask. Actually, it's very easy to breathe. Even you walk fast, also you can breathe. Sometimes I don't even feel like I'm wearing a mask. Thank you, Hockey Heroes and Uniqlo.
Hi everyone, this is Jake. Starting from 16th of August, you can download the virtual interactive performance of my song 再度起航 Take Flight on the official website of Gardens by the Bay. Explore the virtual Gardens by the Bay and sing with my virtual avatar. You can also stand a chance to win amazing prizes. So, act now!
Alright, welcome back ladies and gentlemen. I am Hungry Cass. Alongside me is Reiko, and Chris, like I said, is taking a chill pill. He's having his dinner, and we're going to be bringing you the third game for today. Right now it is tied 1-1 between SIM and NYP, and I want to know your thoughts, Reiko, because you were watching that from kind of like off the side, off the set. What are your thoughts about that game?
Well, I felt that although I do like SIM's draft, I felt that they were not playing the draft to what they wanted to play to, because when you draft the Ziggs, Leona bottom lane, you just want to scale to the point where you're able to dish out a lot of damage, but they're forcing too much early game fights. I do like, however, that SM played a lot to the mid lane, but it just felt that it was overly accelerated because how many fights they're just going for over and over again.
The scaling maybe not as good as they wanted to, so just fighting all too much was SIM's downfall, and getting caught out in bad fights too. I think a lot of times they were taking like 4v5s, 3v5s, and it's not a good look for SIM, who is a team that we kind of talked up a lot, and now do drop this the first game of the tournament so far.
Yeah, but I have to credit NYP because they were playing as a team, right? You saw how they actually took fights, and although the first big fight ended up in an ace for the side of SIM, NYP managed to come back, they stick together as a team, and they know the game plan, and they keep doing it over and over again, and that allowed them to actually make something for them happen. Whereas for the side of SIM, it felt like they were playing for themselves. They had no team goal as a team, and that's something that going to game 3, I do want to see whether SIM have come up with a plan for the next game, because if it was to be another game like the previous game, I do favor NYP more for this game.
Maybe ban out the Kiana. Maybe that's a big enough threat for them to worry about, and they could ban that out, but we'll see as we are going to jump into draft soon. Game 3 between SIM and NYP, and all this wouldn't have been possible without our sponsors, one of which we want to mention right now, who is very generous giving away staycation, I believe Pan Pacific right now. If you guys want to win a one-night staycation with Pan Pacific, do head on over to follow the SCOGA Facebook page, Gardens by the Bay, as well as Pan Pacific, and like and share the respective posts on Facebook, and tag one of your friends and comment why you would like to win this or how you plan to spend this staycation. I think right now during the time of COVID, it's very fashionable almost to do staycations as opposed to we can't travel overseas anyway, right?
People spend their anniversary in staycations, people go for the birthday celebration, and especially because next week onwards, right, there's the news that came out yesterday that you can, as long as you're vaccinated, you can go in as a group of 5 for dining, you can go and enjoy activities together as a group of 5. So all the more, why not grab the chance to go for this staycation? if you're friends, if you want to spend it alone with your boyfriend, girlfriend, you know, your
Yeah.
partner,
Maybe
go
your,
ahead.
your parents as well. I don't know.
Yeah,
You know,
you can
spend some
it as
time
a
with your family.
as well.
Yeah.
So there's no restrictions because as long as you're vaccinated, you
Yeah.
can go with a group of 5.
Remember to-
Staycation options are available. But with all that being said, let's jump straight into predicaments of Game 3 between SIM and Nanyang Polytechnic.
Yeah, let's take a look at this right now. Off the top, we already see the Gwen, Thresh, and Nocturne being banned out by SIM. So no Kiana just yet, but on the NYP side, they will remove the Ezreal, Tam Kench, and Diana. So a lot of respect from both teams saying, okay, I'm taking note of your Nocturne, and you're taking note of my Thresh and Ezreal. So we'll kind of square this one off. And Lee Sin is going to be the first choice here for SIM. It's a flex pick between Smurf and Greed. I think Greed has played a lot of solo lane Lee Sin, and Smurf is very capable on that champion as well. So what do you think the response is here for NYP? I mean, there are a couple of really strong picks still up and available here.
Yeah, they can probably go for the Braum as well as probably an AD carry. In either looking at Varus, you want to look at Ziggs. So because Ziggs and Braum actually is a good matchup, although many people will think otherwise. But they do lock in the support as well as the jungle. So I do think the Viego will be going to the jungle.
Yep.
But Broken can play in the top lane. So there's a lot of flexibility in terms of what both teams have picked so far. I like the Lee Sin pick, as you mentioned, from SIM, because again, Lee Sin, a stat check champion, is something that if you know how to play against, the Lee Sin will not get the lead. But if you don't know how to play against the Lee Sin, he'll just storm you on the lane.
Yeah. Again, we see the Karma coming in. It was picked up earlier in our 3rd, 4th place match today, and this time we'll see how SIM decides to flex this one about. And I think the trick here for both teams, right, at least from what we've seen so far during the tournament, on this grand finals, is the fact that flexibility is the name of the game. Both teams love the ability to switch picks around roles, right? Understand that, hey, you know, if I pick this Lee Sin, it could be jungle, it could be top, and if I pick this Viego, again, it could be jungle or top, right? So it gives you that added dynamic of, you know, changing up your composition at the last minute if you need to, as we see the Kiana locked in and the bans come out from NYP. It's going to be the Sinjao.
Yes, I like what NYP is bringing out people here. Kiana again blindly picked. We don't really know who the mid laner is, but they're confident enough to blind the Kiana. NYP again, they have a team draft, and they're gonna stick with this team draft that they have prepared for SIM. And SIM on the other hand, however, they do lock this with Varus and Karma. This is one of the most oppressive bottom lane in League right now because of all the pokes, of all the short bursts that Varus and Karma can output. I think that this duo is very strong, but with the Braum, it will be able to negate the damage, but I don't think NYP is able to play to the bottom lane if this is the combo that they're going to go against.
I've been playing a lot of Varus in solo queue, and one thing that I hate playing against is Draven, because you want to kind of proc a couple of autos with Hail of Blades and then walk away and trade your Piercing Arrow. Draven just wants to run you down and kill you and out DPS you, right? In conjunction with the Braum, there's a lot of that kill potential like you talked about. I think right now NYP's draft is starting to shape up to be very scary, but the one thing I noticed is there's no AP on their draft right now. It's full physical damage, and tanks might be the death of NYP's draft.
Yeah, so as you mentioned that there's no magic damage, I do want to see something from NYP that will provide the magic damage. And SIM, they locked in the Galio, it will be probably a Gnar as well. So SIM going for the standard team fight comp that they will be more comfortable playing, because as professional players, ex-professional players, they have definitely been playing this a lot in back then when they were playing.
A bit of a deviation away from their norm here in the form of the Gnar, because we expect Greed to play these kind of, you know, champions that are not so much about slamming your opponent's face into the ground in lane, and more of like providing utility for your team, the Tam Kench, the set, right? You're not an outright lane bully solo kill kind of player. You're playing for your team fights. And I don't know about this Gnar, because if you don't find the solo leads in your lane, especially against what could potentially be a Mordekaiser in the top lane or a Viego, and you go even, they could punish you.
Yes, but I think this is what SIM wants to show, that they don't need to generally get a lead from the lane to win the game. They can play as a team and look for the team fight victories instead. So right now, I like a change in the adaptation of how SIM approach this game, because for game 1 and game 2, it's win lane, win game. Right?
I do want to point out too that unless there is a issue with the kind of swap or roles here, it's going to be Kra in the jungle with Lee Sin and Smurf as support Karma, right? So it's a role swap here in the last minute for SIM. And on the side of NYP, I think more or less everything's the same. Apart from like maybe switching up their lane assignments, we still expect, Baby Life Huang Yeji to be playing the mid lane Mordekaiser and Jungle Viego coming in for Buisi, and then you have that Kiana again for Broken, right? So it could be top lane or mid lane Kiana depending on the lane assignments.
But I do think that the Mordekaiser will be going to the top lane because in the previous game we did see the Nocturne actually role swap into the top lane. Huang Yeji went over to the top, and Broken with his Kiana, this pop-off Kiana performance, went into the mid lane. So I do expect him to stay in the mid lane against Eric Khalid. And Kiana against Galio is slightly a unique matchup because Galio does so well against AP majors in general, but against the AD champions, he generally just struggles. So I do want to see how Eric Khalid is able to pilot the Galio so that he doesn't fall behind and actually maybe get a lead in the mid lane to allow his team to play through him in the mid lane.
The one thing he has going for him is in this matchup, a lot of dependable crowd control. So to set up ganks with the Lee Sin is very simple. Between your taunt as well as your Justice Punch, Kiana doesn't have a lot of room to like kite around. Normally she uses the grass element to stay invisible, but taunt pulls her out of that, right?
Yeah, the taunt range is big enough to cover the entire grass patch. So I think that Kiana will not have a lot of kill potential on the Galio, but definitely there's a lot of chances where Kiana can outroam the Galio, considering that how fast Kiana clears the wave can sometimes be matched by the Galio as well. So I want to see how Kiana is able to utilize her clear speed and her roam potential way better than the Galio, because Galio has the ultimate, to just go into any side lanes way quicker than Kiana. So it's about getting the chance to move away from the mid lane and force the teleport or force the Galio ultimate to come to the other lane.
And you talked about, Galio trying to play to the side lanes with the hero's entrance. One thing I want to, kind of make a note of or ask you about is the fact that because we have this Draven Braum lane, will SIM be looking to punish this as much as possible? Because Draven, we all know how scary he gets when he starts snowballing. If you're able to keep him behind, if he doesn't get ahead of the curve, is that pick instantly just a lose-worthy pick? Like, do you not win the game with the Draven who doesn't snowball?
Yes, I would think that SIM right now, the win condition right now is play to the bottom lane, right? Because Varus just skills way better than Draven in the late game.
Okay.
And if Draven does not get the lead, then the pick itself is nullified.
Okay.
It's like useless. So unless SIM gets the Draven behind, there's always a chance for the Draven to pop off with the adoration stacks that he's gonna build up, and from that one kill he has, he can just carry the game on the back of his he can carry his team on his back and just get the victory for the game. So I want to see how SIM actually sets up the wave, look for potential ganks onto the bottom lane, dive the Draven on the turret, because once the Draven just gets dived upon, he will not have the same effectiveness as a fat Draven in the mid to late game, because late game is where Varus shine. But if the Draven does not get the early mid game powers back, then I don't think the Draven is a worthwhile pick in this game.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of tools to set up for that too. Like you said, one thing is the global presence of the Galio. The second is level 6, Chains of Corruption from Varus is very good at starting fights off for your team, and then you can kind of allow everyone else to follow up. And Draven being, kind of immobile in a sense, is still liable to getting kicked in by Lee Sin. A lot of tools to catch the Draven out in bot lane if he's overextended. So we'll have to pay special attention to the bot lane and see whether they are able, and they being SIM, are able to capitalize and punish this Draven for, pushing up, for trying his best to snowball. Again, the nature of the game is such that if they can keep the bot lane behind, things feel very good for SIM.
Yeah, so NYP also, they probably know that SIM will focus on the bottom side. So I want to see how NYP actually sets up the bottom lane itself for success, because we talked about how SIM wants to shut down the Draven itself, but we didn't talk about how NYP wants to set up the Draven for success.
Right.
So knowing that Draven is the win condition, because if the Draven falls behind, then why pick the Draven, right? So I want to see what NYP is going to do to make sure that the Draven is able to get the lead in the bottom side and then carry them through the mid game.
Well, I expect Broken is going to make a couple of journeys down to the bot side, as Smurf is going to get spotted out recalling here. The Winner's Bite is on top of him. One more auto is going to keep him rooted in place, but he throws the Empowered Q behind and says, good luck trying to chase me, guys. He's able to back off. He doesn't even use any potions. This guy is a man of men, right? He's like, there's no way you're killing me, I don't have to pop any pots here.
Maybe he's still testing the water, knowing that this is game 3. He still have one more game to spare, he can afford to make some small mistakes, but then again, he didn't have to burn any summer spells as well, so that was actually a big win for a side of, not so win, but it's just a neutral trade between the two sides. Nothing really lost.
Nothing really lost there, not a big issue, and both of them backing off to pick up their sweepers here. Anything really standing out to you right now, Remy? I know that Adria picked up the cleanse there, very worried about getting caught by the chains of corruption, and rightly so, right? Because of how effective it is at setting up, level 6 gangs. Yeah. You kind of need the immediate cleanse to just back off and reset.
The only thing surprising to me would be the fact that Draven did not take the Halo Blade because...
he did, yeah. He did take the Halo Blades, yeah.
No,
Draven rather,
did not take the Halo Blade. As you mentioned that in Champions League that he wants to fully proc the Brom's passive, so I would expect him to go for the Halo Blade, but he's not going. But look at bottom lane itself, there is a lot of trades coming in, and it's actually in favor of SIM. So this is how the Karma Varus lane works. Poke you down, you won't have a chance to make a play.
Arakelek here actually walking out of lane very early on to get a ward on the opponent blue buff. And this kind of feeds into the idea of what you were talking about, right? They need to keep track of the enemy jungle's position so that they can punish or, back off the bot lane when it's appropriate. Mez here in the top lane now starting to bully out Huang Yeji, and Adrian now getting shoved away from the Mantra Q. This is starting to look a little bit like SIM's game plan coming into motion here as the piercing arrow almost snipes out Adrian. Has to be careful, the Guardian is proc too. As they shove in this full wave, they know that WeC has not made a move to his bottom side jungle yet. He's not cleared his blue buff, he's not cleared his Gromp either, so they are free to just walk up this far.
Yeah, so you can see now in the minimap, Lee Sin is actually making his way over into the enemy jungle. It seems like they want to contest for this buff, and knowing that WeC is not around yet, and with bottom lane being shoved in so deep inside under the turret, I think this is a good invade coming in from Morty.
Oh, Mantra Q landing onto WeC. He has to smite to get some health back. Sonic Wave connects onto the Viego, standing his ground. He wants to fight. He has the backup of Broken, but it's WeC falling very low. He's having to flash out a big taunt in from the mid lane of SIM. Turns the fight around. It's messy left, right, and center. And the first one to fall is going to be NYP's bot lane as well as mid lane. 3 kills for SIM.
WeC has no rights to be in the jungle because both his laners are under the turret, so now both the lanes give the kills over to the side of SIM, and SIM 2,000 gold, not even 5 minutes into the game.
It's insane too, looking at the CS disparity, because Arakelek has what, 12, 13 CS over his lane opponent, bot lane another 10 CS lead, and you might think, oh, these are small numbers, but these are like 2-3 waves of EXP that the laners have lost that result in EXP that they won't have to hit level 6 first. They'll lose the level 6 all in the moment it comes.
Yeah, so this actually allows SIM to continue to look at bottom side because although the bottom lane did not use any summoners, they already punished once, and the more you can punish this Draven, the better it is, right? And look here, top lane, I think the smite went over to the Lee Sin, so again,
level
just
4
gets punished.
Level 4 to level 3, Sonic Wave actually hits point blank, a good stun. Allows WeC to turn this one around, and Arakelek coming in for the taunt. Does not connect though. Now Broken gets the shutdown. That's a big one. Now turning onto Arakelek. Can they get the kill onto the Galio? The answer is yes. And Greek can only stand by and watch as his teammates go down. Now WeC turning into the Galio, looking for the taunt. Will get rooted in place by Smurfin. For NYP to chase on is only foolish because they've got all they needed. And Broken now, he's in a bit of trouble. Arakelek is coming in. He is not going to chase for the kill though.
Yeah, I think right there, that was a good move there for Eric because the wave is the wave near his understart is quite big, so he rather just get the wave and freeze it right in front of his turret. So Kiana would then be missing out a lot of EXP. The small wins matter more than going for the greedy plays. However, SIM did give away 2 kills over to the side of NYP, and those kills could have been avoided if Morty and Erica decided that a small win was better than just going for the all-in play.
I think Kra deciding to challenge the Viego, he's level 4, Viego's level 3, he's like, okay, maybe I can win this fight, but just being a bit too greedy, you were right. Now, Smurf is lining this gank up with Kra coming in, Adria actually hitting the stun though, they will need to turn and kill the Draven first, and they will get the confirmation, and now Quake needs to kite away. One more auto attack might finish him off, but the shield coming in from Kra is more than enough to keep him alive. It's shields on top of shields from Smurf and Kra, and NYP fail in that bot lane play. Here comes WeC to give his mid lane some assurance as Arakelek jumps in. 2-man taunt might be enough here as Kra comes in, needs to get the Sonic Wave, needs to get the resonating strike. He gets all the damage off, and now they turn, and it's a double kill for Kra. SIM, they strike back fast and they strike back hard.
Yes, SIM is just accelerating the game because they know that NYP wants to make a play somewhere else and just punish NYP's mistake. And we talked about how bottom lane is the focal point for both teams, and see how SIM repeatedly come bottom side just to gank the Draven, and although the Draven did not use his summoners, so what is he saving for the summoners for?
Yeah, I think, oh, okay, so just informed by production is not cry. And see, ladies and gentlemen, I kind of had an idea about this, but this is why you don't name change mid-tournament. Yeah, I'm going to put this out there for the last time. If you name change mid-tournament, I am going to get your name wrong.
Yeah, but, okay, so looking at the game so far, Morty with Lee Sin now 4-1 and 3, very far accelerated compared to the enemy Viego.
Man, yeah, it feels good, right? He's like on his way to a God Drinker too. It's like, yeah, I'll just fight whoever here. And Viego is kind of behind as well.
Yeah, and looking at mid lane as well, Eric Kalik is like stomping the Kiana in terms of CS, because the Gallo has been able to freeze the minions under his turret, and Kiana was unable to do anything, having to roam a lot and not matching in terms of CS score. However, in the top side, Wang Yeji is just bullying Mez in the top lane.
Well, bot lane isn't looking too good for NYP either. Adrian just walked back in and he's like down to quarter health again, so things looking from bad to worse for NYP. The only kind of respite they have is in the top lane, and it's like you said, Wang Yeji trading well against Greed, who is gonna pop the Death Realm here. Wang Yeji gets shoved back into turret range, but not close enough for the auto in. Another stun out might just be enough. He needs the shield. He's gonna turn this one around. The speed boost, the flash out, and too late. A 1-for-1 trade, and Summoner Spells burned by Wang Yeji there for that kill. Meanwhile, this allows SIM to take the Mountain Dragon and secure an objective in the bottom half of the map.
Yeah, so the Mountain Dragon did go with the sub SIM. Infernal Dragon will be next, so it will be a Cloud Soul or an Ocean Soul. Definitely, I definitely don't want to see a Cloud Soul in an important game like this, right? Because Cloud Soul is just, no one's gonna really bother about it. And looking at the ultimate itself, I do think that, however, Cloud Soul can be useful for the side of SIM because they have the Galio, they have the Varus, but NYP, they 100% would not want a Cloud Soul.
I agree. I have to agree that they want combat power, right? The way they were able to control the previous game was Infernal Soul. That was like a big win condition for them. Between the Lee Sin and the Kiana coming online, that Infernal Soul felt like getting hit by a truck. This time Cloud Soul is not probably the best play for them, and I think I have to absolutely agree with you. Arakelic here controlling Broken very well on this Galio. A bit of a signature pick for him, something that he played a lot in the past as the stun comes out for Greed here. We already saw how Wang Yeji was kind of inclined to take these 1v1s, whereas Greed is okay holding his own.
Yeah, I think without the ultimate of the Mordekaiser, Wang Yeji, Greed can definitely take this fight, and
goes back to
melee
melee
form.
form.
Gonna be a solo kill.
Might just get the kill. The shield is forced to be popped, and now the Lee Sin comes in for the support. The Decimate is there. Is there enough damage? Oh, he misses the Sonic Wave. That's a big problem. He missed the Crippling Strike too. But I think that with the attack range bonus and the differential coming in, they should be able to pick that one up, and they do. Right now, the goal difference in favor of SIM 4.5k. They are snowballing this pretty hard. Like less than 10 minutes in, it's a 4.5k goal lead. How does NYP respond to this? Because we kind of talked about them needing to make or help the Draven come online. He's 0-2-0 right now. Down in CS, down in EXP, not having a good time at all in bot lane.
I think although the Draven is far behind, they still have to play through the Draven, and right now you can see the VC, he is trying to gank bot lane.
Yep, trying to gank bot lane. Here you go, the Galio out actually keeps him alive for a second longer, but the last Blade of the Ruined King comes in and he swaps into the form of the Draven, but it's not who you want. He's going to have to flash away. Broken is there for the support. Actually, multiple members of SIM arriving. There was a TP in from the Gnar as well. Popping that Black Mist to get out and using the Scryers as well. Oh, Greed is living up to his name here. Flashing in, trying to hit the slow, but does not find it. NYP, they commit for the kill, but it's a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, 1-for-1. But SIM still also gets the Herald, so this might be mid-tier 1 falling down 10 minutes to the game. Very big goal swing in favor of SIM.
Just a couple more autos should get it to the threshold of going down, and I believe with the charge and their autos, like I said, oh, actually he stays alive for a second longer, so NYP have a little bit of wiggle room in the bot lane. And as the second or third wave collapses in, maybe they can pick that one up, but It's a shame that SIM was not able to get that structure and open up the map.
Yeah, getting a structure is very big for SIM because it forces the Kiana to sit under the tier 2, prevents the Kiana from actually going around the map even more than what she's already doing.
Right.
And although Kiana has been roaming around the map a lot, she hasn't been making any effective ganks because the Galio just provides so much deterrence from doing any dive because, as you just witnessed, the 3-man dive onto the bottom turret to get a quick did not end out well because it ended up becoming a 1-for-1. So
it buys too much time, right? When you kind of show that you want to dive someone, the Galio ultimate is just immediately there. There's this big circle that says do not enter, and NYP, they don't really have an answer. You are 100% right on that as Smurf.
Oh, I think Smurf gonna get caught here.
He's gonna get caught here, knocked into the wall with the supreme display of talent. That's a big ultimate used, but they will collect the kill onto Karma. Smurf is gonna die there, but they lose the mid tier 1. So it's always a trade here for SIM. We lose our support, but we pick up mid tier 1. You know, we get a kill here, we lose someone else there. It's a game of push and pull back and forth. NYP still struggling to find some footing though. Behind 3k in gold.
Yeah. Smurf was actually happily emoting while walking past that bush. Didn't know that he was gonna die, but now bottom lane you see that.
Oh, speaking of die, Harms might just go down here. The stopwatch buys him some space. A great kickback coming in from the Lee Sin, and the last Sonic Wave isn't there just yet. Quake will have the hail of arrows for the double kill, and now they're chasing in onto Weezy in the jungle. Arakalik has flash, has the knock up here coming in, and the support of his jungler. They could finish him off, but Heartbreaker is popped, and he flashes across the chase for him, and this time he gets it. This time they find the execution onto Buisi, and SIM 13-5 with this kill score and 5k with this goal lead. They will be able to pick up the second dragon.
Yeah, second dragon goes over to them. Definitely want to see the Cloud Soul for SIM because that's the dragon they want to play to. Because with the ultimates and Cloud Soul that they can definitely move around the map even faster. But looking at what happened so far, it just feels like NYP, they are trying to force something because they know that this game is getting out of their hands. If they don't get the lead somewhere, then the game will be very difficult to come back. And now you see Ballman again.
Oh, they're jumping him. The teleport in from NYP's side forces a retreat out of SIM, and they burn the summoner spell, and they're happy with that. SIM decide they don't need to overstay. Teleport down is a win for us. They take these small wins, like you said. They don't want the all-out greedy fights. And speaking of greedy, guess who's in the top lane, just banging away at your tier 1? It is the Gnar himself in Mega Form, proccing the Demolish, getting the turret plates, and just backing out.
And that teleport was huge because now SIM gets 2 plates for Greed. Greed managed to get recalled, and now probably I think he's able to purchase his Divine Sundra, if not get some more components of it. That's actually a big momentum swing to the top lane, at least in favor of Greed against the Mordekaiser. He has been kind of left alone on an island against the Mordekaiser, so Huang Yeji was able to really bully the Gnar out. But I think that Greed this game, he's been forced to be the weak side player, right?
Yeah.
But you usually see Greed, he was always being the one stat checking enemies.
Yeah.
He's always the one trying to get you down. But this game, he's forced to, you know, take a back seat, let the team play. He just have to soak up the pressure and don't get caught. But and that's what he's been doing this game. He is being the team player that he's supposed to be. And when we talk about Greed in general, we talk about
like the player, right? Not the attribute, not the character.
Yeah, the player, right? Mez himself. He has been involved in the pro scene for, let me think, about 8-9 years, right?
Yeah.
And every time he comes into inter-tertiary institute competition, when he was back then in Temasek Polytechnic, he has yet to win a final.
Oh,
so
okay. Yeah, this is true. This is true.
Yeah, he has yet to win a final, so he is playing his hardest, right, to get himself his first ever championship for the Poly IT University competition.
Campus legend so far in the varsity, whatever. Mez has not found much success, but he might find some glory here today yet as SIM are grouping up 2 members strong. Huang Yeji getting chunked out here very heavily. You talked about this oppressive karma, Varus. I'm starting to see it. You know, it's really frustrating if you are a melee champion trying to walk up because it's just skill shots to the face and then arrows to follow up as well. And Quake is going to take another chunk out of Huang Yeji's health bar as they just hold this wave in place, continue farming, send Greed down to the bottom lane, and pick up the outer turrets where they stand.
And so this is a very good lane assignment coming from SIM. They know where is the goal and how they want to manipulate the lane assignment, because sending the bottom lane top prevents the Gnar from going into Mordekaiser. It allows him to slowly farm up. So avoiding the Mordekaiser is what they want to do for Greed, because Greed right now, he is slowly starting to scale up. just completed his Divine Sandra, so he is slightly more of relevance to go against the Mordekaiser. However, when you look at the Varus compared to the Draven, he is already one full item ahead of the Draven.
The mana mune is still being charged up, so I'll call that like 1 3/4, right?
Yeah, 1 3/4.
Yeah, it's still a very relevant power spike in the sense that it gives you AD. It gives you mana, which allows you to just throw out piercing arrows non-stop. So he's in a good position. He is having a great game this time. Quake 4-1-3 on this Varus with a 150 gold bounty on his head. Hasn't been put in a bad position. Hasn't been put in a bad spot just yet.
Yeah, I think Quake in general, he plays better with the AD champions, right? We saw his game previously. It wasn't the best. Definitely, if you ever see Quake in like solo queue and he locks in the AP champion, you might want to just dodge the queue or
his game,
report him for.
He's playing Ziggs, oh no, dodge.
Yeah, maybe he even brings out Karthus in solo queue and it's like, oh no, come on, dodge. Yeah, but I think this game he has been performing he has shown a lot of quality in his play, especially together with Smurf in the Karma. Smurf, IMP support, and just showing why he is the support for IMP. Just demolishing the bottom lane duo of Draven and Braum, who you thought will be very, very lethal in the bottom lane, but they managed to neutralize them, and now the Draven is, I believe, a non-factor this game because he is way down compared to the Varus. And for a Draven player, you need to be ahead of the enemy. That's how you want to play the Draven.
Only has a Immortal Shield Bow to his name, 0-4-1. Very unfortunate performance coming from Adria, but it's the name of the game. They were punishing him in lane heavily. As we see SIM now just taking control of the map. Very deep wards being put in right now, and a Rift Herald even being popped in the bottom half. You can see that WeC is hiding inside that blackness. He's gonna get spotted. There is no threat at all, right? SIM saw the Viego there, they're like, yeah, just let him walk away, it's fine. And they know he can't really do anything as long as they group up, as long as they have this control with Arakelic. Quake is always gonna be able to be safe.
Yeah, so now right now they're just demolishing the tier 2 turret. No contest coming in from NYP because they know that they aren't able to do anything against this team comp. So this is just SIM just slowly choking out NYP.
Rotation in from Smurf towards the bottom side of the map. WeWatch taking a lot of damage from those boomerangs and a piercing arrow in. This guy must have felt the full force of SIM's poke as the Chains of Corruption will miss the piercing arrow almost coming in, and that's a great Gnar into the wall. It could start something here. The Unbreakable goes up for harms. Make sure to keep himself topped up because there is that damage reduction on that skill, so all the skill shots coming in don't really mean too much. Meanwhile, Broken has taken that top tier 1.
Yeah, and we see now just counter-invading the top side while SIM Morty actually got the third dragon, which was the Cloud Dragon. So they are on Soul Point. The next dragon will be the Cloud Soul. I don't think NYP will want to contest the Cloud Soul because there is no incentive for them to go for the Cloud Soul because Cloud Soul is known as like the weakest soul of the 4. You don't really need to contest for it because it's not very relevant for you.
I remember reading a stat somewhere like in the LCS, LEC, and LCK. There's like an overwhelming amount of Cloud Souls, right? It's like 50-something%.
There's a chance, that this Cloud Soul is rigged.
It could be. It's one of those like, I feel like you're right. It's not a win condition. It's a very low impact kind of soul. It's not like you get it and then the game is over. Like an Inferno Soul, like once you get Inferno Soul with the right comp, it's like, yeah, I'm gonna hit you and you're gonna feel it.
Yeah, because I remember somewhere last year, so maybe in MSI, among in the finals, among the 5 games that they played, right? I think 3 or 4 of it was Cloud Soul. So I think it's just Riot's way of saying that if it's an important game, you're gonna leave it a lot to.
If the word final is in it, it will be a Cloud Soul final.
Because probably just to tell them that okay, you're gonna leave it to your skill level itself because you don't want the dragon to really influence how the game is played. I think that's probably a good assumption, but I think Greed right now he's gonna escape from the Mordekaiser, and I think NYP right now they're really out of options. I don't think they have a way to come back from this, barring a throw from SIM. So I think right now NYP just needs to be strong with their mental and look for another way to play a game for game 4.
Taunt in, Glacial Fissure out, the knockup onto Morty Smith is decent though. Meanwhile on the backline, Quake is getting caught out by WeWatch in the Death Realm, but he's taking this duel surprisingly well. He's able to hold his own as the shield comes out onto the Mordekaiser, and that is the Lee Sin and the Varus did. NYP could have something to do here as Greed comes in with a big Gnar, but it's not enough. The Heartbreaker sends him home. Arkelic now having to run to cover Smurf, and that was a great fight for NYP, starting that one off with Huang Yeji isolating Quake and not allowing him to do damage. They're still on the chase though. NYP through the river, getting their feet wet, looking for a couple more kills onto Arkelic as well as Smurf, but the speed boost from the shield will help him get out.
I think right now, NYP, I don't think you should flip for the Baron, and that's exactly what they're gonna do. Right now, they just want to get back some gold in favor, and 3 kills for the South NYP to the 1 that SIM got. A very big win for NYP, and we just kind of talked about how NYP, I don't think they have a way back in. However, if you're gonna play like that, then I think NYP is gonna punish you, and you're just giving them options back into the game, which I felt that there was no option at all. But if you're gonna be up that front without preparing yourself for flank, then NYP will just take the free kills.
Huang Yeji with a big TP flank there, like you said, to hit the death realm onto Quake. Meanwhile, there was no space provided to SIM. Both the Lee Sin and the Nara went down very, very quickly once their Varus wasn't supporting them. You can see a ward being placed down. NYP want to defend this patch of land in their jungle. They want to make sure that SIM don't get full control, but seems like they will concede this area of the jungle. VC has to be careful here. He might get spotted out as the ward comes across.
Yeah, when you look at the level difference of jungle, VC is 2 levels up of the Lee Sin, and this is something we didn't expect, considering that Morty was actually doing a lot in terms of the ganks, in terms of clear speed. VC, however, he is 2 levels up. He is about 10 camps up also of the Lee Sin. So although the team was falling apart, VC still managed to keep himself in pace of the game. He's actually, I think, one of the highest level in the game with the Mordekaiser in the top lane. So Huang Yeji and VC, they are trying to carry the team behind the back. Broken also, but he is slightly behind of Arkelic, and now I think they're gonna look to pile onto this Nara.
Greed is in a lot of trouble. He's gonna get stunned up. The slow is there from the Blade of the Ruined King. Conqueror is popped as well. Don't think he has any way out of this unless he gets into Mega Nav form. Oh, that's a big supreme display of talent to keep him locked in place. And now with the hero's entrance a little too late. Arkelic was just outside of range. NYP, they find the convergence on the overextended top laner and they punish him for going too far. And this man advantage could translate into a Baron. I don't know. NYP, they're looking like they want to make a move on to this. Oh, Chains of Corruption is big. The instant cleanse coming out, and now NYP look to turn tail and fight. Arkelic now with the taunt pulls them into turret range, and this could be very disastrous for NYP. The stasis is there. Huang Yeji with the instant death realm keeps Quake inside of that, and there's no more damage for SIM, but they can reset here. Oh, a big insect in! He catches Adria here, and this is a fight for SIM, the fight for the ages, and Quake is on cleanup duty. Moth and Bucket at the ready. There's nothing that NYP can do. The piercing arrows in, the root is there, but is it enough? No! A double in and an ace coming in for SIM. A huge play from the Lee Sin.
Morty took it upon himself to bring the victory to his team and kick the enemy into his team. SIM punishes that overextension for NYP because they thought that they could get a kill over for themselves, but it was too late. And SIM, just like that, gets themselves an ace. I don't think they're able to end this game, however, they get themselves the inhibitor turret and probably get themselves the Cloud Soul as well.
Yeah, you can see the sort of delegation of workflow here. Greed is like, okay, you guys siege, I'm too far away, I can't really come in to help you, so I'm just gonna take this Cloud Soul and do something for our team. You know, I'll get things done. You pick up the inhibitor, please, and we'll continue on this game. 7k ahead for SIM. They've picked up the Cloud Soul. They've got the mid inhibitor. Items are being completed as we speak. We see the Seroda's Grudge done for Quake. He was massive in that last fight. Even though he got caught in the death realm because they were under mid tier 1, NYP is unable to really go in and punish them.
I think Lee Sin bought a wrong item because I do see a double chain vest.
He just needs a lot of armor, right?
Yep, I guess.
And I mean, well, NYP is like 3/5 physical damage, so he just wants all the armor he can get.
I mean, true. I was thinking maybe he wants to complete his Guardian Angel or maybe the dance instead, but opts in for the double chain vest, a very interesting buy because you don't really see people stacking up multiple items on the same.
Is that interesting with a capital INT or just a normal?
I think it's a capital. I don't think it's a capital INT because
it's a capital I maybe.
Yeah, capital I, right? Because Morty, he is the one bringing the playmaking potential for SIM. So I think that the double chain vest is still valid because he's going to survive longer. But right now, SIM, they look to start the Baron. NYP are moving over.
There's a ward inside though. NYP know this is being done. WeSee has the Heartbreaker. He can jump into the pit to steal this one away, but immediately disengaging is SIM. Arcalic does not have the flash to jump in onto this fight. A big piercing arrow lowers WeSee down to 3/4 health. He has the recall here. He's not in a position to really contest this. And one of the big problems we saw there is SIM had like 20 seconds alone with the Baron, but because they have a Varus instead of, like you said, a Kraken Slayer ADC or anyone that does percentage damage, that Baron goes down so slowly that they are unable to sneak it away.
Yes, and this is something that I think SIM can look to play with NYP, which is the Baron dance, right? Going in, bait them in, burn something out, and then repeat over and over again, because SIM, they are relatively tanky, they can look to tank the Baron. But again, the ward that is placed at the Baron pit is not spotted by the control ward. Now SIM
jumping in though is going to be WeSee. He's rooted in place, and the Chains of Corruptor too. He doesn't have the cleanse. He might just be dead here. WeSee, he's gonna get knocked up, and a kick away, and Greed gets the kill credit, and without the jungler around, SIM, this should be all systems go for them to take this Baron buff away. NYP, they still have 3 members here. It's Huang Yeji and company looking to make a miracle happen. They still have Supreme Display of Talent. They still have the Death Realm. They can make this steal possible if they get inside the pit.
all eyes will be on Huang Yeji. Can he steal Lee Sin away? But look at
jumping in a big Gnar. Actually, I don't think it's stolen. It's going to be smited away coming in here as we see the fight continue on though. Hold on, we can see that they're chasing into the top half of the jungle. Meanwhile, running away is going to be the Kiana. She's trying her best to get away, and now the rest of SIM will chase on forward. The Sonic Wave connects, but he does not choose to follow up with it. The Baron taken, and that's more than enough for SIM.
As SIM, they're very clean Baron take. Knowing that WeSee did fall down means that is a free Baron from them. SIM did not overcommit after the Baron fight, so that was a clean Baron take. All 5 members with the Baron buff, they might push for the end in this next push.
That was kind of a weird fight because like I didn't think NYP was gonna like handshake that after the jungle was dead. I was like, huh.
Yeah. I think they
last resort maybe.
Yeah, they had a chance because if Huang Yeji managed to Death Realm the Lee Sin, there's a chance for Broken to actually steal with the ultimate of Kiana itself. So that was an option. But I guess the play wasn't made. Maybe they weren't sure what's the HP, but there was a ward there, so I think it's just maybe they weren't confident enough to pull it off. However, when you look at SIM, that was a very clean Baron take, right?
Yeah. Clean Baron take coming in from the side of SIM. They're looking to push this into a 2-1 situation, and they're making all the right plays, right? We can't fault them for what they're doing right now. It's maybe in the early game they were taking some heavy greed plays, no pun intended, but towards the middle portions, they were like, okay, what's the lowest risk, highest, gain kind of situation, and they take it all the time.
Yeah, I mean, okay, just sorry to cut that out, but when you look now at Lee Sin item, he did sell the second chain back.
Okay. You're right. Yeah.
That was a free troll buy, but okay, look at Bondman now. I think Huang Yeji caught
with a big root in, a double man taunt in onto Huang Yeji. He might just kill him as the Death Realm sends Arcalic into a 1v1 duo, and now he will pick up the kill onto the Mordekaiser. 5 men strong are SIM as they run into the base. Arcalic with an insane Everfrost into a taunt to set that one up. NYP, 1 man down. Can they do anything? They need to hold on to this Nexus turret, the final one remaining as the stun is channeled. A taunt in from Arcalic, a big Gnar in, coming in from Greed to turn this one around, and well, this should be all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen. SIM will look to take this to game point, Raimi.
SIM there with a beautiful performance. Although the early game was a bit greedy, I think that they did play very well, very coordinated compared to game 2, and this is what I wanted to see from SIM. We talked about how all these players, they are ex-professional players. They have the discipline to go for the clean, very high skilled play, but game 2 was not what we wanted to see from them. It was a total mess.
It was pretty funny.
Yeah, it was fun to watch because that was the kind of play to expect from a solo queue game, right? Like some players who never really experienced a disciplined kind of game. So looking at game 2 was very disappointing for me, but game 3 just made me a believer back of SIM because that was what we wanted to see. Coordinated, clean, knowing what you want to do. There's an intent in every move you want to do. And although some moves were a little greedy, you can maybe close to an eye and look at it like, oh, I think it's a bit too much. Yeah. But
we'll give them the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, benefit of the doubt. But overall, I feel that this is the SIM that we wanted to see, the SIM that should turn up, and that was what they delivered for game 3.
Game point now for SIM. The next game, if they win it, they will be the champions of Campus Legends Season 3, and well, NYP can only dig deep here as they look to equalize the score and potentially take us to the game 5. Guys, we'll be going for a short break, and when we come back, we'll have the continuation for this series. Don't go there, we'll be right back.
See you later.
Hi everyone, this is Jake. Starting from 16th of August, you can download the virtual interactive performance of my song 再度起航 Take Flight on the official website of Gardens by the Bay. Explore the virtual Gardens by the Bay and sing with my virtual avatar. You can also stand a chance to win amazing prizes. So, act now!
Start 15 morning, I start to work on everything. It's hot, we cannot say anything, but I try my best to do my job.
会啦，累一定会的嘛，要扛东西啊，一定满身大汗咯。哦，一天一天都是要这样做吗？你做小贩是这样的。
I mean, for me to go inside the hawker store, it's hot, it's dry, so I think as a hawker, you would make sure that you dress something which you feel comfortable.
I just love wearing the mask. It's a super lightweight material, breathable. It's also a UV protective.
What I like about these airism products is like it's very comfortable. Like, you know, you need to turn around here and all that. It's stretchable. It's breathable. Even though I sweat, I dry very fast again. Another thing is like the mask. Actually, it's very easy to breathe. Even you walk fast also, you can breathe. Sometimes I don't even feel like I'm wearing a mask. Thank you, Hawker Heroes and Uniqlo.
Alright, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are live for the grand finals of Campus Legends Game 4. I'm Raiko and with me I have Twilights.
What's up, guys?
Hopefully, this game will be as good as what we've seen for the first 3 games. However, I just want to say, I don't want to see Game 2 anymore for SIM, please.
You want to see game number 2 for SIM, sorry?
I just don't want to see how SIM played like game number 2 because I felt that was more of like a solo queue-ish game.
I mean, it's not really a solo queue game, but it's more of like the team coming in from NYP was kind of cheesy, you know. It is as mentioned by Hungry Cast before, is that it is an old comp that usually works out because of how you just change things around, where you think you're handling a 1v1, but in reality it's actually a 3v1. Like hiding behind the brush perhaps somewhere, you know. So that's why like, at a snap of a finger, anytime it can be a 3v1, so that's why they want to take the number advantage. They want to take the 5v1s, the 5v3s, you know, rather than, you know, the 5v5s, you know. They cannot go like all brawl 5 on 5.
Indeed. So we're looking at that team comp that NYP produced. Hopefully you can see NYP come up with something similar because that was the winning game, and if NYP cannot produce something similar, then SIM will be taking it home because right now it is game point. So can NYP deny the game 4 and go on to a game 5, or can SIM just take it home?
Now they are fighting for the title of their 3rd time winning this championship right here in Campus Legends, so I think they want to hang on as tight as they can. But at the same time, they're up against such amazing players on side of SIM. It's a bit scary.
Yeah, there are so many giant players in this game for SIM. A lot of players well known in the scene. We talk about Mez playing in the Singapore scene since like 2014, 2015. We have Eric Caddick also at a similar time. But when you look at the achievement they have in terms of the pro play within the tertiary institute, they have yet to win inter-uni, inter-poly, inter-IT competition. We look back all the way into SGCL in 2015, 2016. We look all the way back into the start of Campus Legends. Mez, two times finalist, never won the game, never won the final. This is his 3rd finals, 3 times the charm. We look at Eric Caddick, I think he was a 1-time finalist as well, but he did not make it over. Did not make it for the trophy itself. So again, both these players, although well-established names, they have yet to win the title. So this is a big step for them, going to the right direction. Because right now, they are just one game away from winning the title.
And you see SIM having some respectable bans as well as NYP. You can see the Tamkench, the Ezreal, as well as the Nocturne and Lee Sin here again. Ignoring the default bans, which is Diana and Gwen. You know, it's their meta bans right now. So you have no choice, you know.
Yeah, and you see what SIM do, because they have to ban the Lee Sin on the red side, right? Because when they were on the blue side, they could first pick it, but now with them being on the red side, it gives the opportunity for the Lee Sin to be thrown over back into the NYP team, so they have to ban it out. And I like what SIM is doing, because taking the Sinta and the Karma just spells to me that they want to play early game again. That's something I like from the side of SIM, because they know that they cannot play full scaling with NYP, because NYP is able to punish you as well.
Yeah, because we are playing at this level, right? Even if you do have a slightly not as good draft against either teams, right? They still know how to mechanically come back on top, but then again, it also depends on the late game, and it depends on who can perhaps catch one another out, who makes the most mistake here, and like who can punish more. And you can see the Draven being chosen by Adria again. This is the previous game that was a Draven, right? If I saw correctly.
Yes. I don't like what NYP is doing right now. They are shooting themselves in the foot, because previously we just saw that SIM, one of the strengths is actually their bottom lane, and for NYP to go a second time to Draven, it just tells me that NYP thinks that their bottom lane is better than the enemy bottom lane, so they're just gonna get the lead from the bottom lane. But from the previous game, we saw that that wasn't the case. So going for this Draven just tells me that they really want to play to the bottom side, but I don't like how NYP is drafting the comp to play to bottom side, because although Trash provides the safety, that's not the answer for the bottom lane against the Karma Varus. And SIM, however, the first 3 picks, very good, flexible pick such as the Karma there, but I think the Karma and Varus will probably be at the bottom lane. NYP also very good Viego pick out there. We don't know whether it's going to the jungle, to the top lane, even the mid lane, because we know that Broken as well as BC, both of them are able to play the Viego.
And also, if I saw correctly right earlier, Karma and Varus was very good against this Draven bot earlier, and I saw that the Draven could barely catch his access, because from what I saw, Karma would just mantra Q to the area, and then Draven would either have to take the full damage of it, or just leave his X just going away and losing his DPS entirely. I saw a few instances of that happening in the early game, so it's interesting to see Adria picking up the Draven again.
Yeah, so the Draven himself, will he be able to find the success? Because previous game he wasn't able to find the success. That is something NYP needs to prepare themselves with the last 2 picks, because what sets up the Draven for success in the bottom lane against the Karma Varus that they lost to very hard in the previous game.
I'm afraid this may not go in the favor of NYP again.
Exactly right. So right now, let's look at the ban itself. We see Kiana Silas being banned out in the second ban phase by SIM. NYP responds with a Mundo and a Kali. Stat checks champion just being banned out left, right, center. It means that Mez, he will probably be taking the stat again to the top lane. It might be even Mez on something of a counter pick against the NYP comp. Rengar being hovered, it's a BC special. We might see a Rengar jungle this game if he chose to play it, but he chose to go for the Trundle.
Okay.
Now Trundle can be played in the jungle and top, so this is a flex with the Viego. I like what I'm seeing from NYP now.
Okay, trying to change things up a bit. Now we're coming to the final 2 picks now, which is going to be Huang Yeji and Greed. Of course, it still can swap around, but it looks like they're lacking perhaps a mid laner. I would say so. And there we go, the mid laner has been chosen. There we go, Syndra.
I think this pick for Huang Yeji is very good, because they were lacking a bit of magic damage, and I think considering the options of what SIM have picked, picking the Syndra is a very safe option, right? But can Huang Yeji use the Syndra to really win the lane against Eric Khaled, who I'm not sure that he's going to take a set, but if he was to get a counter matchup, I would think that he will go for the LeBlanc. Man, I think that he was actually trying to go for the LeBlanc, but instead, because maybe of internet connection issues, he did actually pick the Kog'Maw instead, because I think K was close to L, right? So maybe it was just one box down, who knows?
Oh, I thought maybe he pressed L for logout.
Yeah, but nonetheless, I think there's some internet issue. But looking at the draft so far, I do like what I see from both sides, although the Draven pick is a little bit, I feel, off theme, right?
Again, why the Draven pick, right?
Yeah, so it's a bit troll, a bit off, but I like what I see so far from both teams. So I think it seems that they have an internet issue, so right now they are reloading and repicking the champs. So similar bands, similar picks all the way to the final pick from the Syndra. And after that, you see what SIM wants to pick. So I really want to see what they have in store for the Syndra. I do want to see a LeBlanc pick possible, but if LeBlanc is not possible, then something else.
Now, a LeBlanc pick will be a huge issue for NYP because, like, if you leave that LeBlanc unchecked, like what we saw, like hard on LeBlanc, right? Things got very hairy. You know, things didn't go in the favor of the like whoever that was against the LeBlanc. So, yeah, I hope they do pick up the LeBlanc.
Yeah, and Eric Hellick himself, he is one of the best LeBlanc in the C server, in Singapore server, right? And he has made a name himself on other assassins. For example, we talk about Zed. His Zed is very prominent in solo queue, especially. So I want to see something he's very confident to take into Syndra, because Syndra is a stat check champion as well. Because Syndra is one of the easiest to pilot, but it's all about whether you know how to use the combos to fully utilize Syndra's kit. Alright, we received some news from the production crew that there was some technical issue, and the last week was actually a Galio. So they will just be going straight to the game itself. So yeah, Galio pick. I think Galio into the comp suits very well for the side of SIM, because Galio is just strong as any mage. So I think that was a very good draft coming overall from SIM so far. I do favor SIM draft over NYP just because of the Draven.
The Draven. Oh, I mean, right, the Draven as well. I totally forgot about that. But from what I saw earlier as well, SIM piloting the Galio, it was kind of scary. Like the taunts that came out from I forgot who it was.
Eric Hellick.
Yeah, something you don't want to mess with. From what you just don't want to deal with that.
Yeah, so they do still have the same core of the lineup, which is the Galio, the Varus, and the Karma. The jungle switched out from the Lee Sin to the Xin Zhao. The top lane becomes from the Gnar becomes a Set, but I think Set is a better version of Gnar actually in terms of what they can do, what he provides in the game. For the side of for the Xin Zhao, it has more early game advantage than Lee Sin, but you're not able to really pick out the kicks, the insects that Lee Sin can do. So
yeah, I saw a couple of those insect kicks, so it was
insane. His body was insane, especially the one at the mid lane, right? The one that turned the fight in the favor of SIM really very hard, because NYP a bit committed too much. So with this style, I do expect them to go something more aggressive and more early game focused style play. Again, something like we saw in the previous game, but with more urgency to play aggressively. But NYP, however, the Viego will be going into the top lane, and Trundle will be going to the jungle, Syndra in the mid lane, and then we see the Draven and the Trash bottom lane. I'm a bit surprised we see the Trundle in the jungle, because I think in terms of dueling potential, I think Viego has a much weaker time against Set early game. So I think definitely you want some strong laners to play for your jungle. So going to Trundle jungle means that Viego will be forced to take the backseat in the top lane, and this means that top lane will be favored to SIM, and with two lanes already favoring SIM, losing top lane also will be a bit difficult for NYP. So I feel that this draft overall, SIM have the advantage in terms of how they want to set up, because all three lanes will have prio. But if can Grid again play the weak side, because I think they still want to focus onto the bottom side. So if Grid is able to play the weak side top laner and soak up the pressure again, I think this is definitely an SIM victory.
I mean, from what I saw from the gameplay of Grid, I think they lost that round with Set because they were playing a GG comp. But now you're gonna see Grid bring out the Set yet again, and he's gonna perform to his utmost potential over here, as we're going to see into game number 4. So a minute left on the timer right now. Just gonna wait away for the final game, perhaps, maybe, or there could be a possible game 5 if NYP comes out stronger on top of this draft lineup. Maybe they want to prove a point here with the Draven. That's why they re-picked the Draven, to show that, hey, just because it didn't work the first time, it's gonna work now, you know.
Yes, NYP wants to say that we are better than you, so why not just bring out one of the best time to show how great you are for a player other than the Draven himself. So again, I want to see how NYP sets up the Draven, because if you're playing the Draven, you really want to play and allow him to snowball, right? Because why pick Draven if you guys gonna go even to the mid game? Because that's not what Draven does best. He snowballs very well because of the Adoration stacks. That's why. So you want to get the Adoration cash in. Keep looking for the place so that the Draven is able to cash in the money and get the extra big goal compared to the enemy AD carry. But from the previous game, we saw that wasn't the way NYP were playing.
It didn't go that way at all.
It didn't go that way at all. And it was just Eric Caddick in the mid lane, preventing the snowball from the bottom side, because he's always there to respond to any dives, any attempts onto the bottom side. And also Morty in the jungle, beautifully seen performance. So can NYP now, with the change in the lineup in terms of where the Viego is, where the Trundle, bringing the Trundle in, and no longer the Kiana in the mid lane, it is the Syndra in the mid lane, can they bring it back for game 5?
I don't think so, because from what I heard earlier as well, that two players actually, the two players that swapped their role, I believe Imprev and I suddenly forgot the other player's name.
Morty?
Morty, yeah. Apparently Morty wasn't playing his main role. He's supposed to main role in jungle, and the other was supposed to main role in the support role. So now we kind of saw what happened just now in the earlier game. The full potential of what Morty could do.
Yeah. So, but still, I do want to give some faith into NYP, because they are the defending champion. They are the one game down with the defense. As a defending champion, do they have the fortitude, to bring it back for game 5? Or will SIM be champions for the first time in Campus Legend history? So this is game 4 of NYP versus SIM.
Who are you going to root for?
I think it's very difficult for me to choose, right? I would definitely vote SIM this game because of how much I prefer the draft. But look here, it is a cheesy start.
Cheesy, but okay. Is it like cheddar cheese or mozzarella cheese? But I think it's just like
Parmesan cheese.
Yeah, very mild, right?
So talking about cheese, right? What's your favorite cheese?
I forgot what it's called. Gouda?
I see.
Gouda is one of my favorites.
Is that like an atas kind of cheese?
Not really. I don't know if it's considered atas or not, but it's just flavorful cheese.
Yeah,
I mean, cheddar is also another favorite of mine.
One of my favorite is cream cheese.
Oh, cream cheese. Oh yeah,
and
cream cheese.
The other cheese I like is mozzarella cheese. I love mozzarella. If I were to, okay, like, I don't know whether people have tried this before. If you cook Maggi mee, like your curry flavor or your
then you add the cheese sprinkle.
Cheese sprinkle. If you can put the cheddar cheese on top, and just put it in the microwave for 1 minute, and the cheese melts beautifully.
Oh man, I could like cheese spoon your Maggi. That's right. Let's go back into the game.
Yeah, I mean, talking about food, cheese. I'm hungry right now. Although I ate something light, my tummy still feels a bit empty, right? So I'm definitely gonna go for
eat curry rice.
Yeah, but that's like that's like the appetizer, right?
Appetizer.
So I still need my main meal. I need my dessert as well. Not everything is there, but talking about food, I think this game standard stuff expected from the bottom lane, because we talk about the Varus and the Karma lane. It will be favored to the Varus Karma. Draven will not have a chance to go all in unless one of them gets caught by the hook of the trash. So very good early game lane control by SIM. Top lane even in terms of the goal and CS. Mid lane, Eric Caddick also relatively even and managed to chop the wave in slightly, so it is Galio favored early on. I like what I'm seeing so far from SIM, and NYP, they are the one behind, so they have to have a game plan going into this game.
Yeah, definitely SIM's draft here is just way straight up scarier than NYP. Okay, BC coming down to the bottom lane. Is he going for a gang this early in the game? Yeah, he is going to punish the aggression that is SIM right now. Perhaps going to be able to catch Smurf just barely through the pillar there, but the TP will come in. First blood lands for the we got the Adrian stack for Adria, but Greed is now in for the TP. Broken is going to TP down to the bottom lane as well. Now Greed lands a huge haymaker onto Adria. What happened now? They will be able to trade out one support for one carry, and as well, okay, hang on, the jungler goes down, now Broken left on 1v1 with Quake, and there we go. Successful gang, 4 players going down on the side of SIM, trading out for the 2 on NYP. So, what a heck of a gang that was.
That was a successful gang for NYP, and NYP they managed to get themselves 4 kills for the 2 that SIM got, and that is not the start that SIM is looking for. As Draven managed to get 2 Adoration cash in, so that's actually very big for the Draven. Gets himself a Vampiric Scepter that will allow him to survive the poke lane even better, and I think that's a big of an overextension there by Eric Caddick.
Okay, I mean, okay, then again, Hong Yeji, he's low on mana. He can't really burst down anytime soon. And there you go, Molly Smith coming for the gang, but he sees Harms, he's afraid of it. Now Harms goes for the flare, of course, delaying and damaging Molly to down to really low health, about 200 HP. And Craig recalls back and TP's back straight to lane. So it's more of like a trade of health and nothing too bad going on here.
Yeah, he actually traded his health, but when he recalled, he did not manage to recover his full health bar, so he came back with about 3/4 of health. Just unlucky that he wasn't get the full HP and MP back. But now NYP, they are the one with the lead, the very good early game that they had, and the TPs that was put to ball lane. We did expect them to actually play through the ball lane because that's where they want to see the Draven get the early game lead, but it a bit backfired because, you know, the Viego managed to teleport down and get the double kill. Draven also managed to get a double kill, double cash in, so that is very, very big for NYP. SIM right now, they just need to look to stabilize the game because that's how they'll be able to win the game the later the game goes. But I somehow still prefer NYP scaling, right? Although we talk about Varus being very strong in the late game, NYP have a lot of late game options. They have the Syndra one shot, they have the Viego, they have the Trundle. Late game, they provide so much utility to the team.
Yeah, and overall like damage also across the board of NYP, it's gonna be scarier, right?
So, yeah, it's now looking at Sinsao. Cindy want to look for a dive if possible, but it seems that Sinsao just wants to go into invade. Notice that the jungle camp at the top side have no more. There's no more camps in the enemy top side. We know that Trundle will be at bottom river or bottom jungle, so he might want to get top lane.
Okay, Green kind of engaged on the Broken. It's gonna be an equal trade out, but Monty Smith is very nearby in the brush. Broken gets Haymaker, just getting some cheap damage now.
Oh, he missed the cannon.
He missed the cannon. Now he's gonna go and engage on the grid, but hey, Monty Smith from the bottom brush there, gonna try and surprise Broken. Misses the hit, but unfortunately. But Acrylic now coming in. It's gonna going for the deep dive now with the Chicken Galio.
I think they're trying to force it very hard.
Yeah,
Can they do it?
Broken is just stuck under the tower now, and there we go. You can see Broken trying to make a mad dash out of the lane.
He
Go
survived!
for recall. Wait, are they getting juked? No. Broken is where? Oh, they don't know where Broken is at. Yeah, now he spots him out, and now he's gonna emote and run off.
Oh, that was a sweet escape coming in from Viego Broken with that sick escape. How did he even survive that? I'm just baffled right now.
He got pretty lucky, I say. Like there was no taunt coming from Acrylic, so.
No, but he just dashed past through two of the enemy and just went through the bushes because he actually wasn't within range of Ericalic, so I don't think Ericalic was his fault for letting him pass through. It definitely was the set as well as Sinsao's fault that
didn't want to engage on, I guess.
Yeah, they didn't engage on early on time, so that should have been a kill onto the Viego, but Viego lived.
I mean, that was a pretty impressive juke there, you know. That's why his invis is so like crucial in lane. But that's as good as, like, you know, roaming around the jungle.
And with that,
with
that play at the top side.
Oh, almost.
NYP managed to get a Cloud Dragon on bottom side. NYP right now, they are on track. They have They have a 1,500 gold lead early game. Definitely better than what I expected for NYP's draft. Draven somehow is even with Varus. This is also very good.
Even with Varus, how? Yeah, in terms of items, yeah, maybe they haven't spent the gold yet.
Go and kill gold. And look here, top lane.
Okay, Broken's gonna get gagged now by Monty and Smurf. Gonna get rooted in a hard lock, stuck down there. And there we go. That'll be the shutdown onto the Viego. Beautiful gank coming in via SIM.
Yes, and they are going for the early Herald. This is why we always look at the 8-minute mark, because this is when Herald spawns. What will teams do to get the Herald?
And how fast they react to it as well.
So Draven right now just taking away the blue buff from the enemy jungle. But I think it's a worthy trade for SI, because you get the Herald, you can look to punish again the top side, punish the Viego again, and once the Viego is down, look to get the Herald top, get the gold all onto the set, and the set can start to snowball the game.
But as of now, set, he is sort of behind, just a slight bit at this point of time. In terms of items, yeah. He can only like hope so much at this point of time.
So now Huang Eji and Eric Kelly in the mid lane, they are relatively even in the score. Huang Eji has already reached level 8, whereas Eric Kelly is still stuck at level 7. Probably going to reach level 8 soon. At the top side, relatively even from both Broken as well as Greed. Monty's maybe just slightly, I think in terms of EXP, he is slightly behind of the Trundle, but he won't be not too far behind. Galio just doing level 8, and bottom side, the AD carries are relatively even, just IMP Smurf, I think he just recalled to get himself the Bender Glass Mirror.
And both teams, of course, they want to play very, very safe. They don't want to overextend their stay. And MIP right now, it's kind of do or die. If they lose this game, they're out of the first place. So they're trying to balance it out, trying to equal it out, and not take any risky plays here.
Yeah, but right now they are the one with the lead, so I do expect them to really slowly play it out. And here Trundle tries to gang, but fails the gang.
Oh, no, the Chains of Corruption lands on the BZ now. The tables has been turned upon him now. We will be able to take the Lantern to safety, so no issue there. It is a use of his of Quick's out, so that will be on cooldown for quite some time.
Yeah. And I like what SIM is doing because they know that they want to get the Varus ahead, so they are puffing to bottom side to maybe put a Herald at the bottom lane. Yep, it seems like they want to put a Herald to the bottom lane, and this is how they get the lead on the Varus. The Varus is now slightly behind in terms of CS, in terms of goal as well maybe, but yeah.
Barely missed. That was close. Okay, Quick landing, pretty cool. Piercing arrows there.
Oh, both Quick as well as Smurf did not get any goal.
Yeah,
so
wait.
all the goal falls into the side of Xin Zhao. That's not where you want the goal to be.
Was that not close enough?
Yeah, it's still a bit too far.
Just a bit too far.
Yeah,
That's
a little bit too far.
unfortunate.
Yeah. So SIM right now, things are not going their way, I believe, but I do want to see what SIM can bring to the table. NYP, however, they are enjoying themselves a 1,500 goal lead since the 7-minute mark, so things are relatively stabilized for NYP in the lane. And this is what we wanted to see from NYP, right? Because in game 3, they fell behind too much. They fell behind too much, and I wanted to see what NYP can do to stabilize the game. And this is what I want to see: a strong lanes, a strong playstyle, a good setup on where you want to play, and we saw that from the early teleport bottom because they know that they will need to defend the bottom lane. They know that their bottom lane.
Speaking of which, the engagement is going to be happen, and the trash is immediately shut down. The Click comes in with his Guardian Angel at the same time now. Adrio doesn't have both his spinning axes. He's going to be caught in a bad position, but now he's going to be able to take out those Mori. But however, you can see the set being able to dish out enough damage for his Galileo to have a trade with the Viego now. Smurf has to flash away, being super low on health. Maybe able to get the final buy. Hey, Adria comes in with the huge out now. Gets the shutdown to Karma.
And that is 3 for 2 in favor of 2 for 3 in favor of NYP. And that is what NYP needs to do. Take the small wins to go for the small fights. And Draven right now, 3-1-3, 350 gold bounty. Oh, Grid still.
Oh wait, hang on. What?
They gotta go for a second fight.
They want to fight this really now. Okay. Oh, a huge play coming in from the trash now. BZ gonna be caught further at the back. Maybe able to survive this perhaps? Yes, he will survive this, and there's a TP wasted right there.
SIM, they are forcing it a little bit too much. And with that, NYP extend the goal lead to 3,000 and 2 dragons on their favor. It will be an Ocean Soul, just what NYP wanted.
This is amazing. And as well, so far, Inferno and a Cloud Soul. Yeah, we're getting quite lucky here, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, we had one Mountain Soul early on as well.
Yeah,
this game is Ocean Soul, so we're getting all 4 spectrum of the dragons, right? So what do you think will be, if NYP does win this game?
You feel the lantern, sorry.
Yeah, if NYP does win this game, what do you think will be the next Dragon Soul of game 5?
Can you just say Elder?
Elder?
Okay, no, okay, probably
Elder is still
Ocean? I think it'll Ocean.
I think it'll be a mountain again. I think that's a cycle. I think there's some algorithm behind the dragon spawn. So I think if it's a Ocean Soul, then you go back to mountain, and then go back to fire, and then go back to cloud, and then you go to ocean. But I think what they do like behind the scenes in pro play is they make custom lobbies to make sure that the dragon cycles out. So and it comes back. You know.
I mean, sometimes I see three like mountain drakes, like mountain dragons in a row. So that kind of baffles me.
Yeah. So I mean, like, if everything is 25%, there is definitely a 25% chance that it will be another dragon. So 75% chance there will be another dragon, but I think 25% chance is a little bit too high of chance.
I mean, consider yourself lucky, I guess, right? Okay, third plating has finally fallen. Broken may seem to, perhaps, oh no, okay, never mind. Someone, the Trundle decided to back out. Maybe could have gotten an engagement on the grid, but I think Broken could possibly 1v1 this actually.
Yeah, the item disparity is there. Broken already completed his Divine Sandra. Set, however, has yet to finish his God Drinker, I think. And looking at items of the Trundle has completed the Titanic Hydra. Xin Zhao has yet to complete his God Drinker as well. So right now, in terms of item, there's just a big disparity in the jungle and the top lane of SIM compared to NYP.
Oh, that's right. Hums is here to assist in getting this kill onto Grid. He tries to make a run for it. And there we go. A lot poke damage may appear. And there we go. The Trundle as well as the Syndra gonna pop out. And all of this just for one set. And there we go. They took the 4v1. They won the 4v1. And perhaps lose the tower in the process. But hey, at least you managed to get one down and perhaps go more for the mid lane from here on out.
And SIM, however, they are responding with a turret of their own at the bottom side. They are probably going to go for the tier 2 as well. I like what I see from SIM, but NYP, they are even a good catch. They're getting at some of the Herald as well, and maybe even top tier 1. So in the end, I feel it's an even trade from both sides, even though SIM lost a member.
Yeah, but damn, second tower going into favor of SIM. NYP still has no tower in their favor, so map control will lead into SIM more in the upcoming perhaps 5 minutes. But speaking of so, they lost the top tower.
NYP now go for top tier 1. They're gonna summon the Herald for mid tier 1. The Herald is a bit wasted, and I think now right now SIM just gonna defend the Herald from doing the second charge. A bit of a waste of a Herald from NYP, but in the end they still do get the tier 1, so big win here for NYP.
Could have used the Rift Herald to could have had more potential there, but instead they could have just allowed it to get the last hit of the turret and just back up from there, but no, save a bit more time. Every second counts in this game.
I think they're just worried that if they step up too far to follow the Herald down tier 2, then they'll get turned on, and that would probably be a very bad fight for the side of NYP. So I think it was fine for them to let Herald go, but in the first place, they shouldn't have done it, knowing that they're down in the mid tier 1.
Yeah, they should have left it. See how Draven all alone in mid lane, a bit risky. If he stays here any longer, Singta will appear.
Now appearing with the God Drinker itself. In terms of items wise, Set is still far behind enemy Viego. He has yet to complete his God Drinker, whereas for the other side of other teammates of NYP, they have already completed the mythical items. So we see the God Drinker, the Ember Frost, Dust Lit, as well as the Shreya on each members of SIM.
Yeah, in terms of items, I mean, they're slowly coming back up. They're coming online very shortly. They can win these 5v5 fights, especially if once Galio lands a Perfecton, and I smell perhaps a team fight coming up very shortly.
Pillar in the mid lane trying to deny movement for Smurf, but didn't get caught out, so it will be just be a walk away for South. Hold on,
okay. Saz going over TP. Hums gets a hook and death of the box now. Great TP is almost to his death there. He manages to flash away. Brings super low on health now. Will they be able to turn the tides? There we go. Set falls down. Now Acrylic will be the second to fall alongside with NYP's Viego. This is all out brawl. And it seems that NYP is coming out on top of this. They are managing to get at least 3-4 kills for NYP now. And Smurf is the last one to fall. There we go. The team A's for NYP. And they're gonna go for the mid push now.
This is gonna be... It seems like NYP is ready to bring it to game 5, everybody. So remember to stay on, because
that's
NYP
right.
right
Don't
now,
count NYP out yet.
To defend the title, because they want to be the 3 times in a row champion.
But hey, you can't say so soon yet, because this is only the tier 2 tower.
Yeah, I mean, but look right now at how NYP...
whoa, hang on, wait. Galio TP from the back, gets a shutdown to the Syndra. And Adrian is all alone. Greed and Acrylic is on his butt now. Knocks it out of the air. But whoa, he turns things around with the help of the Trash. The Trash done so good. Like giving the extra shooter. And after that, I believe they should disengage. And Adrian kind of having a model bug there, but okay, I'm gonna go for another hook. Okay, Adrian dish out enough damage. I believe he can. Look at that damage being laid out onto Smurf there, and then another hook onto the grid now. But however, the Haymaker will clear Hums right off the map now.
And that was a good disengage there for SIM, managing to get himself a kill onto support of NYP. But overall, NYP got himself a big team fight victory in the river, managed to get the enemy mid lane tier 2, and right now they are 5,500 gold ahead of SIM. So NYP, they are in position to actually win the game, looking at how big the lead they have. But if SIM manage to get a miracle engage, there is a chance for SIM to come back.
Yeah, and if they manage to push the bottom tower all the way as well, that's definitely a win for SIM there. But currently, MYP has 3 towers down, 3 dragons for them, and they're leading ahead by 5.5k gold. So that's gonna be a tall order for SIM.
Yes, but I'm pretty sure for SIM, all these pro players, they have been through ordeals before that they cannot overcome, but managed to pull through. So I want to see what SIM have in store for them to really take home the victory, to try and get the victory back into their favor. But right now, NYP, they are the one to win this game. They are in pole position, so I want to see what NYP is gonna do. Right now, they are 1 dragon away from Ocean Soul. They can also look to get to even start the Baron and then turn when SIM comes over. There's many things for NYP to do. SIM on the other hand just needs to look out for the item spikes of each of their members, because right now when you look at items, we see Xin Zhao 50 CS down of the Trundle. That's about maybe 11 to 12 camps.
There's a lot of camps right there.
And Xin itself, he is about 50 CS down of the Viego.
And they seem to be trying to go for engagement, but they're just missing skill shots left and right there. If Morty manages to land his Q there, he can just dash right in.
Yeah, so this is not looking good for the side of SIM, because in terms of items, you just see Viego commit his Blade of the Ruined King, so Set is really just one item behind the Viego, and that's not where you want to be as a Set.
Alright, the Q is landed, but the hook missed by Harms. But the engagement from Morty will come in. Viego as well coming in from the sidelines now. Manages to kill out Harms immediately right off the bat, and there is the support down for NYP. SI wants to play this slow and methodical. They have eliminated at least one, now they have to catch out a second person. They currently can't handle this man fight mono in mono now, but they're gonna take their chances and back off a little bit. Perhaps get another good CC in. Maybe if Acrylic could taunt at least 1 or 2 of them, it's a green light to go in.
Looking at Draven right now, he has 700 gold bounty, so that is where NYP wants to play to prevent the Draven from dying. Because if the 1,000 gold bounty goes over to side of SIM, it will be very difficult for NYP to really get a strong footing back into the game, because gold for SIM is big. And now look at NYP, they are going to start the Baron. I don't think SIM knows about this. It might be a free Baron.
Oh, from looks of things, they are aware of this, but can they steal it? That's the thing.
Oh, they want to steal
it! Hang on! Sorry, I just destroyed my own ears and your ears and everyone's ear, but that was very sudden. Morty, he just went in. 100% confidence, and SIM may be able to swing things around now with the Baron buff.
Yeah, there's a big Baron swing coming for the start of SIM. This swings momentum back to favor, because right now from the 5,500 gold lead they have, SIM managed to reduce the gold to about 4,000, and this is big. Now you see NYP, they're trying to find some engaged options onto SIM, but with the Baron steal, SIM managed to get themselves back into the game. Although the gold lead is still 3,500, there is hope for SIM.
There's this sliver of hope after Morty Smith decided to steal that Baron right under NYP's noses, like right under my nose as well. I did not expect that from happening. He just queues right in, like charges in as well. Like, what was that steal?
Yeah, that was really.
And then flashed out.
Yeah, he used the winds of lightning, I believe, to get inside, to get the Baron within his range. Dash charges over the wall and then flash out, and with the steal, that was very, very clean. And now SIM, they need to contest for this Ocean Soul, because Ocean Soul is the Viego's best friend. If you give over the Ocean Soul over to
oh no! Oh, he gets hooked as well! Oh no, that goes to one of the main carries now. Acrylic will be down for the count, but the Haymaker coming from the grip of the back line will be able to connect to 4, but they are still on almost full health except for Harms, because he's not dealing enough damage there. SIM loses 2 members just like that.
That was a bit of an overextension there by SIM. Eric should not be face taking in front of the bush especially, and that means Ocean Soul goes to the start of NYP, and this makes it even more difficult for SIM to get back into the game. NYP, however, they managed to score themselves back the lead that they needed, because right now it's 5,000 gold in their favor, Ocean Soul in their favor. I don't expect NYP to lose any more team fight, because Ocean Soul is such a menace in the fight.
Yeah, the sustain coming from it. No.
Indeed, no. And look at how NYP really plays. It's actually very simple, right? The style they have to play. Focus on one target, let Viego reset, and then just win the fight. So now when you look at the items, goals,
Look
right?
at the goal difference.
You look at top lane, it's a 3,000 gold lead for Viego. In the jungle, it is about a 700 gold lead. But the more important one you have to look at is actually the top lane and the AD carry, because they're about 3,000 gold lead as mentioned just now. So I think NYP right now, they just need to play through the Viego, allow him to get the resets, and that's how you win the game. Set, however, he is very far behind in terms of goal, because I'm not really sure what he has been doing most of the game. He's not farming, he's been trying to force engages that are too risky.
Oh, he just got his. Go.
Yeah, so when you look at items wise, Set is really just one item down.
Yeah, the entire time. I mean, like, he did jack all with that haymaker earlier from us. He landed on all four, but I mean, maybe he damaged Trash to like really low health, but that's about it. Maybe he stepped in the way of the true damage cone, right? But Set is not out to play yet. He's not online. He's still offline.
He's still trying to find his way back into the game. Probably logging into the PvE server to get some gold for himself. But NYP
So I have
right now,
PvE server.
right now, NYP day one just fight because they are so strong. What can SIM do? Nothing. Because look at Raven, he is 3 items already. Completed the Infinity Edge. And Diego right now is on the way to completing his Stark's Gauge as well. Everyone from NYP are looking very strong.
Now MIP looking very confident, very possible winning this 4th game of the day. And who knew that it would come to a game number 5 maybe even.
I do want to see whether NYP can bring it to game number 5. But now NYP seems like they want to get some pressure into the bottom side third. They are leaving Set to farm by himself at top side. This is good for the side of SIM. NYP, however, they're not getting anything from this. So I think that they should just send someone to just handle the Set. Play the 1-3-1, well, 1-3-1 or 1-1-3 right now because they're 4-3.
Oh, hang on. Speaking of it, I think almost getting caught there right under the tower. There is a 4v5 right now. SIM only having 4 members at the bottom tower. They're trying their best to defend this. In the meantime, Greed, the Set, is going to try and go for the split push instead. But if NYP manages to win this team fight, it will be a base race, I believe.
Yeah, so right now, SIM just have to deny the push from him.
Oh, they're gonna go in, they're gonna dive now, but they're missing their stuns! Hong Yejie is just missing all his stuns right now, but they will at least get the turret now. And Set also has recalled back to base, so
NYP played the safe option, and this is smart from NYP, right? Because they know they don't have to force anything. They just have to slowly bring SIM into them. And when SIM just tries to commit too much, bam, you pull the trigger, SIM gone.
SIM cannot lose any team fights right now because their middle and their bottom is kind of open quite fairly big right now.
So if I believe that if SIM lose a team fight now, it is game over, and that will mean that NYP will push this to a game 5. So NYP right now, they definitely want to beat the game 5 because this is the finals, right? We talk about what's at stake here. There are 3P. There are 3 times in a row championship title on the line. So if they manage to get 3 times in a row, that's a very big achievement. I don't think any school will be able to match that results of NYP being champion 3 times in a row. So that's something really to consider. But for the side of SIM, it's also because there are players who have never won this championship before. Playing so long in the server, but in the competition itself, but not winning anything must feel bad. That's why they are really trying to play to win this game. So I'm really looking at SIM to really find a way back into the game. If this game is not possible, then I'm looking at the game 5.
And they're perhaps now going to try and go for the Baron now. Can they get it fast enough? Can Morty Smith replicate what he just did again? You have to wait and see. He has to have his Q lander in. He goes back. He missed. Wait, they actually got it yet again. There's a second Baron steal from SIM. And now the engagement fall over. Greed being able to land the Haymaker over to Syndra now. Oh, Acrylic being caught in between the carry and the support. It's not going to end well for him. And the duration stack will go in the favor of the Draven. Quick now in the mid lane. Gets shut down by the Trunda as well as the Viego. Greed has respawned. And now
This is gonna be the game-ending push. I don't think Grid's able to stop this. So look, Wizzy just gonna tank the turret. There's no minions there yet, though. However, minions are coming in. This might be the end of game 4, and we're going to game 5.
That's right. Who knew that Baron, they impressed us with the Baron steals, but they didn't win the team fight. So, are we really impressed in the end?
I think you have to give credit to NYP, right? Because they did play a very good game. They know that they want to give the ball in the lead, and look here, mid lane.
It's not over to the fat lady sings. Grid is still trying to survive, but they're just gonna go straight for the Nexus, and I think I can hear the fat lady singing right now.
Yeah. Oh, it is a game 4 victory for NYP. The score right now is
2-2.
And SIM really got looked into the draft. What would they do? What were they planning to do with this draft? Because it feels like they did not know what they want to do. Because they know that bottom lane just have to go safe. Why commit the teleport and force the 4v4? Because that's when NYP really shines in the early game. So they give the lead over to the Draven, and the bottom lane wasn't able to produce the same result that they produced in game 3. So looking to game 5, what needs to be changed? Can they just take out the Viego, because the Viego seems to be a big issue in terms of how
they should ban that Viego ASAP.
So there are things that NYP needs to really look at, but for some, SI need to look at, but for some NYP, very amazing game. I really like what I've seen so far.
Yeah, it's just back and forth non-stop, and these games are amazing. And then it's not really like a reverse, It's like so far it's like 1-1, then 1-1. It's not like 2-2. So both teams are really adapting here. They're really showing the best of their playstyles and what they can their versatility and the changing of lanes and champions. Like whoever you ban, they still can play.
Yeah. So NYP with the momentum, are they going to be the 3,000 champion? Or will SIM be the first time, will become champion for the first time in the history of the Campus Legend? Stick around, boys, because we're going to go for game 5. But before that, we're going for a short break. See you then.
A lot of my painting is about movement. I really gravitated to the circle, and from the circle came the atom. It's like the center of everything, the universe, our biology, all of it. The atom is constantly in motion. We're introducing activewear. It's the best way I can represent with Uniqlo.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back for the final game of the day, the 10th game of the day, and I'm really surprised to still see people staying tuned to watch this finals because
it is an exciting finals.
Can you imagine watching 10 games of League of Legends in a row? Like, I can't even play 10 games of League of Legends in a row. How can you watch 10 games? I mean,
why not?
It's less stressful, I believe, but 10 games of League is just insane.
You know what's insane is that it's been 1-1-1-1, so it's been very back and forth. Do you think this is gonna swing back into the favor of SIM, or
I
like it's
think
still
it might be in favor of the blue side, right? Because we look at all four games has been played. It's always the blue team that takes the win. Why? Because I think the most important thing against these two teams are the fact that they can pick the most priority pick. And for NYP, their priority pick has always been the Trash, it's been the Viego, and for SIM, it's been the Lee Sin. It's been it's been champions that I feel that SIM knows how to play with. So right now, it seems that SIM are going to uncharted territory because in Game 5, and with the momentum from NYP's win, I do favor NYP going into Game 5, but who knows if can NYP pull this off.
You know what? The final shouldn't have been a draft. You know, they should have just went for a blind pick. Everyone just play whatever you want. No bans.
All for one finals, right?
Yeah, all for one.
Why not go all for one and everyone plays Heimerdinger?
That's the last thing I want to watch right now.
So it's the battle of the turrets. You know, who can place the better turrets? Who can aim properly with the launcher? Who can get all the dragons faster? Because you know there's like 3 times 10 Heimerdinger turrets, or shooting the Baron. Who can get the Baron?
I saw like see all the the big turret laser.
But looking at this series, Game 1 was an SIM win, Game 2 was NYP, and SIM then took it back in Game 3. Then NYP again took it back in Game 4. And in all 4 games, it wasn't a close game. It was actually pretty one-sided to the start of the winner. So looking at this game, I do wonder who will be in the blue side because I believe NYP will stay in the blue side. So does this mean it's going to be an NYP victory?
Could be possible, and like you mentioned, it's all been relatively one-sided against because in these two teams, you give them an inch, they take a mile. So that's the thing. You do not want to give them any centimeter in the first place to provide that inch. I don't know where I was going with that, but in general, don't provide them any room to breathe.
Yes. So while we wait for pick and bans to begin, just remember, guys, this is the final game of the day. NYP and SIM. The winner brings home $1,100 in cash and scholarship rewards, as well as the title of Champions of Campus Legends 2021. And the loser, or the second place team, takes home only $800 with the scholarship. And you get the title of runner-up.
The first runner-up, yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
still first in terms of title. So.
I mean, when you look at the title, you still have the first inside the title. So that's not too bad. Would you rather be called first runner-up, or would you rather be called second?
Well, better than what you said earlier, loser.
Loser also.
That's the worst.
You can play around with it. You know, there was a study that I just recently read. It talks about how people who finish second will not be as happy as people who finish third.
Isn't it because, like, you know, when you're in third place, hey, it's like, at least we got here, but in second, it's like you go up against the first, there's a chance to win the first, but in third, at least you know you only can get third. So technically, you're the first place of the lower bracket.
Yes, and that's the mindset. So I'm pretty sure both teams right now, they don't want to finish second because they can fight for the first spot. And with the score being tied 2-2, which team will take it home? Is it gonna be NYP, 2 times
counting
champion?
on you, NYP.
Yeah, 2 times champion. Going for the three-peat, 3 in a row, 3 times finalist, 3 times champion. Will they do it, or will it be SIM? Former pro players, one of them still currently a pro player, and going for their first ever championship in the SGCL, or Singapore Campus Legends.
I'm gonna give my bets to NYP. Let's go. All right.
Yeah. So
they're on the blue side, right? So
yeah.
No biasness.
I do think it will be a NYP game. However, before we even talk about Game 5, let's just have a few shout-outs to our sponsor. One of them is Pan Pacific. So if y'all didn't know, Pan Pacific right now is having a giveaway, a 1-night staycation at the Pan Pacific Hotel.
I could use a staycation right now.
Yeah, so what you have to do right now is all you have to do is follow SCOGA, follow Pan Pacific, as well as
Garden by the Bay on their Facebook.
On the Facebook, and then share the story of the staycation and like it, and most importantly, tag a friend.
Yeah, and say why you deserve it.
And why you deserve to be to go for the staycation. So you can go for your honeymoon. You can go, honeymoon. You probably do some better. Maybe more atas place considering COVID right now, right? So you want to go, you can look at Pan Pacific staycation as an option for your honeymoon if you want to. Anniversary, birthdays, wherever you can think of, just a random night with your friends, a group of 5, you can look at it that way. So do try out for the staycation opportunity, because who knows, maybe you are the lucky winner, you get a chance to go for the free staycation. But hold that thought, because right now we are moving into the bigger bands. It will be NYP versus SIM Game 5. SIM in the red team, NYP in the blue team, and NYP again with the heavy priority on the Viego.
The instant Viego pick, of course, right? I mean, they're banning out the Trash, they're banning out the Ezreal, as respect bans, SIM, gonna ban the Lee Sin and the Nocturne. They were pretty good at Lee Sin, but they don't want to give the Lee Sin to NYP, so you just ban it there as well.
Yes, and I think something that changes actually NYP banning out the Trash instead of taking it, so that actually leaves Tam Kench open. And looking at how
you don't want Grid to pick up Tam Kench right now.
Yes, you want Grid to be on Tam Kench, because Grid hasn't been performing very well on the set, but he has been performing well on stat checks champion, such as Nar, such as Tam Kench. So if you can give him these champions, I think there's a chance that
there we go.
And that is the Tam Kench pick for SIM. And I think this is what NYP actually wanted, right? Because if they know that he's gonna take the Tam Kench, then we just take the Viego, because there's a chance the Viego will just outskill Tam Kench, and it'll be very difficult for Viego to really get back in the game.
There is the possibility, but there is always another possibility where Viego doesn't outskill the Tam Kench, and they just lose out straight. And again, they're getting the Draven. They really want to prove their point here, huh?
Alright, now with the Shaco Havoc, will they go for the Shaco pick? I think if we do see the Shaco, it will be a very different game. But now they lock in the Rel instead. And I think SIM, they want to lock in the AD carry. I don't expect to see the Varus. They might go for something less poke, but no all in favor. Because I think SIM are done playing poke wars. They want to play full out war.
Do you think... Okay, I mean, Jinx is a pretty good option here. Yeah,
I like the Jinx, especially because there's a Tam Kench, so you can always save the Jinx if the Jinx stepped out of position. But looking at the draft so far, I like both teams' draft. You see at NYP, they have played this very strong bottom side games, and it worked out in their favor. SIM right now, for the first time, they're moving out of the Ezreal or the Varus. So this is a good adaptation change. They're not going for the poke AD carries, they're not going for the Zig.
The warrior spirit is never
That's all
broken.
pure out sustain here.
Yeah, so it's gonna be a battle of a really hyper carry AD carries, and the only difference is Draven is a mid game AD carry, whereas Jinx is more of a super late game hyper carry.
But that's if we get into the late game, of course. Okay, Trundle's gonna get banned here.
Yeah, so the bans now, Trundle and Kiana on SIM, NYP banning out Xin Zhao. This is really pinching the jungle pool, right? Because we've only seen a lot of Xin Zhao, Trundles, and Lee Sin this game.
Your emperor shall return.
Diana this game, this series from NYP or SIM. So I want to see what they actually have installed. Do they have like something like a Lilia, Nidalee, or something AP related to bring to the table? Especially because looking at SIM Com, they don't have anything AP related. Right now, I do think the jungle will be picked. Here, SIM, they probably want to go for the Diana if it's up. I think it's banned. So they probably want to look at maybe Nidalee, Lilia again, I mentioned. But they opt to blind Akali instead. Okay. I don't like this coming from SIM.
Why?
Because you can actually counter pick your lane, but you chose to give it away because the Viego is most likely going to be in the jungle. Why are you showing up your solo lanes for free? That's my opinion on it. So I think SIM here, a bit of a blunder in the draft, but I still think the draft so far overall has been good.
Yeah, I mean, overall the drafts, not too bad, not too shabby. And you're gonna see the J4 being chosen yet again. This is like a repeat of game number 1, isn't it?
Yes.
And I see a lot of familiar faces from game number 1 here. And in game number 1, SIM won.
Yeah, so I don't know whether this is, maybe they think that this is the perfect combo go against SIM. But Akali against Syndra will definitely have the early game advantage on the Akali. But once Akali reaches 6, there are potentials to really look to punish this SIM team comp. But now look, SIM, they are harboring the champions. They can go for an AD jungle if they want to. They can go for the Olaf. They can go for the let me think of any other AD jungle that I can think of right now. There's Volibear again. They can go back to the Volibear. They can go for the Graves if they want to. But I feel that they're going for the Zac, and this is a new jungle that we've not seen so far today in this series.
I don't think I even saw a Zac at all in this entire campus. Was there ever a Zac pick?
I think.
I don't recall any Zac picks.
I don't recall any Zac pick as well. So I'm very excited to see what this Zac will bring. We do know, however, that this jungle and support are swapping back. So Smurf will be on the jungle. Morty will go back into the support role. So I don't expect the same level of aggression coming in from the bottom lane of SIM, because we saw from game 1 and game 2 how Morty isn't really the greatest support in this series.
But I guess he knows how to play Leona.
He knows how to really go in, right? That's the most important as Leona. When to go in. But the issue with him is, when does he go out?
You don't, I guess.
Yeah, so that's
once you're in, you're dead.
Something he was kind of lacking throughout the series itself. So I'm really excited to see what he brings into the table. Thumb catch on grid again. Stat check champion, something he's very comfortable with. Against Viego, I would favor Viego late game, but early game is definitely Thumb catch favorite. Akali to Syndra, we talked about this. Syndra, more of the early game champion. Akali the late game. So there is a mix of early and late game in both teams, but it's whether which team is able to get the big lead and then snowball it. Because when you look at all 4 games, whoever gets the early game lead snowballs to victory.
Usually, right? But if I remember correctly, like what Hungry Cast has mentioned also, SIM usually tends to dig their heels deep, you know. When they're getting pushed back, they try to their best to like make the best out of it and come back to victory. But so far, I haven't really seen that all too much. They've been getting stopped the moment they lose the initiation, like the initial first few kills, right? But I mean, they do show some fight here and there, but ultimately in the end they still lose out.
I mean, they did show some fight in the previous game, right? We saw double Baron still coming in from the side of SIM. Although they managed to steal the Baron, it wasn't enough. So we need to see what is enough in the game 5, right? What is the winning conditions for both sides? So we look at SIM, they need to just get into the late game, because Jinx and Akali late game, monsters. And look at NYP, they have the early game in the Jarvan, in the Draven, in the Syndra. So if NYP again can snowball early, I think this is an NYP three-peat. But if SIM manage to stall the game all the way to the mid-game, there's a chance it will be a SIM champion.
Oh man, I'm literally sitting at the edge of my seat right now, because I'm really curious on who's going to bring back the championship, the trophy, for this season of Campus Legend.
Alright, so Chris, I will ask you right now, based on these two drafts.
NYP, right here.
NYP or SIM? Alright, so you choose NYP.
Yep.
Alright, I'll choose SIM. We have to go separate ways, unfortunately, but I promise you, SIM are the champions. So,
okay,
you can watch this game and you'll be amazed by what SIM gonna do. I mean, for those NYP fans, I'm sorry to say this, because I do support my friends in SIM. The players, I know some of them as well, so I will be supportive of them. I think, however, NYP has played very well this series. Many people came in today thinking it's gonna be a 3-0 or 3-1 for SIM, but they pushed it all to the game 5. So this is something similar to the third and fourth placement match from SMU against Ngee Polytechnic. Yeah, Ngee Polytechnic managed to snatch the victory in the end, but this game is a much closer series. I think it's a one-sided series, because when I look at it, every game is one-sided. Every game is very one-sided compared to what we saw from Ngee Polytechnic and SMU.
It's all pretty much close games.
It was all close games, except for maybe game 4, where
there's a straight up stop from
SMU just stomped out. But in game 5, it's just SMU throw the game back.
Yeah.
The Rise ultimate into the middle of everybody, and then just everyone.
We'll never forget that. If someone clipped that, please tell me someone clipped that at least.
Yeah, they should clip it and then make it a meme for SMU. And so I'm so sorry, SMU. Again, I say it again. I supported you guys, but that I predicted something was gonna happen, and it actually happened. So I don't know what to say. Okay, but going to this game, I want to see what SIM have in store, because they need to scale. How are they gonna let themselves scale? Whereas on the side of NYP, they need to get the early game lead. How are they going to get the early game lead?
We'll just have to wait and see. And I just really want to give a shout out to the 4 schools right now that are in the top 4. So shout out to SMU, to MP, to SIM, and NYP. I gotta thank all these schools for having all these wonderful players, you know.
Yeah, and for us, 10 games in a day.
Just to watch.
Like when you watch LCK, when you watch LPL, they cast a maximum of
just watch CL
of 8 games a day. So this is really a new chapter in casting because 10 games a day. When have you ever seen that?
Well, it happens from time to time, but these games are more hyped up, I guess.
Yeah, so look at Zac. I think NYP, they want to look for a early invade, maybe even a late invade on the Zac, because the Zac has a very unique pathing, and if you can punish the Zac's pathing, you delay his early game clear, and if you manage to get the clear delayed, it means that the Zac will not be able to impact the game as early.
But actually, it kinda is close to the Zac. Are they really gonna invade this?
Yes, I think they're going to look for the invade. Definitely, they won't be staying there unless they're going to look for the invade. And I think the level 1 of NYP is relatively stronger than the Zac. The level 1 of SI, because the Zac will probably be adding his E first, so or his W first. So I think this is a very good strategy coming in from NYP.
There's no wards. Oh, Greed. Just round the front. Oh, he barely picks it. There we go. Raz, he picked back in. And there we go. The invade comes in. Grid is brought down to super low. Smurf as well. Will this be first blood? Flashes in. There we go. First blood for NYP. A cheesy kill and almost a second kill. At the same time, red buff going to the hands. Oh, the Jarvan now busy.
As he uses the teleport to go straight back to top lane. A very big victory here for NYP.
I like how they both TP at the same time to the top lane.
Yeah, and look at it, that was a very good cheese strat. You know why? Because they know that SIM would not expect the invade to come in. Because all 4 games, there was no late game invade attempt coming in from SIM's NYP. So SM a bit relaxed there with the defensive vision there. But I think it was also a good strategy coming from NYP in preparation for this game.
Yeah, you just straight up don't expect that kind of thing when you don't see it happening for so long. And it forces Smurf to go ahead and get the blue buff instead. And you see how low his health is that he needed even the leash coming from Molly now.
Yeah, he's just not at the best position to fight right now, especially because the invade went so wrong. And now Jarvan will be able to go for a 3-side start because he's able to clear his the red and raptors of Smurf. Now move over to his blue side to clear his entire top side camps, and then later path onto the bottom side to clear the bottom side of the camp. So a very good early game coming from NYP, a very decisive game plan.
But are they able to close out? That's the main question. You're busy coming back up to the top lane, you know, kind of just hovering the area. If they can, they would go for the gank, but I think just get some vision and then go for the risk scuttle, which is now happening.
Smurf is being spotted by the ward, so they know that he is now doing the scuttle at the bottom side. The only issue now is whether will Smurf actually look to invade enemy jungle, or he just look to path away and maybe just reset and go for the top side scuttle, top side camps instead.
Okay, it looks like Smurf is going for the gank, gonna slingshot himself in, but he's deciding to go for the Raptor instead. No, we don't want to waste too much time there. And if BZ manages to finish the Wolf in time, he'll be just in time for the gank that Smurf may be doing very shortly. He is getting the stuns on the acrylic. Smurf may pop in very shortly, or may encounter BZ. Oh, he does realize that his camp is missing. Oh, he sees the Raptor, that's the Q. He knows where Smurf is at. And they're gonna go hunting for Smurf. It'll be a 3v3 at the bot side, but Java is gonna come a bit later. Now,
I think Adrian might fall down.
It just brings super low, but Harms with the insane peel manages to at least proc the passive of the Zac. And there we go, Adoration Sex going across the board for him. Takes down the Zac. However, in retaliation, you get to see the Syndra take out multiple members.
I think Eric here might fall down. Will he be able? Oh, he gets a kill on the wall! Oh no! Hums gets a kill onto Eric and Buizy himself gets a kill onto Quake. Very, very bad early game coming from SIM and NYP. Just showing up this game.
I have no words. I mean, I even messed up who I was talking about for a moment because I was so shocked that NYP actually got 4 kills from that.
Yeah, look at Broken right now. He's just reaching the top wave. And this is very bad for Samkan because the wave is floating there. He will lose out at least on 1 wave of EXP because it will just crash towards Broken, right? So now Huang Yi managed to recall and come back to melee on time, so he's able to catch all these waves.
Juicy experience and goal.
Juicy XP, juicy goal as well. But the game so far, we've seen SIM look to force a fight at the bottom lane, and they only managed to get the Draven, but they lose everyone for the Draven.
They lose everyone, and he even got his adoration stack off, and that's the key and important thing there.
Yeah, so SIM right now, we talk about how they need to be able to scale, but they are the one trying to force the early game a bit, and that is something NYP says gladly.
Yeah, you can see Smurf coming in closer to the mid. He is gonna slingshot himself way on top of Heiji, but the flash comes out early. Huang, he doesn't want to take any chances there.
Yeah, I think that was a good flash coming from Huang Eiji. If he was caught there, that might have been a kill over to the start of
Oh, okay. BZ and Smurf is going to duke it out on the top side river. You can see Huang is going to come in for the backup. Will Acrylic come in and help? Oh! I was not expecting that actually. I thought Zach would have gotten a scot free, so I wasn't so excited. But man, was I wrong.
Yes, Huang BZ right there showing who is the boss of this game. 2-0 and 4, 100% kill participation. He is just making Smurf sit down.
I mean, maybe Smurf should have just went back to the bot lane, right? And then swap out with...
Now here...
Oh, hang on.
Draven might die, boom, blood. Draven
He has one kill, however. No, it looks like he maybe will survive this onslaught that's happening right now on screen. And perhaps go for the knockup? No, just barely. Enjoy super low, but the gang's coming in now from Smurf and Acrylic. He's gonna be the sacrificial lamb here. He's gonna go for the multi, but he knows he can't do it.
Eric roam all the way down.
Wait, hang on, no assist.
But no assist for Eric, so that is a waste. Huang Yeji on the other hand managed to get a mid in with shaft in, so this is actually a lot of time wasted for Eric Kelly in the Akali, and NYP again, I believe they walked away that winners.
That was so unfortunate. Not even a single hit was off onto that Draven for Acrylic.
Yeah, I mean Eric Kelly.
Acrylic.
Yeah,
no,
acrylic is like, the colors of the paint, when you're painting.
I was thinking about like the plastic
acrylic colors, Yeah, but Eric Kelly right now.
Eric Kelly.
Yes, okay. Yep. But Eric Kelly didn't get anything from there, but he managed to get the wave shoved in for the bottom side, so he's trying to reset the wave. However, NYP now with a 3k goal lead, 7 minutes in the game. I think it's just the blue side curse for this series. Everyone in the blue side gets the win.
I mean, they do get the priority pick in the first place, so kinda, you get the first pick. So what can you do about it? You get to play the champions you want. You get to ban the champions you want. So no objections there.
I like what I see from NYP, right? Because they actually have a game plan, right? We talk about game 1, they don't really have a game plan. Game 2, we saw them have a game plan and they executed well. Game 3, they had a game plan, just it wasn't executed well again. And game 4, the game plan was brilliant, bottom side. And now game 5, the final game, the game plan shut down Smurf.
Do you possibly think that SRM could be tilted and that's why they're losing their edge?
I don't think the tilt is a big factor, but I think it's also a possibility.
Greed can devour Broken very shortly. There we go, the devour happens. Bringing it closer to the Zac. I don't think Broken can win this battle at all. He has to make a run for it. He heartbreakers away. The flash. Oh, Greed! That was nasty.
Yeah, the prediction from Tom Kang to know that he will flash away and save his Q after the flash. That was beautiful to watch, and that is a victory there for SIM. Although NYP got the dragon, SIM managed to get a kill at the top side, and that's probably a third play as well, going over for the side of Tom Kench. I don't think he's going to get a top play instead. I feel that he walked away too early. So NYP still, with the goal lead, is about 2,500. No, 3.
Oh, I smell a bottom gang. It's going to be a 4-man dive very shortly. Syndra's just charging up her balls in the brush. Nothing wrong with that. Just waiting for the minion wave to push in. Quake and Modi smell something fishy. They want to play a bit more safe here. You can see Aracalic kind of coming really close. Maybe BZ's gonna take this Grom instead.
Yeah, they definitely smelled that smelled the engage from NYP because all members of NYP were missing. So very good precautionary measures taken by SIM bot lane to back off and wait for the danger to go away. But VC is still at the bottom lane. He is looking for food.
Yeah, the intuition is so strong here, and Broken's gonna get ganked by Smurf here again, but yeah, can't do anything. He's just gonna go invis and then high round. And there we go, the dive comes in deep, knocks up all across the board, huge Draven out, as well as the Cataclysm Zoom gets popped. Down goes the double bot laner. And I believe there was a TP happening, but it was cancelled, right?
Yeah, Broken actually stunned.
He got stunned!
Yeah, Broken stunned Tom Kench right in front of him, and those Zac was there. They couldn't do anything, and NYP are running away with Game 5. This is not what many predicted. Many predicted it will be a SIM show, but I think NYP says we're gonna be the party poopers. We're gonna spoil our show and take this for ourselves.
And do you know who's the shot caller on the side of NYP? Because at least a pretty impressive calls happening.
I'm not really sure myself because I don't really know, but I think NYP really defied expectations. Actually, I feel that because coming to these finals, they are the underdogs, right? Although they are the two-time defending champions, they are the underdogs. But they are showing up, and against all these team of former professional players, against such strong opposition, they are not backing down.
Yeah.
And Zac against Smurf being caught out.
He does have his passive ability. Now Let's Bounce gets popped now. Trying to do as much damage and knockout as possible, but no! Mori, I mean, the Syndra manages almost to eliminate him all but gets shut down, but Harms now trying to best to survive. Oh, too super low on the side of SIM. Oh, this is gonna be a SIM victory for this time round.
And I think I'm just like cursing anyone I support, right? Because I said, I'm praising NYP. I said, NYP are playing very well, and then that happens, and then NYP threw the lead back to SIM. And if I say something good about SIM, SIM's gonna throw the lead back into NYP. So I, as a caster, I don't know what am I
Yeah, you have to
do.
balance it. That's what you have to do. You have to like say he's doing good, like going, but
hang
on! Whoa! That dive, a solo dive coming in from Adriel, but he will get punished for it. However, TP coming from Arcalic as well as Smurf coming from the sideline, preventing him from escaping. That was a very impressive solo kill coming from Draven.
Although that was a solo kill and Jinx was shut down, that is not where you want to go to be for SIM, because Arcalic, the more he gets fed, the more dangerous this Akali becomes, and that is very, very dangerous.
Basically, has the Cataclysm ready. Could have engaged there, but I don't think he has the firepower to assist alongside.
Yeah, Grid in top side, he's just making this Viego sit down. Viego already with the Device Sandra, and so far it feels like it is relatively even, although it is slightly favored to NYP, 10 kills against 6, and with the CS also favoring most of the laners except for mid lane, which is so in favor of Arcalic. I think the game so far has been as NYP favorite.
So far, yeah, definitely leading in their way. Hong Yeji trying his best to just dance back and forth alongside with Harms. Now this rail support is really something you don't want to mess with, because especially when you can hold down the enemy where they are and they can't run away. Yeah.
Now when you look at the game itself, it's 30 minutes in the game. Oh, look at you,
no.
Marlin!
Adriel, what are you doing? You're playing too up front. Will you even get your support in time? Okay, even 1v2 this, I don't think you can, right? Can you? The support for SIM is here, in fact, and not even a single help from NYP.
Yeah, and that was a clean, not say clean,
but
that was a kill for SIM. I don't think Eric had to flash there. Probably he's worried that he will not be able to kill the Draven, so he flashed for it. And
they're going to find for a second engagement here. Harm just to get at least one knockup, but BSB will provide the knockup instead. The Leona out connecting to no one. The Cataclysm matches no one as well. Morty Smith going to be the first to fall. Now they're going to chase down Smurf. He's going to pop the flash and perhaps just skitter away. But at the same time, Broken got a kill of his own. Just get the Jinx. Now he's going to go and try and tackle the Tom Kench. But Tom Kench is just way too tanky.
Yeah, Tom Kench with just an intimate chain versus Viego Sandra. Although there is damage from, although there is tankiness from the Tom Kench, he will not be able to do anything against the Viego. That's why he has to back off. But look at what has happened so far.
It's going to be Inferno Dragon.
Yeah, Inferno Dragon means it's gonna be Ocean Soul again. I think you were right in predicting it's gonna be an Ocean Soul, right? You said
had a feeling, right? Yeah,
just had a feeling it's
just
gonna
a
be
hunch.
Ocean Soul. So Ocean Soul for game 5, a big dragon, especially with Viego because of these healings. So this is just unlucky for the side of SIM against.
Oh no! Like see, he gets knocked up in the air as well. Maybe able to make this easy gang happen here, and then go nowhere to run. Adriel is getting caught off non-stop. This is not what you want to see on your Draven.
Yeah, I think Adriel playing a little bit too aggressive there. He shouldn't be right there alone. and not knowing where the enemy junglers is, not knowing where the enemy laners is, enemy junglers are. He has been punished many times now. He is 5 death, the most death in the game with Jinx as well. So the AD carries this game are being targeted really, really hard.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, the SIM Jinx is going nowhere, so it's quite an even matchup in terms of ADC. Yeah. But the jungler for NYP and the support is leading very strong.
Yeah, top lane is favored more towards Viego the later the game goes. Mid lane, Akali right now way ahead of the Syndra in terms of item and CS as well. Kills as well. And for bot lane, although Draven had the shutdowns, had the cash-ins, he is relatively even in items with the Jinx. So I think that as of now, the game state is relatively okay. I think the goal lead, if we were probably to look at the goal right now, the goal lead was be more towards the jungle and the Viego. So, and as well as support, because support is not right now 4-1 and 3. So that's where the leads are. And we do have a technical difficulty. I'm not sure the reason why. It might be some internet issues.
Oh, this is not the best time to imagine in your best of 5 series, in your final game, you get this kind of issue. That's the worst.
Indeed. So we will wait for news for what's going on with the internet issue. But as of now, there is some technical difficulty. I think one of the players probably the Wi-Fi isn't working again. So we will be waiting for news. But what an exciting game 5 that was.
Oh, they're back.
Okay, so he managed to reconnect back. I think the Wi-Fi was just probably down for a while. Router maybe reset accidentally or something.
Yep.
Okay, never.
Perhaps technical difficulties from our side now. So we're just gonna wait and see. Perhaps give it some time. I hear the minions and stuff going off again. Maybe it's just League of Legends playing games on us on the final game of the day.
It is game 5. I think everyone's tired after a long.
Even the server is tired. You know?
It is game 5, everybody. This is everything online. NYP right now, they are the one with the lead, but SIM are trying to hold on, get themselves their first ever title.
Man, I'm kind of banking on NYP's 3-peat here, but I can't count SIM out just yet.
Yeah, SIM, I think they have the chance, to go for this, and they are relatively not that far behind. But NYP, they are the lead. Can they do something? We talked about it in Champion Select, how I wanted NYP to really make the proactive plays, and they are doing something proactive, don't get me wrong. But is this big enough for them to win the game? As of now, I don't think it's enough.
I'm spelling a 3v3 gun happening very shortly. Swerve being patient about this. He doesn't want to engage right onto the J4 just yet. Just giving the J4 some time. Because the ADC has arrived. And now you maybe see the engage. The TP comes in from SIM yet again. It is a 3v5. Hong Yeji tries to make it more even, but Javan will be shut down. Now there's a huge goal lead leading in the favor of SIM there.
Oh, look at Merrick
going in deep now. We'll be able to perhaps get harms. No, best barely. Oh, Zek almost caught it out, but there we go. They almost managed to dive and get that second kill there, but man, Real is just one tough champion to kill.
I think Greed managed to cancel the teleport coming in from Broken.
Yet again, wow.
Similar to what Broken did to him. He's just giving him back the favor he did to him. So overall, it is a SIM victory. Teleport as well burned for Broken. So the teleport won't be up, I think, for the next Dragon fight. And that's something very important because it means that Broken has to be the one making his way down to the Dragon, contest for the Dragon earlier, because Greed, I think, he has the teleport as well. So both top laners have to be there for the Dragon fight. They have to be the one walking down.
But both of them doesn't have TP, so it's gonna be a while till the next Dragon fight then.
Yeah, but I think the earlier fight, I think Zac was the one with the shutdown. It's unfortunate because you want the shutdown to go to Akali or Jinx. And Jinx right now, he is stabilizing. He is getting the items. I think a few more into the rapid fire. I think it's a Phantom Dancer. So in terms of gold wise, Draven is still 2,000 gold hit of the Jinx. So I think that's where most of the gold is. Jungle as well, slightly ahead for the side of NYP, but mid lane, Eric Kellick, he is 1,000 gold, about 800 gold, 900 gold ahead of the Syndra, and that's how you know that Eric Kellick is really trying his best to carry this game.
You have the whole team on your back now. You kind of feel the burden of it, you just feel your back aching, but actually everyone on the side SIM isn't really a burden. They're just like, they're doing their job and they're kind of making things work. The Rift Herald will be popped down into the mid lane. SIM is ready to receive the Rift Herald as well as the entire team of NYP. They're coming closer to mid. Any potential catches could be huge, and there we go, the mid tower goes down. Okay, now they're trying their best to contest for this Ocean Dragon. BZ getting caught out by the Spice Mobile. Huge Leona start! Now they'll all dive in, but right now, as you can see, the J4 tries to hold everyone back into the circle and try to survive this as long as possible. So far, it's going to be a 1-for-2 trade. Jinx is going to be popping up. Noah is peeling out for the Draven, and Jinx will get the triple, and things are turning around for SIM.
And that is very big for SIM. SIM managed to get 1 for 4. And I think.
Oh wait, why are you doing backing up there? Is this a bait? It's a bait!
That was not the play, Eric Kellick, but he still gets the kill. Shutdown goes over to the support. I think that was actually a big brain play.
Big brain play.
To give the shutdown to the support.
Buy more support items.
But he burned his flash. I don't think that was what you want to do. However, SIM, big victory. They managed to close down the gap into 1,000 gold, and most of the shutdowns did go over to the side of SIM.
The Jinx.
SIM, the Jinx. He got, I think, 3 big shutdowns, right?
Yep.
So that was massive in terms of tempo. And now I think the Jinx is already back in favor with the Draven. So this is SIM. Oh yes, he's about 600 gold now. He was 2,000 gold behind us now, right?
Wow.
So very big swing of gold in favor of SIM. Now SIM is less than 1,000 gold below, down compared to NYP. And this is what we want to see from SIM. Do they have the tenacity? Do they have the endurance to really dig deep and wait for the late game? And they know that their late game comes stronger than them.
Yeah, I think this is the only option that they have to go for right now. You know, SIM, after getting winning out the team fight and then losing the Akali to the Rel, they had a very big win, but they just cut it in half.
Oh, look here again, they are going to target the Viego.
Oh, no.
I think this is very smart for SIM.
Oh no, Broken is gonna get broken into 2 pieces right here by 3 men from SIM. And it's just, you can't escape that. They even have detection. So
sound the alarm. This is how SIM says, we give you enough chance. We're gonna just take the game instead. They could have just done the 3-0, right?
Yeah, they could have done it at 3-0, but no, now it's gonna be 2-2 instead.
Yeah, I know, they want to make it exciting. I feel the excitement coming in for this game. And SIM right now, they are even, right, in terms of gold. Although it says it's like a 300 gold lead in favor of NYP, they're actually relatively even. The strongest member of SIM right now, Eric Kellick on the Akali, he is taking over the game. Jinx right now also relatively even in the items as well. He has completed the rapid fire cannon. Tam Kench as well as Zac has completed 2 items, the Enigma Chain as well as Frostfire Gauntlet. So for SIM, they've already unlocked 2 items, so they are already within the power spike. NYP, however, Broken has yet to complete his Blade of the Roaring King. Syndra has yet to complete his 2nd item, but Wheezy as well as Adria on the Draven have completed the 2nd item. So it seems that SIM, they are not in position to contest or anything right now. NYP are not in position to contest because some of the carries have yet to complete the main item. So I think they're trying to just scale a little bit more, wait for the 2-item power spike, and probably try their luck again.
Yeah, they have to wait for the power spike. If not, they're just gonna lose the game entirely. They have to play very slow, very patiently. So as of right now, you can see it's gonna be a 4-on-4 near the top lane side, and Eric Kellick is gonna be able to manage to take down the top tower. They're gonna try and deny this Baron being taken by SIM. You know, SIM is trying to always just hover around the Baron, cause a bit of a ruckus there. Kind of make MIP think that they're gonna take.
W land on the Draven. Are they gonna dive the Adria? Are they gonna drive Adria?
They are gonna drive Adria just a little bit, but no, the support is there. The mid tower is gonna go down as well. Now it's a bit scary there because Adria could have possibly died there if Zac did connect that slingshot, but didn't.
Yeah, and I think this is SIM really just showing how they are.
Oh, hang on.
And
are they trying to? What are they doing at what are they doing near the Baron pit? Guys, trying to make a lot of noise there or something.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on there. So I think SIM was trying to contest with Scuttle, and NYP said let's contest together. They're just a bit slow on the move, so unfortunate. NYP, however, they are slowly just getting the items. There's still nothing really to contest as of now. Dragon, I feel, is spawning in about 1.5 minutes or 2. So that's probably when I think they have to look to fight again. Or NYP probably can say, take the Dragon. But if NYP get the Dragon, that is Soul Point, right? And Soul Point will be very big in terms of the pressure it exerts, because it forces the enemy to really contest you for the next Dragon. So what I want to see from NYP right now is to look for the Fnatic bush that we talked about in the previous series. Look to catch someone, give Viego the reset, and then punish the SIM. And you have to look at what Viego wants to take over, because in the previous fight, you see him take over the Leona, but Leona doesn't do any damage. So that's not the champion that you want to go on, because just provide the CC, but with all the damage dealers down, it's up to you to do damage. So taking over Leona wasn't the best option at that point of time. Maybe if your team is all up, then taking the Leona is fine because you set the CC up for your team. But if you're only one doing damage left, you have to be the one. You have to stay on your Viego form to take the damage.
That's very true, and it looks like Smurf is going for engage. Does knock up the Rel, but however, Rel is very tanky at this point of time. He's trying to go for proper engagement. So look at the engagement done by SIM. Yeah, almost no damage to NYP there.
And this is just clean coming in from SIM. They know that they have to take it slow and steady. Smurf still hiding within vision, looking for the Draven. This is a good catch.
Oh, he's gonna bounce. There we go, he flashes in, let's bounce, knocks up almost everyone, but at the same time, Cataclysm will perhaps lock a couple of people, but he immediately lets it go.
Oh no, Viego!
Shutdown on the Akali! Now the reset is gonna go on non-stop now. There we go, the shutdown onto the top catch as well as the Zac. Now, Morty Smith, last one on the side of the Dragon Pit, at the same time, Quake trying to make a mad dash out of there, but there we go, the team is for NYP!
SIM says, let's end the game. Oh, sorry, NYP says, let's end the game. Okay, never mind, they're going for the Baron, but this is massive ace for the side of NYP. NYP says, no way we're gonna give up like that. That is a game, that is the team fight victory. Baron as well. They might even look for Dragon here as well, so it's gonna be everything taken away by the side of NYP. SIM, that was just an unfortunate team fight.
Yeah, my goodness, like the moment Zac engaged into the team fight and bounced, there was no damage there, but I can see the fresh TP comes in a bit late from Eric, but will he be able to clean up? Will he be able to kill Huang? Yes, you will. But will he be able to escape now? Another TP coming in from the side of SIM. Looks like Eric is gonna fall, and there will be another one down. Now Greed, will he be the next to fall in line? He did TP, he was the only one there. There's the two backup coming in from the side of SIM. He's just gonna tank on a bit longer. Will he be able to? Zac comes in, the Leona gets popped but misses. The Super Mega Death Rocket completely whiffs on the main targets there, but they managed to take out the Jarvan, the sacrificial lamb there. But in return, they have gotten the Baron, they have gotten the Ocean Dragon at the same time, and they managed to get Eric Helic again.
Yeah, I mean, Eric Helic right there, he has to position himself well because he is doing one of the main damage in the game for his team. So if he is mispositioned, the damage source won't be there. I like what I see from the Draven right now because he's actually building the Wit's End, and going Wit's End against this team comp of SIM is very, very effective because you get the magic resist, you get the movement speed from attacking enemies, so you can always reposition yourself. And that's, I think, something that SIM failed to account for going for the previous fight. And without the Void Staff of Eric Helic, I don't think he's able to shred through the magic resist that Draven have, so he's unable to burst him down. And that's something that they really need to look at for SIM before they go for another fight.
But will SIM spot that out in time? That's the question.
I think there's about 5 minutes left before the next Dragon, right? And that's the next Dragon is where you really want to contest because you don't want to give Ocean Soul away to Viego and Draven. Even in Jarvan as well, because Jarvan is right now just doing so much in the team fight. So these are what you're looking at. And look at Rel, he is 6-2 and 9. The Rel is a monster. Most kills in the game.
What is going on the support? And he's 2 death. I think the Rel should be the carry here at this point of time.
I think as I'm just realized that let's not focus our attention on the Rel. Let's just give the kills on the Rel as long as it's not on any of the carries, right? So that's why he is the one the most killed probably, and he has the least deaths. So because SIM just says we're not gonna care about the Rel. But at this point in time, 28-minute game, going to the 30-minute mark soon. SIM are behind in goal. Baron buff will be expiring in about a minute or two. I think it's about a minute now. So far things are going in favor of NYP, but can NYP close off this game?
That is always the biggest question. Can the winning team close off the game?
Yeah.
Okay, now you can see Humps coming very close. You know, the tankability of Rel is just really scary. And you can see Smurf charging up Slingshot, decides against it because he knows he's going to bounce right into a death trap. He does have his Let's Bounce, so But no, he doesn't have his flash, so he can't really flash and let's bounce. But he only has this one slingshot. No, he's gonna that's to prevent the wave from being pushed.
Well, we see Jinx has just completed the Infinity Edge. It's a good power spike for Jinx, right? Because the 3-item power spike of Jinx is when Jinx usually starts to come online. So I like what I'm seeing from SM so far. They are just slowly letting Jinx go into the carry potential mode and play to the Jinx. So I want to see how SM is able to really just let Jinx do the carrying to get a carry panic and slowly take over the fights.
You can see like MYP is trying to like have pressure on both sides, you know, the top and the mid lane. However, their bottom lane is getting pushed out pretty far deep in.
Yeah, I think this
and they may want to clear that out very shortly.
Yeah, I think NYP should recall right now to clear the bottom side because that's a very, very big wave that is being pushed into the side of NYP. And they do repel and get trapped, and I think some of the wave will be lost in the card, right? But they'll still be able to collect like the remainder of the wave. Very big wave here. Ooh, all the waves.
Oh, there goes the cannon minion.
Oh, there goes one more minion.
Oh, there goes another.
There goes three.
Yeah. Stop! Oh. Stop it! Stop losing your CS.
It's okay. I think in the end, it's still in terms of tempo, NYP managed to get themselves back the lead. 6,000 gold in favor of them, especially after the Baron fight. There was a very, very big Baron fight in favor of NYP. Now SIM, they are behind 6,000 gold, but they still have a chance to fight. So Eric has already completed his Morel Nomicon. He chose not to go for his the magic pot that gives you the extra AP. Everyone within the staff, SIM, especially Tom Kench and Zack, so already it's going to complete the third tank item. So as a tank, you won't really be doing much in terms of damage output. Your job is just really to peel. So all eyes will be on Quick and Eric to see whether they can carry SIM. But inside NYP, it is the Viego, Javan combo and Rel. So Hams has been playing phenomenal in this game. His engages has been very solid. Even Greasy as well, his EQs has been very on point. He has been doing so much for NYP, and broken on this Viego, the resets are just beautiful.
Man, okay. As you can see, maybe a press engagement is going to pop off very shortly. Okay, Smurf kind of wants to get out of there as soon as possible. Get out of dodge. You can see the Ocean Dragon will be spawning very shortly. They want to contest this. They know very well they want to fight this. Oh, just waiting for the right moment to engage. Breezy does see the 4-man. That's all lined up for him, but he sees the big circle there waiting for him. But he knows it is a suicide mission if he goes in right there, and then alright, it's gonna be pokes very close one. Alright, because he's Smurf going for the engage, and then we got Breezy goes on top of Quick. The zone will be popped by both of them. But once Quick falls down, it'll be GG right for them. But Hog catches Eric Kelly, and this could spell GG. That's it, yeah, that's it right there. The main carries are down, the tank is gone, and only the support is live. And they're going for the mad dash now into the mid lane.
This is GG, well played. NYP, champions of Campus Legends, 3-2 in the grand finals. Who have ever thought NYP will beat SIM in the finals? They are your 3 in a row champions of Campus Legends.
Congratulations, NYP. Is it too late to say GG right now? But yeah, no, it's not too early. There we go. Well done, Nanyang Polytechnic. You have just amazed the whole of Singapore and the entire community of Campus Legends.
Yeah.
You have won your grand champion status 3 times in a row.
Yeah, that was something of a beauty to watch, right? NYP, woo, with the pose, with the dab, with the whoo. I can't even dab like them. Yeah, dab. But just talk to me, Chris. What do you feel after watching this series? I feel that NYP just showed that underdogs have something to prove. And NYP, being so-called the underdogs of this game, although they are one of the favorites to win the tournament, against the giants of SIM, no one expected NYP to take the series, especially this close of a series. So NYP, they've proved themselves champions
of Campus Legends.
Yes, of Campus Legends. And
they walk away with $1,100 as well as scholarship. Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations. Woo! Champions. I don't know whether it's going to be a banner of something or sort, but we have to give credits over to SIM because last year they were third. So this is an improvement from last year's performance. But many of them expected SIM to be the champions this year, especially because of the players.
The lineup this time
the lineup
around,
from last year's NYP were not most of them were not here anymore. So it's a new NYP roster. I think some of them are still the old one, but some of them are new. Like you see Baby Life and Huang Yeji in the mid lane. They are new players. So
good additions to the team.
Many of them were not expecting them to overcome the giants of SIM. So very, very good performance by NYP. Unfortunate for the side of SIM, they're still next year to try again. But for now, NYP, congratulations, you deserve it.
In this best of 5 series, man, all 10 games today, man. What is up today? This one heck of a bronze match and one heck of a grand finals.
I think it's just I called the cast to curse. No, I cursed it. I kind of cursed SIM. I said, SIM will win.
That's right. Then you also said that earlier, MP is gonna win. SME is gonna win.
Yeah, I say that, and then in the end, they lose. I think I'm just like a jinx today, and I feel very bad
They're gonna
for
be
my
cursing
friends.
you in their sleep today.
Yeah, I shall not give my predictions anymore. I'm gonna keep quiet all the way to the next season. Maybe next season, Camp Legends, you'll still see me around. But that's it for me for today. I'm not sure. I do not know whether there will be anything for now. But NYP champions, second place will be SIM. Third, Nanyang Polytechnic.
They'll be walking and SIM gonna be walking away with first runner up with $800 as well as scholarship. And I just want to take the time again before we close off very shortly is thank you so much to our sponsor that we have right now. Thank you to Kaplan and Murdoch for your amazing sponsorship that's allowing the whole thing to run, giving the prize pool as well as the scholarship to the players. You're really putting your money where your mouth is, and then everyone's all talking about esports, supporting esports, and right now here you are supporting esports as an academic institute.
So for
thank you
those
very much.
people who are interested to find out more about Kaplan, they are having an e-open house 16th to 22nd of August. Do go over and visit the open house if you're interested to find out more of what Kaplan has to offer. We also have to thank our other sponsors, Uniqlo, for sponsoring our beautiful
swag or wares.
Our formal wear.
I just realized that we have the same pants actually.
Yeah, our sports utility wear as well. So Uniqlo, thank you so much for sponsoring us and for sponsoring all those $5 voucher, for sponsoring all the giveaways that you've been giving out so far throughout this tournament itself. And we must not forget our other sponsors are Pan Pacific. If you all didn't know, they are giving away a one-night staycation. So do go and like SCOGA, Gardens by the Bay, as well as Pan Pacific on Facebook. Share the post and tag a friend and comment why do you deserve the staycation to win, to stand a chance to win the staycation itself.
Yeah.
And last but not least, Lenovo. Thank you for the gift. So I think this marks the end of Campus Legends, League of Legends. And right here I'm Raiko, and with me I have Twilights. It has been a banger of a 10-game day series today.
It's been a pleasure.
It's been a pleasure to cast you. I hope all of you enjoyed. I see you all again.
See you guys next year.
Woo! Peace.
A lot of my painting is about movement. I really gravitated to the circle, and from the circle came the atom. It's like the center of everything, the universe, our biology, all of it. The atom is constantly in motion. We're introducing activewear. It's the best way I can represent with Uniqlo.